was over. The Warriors fall to New York, starting a 3-game homestand, 119-112. The LA Lakers are up big on Atlanta. They're going to win, so that means Golden State goes back to the number 10 spot. Just not good.
And there's no way I would have believed you if you had told me after 35 home games they were 17 and 18.
17 and 18
under
here at
500.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. 17 and 18 now at Chase Center. Did not lead once yesterday against the New York Knicks. They were down 8-0 before you blinked your eyes and sat down in your seat with your beer or hot dog or nachos or soda or sparkly water, and in a complete role reversal for what happened the last time the Warriors played the New York Knicks when they jumped out to a 14-0 lead, when they were up 20-4 in the fourth quarter, and when they led wire to wire in beating the New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks came back despite not having no Giannonobi, no Julius Randle, no Mitchell Robinson. They went 8 deep, and they beat the Warriors wire to wire to return the favor from February 29th at MSG. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. What is happening? Overnight dancers probably didn't make much on a Monday night. It is what it is. Homicide detectives, mutiny drivers, you name it. Just another dud in the season that has produced similar outcomes, especially at home. The worst home record, if we throw away 2019 and 2020, when the Warriors won 15 games, and obviously Steph was out for a long time. Draymond was out. Klay Thompson was out. It's just the worst home record under Steve Kerr. And I can't put my finger on it.
At all?
At all. I can. 5 turnovers in the first 5 minutes. You set a bad tone.
Well,
and you're playing uphill.
I throw my hands up last night, and I'm saying to myself, like, every time I feel like they're taking the turn and they're starting to galvanize as a group, and the chemistry's starting to go well, they just lay a dud. Yeah, turnovers were a big factor. I thought ball movement was sloppy. Like it felt like my ball. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna try to go 1-on-1. Defensive assignments were slow. They weren't closing out. They couldn't get an offensive or a defensive rebound to save their life. McBride lit them up. I was unfamiliar with McBride's game. Call me. I know I don't league pass it like others. Wow. And then him and Josh Hart playing. Did they play every minute of that game?
Josh Hart played 48 minutes of that game.
Oh, my gosh.
Miles McBride played 46 minutes and 31 seconds.
And Hartenstein made a bunch of big plays.
Hartenstein, he only averages like 7 points a game. He scored 8 in the first quarter. And this is where
he averages 7 a game. He scored 8 in the first quarter.
This is where
I didn't know that.
Size matters, as Fitz would say. Size is getting to the Golden State Warriors and moving forward.
Size matters.
In the offseason, and we're not going to talk much offseason today. We don't usually do that on this show.
We might have a long offseason.
We're going to have plenty of time.
Off-season.
We're going to have plenty of time. But size and rim protection, I think, has to be a point of emphasis with this basketball team. I don't think you can no longer get away with playing so small against some of these teams, because what they did in the first quarter was the Knicks with Jalen Brunson, triple drive penetration, collapsing the defense, and then you're doubling. Hartenstein said, you know what? There's nobody here to stop me from going in for a layup. Draymond Green, as good as a defender he is, he's only 6'6". He's not blocking shots anymore. Outside of that, Andrew Wiggins is sleepwalking. He had tipped to like 5 shots from the majority of the game. Didn't even notice him. You need size, and TJD's been good.
No doubt.
He's been good.
Well, TJD and Clay, there's clearly a connection.
Right. No doubt. And Chris Paul as well.
Yes. No, TJD has been good. Actually had a really nice block in the second half. It was just really nice. But, B, to me, and I'm not picking on this guy. I'm just pinpointing one area. I personally believe that for them to get where they want to go, whether you view Steph as a pure point guard or not, the guard alongside Steph Curry as the starter needs to be more impactful. And I really like Podziemski, but it maybe was an epiphany last night because this guy was playing on the Knicks. He is closer to Dante DiVincenzo in terms of the role I want him to fill moving forward than starter next year who can be the impact player that they need on both ends. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, Dante DiVincenzo is a guard who can do multiple things like Brendan Podziemski.
Energy guy.
I
don't think energy guy is starter guy. Do you get? I feel like I'm hating on Pods when I say that.
No. It's not energy guy, not starter guy. But here's the deal with Pods.
Yeah, give it to me.
he's got to make shots.
Well,
So when you have a starting lineup with a guy,
you're right.
Draymond Green, we know is not going to shoot much. It's going to be Steph Curry. They're going to get Kuminga rolling. Podziemski, for everything that he does well, he's got to get in the gym and work on that shot because that's the next step for him. And I'm not coming down on Pods for this reason. He's a rookie.
No doubt.
He's been thrust into this role by Steve Kerr to be a starter with the starting five. Now, maybe you tweak it a little bit. He comes back off the bench or whatnot. And maybe there's a thing about hitting the rookie wall. But DiVincenzo has learned how to shoot the three, and he's become a consistent three-point shooter.
I would agree.
He was 4 of 8 last night, 7 of 13. A lot of energy, a lot of ball movement, side to side, swing.
But
He knows his role perfectly.
Don't you see the comps between the two players in terms of style of play? I'm talking about energy-wise, because I thought that DiVincenzo...
Well, I think DiVincenzo is just so much more athletic.
Okay, no, you're probably right.
He could go. He's so much more athletic. 40% from the three-point line this season for Dante DiVincenzo. That's the next step for Brendan Podziemski, is to hit that open three. You need more threats. And we're moving, like when I watch these other teams around the league, like OKC, for example, and you look at their lineup, they have 5 threats on the floor at all times. You look at the Dallas Mavericks and their role players. They dive to the basket, whether it's Gafford or Lively. You got a scorer in Luka. You got a scorer in Kyrie.
Shooters.
You got shooters around them. You got to have at least 5 threats to at least be in that triple threat position, to be in a position to score. When you start off like that and the spacing is compromised and they're blitzing Steph and you need somebody else to make a shot, this is why the whole Klay Thompson thing is going to be fascinating on what happens with him in the offseason. I understand why some fans be like, oh, you don't want to pay Klay Thompson all the money, blah, 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 blah. But you look at this team.
They need firepower.
They need shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You have no shooting on this team.
That's what I'm saying.
And so when you have a starting lineup without shooting, what are you going to do here?
Well, I think what was ironic last night, I felt like they made a little, not a huge one, but a little run with the 2 big lineup when neither guy could shoot. But this goes back to the Draymond quandary, because Draymond is clearly impactful, right? But when Draymond is refusing to shoot anywhere on the floor and he's turning it over, he's a big net negative offensively. And I think that congests things. And so the combinations that you play with him are extremely important.
Right. It is.
And if Pods isn't going to hit, Pods and Dre together, it's not the greatest.
It's not the greatest.
Because then it's like, hey, hot potato, you're going back and forth. How many times, and I don't want to pick on him because he is a rookie, B, and I like him. I really, really like him. But I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse in terms of the minute allocation and how much we're relying on him. How many times do I watch him take 2 or 3 dribbles into the paint?
Right.
Gather himself and pivot and then try to find someone to throw to, and then he throws it out to somebody and it's like 6 seconds left on the shot clock.
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
It drives me crazy.
No, it's been a lot. I mean, the Warriors did drop 29 assists yesterday, but it felt a little
How many
plucky.
turnovers?
It was a lot of ball pounding. Now they finished with 13 turnovers, but they set the tone with 5 turnovers in the first 5 minutes of the game. First 5 minutes of the game, it was boom, 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
So outside of Klay Thompson was solid off the bench. I thought Chris Paul was really good off the bench.
Clay's been, to me,
Chris Paul, Klay, and TJD off the bench. You look at 18, 19, 14. They actually got the Warriors back into the basketball game. Obviously, the turning point was when GP2 commits to flagrant. Brunson gets to the free throw line. And then the Warriors just couldn't buy a bucket in the fourth quarter. They just shot atrociously for the most part in the fourth quarter. But when it comes to Pods, over to 0 points, a minus 15 in the plus-minus department, 2 assists. Just didn't have that impact yesterday. And I don't know if you switch up the lineup because they were 7-2 at the starting 5. Now, obviously, the bench complements the starting lineup very, very well. But Pods is a rookie. I'm not going to go losing my mind about Pods. I was listening to Steiny Iku yesterday.
Was I?
And Steiny is saying, no, I'm not talking about you, Sasky. Stop it. So I was listening to Steiny Guru yesterday. And Steiny was like, if the Warriors want to, they're going to have to rely on the youngsters more. And I disagree with that. Because the youngsters, when it comes to this point of the season, it's the reason why a lot of rookies don't have success in the playoffs. A lot of youngsters don't have. This is about the OGs.
Yeah, I would agree.
This is about the big money players. This is about Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. And now you look at Andrew Wiggins, 2 of 9, 7 points. We'll get into him. Didn't even notice him yesterday. Draymond Green, 1 of 7 yesterday, 8 rebounds, but the Knicks were attacking the paint at will. He just didn't have a good night. He didn't have a good night last night, Draymond Green. And some people were tweeting that he was tired or whatnot. I don't know what it was. Just wasn't. Your big money players if you want to get to where you want to get to,
And
it has to be your big money players. It's unfair for me to say, hey, I need this for Kuminga for us to do this. Kuminga, they're playing as well as they can right now. Kuminga's playing well. Now, he didn't have his best effort last night. Pajimski's giving you a lot. Surpassed all our expectations.
Yeah.
All of them.
when was the last time? I mean, it might not have happened because of all the injuries and the unavailable, opportunities. When was the last time CP3, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, and Draymond all played a really good game together?
It's been a while. It's too small. It's too small.
And then the backcourt, sample size?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a small lineup.
Oh, small
and then
lineup.
You have a backcourt and Chris Paul and Steph Curry. Let's face it. They're not the best defenders for you right now at the point of attack. So teams are blowing by. Like Brunson was having his way with Steph Curry in front of him.
Well, and they tried to blitz him early, and he got rid of the ball, and other guys were making plays.
Yeah, he was swinging it.
Jalen Brunson, I really liked the way he played. He was mad on a couple of foul calls yesterday that weren't called. He's an excellent player.
Right.
But it's too simple to say this team goes as Wiggins goes. If Wiggins plays a non-dedicated style of basketball, they just can't play well. Well, I think there's other guys. Like right now, I'm looking at Draymond Green. He's been up and down the last couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. And when he plays with his hair on fire, I feel like the team does. And it just didn't feel like that yesterday. Like they need him to play with that same emotional fire every single game. And when you're that age and your body's breaking down, it's hard to bring it every day. I look at Clay, because you brought up Clay, and I'm sorry I kept interrupting you there. I think there's an argument to be made. Clay's throwing his name in the ring as the second most consistent player on this team. Night in, night out.
That always changes.
I know it does, but I look at games played, scoring output, not complaining. I don't know, man. There's a lot of issues on this team. Well, Clay is down very, 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 very low when we get to the end of the year here in terms of issues on the team.
Well, you know how I feel about Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson was doing what he had to do last night, 5 of 10 from the three-point line, 8 assists. I saw him making plays, making the extra pass. Sure, he missed a couple shots there, but Klay's been fine. Klay hasn't even been one of the top 3 issues this season.
Not even close. Not even close.
The first 3 months drove me crazy because it's what are we watching here? Number one, the guy, and I hate to go down this road because you don't know what he's going through. You have no idea what he's going through. I have no idea what he's going through. But really, I thought coming into the season, the most important player on this basketball team was Andrew Wiggins because of his very good individual on-ball defense at the point of attack. When you think about games like last night, I think Andrew Wiggins on Jalen Brunson, shut the water off, keep him out the paint, shut him down, be vertical. Play with your length and your speed and your athleticism. Andrew Wiggins, I mean, I don't even know what to tell the people anymore about Andrew Wiggins. I'm at the game last night sitting behind the Knicks bench with my mama, and I didn't notice him playing. I look up at the scoreboard, damn, 1 of 5. And then he finishes the game 2 of 9, 7 points, 8 rebounds. Just no impact whatsoever, no force. I just, it's too inconsistent. And look, let's be honest, man. I don't want to put a lot of importance on him because I don't know what we can expect out of him over the last 15 games. He is one of your best individual defenders. If the Warriors want, and look, don't look back now. The Houston Rockets are 3 back in the loss column of the Golden State Warriors for the 10th spot. So the 10th spot to me is not sealed yet. The Rockets are coming. And they play the Wizards, the Bulls. They got some cupcakes coming up on their schedule. They have another game against the Golden State Warriors down in Houston where they've played a lot better. I just don't know what Andrew Wiggins are going to get from night to night. And that is kind of a microcosm of why this team has been inconsistent.
It's a good point. It's the worst year of his career.
Yep.
I mean, just look at the numbers. Since it's rookie year, all his numbers are career lows and by a wide margin.
Yeah.
I mean, and then just like the eyeball test, there's been about, I don't know, half dozen games in the last 20 where I felt like he was ready to go.
Yeah.
And, there's this element of when you're at work, and I know I've had this in at least my own personal, is the team better off? Is my squad here at 95.7 better off with me just not showing up than being a distracted participant? I feel like we're getting to that point, man. If you're not going to play, with that energy, what are we doing? And here's the thing. It's not like they have better options coming off the bench.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I know we want to clamor for Moses Moody, but Moses Moody.
Well, he left the game with left knee soreness, so he's got left knee soreness. I don't know if he's going to play Wednesday night.
Even when you see him, are you getting I think Wiggins' highs are way higher than Moody's highs, right?
No doubt.
And I think that's the most frustrating thing right now. I'm watching I'm watching Andrew Wiggins, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on?
It's the biggest mystery. It's the biggest mystery of this season to me.
Can I be honest with you? I find it very difficult to even talk about him.
It is.
Because I feel like everyone wants to cancel everyone for just saying like, yeah, dude's not playing well. Like I'm trying to analyze his on-court basketball play, and everyone's baking like, you can't even criticize him. You can't talk about him. It's like, well, then I guess we just can't talk about Andrew Wiggins.
I don't even know
as
who
a topic.
says that. I don't even know. Don't worry
but
about.
It frustrates me
don't
because
worry about Twitter user 595.
No, I'm talking about me.
08. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Because I find it frustrating because I'm watching the guy and I'm like, if this were a guy on another team, I'd be like, does he even care? What is going? You're just running up and down the court. I don't see you locking anyone up, going full court defense. You miss a shot and just shoulders down. Let me just, kind of walk back. It's like, where was the guy that was guarding dudes 75 feet in the paint? Like you guys all said a week ago, hey, 6th seed on our mind. We're going to make a push here.
You said that.
No. Even Steph alluded to it in the postgame.
No, I know. Everybody did. They all did. Why wouldn't they say that?
But I'm talking about the players.
Why wouldn't they say that?
No, I agree. And then, but like, you can't come out and give me that kind of effort if you collectively, I'm very frustrated. And I shouldn't be frustrated because all year they've told us 1 foot forward, 1 foot back.
Well, I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins' contract right now, the 4-year, $109 million deal, and he has a player option for $30 million in the last year of this deal. 24.3 million, 26.2, 28.2. And that's why I thought at 28 years old, in the prime of his career, it's like, okay, I know he missed 2 months last season, but he was playing well in those first 20 games of the season. He suffered the adductor strain. He's never been the same since. It's never been the same. Then he gave us a 16-game sample size after having a rough 3-month start to the season, and you saw a little glimpse, and you started to see it, and then personal reasons. He steps away from the team for 4 games, He comes back. He's just not the same player. So the Warriors want to defend at a high level. They want to get past these teams in the Western Conference. Not having Andrew Wiggins play like the guy from a couple seasons ago, it's going to be a quick exit for this guy because this is a team that at the point of attack struggles defending. That's why they go to zone so much. That's why they're switching so much. That's why they're trying to double so much. But they just, at this stage of their careers, the athleticism, it's just not there. Even against the New York Knicks, and you talk about this guy, Miles McBride. Miles McBride last night lit them up, right? Lit them up.
He was awesome.
I mean, he was...
And defensively, I thought he was good.
6 and 9 for the three-point line, 29 points in 31 minutes. McBride, in the previous 3 games...
Yeah, give it to me.
Had played 57 minutes and scored a grand total of 19 points.
Okay, because I'm going to be honest with you. I thought maybe I was missing out on something, and I was going to come in here and you would just destroy me for not watching League Pass.
No.
But Bonte, I was shocked at how well he was playing.
We all were.
Okay.
We all were. He played a total of 57 minutes in the previous 3 games. And last night...
And he was locking up Steph.
Previous 3 minutes, he plays 57 minutes. Last night, he plays 46 minutes. He almost matches his minute allocation for the previous 3 games, and he scores 10 more points than he did in those previous 3 games. So he had the night of his life, but you know what? This is what happens in the NBA when players get in the rhythm and they get wide open, and the basket becomes an ocean.
I watched Josh Hart rip a rebound and just go coast to coast.
Oh.
And it was like there was a red carpet down the middle of the court, and no one wanted to guard. Can someone step up and stop ball?
That was a very disappointing loss last night. In a very weird, and in the last 24 hours in the Bay Area, it was a very weird news cycle. With everything happening with Rennell, the signing of Blake Snell, which has people going crazy. Like, this is a really good signing. I can't get excited about it right now. I'll explain why on the other side, but we'll rally around Blake Snell. It's a good move for the Giants. By the way, shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Sex Line. We're going to get to Richie and Queens on the other side. 888-957-9570. What is the Warriors question? What else? What do you want us to say that we haven't already said? I mean, honestly, is this just who they are?
You produce the show. I like that. I kind of like that.
Is this just who they are? Because I'm running out of questions. I'm running out of answers when it comes to this Golden State Warriors basketball team. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising...
well coached. They're not in any hurry. Inside to Hart. Hart steps around. Trap goes up and muscled his way up and in over Jackson Davis.
That was a huge bucket.
And he's got a triple-double. 10 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. What a night for Josh Hart.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. 8 of 24, 13 from the three-point line, 27 points for the chef. Steph Curry, 27, 5 and 5. But it's all about Josh Hart with his triple-double, 10 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists, and he played every second of that basketball game. Jalen Brunson, 34 points, 7 assists, 12 of 25. 3 of 9 from the three-point line. He got to the free throw line. Miles McBride, what a night for him, 29 points. Isaiah Hartenstein, 13 of 10. I mean, Coach Thibodeau basically went 8 deep. Jericho Sims played 4 minutes and 39 seconds, but that was about it. It was Bogdanovich, Burks, Precious Achua, and of course, Jonte DiVincenzo coming back to Chase Center, scored 18, 4 of 8 from the three-point line. They started off faster. And the Warriors, quite frankly, were lucky to be down 6 at the half. Very fortunate to be down 6 at the half after the Knicks had built a 15-point lead. And yet they just couldn't get over the hump. They just couldn't get over the hump, whether it was a GP2 foul on the three-point shot of Jalen Brunson, whether it was a turnover by Draymond Green to the open floor. I mean, it was just nasty basketball. The Knicks mucked it up. It was their brand of basketball. It was their style of basketball. And the Warriors dropped to 17 and 18 at home. 17 and 18 at home this season. I just did not have that on my bingo card.
You went to the game with your mother.
Yep.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, she had a great time.
That's pretty cool.
She danced like every possession to the music.
Now, you're really tall, and the seats that you had, it looked like you were right behind the Gatorade bucket, and people were standing, I'm sure, the entire time from the bench of like...
they were sitting down for the most part.
Oh, did you have a good angle?
Yeah, we didn't have a bad angle.
Okay.
It was all right. Sometimes, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like, because I'm shorter, way shorter than you, and so I have a tough time seeing from that particular angle. I've only sat there one time.
Right.
But your mom had a really good time?
She had a really good time.
That's really cool. We saw a photo circulating on the internet, and one of my buddies sent me a screenshot of you behind the bench, and, I remember yesterday you basically shouted Des down saying, no, we'll be in the nosebleeds. And I was like, yes. There he is behind the bench.
I'm just well-rounded. Well, Monte Hill nosebleeds don't really get along these days. I'm going to be humble in this one.
Hey, you know what? My wife feels the same way.
Although we did sit next to Jesus during the Super Bowl, but that was free. So I didn't mind that.
Yeah, we were up there with Jesus.
But you know what? We had great view.
Great view.
It's not a bad
great view of the Niners tricking that game off.
No doubt.
So what was her favorite part of the game?
What was her favorite part of the game?
Has she ever sat that close?
No, she had never sat that close.
It's pretty cool.
And I surprised her. So she didn't know where we were sitting. So when we walked on the floor, she was like, wait a minute here. So she took a photo right away on the court. I was walking around. We started walking around. I was like, all right, Mom, we're right here. She goes, wait a minute. We right here? Behind the bench?
That's really cool.
The players are sitting right there.
That's
and then
really cool.
Going into the Chase Club and the JP Morgan Club, getting some free food. She had a great time. Great time.
I've had a few moments to be able to share with my dad, this career, this job that we get, and you walking in there, let's be real. When you walk into Chase Center, everybody knows you. I'm saying it, not you, okay?
Yeah. And
that is your home, and everybody knows who you are. To share that with your mother, that must have been pretty special.
Oh, she loves it. She goes, oh, yeah. And then all the sales staff and everybody coming by to see if she was okay, to take a photo on the court.
My heart.
They treat me, the Warriors are a first-class organization. They've treated me well for over a decade, from the players to the coaches to the people behind the scenes. The Warriors are first class, all through and through, man. They've treated me great. They treated my mom well yesterday. She had a fabulous time, just an unbelievable time. All the ushers saying what's up. I saw Fezzi Fail there with his camera, chopped it up with him. Tried to catch up with Bob, but he skedaddled out. Bob Myers is on the call for ESPN
broadcast.
But yeah, we saw a lot of people there. So she had a great time. She was yelling defense, second quarter. Come on, defense, let's go. Of course, unfortunately, the Warriors didn't have one lead last night. Not one lead.
Did she have any profound takeaway from sitting so close? Like the interaction.
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, they talking."
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She's
That's
like,
what
"Oh, they
curious.
talking." She saw Hartenstein walk off the floor, and the look she gave Hartenstein. It's like, "Mom, why are you looking at?" He goes, damn, he's 7 feet? That's a big dude. She's just staring, and she's looking at the shoes. She's looking at the scoreboard, the cheerleaders dancing. She's trying to get on the cam. She had a great time. She's not complaining at all. No, she had an awesome time last night. So that was fun to share it with her. I try to get her to one game a year. I try to get Anna to one game a year. Try to get Anna's parents to one game a year. Because Warriors tickets are hard, man. That is a hot ticket. Say the Giants where you can get, but now the Giants, hell, you never know. Now you might get some sellouts with Blake Snell coming into the building. So,
did you hear the new rally cry?
What's the new rally cry?
Well, 2024 Giants, a new hope.
A new hope.
It's like Star Wars, dude.
I mean, what a 24.
Help me, Blake Snell. You're our only hope.
What a 24 hours for that organization. I mean, what a 24 hours for that organization.
The spin cycle is definitely in full effect.
I mean, I wonder if Blake Snell got an extra $10 million just to try to make the Rennell news go away. Rennell Brooks Moon.
Look.
And I feel so bad for her. And you know what? It shows how loved she is.
Oh, my goodness.
She had support from everyone. Everyone. I saw people speaking out that I never thought would speak out in this situation. Ron Brooks, my uncle Marty Lurie. I mean, all down the list. Everybody was speaking out for Rennell, and you start to read some old quotes from John Shay's story yesterday about the situation, and I didn't realize that her contract negotiations was a little tumultuous back in 2020. And Rennell was outspoken about some of the things the Giants were doing. Charles Johnson making donations to political parties that, out here in the Bay Area, we don't really condone. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel bad for Nell, man, going into her 25th season. She's not going to be able to be back in that booth. But what are 24 hours for the Giants? I couldn't get excited about Blake Snell last night. I will warm up to it because I realize the type of pitcher the Giants are getting. They're getting a two-time Cy Young Award winner who painted last season for the San Diego Padres. Absolutely painted, and he pitched well against the NL West last season.
I'm extremely excited about where the Giants roster is at right now. Look at the offseason they had. I mean, I would love to paint the picture, but just right here. The Giants got the best starting left-hander that was available on the open market.
Yep.
They got the best defensive third baseman that was available on the open market. I think they got one of the two best right-handed power bat DHs available on the open market. They signed a center fielder that I think right now, if I was looking in fantasy, draft Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee is going to bat around 300 and play really, really, really good defense and run the bases really well. Okay? They added to what they already had in a solid rookie of Patrick Bailey up the middle. And then now you got the shortstop Nick Ahmed, who's probably going to end up starting. Defensively, I think he's got a little more left in the tank than where Brandon Crawford was last year. You get to have Wilmer Flores and Lamont Wade at first base. Kind of, they're going to be some sort of a platoon situation there. Conforto and Yaz, and then you look at that bullpen. I look at their rotation, adding Robbie Ray around July.
Only you would bring up Conforto and Yaz now.
Well, when Conforto and Yaz aren't anchoring your lineup, like they're okay. Tyro Estrada at second base. I think it is, without a doubt, the 2024 Giants are light years better than where the 2023 Giants were.
Yeah, no, it's not
heading
even
into the year.
It's not even close. It's not even close. On paper, it looks like a playoff team. Now, what does that say when you have 6 playoff teams? On paper, it looks like a playoff team. It really does. So we'll get to that at some point today. Let's get Richie in Queens in here. He's been on hold for a second. Richie in Queens wants to discuss the Warriors last night and the dud they had at Chase Center. What up, Richie?
Hey, guys. How are you? Hey, real quick, I'm a big Giant fan. I've called you guys before. So psyched with the Snell deal. Back-to-back with Webb. It helps the whole staff. You didn't mention Hicks. I think Hicks is going to really, really be
Good call.
He's got an all-speed pitch now. We were talking, did anybody want to come here? Seems like now, it seems like we've got the cream of the crop. And, they've gone, guys, they won 80 games last year. They were only 4 games out of the playoffs. You got to think they're going to be worth 10 games and, 90-game season. I wouldn't doubt that. Robbie Ray coming back mid-season. Oh, so many pluses. Yeah, I was at the Golden State game when they came in last week. They blew my Knicks away.
Yep.
Okay. I watched the game last night till 1 o'clock in the morning, and you mentioned a couple of things. They mentioned McBride. McBride was the guy they kept when they got rid of Grimes and they got rid of Quickly. And McBride came up with Grimes 3 and 2 years. He just sat on the bench. Thibodeau, I've been a critic of him. What he's done is amazing. He's gotten everybody in. Josh Hart, being a 24-minute guy playing 40, giving you triple doubles.
Yep.
Been incredible. But the one thing, guys, I go back 65 years with the Knicks. The Brunson deal was the best acquisition they've ever made. And people say, well, no, this guy was off the radar. This guy was never, ever, it was, people were rolling their eyes. Is he the guy? You know, is he the guy that's going to lead us into what he's done to be a top 5 candidate, in my eyes, for an MVP? You know, we picked up guys like Jerry Lucas and Earl Monroe, but we knew what they were. But this guy has just elevated this team, and Jokic will probably get the MVP, but he deserves the accolades. And real quick, you talked about your mom. You took your mom to the game last night?
Yep.
I'm 76, guys. My mom's 98.
Wow.
We took her to a game on her birthday, her 98th birthday, at Madison Square Garden. She met Clyde Frazier. They had a big thing on the board about her. We had 40 relatives fly in. We rented the suite. And taking your mom, and I can understand your feeling, is awesome.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Richie. Very good call, Richie. Very good call. That's an awesome story there. We got to break real quick. 888-957-9570. What are your thoughts on Dub's dud last night? Are we headed to a play-in showdown with the L.A. Lakers, and could this offseason come sooner rather than later? Could you imagine the Warriors with the most expensive roster in basketball, the most expensive roster in history, not even making the first round of the playoffs? Well, that's what we're staring at after another loss.
The more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
After another loss. So what do you do?
Could the Giants be a more exciting story than the Warriors? I could not have fathomed that a couple of weeks ago.
Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes a little bit. No, I think this is a fascinating story with the Golden State Warriors in the position they're in. What are the answers? What's next for Steve Kerr? What solution did you have to try to? Is this season even salvageable? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. Is this season salvageable at the point to where they could make a run in the Western Conference? Hell, I don't know if they can get out to playing right now with the way they're playing at home. It's not good. We got to figure something out here on the Morning Roast, and that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing eviction or homelessness in San Francisco? EDC Radco.
with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, 888-957-9570. Is this season even salvageable for the Golden State Warriors as they drop to 17-18 at home, 35-32 overall, 888-957-9570. We'll get back into the Warriors as they lose to begin this 3-game homestand to the New York Knicks in a total role reversal back on February 28th. The Knicks lost wire to wire. Warriors led the entire game. Well, last night, the Knicks led the entire game, and the Warriors never led. They trailed throughout. Couldn't get over the hump. Cut it down to 4 a couple times. And just when you think they've turned the quarter after a great win against the LA Lakers, and we all have a pep in our step from that game down at Crypto.com Arena, last night happens. But overall, Shasky, what a 24 hours here in the Bay Area. We're discussing yesterday, the unfortunate mutual parting with Renell Brooks Moon, the only PA announcer in the history of Oracle Park after 24 years, and a lot of people supported her. She texted me back and said, thank you so much for the love, and it was good to hear from her, and I didn't want to bother her. I don't want to bring her on the show right now, man. She's got a lot going on. But then, as I'm at the Warriors game, this random fan, this roaster, this kid, he goes, hey, Bonte, what's up, baby? The Giants think about Blake Snell. I'm like, what? Blake, which we kind of he was lingering out there, and there was talks, and, we've been desensitized to think that the Giants are not going to land one of these free agents, but they land Blake Snell, and he agrees to a 2-year, $62 million deal 10 days before the Giants open up a regular season. Well, 9 days now, as he is the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner, so now you get Logan Webb and Blake Snell as a 1-2 punch. We'll see what you get from Kyle Harrison. You'll see what you get from Jordan Hicks. Your fifth spot, whether it's Alex Cobb or Robbie Ray when he comes back, all of a sudden the rotation looks a hell of a lot better than it did just, say, 2 days ago.
Blake Snell is an unbelievable upgrade. And there's going to be a lot of cynics out there like, well, he's had some down years in between his Cy Young performances. Yeah, and even in his down years, he's what, a 3? Yeah. Now, this is what he truly is, though. He's a 5-and-dive guy. He's not a guy that's going to get you into the 7th. Logan's a guy that'll get you into the 7th. Logan had, I believe, 13 or 14 appearances in past the 7th inning, which led Major League Baseball by over 5. And I look at Blake Snell, and he's a guy, he'll get you through 5. But if you're just looking at a rotation right now of Logan Webb, Blake Snell, the young man Kyle Harrison, Alex Cobb, Jordan Hicks, with the opportunity to add Tristan Beck and Robbie Ray down the line, because you have to have 6 or 7 starters. You can't go into a season thinking 5 guys are going to get you the whole way.
Or at least 6 or 7 that could get you 5, right?
Exactly. I look at that, and I'm like, okay, you want to be able to neutralize what the Dodgers have, neutralize the young speed that Arizona has, the high prolific bats that San Diego has? Well, you better play great defense, and you better pitch. Well, adding Blake Snell adds to your pitching. Adding Matt Chapman adds to your defense. Adding Jung-Hoo Lee adds to your defense. And you've added contact because you're getting rid of some of the strikeouts by adding a guy who puts the ball in play in Jung-Hoo Lee. You've added power with Jorge Soler. I mean, not that I'm all in on Farhan or anything, but you have to tip your cap when the guy has an offseason like he's had. He added a frontline starter. He added a power right-handed bat. He added a center fielder who can play defense. He added the best defensive third baseman outside of Nolan Arenado in the game. He added Soler. You know what? As I'm giving a clapping, round of applause for Farhan Zaidi, great offseason. Great offseason. Now, I know there's the J.D. Davis thing, and there's a lot of other stuff that who knows what happens with Luciano, and who knows what ends up happening with Matos. Maybe there's a deal in the works. Maybe these guys come up during the regular season. I love where this team's at right now.
Well, it's great on paper. Let's see how it evolves into the regular season. It's got to become great on the field, right? And you signed Jung-Hoo Lee, who we don't know about yet. Signed a 6-year, $113 million deal. He's got some hamstring soreness. Let's see if he could check that off and be ready for opening day. All signs point to him being ready for opening day. The Jorge Soler deal, a 3-year, $42 million deal, looks like a bargain for the type of power that he does have. And you've got a guy now with a power bat who could change a game with one swing. The Giants haven't had that. And now guys like Yaz and like Conforto can slot down and bat in their Like, they're not 3 or 4 hitters. They should never be batting 2, 3, or 4. Now you got Jung-Hoo Lee, who's going to lead off for the most part. Chapman's going to have, he's going to have to shoulder the load offensively. We all know about his great defense. It's going to have to be better offensively for the Giants.
I would agree.
No doubt about that. But
I would agree.
I'm not mad at Wilmer being slotted as a role player down in the order. He still has sneaky power. Let's see what Lamal Wade Jr. does at first base. But on paper, the Giants are a heck of a lot better. Now on paper, all of a sudden, I think they can compete with the likes of the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Dodgers, they're in a league of their own right now. But can you at least, go close to 500 against the Dodgers? We'll see about that. But the playoffs in a league like this, where you got the Braves and the Phillies, Marlins are a dark horse. The NL Central, who knows what's going to happen in that division? Whether it's the Cardinals, Cubs, feels like a division in transition. The Reds, they're all young.
Reds. Yeah, they are young. They're very young.
They're young with a lot of talent. So how are they going to win games on the road? I don't know. And then, of course, you got the juggernaut, which is the NL West. And are the Diamondbacks going to be able to replicate the success they had last season? Can they stay healthy? The Dodgers, of course, are the Dodgers. And then the Padres trading for Dylan Cease. Where are they going to be at a year removed from it? Just a massive disappointment they had in 2023. So getting Blake Snell, I'm not mad at it at all. All of a sudden, Farhad did, and the whole myth about, hey, you can't bring free agents back to San Francisco. Well, it did work. You did bring some free agents to San Francisco. You got 4 big-time players here. Now, I don't know how big-time Jung-Hoo Lee is, but in terms of the money and the years and the contract, you paid him like a big-time player.
It's true.
You're able to lure him from Korea to the Bay Area. You're able to lure Jorge Soler. I don't know what his market looked like, but hell, he's wearing orange and black this season. You know what I'm saying? Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. So although they may have overpaid for Matt Chapman, you still was able to bring some big boys here.
Here's what I would say about anyone about the overpay. They're all short-term deals, and they all have a lot of opt-outs. So to me, there's 2 sides of this coin. There's, hey, Joe, even if these guys ball out, they can all leave. Okay. That gives me flexibility, and maybe for the next potential free agent or someone who has 1 year left on their contract, they will see this as a desirable place to boost their, the interest in that person playing, right? So the other part of that is, you're not anchored down by 10-year deals. Look at the Xander Bogaerts deal. He's got 9 extra years left. Machado's got 8 extra years left. Now, those are excellent players. What are years 7, 8, 9 going to look like for those guys? I'm looking at Chapman right now, and I'm saying if he has a monster year and he opts out, great. The Giants will benefit from that, right? Here's the key for me, though. All of these guys at the big league level, you got all of these veterans that you've added to the mix. What they absolutely have to have happen is Patrick Bailey behind the dish has to continue to develop. Luciano, Matos, one of those guys has got to step to the forefront at some point.
I wonder, does Giants fans even care right now whether or not Luciano produces? Because the vibe I'm getting from Giants fans, just after the Blake Snell signing, and Blake Snell last year, again, he was a Cy Young Award winner, 2.25 ERA, threw 180 innings. Struck out 234 batters in 180 innings. I'll take 180 for Blake Snell this season. It'd be great. Now, that was a career high for him. Keep in mind, 180 innings was a career high. Blake Snell, outside of that, he's had 2 years throwing 180 innings. Other than that, it's been 128, 128, 129. So injuries is a concern
He's
here.
He's a 5-and-dive guy.
You know what I'm saying? But
that's
it
realistic.
is a short-term deal.
Right.
Yeah, no doubt. It's a dive and dive. But he's an electric 5-and-dive guy.
Oh, he's an awesome player.
He's an awesome pitcher. When he's on. When he's on, he's on. So on paper, you do look a hell of a lot better. The rotation looks a hell of a lot better. And so there is a new hope for the Giants this season. Now, let's see it. Let's see how it looks against the Dodgers. Let's see how it looks early on with the season. And can they hit? Can they be productive? But I wonder, the vibe I'm getting, where I was getting to here, Shasky, is it feels like Giants fans don't really care whether or not Luciano comes up this year or produces. I almost feel like Giants fans are closer to just calling Luciano a lost cause because of the optimism they had of him producing this spring and being the bona fide starting shortstop going into 2024, and that's not going to happen.
Well, I would look at it from big picture. You can have all these veterans, right? And I'm excited, and the team should compete. But to me, you have to have multiple young players getting seasoned at the big league level or ready to contribute for the long-term viability. Because let's say All things. Let's play the most optimistic view. Snell, Chapman, Soler. They're all awesome. They all opt out.
Yep.
Now, where are you next year? Well, you better hope one of these young guys steps to the forefront so you have a stability, a foundation to build upon moving forward. That's why, to me, Kyle Harrison's, the biggest guy who benefits from adding Blake Snell is Kyle Harrison. Yep. He gets to see from another left-hander how to prepare every single day. He gets to go down a little in terms of matchups. You're not relying on him to eat so many innings.
He's going to get 3s or 4s instead of 2s or 3s.
Now, it's different. When the Giants added Randy Johnson, I thought it dramatically helped the Jonathan Sanchez, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum guys. Forget what it did for them physically. I'm talking about mentally, how to prepare. What am I thinking when I'm in that on that bench about how to attack some of these hitters? I think adding someone like Blake Snell, who's played in big time playoff and World Series games, it can only help the rest of the staff.
Well, here's Blake Snell, though. The last 4 months of the season, he threw, by the way, real quick, remember the quarterback doc, Netflix?
Yeah.
So this year they're doing wide receivers.
Oh, I like that.
And so this year, the wide receivers are doing the Netflix doc. Again, the quarterback doc was Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. This season, they're doing receiver.
Okay.
And the receivers they're doing.
Oh, my God.
The receivers are going to be on display. Devontae Adams.
Love it.
Justin Jefferson.
Yes.
George Kittle.
What?
Deebo Samuel.
No way.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Are you I'm not kidding when I said you could not have named wide receiver White Kittle because he's a tight. I want whatever.
Tight end /
I'll
wide
take
receiver.
it.
Yeah. But
I could not have asked for 5 better people. It's 5, right?
Devontae Adams.
Wow.
Justin Jefferson. George Kittle. Deebo Samuel. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
The only guy I would want to add because I think he's kind of crazy, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Because he's just a little crazy.
I kind of want Jamar Chase, too.
Oh, that's a good call. But, B, that's a great.
No, this is
holy
5.
Moly.
Deebo, George Kittle, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams.
Wow.
That's your documentary this year on Netflix.
When's that come out?
Probably the same time as quarterback.
I'm going to be glued to that.
Devontae going from Jimmy to Aiden O'Connell.
Oh, my gosh. That Detroit game when he gets overthrown twice on wide open deep shots.
Did they film it last year?
Yeah, they followed him last year.
Oh, my God, they did it see, I thought it was for the
NFL Films followed them during the 2023-24 season.
Wow.
So this is produced by NFL Films, Omaha Productions, and 2 PM Productions, the team behind last year's quarterback series.
I'm going to be watching every second of that.
Yeah, no, I think we all are.
Wow.
I think we all are. All right, back to Blake Snell.
No, I'm glad you interrupted there. That was great.
So Blake Snell, his final 4 months of the year, 1.20 ERA.
I mean, come on.
Held opponents to a 156 batting average in his final 23 starts. Only allowed 19 runs in those final 23 starts.
What did right-handers bat against him? Because I know he had
I don't have the splits up here right now.
For the season, it was something like 170 or 175.
But how about this? It was the fewest runs allowed in any 23 start span in baseball history.
Really?
However, I got some nuggets here and it says Snell may have a couple red flags here. He did lead baseball with 99 walks. And he's consistently run a higher than league average walk rate throughout his career. Also because he walks and strikes out so many batters, Snell rarely pitches deep into games. He's averaged 5.3 innings per start the last 3 years. That's almost exactly the MLB average. So, as you said, a 5 and dive type of guy. He walks a lot of guys. So if he can stay away from walks and long at-bats, long counts, maybe he can stretch him out to 6 innings. But again, he's got an opt-out. It's a 2-year, $62 million deal with an opt-out after 1.
Again, I'm just contrasting it to what they had last year. Alex Wood.
Yeah.
Could not be relied upon.
Big time upgrade.
Okay. Mania. Come on. Like, Snell's
big
a better.
Time upgrade.
Yeah, right? Who's the other lefty that they had? Or the other guy? DeSclafani.
Yep.
Come on. I look at their rotation now. Jordan Hicks. Now, Jordan Hicks is a question mark. Who knows? The guy's never thrown in a starting rotation. We will see. I'm cautiously optimistic. Plus, he blows 100. Guys like that are fragile, you know? Logan Webb is a gamer. We kind of know what we're going to get from Logan Webb. Blake Snell, Harrison, Cobb, and Hicks. And then you got Robbie Ray coming into the fold, hopefully in the second half. You have Tristan Beck up your.
I don't know about Tristan Beck. I'm not going to hype up.
I like Tristan Beck.
I like him, but I don't.
But no, see, to me, he's a swing guy.
Yeah,
he can be a starter. He can also be a guy who can be a long reliever.
He's a wild card for me.
No, I hear you.
So I don't want to.
I was impressed last year.
Yeah, but I don't want to bake him into the equation on why the Giants should be good. Tristan Beck, I'm going to just say,
I was just
whatever he does this year, if he's successful, that's a bonus.
All right.
That's bonus money. You know what I'm saying? That's foul money right there.
I look at guys like him and, Yasmero Petit, for example, as just an example. Those guys are invaluable. George Kontos was one of those kind of guys. Those guys are very valuable for a staff. And then I look at you have the closer. You have Camilo Duvall. Look around the NL West.
Getting to Camilo Duvall is going to be a huge key.
Well, you got the Rogers brothers. You got Ryan Walker. You got Jackson, Sanchez, Keaton Wynn. I think they've got a nice diversity of arms in that bullpen. I feel so much better about their rotation today than I did 3 weeks ago.
Oh, my God. It's not even close. I feel better about the rotation than I did yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean, come on, man. So in 23 innings pitched against the Dodgers, Blake Snell, 2.74 ERA. He started 4 games against the Dodgers last season. Gave up 10 hits in those 23 innings. 12 walks, though. He didn't walk 12 batters against the Dodgers, so the whip was whip wasn't bad, but 26 strikeouts in 23 innings. And then against the Diamondbacks, it had a 3.0 ERA. Just only pitched 1 game against the D-backs with 7 strikeouts, 6 innings. Only gave up 2 runs, but did walk 4 batters. Against the Giants, he was electric. 18 innings pitched, 10 hits to give up a run against the Giants. So it's good the Giants have them on this side of in this clubhouse here. But I got some trivia for you. Go ahead, Shasky.
Well, no, I was just going to say that, I'm looking at, where the Giants are at right now, and you've got, Snell's a lefty, Harrison's a lefty, and at some point you're going to see Carson Whisenhunt get a look this year. I don't know what time it'll be. I don't know where. So you got 3 potential lefties to be in the mix with this team. That's awesome.
No doubt.
That's awesome.
No doubt. So career at Oracle Park, 4 starts, 22 innings pitched, 1.59 ERA, very small sample size, but opponents only batting 151 against Blake Snell. So small sample size, but a good move. I got some trivia for you from our boy over at NBC Sports, David Teller. David Teller, he's like me, never sleeps. Stays up late.
Hi, David.
Wakes up early. So he's ready to go here. He's got some new content now with Giants pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area. But here's a trivia question for you, Shasky.
Give it to me.
When is the last time a team had the number 1 and number 2 Cy Young Award finalist on the same squad?
Atlanta Braves, John Smoltz, Greg Maddux.
Is it the Diamondbacks with Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling?
Wow! Ding, 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 ding.
That's really good.
2003, first time a team will have the number 1 and 2 Cy Young Award finalists on a team since 2003. Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling. That is Sam Lubman.
I like that.
And that is David Tetless trivia.
I like that a lot.
He's trying to produce our show. He's looking for your job, Lubman. Might have to give us some money, 2%.
How about David and I, we can kind of do a little trade-off. He can produce parts of this show and then have me host parts of his show.
It's probably not going to work out.
Yeah, I know that's not going to happen.
Nice try, though.
I'm looking at this team right now, and I'm just like, this is like my projected opening day roster. Like, you got Flores and Tyler Fitzgerald kind of as like your utility extra infielders. And then you got Slater as an outfielder, and Fitzgerald will play some outfield. But you're starting with, I'm just going to go Lamont Wade at first, Tyro Estrada at second base, Chapman at third base. I'm assuming Nick Ahmed at shortstop. Solid defensive, player. I think he's better than what Crawford was last year. I don't know how much. We'll find out. I want to watch him every day. Conforto in left to start, and I'm worried about Conforto's got to stay healthy. He battled a lot of nagging injuries.
Well, here's my question with the Giants. 888-957-957.
Let me finish. Jung-Hoo Lee and then Yas.
Yeah, we know the lineup.
It's a better lineup. It's just a better lineup.
Paper, but where are they at in the NL West? Where do Giants fans realistically think they slot in the NL West? Are they the second best team? Are they the third best team? Are they the fourth best team? Where are they at in the NL West right now with their roster? Because it is a lot better than 2023. There's no doubt. I'm a lot more intrigued with this lineup with the Giants and this rotation than I was at all last season. I think you got some bad apples out the clubhouse as well.
This is going to sound foolish because for longtime baseball fans, it did matter where you slotted in the NL West. But with the playoff format being what it is now, doesn't it kind of, not that it's as extreme as the NBA, like, do you care where the Warriors finish in the Pacific in general?
Well, they're different because divisions in the NBA we never given a damn about.
Yeah.
It's always been about the conference. And then when you look at the Warriors, you think about championship mindsets with championship players. So, yeah, the seeds go out the window. It's more of a March Madness feel.
Well,
but nobody's ever, hey, they're the Pacific Division champions.
So,
we've never done that in the NBA.
But I feel like
baseball's different.
But the Phillies and the Diamondbacks in consecutive years have come out of this wild card slotting and gone on runs. We've kind of seen it, like these teams that win the division and they take their foot off the gas for a couple of weeks.
2014 Giants was a wild card team. The 03 Giants were a wild card team. It's just about getting in, but you do have to play better in your division.
03 won wire to wire, I believe. Went wire to wire.
Oh, 03, excuse me, 02.
02, you're right. 02 was, yes, you're right.
Diamondbacks won a division.
Yeah.
Giants were a wild card team that beat the Braves. And next year they were wire to wire. They got smoked by the Marlins in 4.
Jose Cruz Jr. Oh, my God.
You are listening to 95.7 Again, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. And be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line, excuse me. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. Ha ha. Ha ha. Where are the Giants at right now in the NL West? Giants fans, here's an opportunity for you, Giants fans. 888-957-9570. Shasky's pumped. Doesn't take much to get him pumped up.
That's true.
I'm still a little lukewarm about what happened with the organization yesterday. I feel some type of way, but it is what it is. We'll move forward. Renelle will be in good spirits. She's a big girl. She knows how to handle it. She'll be around the squad, and I'm thinking about Renelle, no doubt about that. But where are the Giants at right now in the NL West? Where are they at? Second, third, fourth best team? Are you excited about this Blake Snell signing? Are you ho-hum about it? What does it do for you? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's coming up on the roast.
I'm optimistic, boss.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites.
listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and the Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors will be back on the floor Wednesday against the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies just lost to Sacramento in overtime last night at the G1C, so not a team you want to overlook, especially for the Warriors right now trying to get back on track. The whole point of this time of the year is to stack wins. And when we went over the schedule for the final 22 games, what did I say, 17-5? I think they've lost. They lost to the Spurs, lost to the Bulls. They lost to the Mavericks. They lost to the New York Knicks. So they have one loss to spare. So basically the Warriors will have to go undefeated over the next 15 games. They got to go 15-0.
Anything's possible.
14-1.
420, because you got to remember that Portland game where they're fighting for Chauncey Billups.
14-1. They got to go 14-1.
Sam was dying to get in there with that.
14-1. Well, DeAndre Ayton's playing a lot better. I'm not going to overlook the Portland Trailblazers.
Did you see the story about him in the bed?
Yes, I did.
Wait, what?
He was basically sleeping on the floor, not in a real bed, and that affected his sleep. Then it affected his body and everything. And now he's got a real bed because he's so tall.
Right.
You have to order a specialized bed.
And he just didn't get one? Or?
Well, they didn't have one or whatever in time. I don't know exactly what the back end of it was. He didn't have the appropriate, bed to sleep in. He was sleeping on the floor.
Got to get that sleep number.
Got to get the sleep number. So now the Warriors are tied with the Lakers for 9th. They got the same amount of losses at 32, but the Lakers are up in 9th place because they have 2 more wins. The Warriors have 2 more games to make up. They're tied in the loss column. But I'll mention this to Monty Poole Saturday at NBC Sports Bay Area.
What's that?
Before the Lakers game. I was like, Monty, right now the 10th spot's not locked up. Because the Houston Rockets are 3 games behind the Golden State Warriors.
They've won 4 of their last 7?
They have won. No.
Haven't they won 5 in a row?
No, they've won 5 in a row.
Oh, okay.
They've won 7 of their last 8.
I'll stand
7
down.
of their last 8.
I stand down. For some reason, I thought it was 4 of the last 7.
They've won 7 of their last 8. And the next 4 games for the Houston Rockets, at Washington.
Oh, boy.
At home against Chicago. At home against Utah. At home against those Blazers.
It always comes back to the Blazers.
So they play the Rockets.
Help me, Jordan Poole.
Dude, the Rockets, well, he's on Washington.
I know they play Jordan. You said they play Washington, right?
Yeah, they play Washington once. Yeah, so they play Portland twice.
So we're really, wow. I mean,
they play Utah twice.
If the Warriors fall out of this box, that's...
Would that be one of the bigger disappointments we've had in the Bay Area in the last 20 years?
That would be right up there with that Harbaugh season.
The last season with Harbaugh?
Yeah.
Would it be as disappointing as the 2022 Giants coming off that 107-win season?
Yeah, but in that year, Buster retired, and I kind of saw that coming. But that was disappointing. I'm not going to deny that. But I'm not sure anyone had grandiose, these are champions, even though they were so much older.
Man, I'm so surprised. We'll get to some sound from Curry.
What are you surprised about?
Curry. It's just, I didn't expect it. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm a sucker because they're champions and they've won championships. But,
I get it, yeah.
And I get the inconsistencies. But as they get healthy, I'm just like, all right, it's the New York Knicks. No OG Anunoby, no Julius Randle, no Mitchell Robinson. Come on here and beat this team up.
But at what point this year have they played a 10-game sample where you're like, that's the champion Warriors?
In February when they were 12-3.
Yeah, they had that 14-4 stretch right before that Boston game.
They blew out the Bucks, and they were healthy for the first time since November 28th, and we're thinking, it's go time.
That's true.
And then Curry gets hurt the next night, up 3 with 3:59 left in the game. And they lose Draymond to a back injury. Now he's back, but your backs are tricky. You got to get Andrew Wiggins out. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
I just feel like every time that I've wrapped both my arms around the Warriors, they've just completely let me down. And I feel like at this point, I'm the sucker for believing in them. And now I think I just need to completely lower my expectations so that anything I get will be considered optimism.
Yeah, well, as Robert said, Bruno said, the downfall is near and it's coming, and it's coming hard.
I don't want to hear that about the Warriors.
I don't want to hear that at all about the Warriors, man. But that quote can apply.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
I mean, Here's Curry on the whole Warriors. They're 17 and 18 at home. We'll get to Felici in just a second. We'll switch back over to Giants. Well, they're 17 and 18 at home.
That is just insane.
It's unusual. Obviously, I think we're under 500 at home, and that's been our staple. You know, we're giving ourselves a little cushion every season for the last however long. So it's a challenge that we have to overcome at some point down the stretch of the season. And you understand, like, the best case scenario is to try to have home court in a play-in environment, or, you know, when you get into a series, have to win here and protect your home court, especially as a lower seed. So you got to correct whatever is ailing us. I think tonight was just a slow start. You know, they know what happened in New York when we jumped out to whatever it was, 20-4 or whatever. So you knew they were going to come out strong. They did. We responded, just couldn't get over the hump. I think it was wire to wire for them, and that's the situation that we can't let happen on our home court.
So that's Curry. Here's GP2 on if he knows why the Warriors struggle at home.
No, it's just, you know, you win some, you lose some. Like, it is what it is.
Very short. Very short and to the point, young Love.
Okay.
Sitting on the podium yesterday, you like that?
Yeah, he sitting on the podium. He said, what's it called? That was wild. That was wild yesterday. GP2 after the game, in case everybody missed it, it's on our Twitter page at 95.7 The Game. He decides to sit on the dais board, basically on the dais, is like, I'm tired of being normal. Talk to me.
That was a little odd to me.
Guess you gotta switch it up, man.
You know, the GP2 thing is kind of it's kind of a microcosm of the Warriors. Like, everybody was excited to get him back, and he's just been okay. I mean, he's a eighth guy on a good team. You know what I mean? He's a rotation piece. But on this team, it feels like a lot of the things he brings to the table as a defensive guy and as an energy guy are redundant to what other guys have on the team. And so you're not really helping that much, because there are other guys in more prominent roles who are giving you similar attributes. And I think it's kind of it's a microcosm of where they're at right now. They have too many redundant parts that are one-way players.
Just 17 and 18 at home. You're right about that. And Pods just kind of followed into that trap. Right now, Pods, alongside Draymond Green, it does, obviously, the starting lineup has worked for the Golden State Warriors. But now you're getting to a point where you need one of those guys to hit shots. Like, the Lakers, for whatever reason, the Lakers played really up, and maybe it had to do with Anthony Davis being hurt after the first quarter, but they really pressed up on Draymond Green, allowing Draymond Green to have a couple fake dribble handoffs and get to the rim or throw that alley-oop on the 4-on-3. Tom Thibodeau was basically telling us, we're not guarding Draymond Green. He's going to have to hit shots. And it always comes back to that, whether it's Draymond or Brandon Podziemski, in the half court.
How many years in a row have we been saying that?
But seriously,
you're right.
They've got to hit shots.
You're right.
You know, you got to wiggle, because they were suffocating Steph Curry, and Steph Curry had a solid night, not up to his standards. He still dropped 27, 5 and 5.
You think he's moving the same even after that?
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Okay.
When I was watching yesterday,
that's why I'm curious.
I was watching yesterday, it was like the Knicks were pressing him. They were pressing him off those screens or whatnot, and they were allowing, like, Chris Paul was able to get going there, and then all of a sudden they were like, you know what, we got to make somebody else hit shots there. The Knicks forced the Warriors and forced guys to shoot that didn't really want to shoot. You know, and that's the next step for Brandon Podziemski as he goes into the offseason. And there's nothing, I got to say this, Pods should not hang his hat on this season or that game last night. He's exceeded all expectations for this season, contributing with championship-type players. To be able to mesh, it's not easy meshing with Dre, Steph, Clay, Steve Kerr, and whatnot. We know Steve Kerr doesn't like, you know, it's not that he doesn't like to play youngsters, but you have to win his trust over. The fact that Pods did that already says a lot about where Brandon Podziemski's at. But the next step for him is to hit that open three. Because teams are still going to say, you know what, you got to beat me from the outside. You got to hit a jumper. We're going to sit on your layup drives. We're going to sit on your drives in the basket. We're going to make you pound the basketball, which the Warriors do not want to do. They want to play 0.5 basketball. That's the next step for him, is to shoot the ball. But last night I saw TJD. There was a bright spot there. But pause, that's the next step for him.
It's not an indictment of these three, but I'm gonna identify them. If Kuminga, who's in his third season, but in many ways is not your average third-year player, because he's even more raw than most of the prospects that are going to be coming out this year. Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis, if those are three of your top 6 or 7 players, to me, like in the NBA, as we've heard from Don Nelson for years and years and years, rookies are getting you not very far in the grand scheme of where the NBA is at. Now they can be supplemental and they can help. To me, it's about the big dogs. And when I look at the big dogs right now, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steph, CP3, Wiggins, I just think that collective isn't as good as what they need to be to get where they need to go.
The Andrew Wiggins thing is just...
It's it.
I heard Kareth yesterday in the post-game show basically said, what happened to the 2022 Andrew Wiggins? And it's a question we've been asking all season long.
Well, that is the outlier.
And you know what? I thought coming into the season he was the most important player for the Golden State Warriors. And you know what? It's kind of playing out that, look, Kuminga's popped, and that's a great thing to go into the offseason with. Pajemski, I got a player in there. Now, I don't know what he is quite yet, but I got a player in there. I got a gamer. TJD, I got a gamer, this young man, 19-9, dunking hard, rolling to the rim. He was 9-9 last night. Quietly in the loss, TJD shined out here. Trace Jackson Davis.
How many assists from Klay specifically?
I don't know, probably like 5, but Klay had 8 assists overall.
Clay's been good.
Trace Jackson Davis is the 8th Warrior in the shot clock era to go 9 for 9 or better from the field in a game, and the second to do so this season. Tom Bashiri, Ryan Williams, Lester Connor, Chris Muller, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and now Trace Jackson Davis. He's the first rookie in the shot clock era to go 9 or 9 better from the field in a game. Over the last 15 years, you had Derek Lively the second for Dallas doing. Derek Collison did it for the Pelicans back in 2010. Jonas Jerebko did it for the Pistons back in 2010. Former Warrior, of course. And Trace Jackson Davis has done it again. So what a season for him. Or who are these Warriors? Who are they? Let's go to Nick in San Jose. What's happening, Nick? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I'm trying to be positive today, and you guys are right. We got growth with the Santa Clara kid in pods. Jackson Davis is just fledgling into a very serviceable player. But it comes down to our big four. And I love Klay, but he's a diminishing asset on defense and even shooting the ball. And you know what? Wiggins didn't come into shape this year. He is a dog, and I don't mean dog in the sense that a pit bull like Young Glove. I'm going to try and hopefully just enjoy this playoff run. But if we continue this with Wiggins, we need to get rid of him, guys, because he just floats, and he just doesn't have the fire in him, bro. And I usually am passionate. I'm kind of just numb to this all. So the last two, I have 2 questions for you guys. How could we be under 500 at the Chase Center? When I watch it on TV, and I've been to a few games this year, I just don't feel the energy even 1/2 of what it used to be in Oakland. And I know we can't go back there, but that's number one. Number 2, all these coaches on the bench, and they don't double Brunson till the end of the game. Let someone else beat you besides Brunson. That should be on the chalkboard in the beginning of the game. I don't get it. Help me with that, guys. And then number 3, Draymond Green is an asset we need. How can he in his 10th or 11th year not shoot the ball still? We're a 45-6 win team. Please answer those 2 questions. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Chase Center. And you are much more of an expert at Chase Center than I. But I didn't hear anybody complain about Chase Center when they won the championship at Chase Center, essentially, during a deep playoff run. Also, the team comes out flat and is in a 10-point hole before the game even starts.
It's 18-4. So and you've already turned the ball over 5 times.
I was at the playoff game last year against the Kings, and they came out flat.
Right.
Oh,
was that game 6?
Game 6 with my brother. So
they
flat.
got blown up.
And the crowd is dying for you to do anything to get us excited. And it's like, we could blame the crowd all we want. The crowd's not getting paid to show up. In fact, the crowd is paying because they're dying to get involved.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you my perspective.
Yeah, no, I was there yesterday, and look, you got to get over it. If they would have got a lead yesterday, that place would have erupted. They wanted to get crazy. They wanted to get loud. And my mom was dancing next to me, waiting to get loud to stand up the whole game. She was standing up. She was trying to stand up the whole game. but you got to get a crowd that's something to cheer about. So I'm with you. Nobody said anything during the championship year about Chase Center. Nobody said anything last year when it go to St. Warriors, I believe, went 31-10 at home. Was it 31-10 or 30-11? May have those numbers mixed up. But they were fine at home last year. They were fine in game 4.
To me,
but you got to give the crowd something to cheer about. And
yes.
so many times this season, they either blown leads, which has sucked the air out of the crowd, before you get to how many 15-point leads have they blown at home? You know,
a gazillion.
So I don't blame the crowd. Now, what was Nick's second point?
Well,
what was the second one?
Draymond scoring.
Draymond scoring. Well, again, you got to know this. When you have Steph, and later on when you have Clay, and when you have Kuminga, who's now a threat scoring and going to the basket, who are they going to leave open?
Did Kuminga play late in the game?
I think it was bitch for a lot. He didn't crash the glass.
He didn't have a great game.
Best.
No, he
was
did not have a great
13,
game.
turned the ball over twice.
Yeah, but still, like Wiggins was tearing it up.
Yeah, no, he's still pumped in 16, but he only had 1 rebound. The Knicks did a great job of keeping him off the glass. Knicks out-rebounded the Warriors by 5. Josh Hart was everywhere in 48 minutes. But Draymond Green, knowing that, look, Draymond's having a very good year offensively, especially by his standards. Shooting the ball well, the efficiency's there.
There was a play.
But it's still, he's going to be open. And when he goes 1-7, and when he was wide open right under the hoop and he fumbled the ball right in front of me, right there with the turnovers, Draymond just one of those nights. One of those nights, he didn't have it. And yes, even moving forward, as he ages with the Golden State Warriors, guess who's going to be open? It's going to be Draymond Green.
3 more years after this?
2 with a player option.
Well, there was a play where Kuminga, it looked like had a one-on-one in the paint, and Draymond gave him throw me the ball out to the 3 for a top-of-the-key 3, and he missed it, and then everyone was just deflated. And Kuminga got yanked almost immediately after that. And I'm like, how's that on Kuminga?
Draymond shot a quarter 3 of that fourth, and it barely hit the front. It barely hit the rim. And so that's the shot where
that's the Bruce Bowen.
Bruce Bowen
added that element. Yes,
it's going to be wide open. It is what it is when you play that lineup.
GP2, who hasn't been great, has nailed that corner 3 more than I expected him to this year. I don't know what the advanced numbers are. I'm going eyeball.
Right.
I feel like he is doing a better job on that catch and shoot from the corner 3.
But even looking at the Knicks, right, and they're starting 5. Josh Hart was 0 for 6 on the 3-point shot, but he's not scared to take it. Dante DiVincenzo's leading the league, I believe, in 3-point percentage. He's right there in the top 5.
Wow.
Hartenstein 6-7. So you need threats offensively. You just do. You do. And so that's I don't know, Nick. I don't know why Draymond's not shooting that shot. When he does, the Warriors are so much better when he is scoring and when he is taking that shot. But it wasn't there last night and the Warriors lose. The Warriors lose and the Knicks, they muck it up. They led wire to wire and the Warriors lose their 18th. 18th home game this season.
The lack of sense of urgency, specifically at home, to start games from recently, because it's something I've been trying to pick up on.
Yeah,
that's the most frustrating thing, and that is not crowd related. That is player related.
Right.
The combinations, the actual players going out there. There's a lethargicness, and I don't even know if that's a word, from the veterans that kind of is driving me crazy.
So if the Warriors want to go wherever they want to go to, by the way, DiVincenzo 11th in the league and made 3s per game, making over 3.
And he wasn't a great 3-point shooter until the Warriors got him?
Yeah, he was very inconsistent. And then with the Warriors and getting around Stephen Curry, he did get a lot better.
I know
he's shooting 40% from 3.
What's our buddy Slater put out an article last year about the shooting guy who worked with him.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's shooting 40% from 3. 40% from 3. So I thought Kuminga, look, man, I know Saturday yesterday was talking about, the Warriors are going to go as far as the young guys take them. Well, they're not going to go far if the young guys have to take them. This is a championship core. The ask Brendan Pajimski and Kuminga to take these guys to the Western Conference Finals is unfair to the youngsters. Very unfair. Not going to happen. It's about the big boys. It's about the Draymond Greens and Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompsons and Stephen Currys. So.
Can I ask this sincerely?
Go ahead.
Don't the Warriors kind of need to lose in an emphatic way this year to make sweeping changes? Because I think that there was an argument from a lot of just people that watch the Warriors. Hey, Lonnie Walker game goes the other way. They could be in the Western Conference Finals. And I viewed it the other way, which was a Harrison Barnes shot goes in, you don't get out of the first round, right? And it's maybe somewhere in between, right? Like maybe they were destined to lose in the second round. But I look at it as a part of me kind of wants them to realize you're not that close, and you do need to make some big time moves.
Well, there might be some big time moves, but what are those big time moves? Big time moves would be breaking up the core. That's big time. Because now we're getting into the territory. As I was driving home last night, when you look at Draymond Green struggle and go 1 of 7, and they went at him in the first quarter, where he's 6'6", he's your small ball 5. That's starting to catch up to the Golden State Warriors. The small ball lineup for big stretches at a time. It may work here and there, but they're not getting out and running. They're not getting out on the break with the small lineup.
If he's hurt, too.
And Hartenstein went right at Draymond. He scored 8 points in the first quarter.
Yes.
8 points. So if that's your small ball 5 sitter, I don't know how successful long-term you can be with him playing the small ball 5. So I thought last year there would be sweeping changes, but what are those sweeping changes? Is it Clay moving on? Is it moving off from CP? Is it trading Andrew Wiggins seems inevitable at this point? Like everybody, the front office is probably thinking, man, wait, I don't know if you're going to get the 2022 Wings back. I have no idea. A big move is trading one of the big boys, one of your core guys. That signals big moves when you have the most expensive roster in the NBA.
Let me ask you, when we looked at the San Francisco Giants core, how long till you kind of didn't buy into they're still a championship core?
After 2016, I was like, yeah, they may not be it. Because the second half of 2016 was nasty.
Okay. So
they went into the All-Star break with the best record in baseball, and they came out right away, got swept in San Diego. Then they got swept in Boston for 2 games. Then they salvaged the game in extra innings at Yankee Stadium. Right out of the block, they were 1-7 after the All-Star break, and they went on this dive where starting pitching was erratic, lineup was inconsistent, the back end of the bullpen stunk. Santiago Casilla was struggling saving games. Remember that? Then it reared its ugly head in Game 4 against the Chicago Cubs in the NLDS, where the bullpen couldn't shut the door after Matt Moore dealt in 8 innings in that game. So after that, it was like, maybe on the other side of it, of course, 2017 when they signed Mark Melancon, first game of the season, boom, he blows a save. Bumgarner hits 2 home runs. They never would have saved.
Man.
They never would have saved.
But I look at the Warriors, and they're on one end, I'm like, yeah, they are still a championship core from a couple years ago, but so much has changed since a couple years ago. So does that mean that they're a championship core today and moving forward? No.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's where I'm not sure where the line of demarcation is for other people, but for me, I think people are afraid to admit the reality of that championship core can no longer be the core that leads you to a title.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It needs to be a different combination of the core. Those guys can supplement, but they can't be the main dish.
No, I'm with you. The only guy who could be the main dish maybe is Stephen Curry.
Yeah, but he needs a 1B or a 1A to his 1B.
There's no doubt.
He needs another, and I look at that backcourt, and that's where I specifically, I like Pods. I don't think he can be the starter and the guy finishing alongside Curry. You need a more dynamic wing as a scorer and a more dynamic wing as a defender alongside Steph Curry.
I agree.
That's where it starts. And this is where the Wiggins absence has been the most sad thing, because I hoped he could supplement that. But no, that ship has sailed for me.
The Wiggins absence alongside Clay's injuries, where he was that wing who could defend and help out Steph Curry, you're missing that tremendously. But also, I think it's at the point where I look at the Western Conference, right? And by the way, a late addition to the program, Dave Fleming will join us at 8:55 to talk about the signing of Blake Snell.
I got a story about Dave.
Dave Fleming, 8:55.
Son's a ball player.
Think about the Warriors. And where was I at here? Where's I at?
The championship core, Wiggins not being the two-way player that they needed, Clay slipping a little on the defensive end, how Steph needs a number 2 alongside of him.
There was something else I was going to say.
How I'm really a great co-host.
No,
how you love me.
No.
You're going to get me floor seats?
No, I'm not going to get you floor seats. There's something about the combinations, having a 1A,
you love Brock Purdy,
having Jonathan Kuminga be there. I'm happy with. I don't even know. Let's go to
I'm sorry.
Vince in the City. What's happening?
My bad, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
It's the morning toast. We're cooked.
Yeah, the Warriors might be cooked. I don't know. But I agree with you, Shasky. I think moving forward, if the Warriors wanted to keep the core three, roles are going to have to change, just like Clay's, where Draymond's role is going to be effective most now moving forward. The other part of the equation is you really got to take inventory of who's on your team and start getting rid of all these overlapping players and positions, because just like I've said it since last season, and now everybody's starting to really see how much of a difference size makes.
Yeah.
But like when you got Sabonis and you got AD and Joker and all these bigs who can actually play more than just the old school center position, we are absolutely cooked. There's no the outside game is everybody's caught up to the three. Yep. So what's going to be the leading change now for the Warriors moving forward? And I don't know what it is. I think it's going to have to just be bigger, faster, with more actual talent, but that's hard to get with a salary cap and luxury tax. So I don't know. It's just too much overlapping positions for me.
You know what, Vince? You just jogged my memory, and that's where I was going.
What's that?
When I was discussing Draymond Green and watching Hartenstein go at him, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, you're too small. And the league has gotten better. Remember a couple years ago we were having a conversation. You guys were getting on me about being a league pass guy, but I was like, look, man, Oklahoma City's coming. Minnesota is right around the corner. You know, Denver's Denver. What do all those teams have? Size, length, athleticism. Gobert, Naz Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, Vanderbilt. You know what I'm saying? OKC, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, Lou Dort. They got size everywhere. Josh Giddey's a big dude. You know what I'm saying? Denver, Aaron Gordon. Of course, the Joker, Nikola Jokic. Michael Porter Jr., he's played very well since the All-Star break. Wow, he looks like a new dude. And you got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope chasing around big guards and point guards. You even look at the Lakers, size. You know, you look at Phoenix. Phoenix is a little fraudulent, but they got some size. Dallas, God bless their souls. Daniel Gafford and Lively the second. They've got size now. Guys who can run to the rim and block shots. They blocked 13 shots last Wednesday against the Golden State Warriors. Clippers, size. New Orleans, Valanciunas, Zion, size. All these teams have size, and that's where the league is caught up with the Golden State Warriors in terms of having rim protection, athletic bigs who can rim run. Now, TJD is a great haul out of the 57th pick, but you need one more guy outside of TJD. You need one more big. Like all these teams now, even last night, they were playing Jericho Sims for a quick stretch, and now they have Mitchell Robinson when he comes back, and OG Anunoby, and of course Hartenstein. All these teams have about two bigs who could be impact players or could be effective, whether it's the pick and roll, whether rim protection, contesting shots. The Warriors don't have that, and they need that. That's where the Wiseman pick really, really hurts today. Not having that pen out, whether it was Wiseman or Okongwu, whoever it was, not having that size, because everybody in the West now has size and rim protection, and they're athletic. As the Warriors get older and slow down athletically, these teams have gotten younger, and they've gotten faster, and they've gotten more athletic, and they've gotten bigger.
All of that is 100% spot on. Here's where I think it's become even more difficult. You can't have it both ways. And just hear me out on this. Daniel Gafford's a great example. He's making about $14 million this year. Because the Warriors are so over the luxury tax, you have to match up the contracts almost identically.
No doubt.
And they have so many bloated contracts right now that no one wants to break up the three, right? Okay, well, then it's Andrew Wiggins or it's Chris Paul making $30 or $25 million. So to make a trade for someone at the deadline like Daniel Gafford, you have got to line up the contracts. I would have loved to have had him. I believe they attached a first-round pick, and the guy Holmes or whatever was swapped back and forth. But they've had so many bloated contracts, so they got to get their books in order like that.
Doubt.
So not only is it they whiffed on a pick, but like financially they've been so constricted that it has limited the amount of moves that they can make in these trades. So everyone's screaming, Bob didn't sign this guy.
Right. Well, you got taxed. You're getting taxed by the dollar. You're getting taxed by the cent. Well, and right now you're a repeat offender when it comes to the luxury tax. So it goes up and up and up each and every year.
But also, Steph, Clay, Draymond, like with these locked-in contracts that you can't move, it makes it more restrictive. And to field out the rest of the roster, you don't have those what are now quote-unquote mid-level contracts. They don't have a $14 million guy that they can swap to somebody else.
Well, the thing is, everybody's saying sweeping changes. And everybody points to Klay Thompson. For whatever reason, you point to Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's not even five of your biggest issues right now. Klay Thompson's accepted his role, and he's been solid. and he's been more than solid coming off the bench. Not only that, Chris Paul, who people say, well, you can build on. Chris Paul hasn't been a problem. He's been a godsend for this team. Those two guys could walk, and yet I don't think those are two of the biggest issues on this roster right now.
No, I would agree. But Bonte, I would also say to you that like it's almost $80 million combined into both players, and if you look around the league, like I don't know how many other teams. I know,
but again, those contracts were signed by different teams, and that was a different play to decide to. It does restrict you.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's that. I mean, I don't even look at the money when it comes to Clay. I don't even look at it. He's making 43. Yeah, no doubt. But Clay's one of your better shooters.
No, I agree.
This team last night, what did you say? They lack shooting. Now we're going to move off of Clay? Would you lack shooting?
No.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
If I can get him down to a number that's a little more manageable and I can get under the cap, now I have the 120% swaps, and now a Gary Payton, Kevon Looney trade for a guy like Daniel Gafford while attaching a first-round pick is feasible, whereas when you're so over the cap, those types of trades aren't feasible.
No, they're not. And the cap's been an issue.
It's complicated.
But the biggest issue this year is the team hasn't been together. Whether it's been suspensions, whether it's been injuries, whether it's been setbacks, this team hasn't been healthy and wholesome, so we don't even know what type of team they could be or how good they could be. But now we're kind of getting an idea of who they are and what they are. And you need size and you need some wiggle room here. Now, Clay, when it comes to Klay Thompson, a lot of you Warrior fans out there who want Clay God, you may get your wish. And the problem is, you may get your wish, and he may go to a contender, and he may come back and light your ass up. Because that's what he's been doing since he's come off the bench, shooting over 44% from the three-point line since coming off the bench. That's no longer a small sample size. So be careful what you wish for when it comes to this basketball team. In a league that's values shooting at a level it never has before, you want to get rid of the best shooters in this league? Be careful with that.
Well, I think he brings value to the Warriors at the right price point, and obviously there's a nostalgia that's attached to it. But if the Warriors themselves, just hypothetically, if they decide to get in some sort of a divorce here, right, with Klay Thompson, they can't worry about where he goes next. What they need to do is they need to get the best person to fill that slot for them. And that's the only way you win one of those types of deals, right? In the divorce, you can't worry about who she marries elsewhere. You need to worry about yourself. But if they think that they can keep them together and get them at the right price point, then I'm here for it. Like that, they need the shooting off the bench. And if he's going to accept that bench role and they can get a bona fide, other wing starter alongside him, dude, they'll be better for it as an organization.
I worry about the Lakers, man. The Lakers in that situation, the Clippers in that situation, the Bucks, the Sixers. There's going to be some teams that looks for a shooter like that. And trust me, there are teams who still value Klay Thompson at a very high level. I know so. That is factual. That is factual. Now, those are sources. That's what they tell me, and I believe them.
Well, I mean, go back into Warrior history. When they lost Baron Davis, they panicked, and they were like, what are we going to do with the money? Oh, we'll give it to Corey Maggette.
Yeah, that did not work out.
And it worked out poorly. But had they, pivoted and they got, I don't know, Chris Paul at that exact same time, it would have worked out well. Like, if you're going to move off of players, you have to upgrade.
So, upgrade somewhere. I don't know that. I don't know how you upgrade. There's going to be a lot going on here if the Warriors do not make a deep run in the playoffs. Let's get to Alex in Atlanta right now here on the roast. Alex, what's up, man? What's going on? Good morning.
Hi, gentlemen. Good morning to both of you. Look, I absolutely agree that sweeping changes need to be made. I felt that way for a majority of the season. I felt that way in the offseason when I thought their priority should have been trying to find more size and athleticism, and instead they settled for, well, okay, we got Chris Paul, who I think as an individual player has been good, but I think the improvements that they expected him to help make team-wide just haven't been there at the levels they were hoping for. But the biggest change that I thought they needed to make, and up until very recently I thought was going to come, was I thought they had to move on from Steve Kerr. I think that philosophically this team needs an overhaul when it comes to the head coaching position. I think that Steve Kerr is a guy that he loves his three-guard lineups. He loves to play small ball, and that just doesn't work anymore in today's NBA. And regardless of what they're able to do from a personnel perspective in terms of moving players around this offseason, none of that's really going to matter if you still have a guy like Steve Kerr in place who wants to coach his way and wants to run his system.
Alex, I think talking about the coach is a little irrelevant because he signed a 2-year extension, and it feels like he's locked in with Steph Curry.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the problem. And so the next thing is, I think moving off Andrew Wiggins is the most likely outcome at this point. I like the idea of keeping Clay at the right price point, but again, it seems like sticking with this core is not something that's going to result in any sort of playoff runs in the foreseeable future. And that's just the reality you have to live with now that you have, like you said, Shasky, locked yourself into Steve Kerr. I don't think you're going to be able to see enough sweeping changes.
Okay, let me ask you this. I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the deck that he's been. I don't know where he ranks in terms of best coaches in the NBA right now. Who do you think the best coach in the NBA is right now?
I mean, if it were me, I would say it's probably Eric Spoelstra.
Okay.
Because he's been the most flexible head coach over the last 10 years where
he's also doghouse guys.
He's always able to make it work.
Yeah, he's also doghouse guys as well. Like, he does that as well.
What's wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, what would he have? Where would he have? Where would he have this Warrior team? This Warrior team?
That's a good question. I would think that, I think he'd have him a little further along, probably at a 7th seed, just because I think he would have given guys like Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga more minutes last year than Steve Kerr did, instead of giving those minutes to guys like Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome.
Okay, interesting. So there's still the 7th seed. If I'm Joe Lacob, I still don't think that's good enough. And I'm sure the Warriors themselves would admit that.
Watching Joe Lacob courtside yesterday, he was not pleased with the performance last night at Chaser, no doubt. The Warriors are not pleased. It was just a lackadaisical effort. It was lackluster effort, man. It just can't happen at this point of the season. And so we are getting closer to the offseason. And if this team doesn't turn it around and make a deep run, boy, I'm nervous about what this offseason is going to present for the Golden State Warriors. I really am. All right, let's get to the injury report here on the Morning Roast.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Crack, crack, crack. All right, Moses Moody. Another game, another injury, right? They lost Moses Moody as he got some run last night in the first half due to a knee injury, was quickly ruled out for the rest of the night. No update on the severity of Moses Moody's knee injury was provided after the game. Hopefully, he'll be ready to go against the Memphis Grizzlies, but we'll see. We'll see as the Grizz come to town on Wednesday. They lost to Sacramento last night in overtime to the Kings. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll recap the crazy 24-hour news cycle here in the Bay Area. Dave Fleming at 8:55 as the Giants sign Blake Snell, the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner. We'll get to that. Plus, what's your solution for the Golden State Warriors? What's going to happen here over the next 15? We got any answers left? Are we exasperated? That's all coming up here on The Roast. Brought to you.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these...
the reigning NL Cy Young Award winner. So some good news with the Giants, and they look a lot better on paper. Warriors now 35-32. Oh, by the way, the 49ers, they signed Joshua Dobbs to be their backup quarterback. So a lot going on in the Bay Area in the last 24 hours with our sports teams. As we say good morning to everybody out there. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today and the Comcast Business Text Line. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the homicide detectives, all the cops, all the firefighters, and, of course, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water and Plumbing. If you're going to call into the morning roast, you better bring it. You better bring it because Spadoni, and you know what? The calls will be good this morning. We haven't had to use this sounder yet. We haven't had to use it yet. Go ahead, Spadoni. That's right. Courtesy of Flowing Water and Plumbing. It just sounds nastier and nastier the more I hear it. Courtesy of Flowing Water and Plumbing. You will be flushed.
It's the loud water.
It's the last water. It just sounds, it sounds like.
It's like you're holding the flush down because you know it's full.
It just sounds like I just ran to the bathroom while battling food poisoning, if you know what I mean. Like I just drunk a gallon of prune juice. You know what I'm saying?
Pedialyte works well in those situations.
Oh, man. Oh. Prune juice, am I aging myself? Flowing Water and Plumbing. Flowing Water and Plumbing. Shout out to our guys at Flowing Water and Plumbing. Because we do get it. Maybe that's why people are scared to call this show. Because they don't want to get flushed. They're a little nervous about being flushed.
Speaking of prunes, that's actually what they recommended for the little guy as we start to, work on his stomach and things like that. Because we're going to go to solid foods soon.
Oh.
Or real foods, I guess. I don't know if it's solid.
Solids.
Yeah, whatever they call it.
Yeah, solids. It's a big jump.
We had a big milestone yesterday.
What's the milestone?
He rolled over, not once, but twice.
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of tummy time.
Michelle was crying. She does not want him to grow anymore.
Well,
I'm like, hun, no, we need him.
Grow.
We need him mobile.
Well, he's going to know. Well,
I know. That's what everyone says.
Because once he starts walking and once he starts running, you would not be able to sit still. You will be getting up and down from the couch, running around. You won't be able to lock in like you want to. So I miss the days of Baby Tess not being able to be mobile. Because now that she is mobile, she's running around with her head cut off. You know, a slip here, a slip there. Anything can happen. But with the Warriors, man, look, if they don't make a deep run this year, there's going to be some difficult decisions to make for Joe Lacob and company. And Mike Dunleavy, who I think has done a good job so far. Well, I mean, think about it. The loyalty that they have for this core group, the loyalty they have with these guys who have won championships and built this baby from the ground up. You got to make some tough choices here. And you got to figure out a way to shed some money. Now, Klay Thompson's a free agent. Chris Paul has a team option. We'll see what happens here, but it's last night was just unacceptable to come out in the game and be down 8-0 before we blinked our eyes, down 18-4 before I settled into my seat, and already five turnovers in the first 4.5 minutes of the basketball game. That just cannot happen.
I think the Warriors have been extremely loyal throughout their entire tenure,
no doubt,
and so I don't think any one move or even a combination of moves would all of a sudden put them into the you're completely unloyal category. I think they owe it to themselves to just try to field the best roster to get back into a championship conversation while you have Steph Curry. And that might not even be possible.
It might not be possible. It might not be. It might not be. Now, I know I have a player in Kuminga. Very proud of.
Agreed.
Kuminga, we know we got a player there. Potts could be somebody. Potts could be something. What is he? Is he a pure point guard? Is he a two guard? He's got to work on his jumper. No doubt about that. But Potts does a lot of good things on the basketball court that doesn't translate out to the box score. That's just, it is what it is. Trace Jackson Davis, I got a player there.
Yes.
I got an 8, 9, maybe 7 rotation guy. Like, this guy can play.
Yeah, I agree.
Gets above the rim. He knows his role. He's smart. He's yelling out defense and watching him communicate. So I know I got a player. Moses Moody, I have no idea who he is. Then I've got a core in Draymond, Clay, and Andrew Wiggins. And when I'm looking at Draymond and Andrew Wiggins and Pods, and you have 3 starters in your lineup that score combined 9 points, you're not going to win a lot of basketball games.
No.
With 3 of your 5 starters score combined 9 points.
And McBride scores 9 in the first, second.
Right. Hartside scored 8 in the first quarter.
What did McBride hit? 3 straight threes to start the game?
Yeah, I mean, Hartside scored 8 in the first quarter. McBride scores 29 points. McBride in the previous 3 games has scored 19 in 57 minutes. Last night he scores 29 in 46 minutes. How's that happen? Because you don't have a lot of elite athletes on this basketball team that can't stay in front of their guy. And so Brunson and McBride are getting in the paint, they're kicking out. And I saw Burks and Bogdanovich. And these guys are having wide open threes. DiVincenzo, wide open threes. Triple drive penetration kills this team. They're starting to rear its ugly head again.
Well, they're old. They're old, and they're not great defensively. Again, we keep coming back to the same thing. They've got a lot of redundant parts. They've got a lot of one-way players, and that's what makes Jonathan Kuminga so valuable on this team. If you're going to have older players who lean offense, you got to have some young thoroughbreds who can play both ends of the floor.
So look. Are they making a deep run in the playoffs right now? Does it look like they could get out the play-in tournament? Right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to sit here and talk championship. I'm not going to insult people.
Get to the
playoffs. You might not get to the playoffs. The Rockets are 3 games behind you in the 10th spot. You're tied with the Lakers on the loss column for 9th spot. You got to play the Lakers again. You got to play the Mavericks twice. You got to play the Pelicans. You got the T-Wolves on Sunday in Minnesota. You got the Rockets again. You got Indiana on Friday. That's no gimme game.
Would not even making the tournament be more demoralizing than like that might be the most demoralizing way to put a punctuation mark on this season.
Oh my gosh.
If the Rockets catch you, because you have the tiebreaker, so essentially you have like a 4-game lead on them.
Oh man.
Essentially. That would be, man. I mean, even if you lost in a 1-game scenario, because I know how Warrior fans are, and I know, like, well, it is LeBron. Well, it is, whatever. It is Kyrie and Luka or whatever. You lose in one of those play-in scenarios. But to lose to the Rockets and not even get to the play-in, that's about as low as it gets.
The most expensive roster of basketball, and you don't make the playoffs, that's a massive, massive disappointment. There ain't no, we lost to Luka and Kyrie or we lost to LeBron and AD. It's not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? So that would be a massive disappointment in a year full of disappointments. So deep run, nobody's talking about it. I'm not going to talk about a deep run. Not right now. They're 10th place, 9th place in the West. I'm not going to sit here and talk about a deep playoff run. We got to take this thing game by game. Just hoping to have a winning homestand. You know what I'm saying?
The Game 7 last year versus Sacramento feels so long ago.
Oh. Let's go to Coach and Vallejo. Coach.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been a long year. Coach and Vallejo, what's happening?
It's been a long year.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
And as usual, I'm going to say things that are not popular, but it's what I feel. And you ask, what could the Warriors do?
Yeah, let's hear it.
The Warriors definitely need to. Yeah, they definitely need to put Clay back in the starting lineup because what he does with his threat, even if he's not making the shot, he opens up that lane for Kuminga and Wiggins. And they said last night, a wall is waiting for Kuminga now when he gets the ball because of the lack of outside shooting. And that's what killed him last night. I mean, you had no offense from Wiggins, Draymond, or Podziemski. Now, about Podziemski, I know it's unpopular to talk against him. However, you talk about things he brings that's not in the stat sheet. Well, things in the stat sheet is what help you win. Okay, he's not the only smart basketball player out there. Kuminga is very intelligent, and he gets in a hurry sometimes, but he's very intelligent. Moody is very intelligent. He does not bring enough offense or athleticism to be a starting guard playing 30 minutes a night.
I'll let you cook. Hey, Coach, I'll let you cook. Sure. I'll let you cook. But Draymond Green is walking into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame for producing games that don't translate onto the box score.
Okay, let me finish with that. You could do that with one player, but you can't have 3 guys.
I agree with.
I'm with you.
I agree with.
Hey, Coach.
I agree.
That's why I didn't like the 2 big lineup last season because Looney and Draymond, 2 offensive line. I'm with you there.
And Pods doesn't defend. Guys. He doesn't defend at a level to play opposite Curry that I need. Like to me, that's just my particular opinion. I'm with.
Keep coaching.
Keep going, Coach.
And I agree with you, Chasky, because. Again, they need defense at a point of attack.
Yes.
He cannot stay in front of these guards. You have to play Wiggins and Kuminga to play point guards, and that's always been the case. Now, Kerr, it's hard to do, but he really needs to give someone like Keonis a few minutes with some quickness that could stay in front of people. But he's not going to do that. And right now, I'm very unpopular saying that Pod should not be getting 35 minutes a game. I know that, but he really shouldn't. He's not there yet.
Good call, Coach. Good call. And maybe he does slot back. Maybe there's a rookie wall. Maybe he does go back down to 25 minutes a game. Maybe you do dust off. At any point, if you're Steve Kerr, he's probably thinking, we're 35 and 32. I got to turn over every rock and see what hits. You know what I'm saying? I got to flip over every card to see if I can hit a 3-card flush or something, a royal flush. I don't know. You got to do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
You got to do whatever you got to do.
With whatever analogy.
You're not a poker player?
I'll play, but I don't really know the names of different
Don't
things.
think
I know that
card flush. That is not.
Yeah,
that's not it.
I know there's a royal.
You can have a flush. You have a flush. You have 3 of a kind.
Yeah.
You have a royal flush.
There you go.
You know,
Chris Moneymaker.
A straight.
2 pairs.
Phil Hellmuth.
Straight.
He's a big Warriors fan. Phil Hellmuth.
Is he? Where's he from?
Yeah, he MCs the Warriors charity poker tournament every year, which is a big deal. I'm not sure where
he's from. I think he's from the Bay.
Really?
Yeah.
Did not know that. I know who is an excellent poker player, Ryan Covey.
You know, when you think about the lineup here, I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, no, he always would talk about how he was a very good poker player.
I mean, everybody always says they're a great poker player, but
I admit I'm not.
You know, no, but like you could be a good poker player. How much money are you winning?
Well, I think Covey used to go to the Oaks Card Club.
He was well known.
I know. Oh, trust me, I know. And online. But I don't want to put his business out there in the street. Let's go to Raider Debater.
I don't know what to do with that. Was my favorite.
Raider Debater, my guy, Raider Debater, a.k.a. Mike Snow. He's in the building.
There you go, B. There you go, putting out my government name again. But it's all good, man. It's all love. I love being on, man. Haven't talked to Joe since he's been back. Welcome back, Joe, man. I love you.
Thank you.
Hope the positive energy for myself and all the other roasters, man, continue to drive you to keep being great, brother.
Hey,
even
much
in
love.
hard times. So,
much love. I appreciate it.
For sure. Absolutely, all the time. And Bonte, you're no longer Bonte Belafonte, man. Your new name is Bonte, the real deal, Holy Heel. You know what I mean? How you stood tall with Draymond Green, man. How you stood tall with Draymond Green, man. You stood tall 10 toes. You really, even when he tried to embarrass you on TV, man, you stood tall, man. You're now the treasurer of the Bonte. You're now the treasurer of the Draymond Green fan club. You know what I mean? Me, you, and
Mike, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Let's move past the Draymond thing for my boy here. Let's keep it moving. Let's go, Mr. Raider Debater.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna keep it moving because I am the Raider Debater. I have the silver and black lining for the Dubs. I believe they're still championship contenders. I believe they'll still make a deep run, and I believe this is the reason why is because Andrew Wiggins is consistently inconsistent. I cracked the Da Vinci Code on this. I don't know if that means he's consistent or inconsistent, but because of his inconsistency and he's consistent on being inconsistent, we know that this will mean that the Dubs will make a huge run. Let me tell you why. Hey, Lubman and Spadoni, get back there on the stats. The last 4 seasons with Andrew Wiggins, when you go back to even the play-in year, in February, for some reason, he's had tremendous slumps. Even in January sometimes, he had tremendous slumps. When we went on that 15-5 run going into the play-in, Andrew Wiggins was scoring 22 points and 5 rebounds. That was in March and April. For some reason, in February, he has bad months. He even leaves the team for a long time. And then when he comes back, he's like...
We had to flush Raider Debater, courtesy of Flowing Water and Plumbing. For all your plumbing needs, go to Flowing Water and Plumbing.
So much time.
Shout out to Brian. Consistently. I don't even.
I felt like it was. You know what I felt like? I felt like I was watching the Charlie Kelly meme, where all like the things are pinpointing on the map. I don't even know what they call that meme.
I will say this real quick.
Holy moly!
The Draymond situation is not going away. I'm running to the bathroom. I'm walking to the bathroom, but I just hear a guy yell.
When is this?
Last night at the game. Hey, man, you and Draymond still beefing? Just some random dude like he knows me. It's like, dude, there ain't no beef. Relax.
You know what you guys need to do? Do what everyone does in hip-hop. Put out a duet, you know? Put out an album together. Do a podcast.
Vontae Hill on the Draymond Green show?
Oh, you would love that. No, on the Colin Cowherd, the Volume Network, that would break. You want to talk about a change of heart? Vontae be like, you know, me and the herd.
You guys saw who's starting up a podcast too, didn't you?
No.
Mr. LeBron James. You know he's teaming up.
Oh, and JJ Redick.
That means he's absolutely coming to the
No, that means he's
Warriors.
absolutely checked out on winning another championship.
He's starting a podcast with who else? Who else is in it?
JJ Redick. They're going to talk all basketball for 45 minutes. Straight basketball, nothing else. Straight hoops.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Let's see how long Robin in that SF lasts. By the way, flowing water, plumbing, and drain. Get it right, Levin. Come on, get it right. Hook me up. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, Sugar, how both of y'all doing? So first of all, Raider Mike, you better leave Vontae alone, because if anybody is in the hater club about Draymond Green, it's me. And baby, if I was standing in front of you, I'll go toe-to-toe with you about Draymond. I'm going to let that go, because I wish I could be in front of Draymond Green's face and I'd tell him about his get down that is funky. And in terms of your dream about the Warriors, make a deep playoff run, you better wake up and smell the coffee, because they are a 500 team. Wiggins is inconsistent. The whole team is inconsistent. They have a scoring problem. And each night y'all ride the roller coaster about how they going to do this and how they going to do that. They got a 500 team. They are a victim of their own success. And what you really need to look at is how the team and how the organization is going to build and not end up in the lottery from this point forward. Get out of dreamland. I'm 65 years old, baby, and you better wake up and you better leave Vontae alone, okay? And I'll go toe-to-toe with you about Draymond Green. Peace out, and I love you both. Sasky, I hope you're doing it right, baby.
I am. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, Draymond Green had a rough one last night. 1 of 7, 0 for 2 from 3. Defensively, thought it was one of his poorest performances of the season. Hartenstein went right at him. I could tell there were some miscommunications with some switches, but it's just, I shouldn't be surprised at last night's outcome considering the way the team was, but I am exasperated. It was just like, I didn't even notice Andrew Wiggins.
Was there any black and silver lining?
No. There's no silver lining.
Silver and black lining.
Silver and black lining.
Never black
silver
and
black lining.
Sorry.
Silver and black lining.
Aren't they in the silver state?
Yeah. Look at that. Makes sense. Look at that.
Look at you like that, didn't you?
Is it Silver State?
Well, it's Nevada. It's a silver state. I believe when you cross to go to Tahoe or to Reno, excuse me, I think there's a big sign.
I haven't been to Reno in a while.
The biggest little city?
Yeah, I like the biggest little city. I do like me some Reno.
Reno 911, great show.
Hot August Nights?
Hot August Nights back in the day.
Truman.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Dave Flippy's going to join us at 8:55. One of the many voices in the San Francisco Giants. Here's Rikus One. Spent $5. We took the deficit to 4. All we had to do was stick to the money TJD. We need wins. Let's start with what was working. We watching minutes played. The rotations involved. I don't know, man. I don't know. They only went 9 deep last night. I know they dusted off Moody for a little bit, but they went 9 deep for the most part. And I thought TJD got a lot of run.
I will say there is something to be said, and it's the NBA as a whole, but this team, more than maybe any other, it's a very emotionally based team. A lot of the decisions are emotionally based, psychologically based. We're trying to prop people up. I mean, and this is a therapist's dream to coach this team. Because, I got to get this guy back in. I don't want to lose that guy for the year. How is he feeling? It's March. Are you getting out of bed to play today?
Hey, is it a sports talk radio dream to talk about this team?
Dr. Melfi would love to be able to interview this team on the therapist couch.
Hell, I would love for Dr. Melfi to interview me as one of the reporters of this team. And a sports talk radio host.
Can you imagine Bonte sitting in the hall like Tony, waiting for one of the NBA Draymond Green to come out of Dr. Melfi's session 1-on-1?
Just don't get involved with Gloria Trillo.
Seriously, she told him. She warned him multiple times.
She did warn him.
When Gloria threw the giant London broil at the back of his head,
dude, Tony.
That was me to the television last night, watching the effort from the Warriors. I just throwing the London broil right at him.
When Patsy talks to her in the car, it won't be cinematic. That's all time. One of the hardest lines in the entire show.
Well, even during the game yesterday, Steve Kerr played with TJD. TJD is adamant about challenging it. And I'm thinking at that point, just challenge something. Maybe you win it. Maybe you get a jolt. Maybe you get a timeout or whatnot. But Steve didn't challenge it. It looked like a clean block. by TJD. You know what play I'm talking about there in the second half.
The Warriors are doing this like all the time. Like we're signaling home runs
we are.
on the floor. Every guy on the Warrior is constantly twirling it looks like they're twirling a plate. Everyone wants everything reviewed all the time. Right. And you know who I blame? Draymond. Because he's been doing that for 5 straight years.
So maybe Steve's traumatized by challenging things and losing at all those challenges.
Then there was one on the 3-pointer he should have challenged, which he didn't.
Did GP2?
Don't even
flagrant.
His allocation of challenges are its own 30 for 30.
So last night, the Warriors starters were minus 20 in 11 minutes last night in the loss to the New York Knicks. And this team is going to go as the veterans go. Whatever you get from me, like Kuminga, yes, you need his consistent 15 to 20 points. That is baked into the equation. But if Andrew Wiggins gives you a performance like last night, and Draymond plays like he did last night, his team's going nowhere. I don't care how well the youngsters. TJD had an amazing game last night, and you lost. You never led. So this is on the vets. Just like last season, you go as the vets go.
I mean, you can't have the 3 starters go for under 10 points.
No, you can't.
When a guy who hasn't, I never even knew this guy existed, McBride, and he's destroying the Warriors. Wow. I thought about McBride like for a split second in the Knicks game, whatever, was it 2 weeks ago? Whenever they were in man, for like a second. And I watched that guy go, wow, he's outplaying everyone.
Flush that game down the toilet.
Josh Hart, who's been a part of how many deals? How many times has he been stapled into a deal?
He had a triple-double. That's the second game he played. He's played 96 minutes against the Warriors this season.
You know who it is.
He played 98, 90. He hasn't sat on the bench for 1 second against the Warriors.
In my mind, I was hearing Fitz go, Will Bynum and Josh Hart are career Warrior killers. You know exactly what I'm talking about. What?
Yeah. Nas Reed as well.
Nas Reed.
Yeah. Josh Hart's a good player. Josh Hart's been good this year for the Knicks, though.
He has.
He's been very good.
The Villanova
connection. Like Josh Hart.
The Villanova connection has been good for the New York Knicks.
He's a solid player.
And now the New York Knicks got action if they could get Mitchell Robinson back and OG Anunoby and obviously Julius Randle there. Knicks are a tough team, man. Brunson was going. Nobody could stay in front of Brunson. That's the thing. You got a lot of defenders on this team that can't stay in front of their guy. But there's just a lot of defenders on this team. They just cannot stay in front of their guy.
But isn't that a sweeping indictment of where the Warriors are at currently? There's not one sane person who's like, Knicks winning it all? And the Warriors can't even stay. Like they had no chance last night against that team.
They didn't lead once.
They had no chance.
I will say, I ran into a reporter yesterday. Anthony Slater, who was chopping it up before the game. And Slater goes, "It's going to be a tough game for the Warriors." And I was like, "You think so?" He goes, "Dude, it's going to be a close game. It's going to be close." He was like, "Knicks might win this game." I was like, "Really?" That's why Anthony Slater gets paid the big bucks. He knew what time it was. Even the guys next to me, sitting next to me, they were like, "The Warriors are 7-point favorites. Really? 7-point favorites?" Now, I probably would have bet on it if I was a bet man, betting on the Warriors at the -7.
You would have bet what?
The Warriors would win that game.
By 7 or more?
Probably. Yeah.
This is the same conversation I feel like I have with Guru once a week. At what point this year have you believed that the Warriors are some like, they're going to handle business tonight? I have no idea what I'm getting. It's like a Jack in the Box.
Sometimes you do. I mean, I don't know, man. Let's go to Verducci.
They've beaten like 3 good teams all year.
No, Verducci. All right, we got to Verducci. Hang on tight. We'll get to you on the other side. Fleming at 8:55. We'll get back into the Giants. We'll put a smile on everybody's face. Can we put a smile on you? Like, it's been a weird 24-hour news cycle. Warriors get beat by the Knicks, and the Knicks lead wire to wire. They win wire to wire. Never trailed. The Giants make a lot of noise by making a very unpopular move by replacing Renell Brooksmoon as a PA announcer. She's been the only PA announcer, public address announcer at Oracle Park in the 24-year history of Oracle Park. On the day the Warriors at NBC Sports Bay Area celebrated Women's Empowerment Month. You make that move. And then, during the Warriors game, as like a news dump, we get an alert. Blake Snell to the Giants, 2 years, $62 million. And you know what? It's not a bad move. You signed the rating NL Cy Young Award winner. We'll see if it's great. It's a good move now. We'll see if it becomes great. 2 years, $62 million. It looks a lot better on paper.
I mean, we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it on the other side. I'm not going to move. I don't want you to think that. It's a good move for the Giants. It's a very good move. And we'll discuss it coming up on the other side, brought to you by Safeway.
You reap what you sow, brother.
did not score and only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Valley Sports North, that's Anthony Edwards. Just putting somebody else on the poster. May have been a duck of the year, although this young man, Johnson, out of Atlanta, just ended Austin Reeves' career. Dunked all over him as Austin Reeves was trying to take a charge. Jalen Johnson just jumped right over him.
That was actually more impressive. He had the balls to take that.
Yes. Oh. Austin Reeves, rest in peace. He got a face full.
Well, rest in peace, the Atlanta Hawks. Grant Liffman on the midnight train to Georgia. 30-point loss.
Boy. Reeves. Oh, that was not good. John Collins.
I always forget that Grant Liffman's a part of that team.
How could you not? Anthony Edwards, by the way, did you hear him reacting to his own dunk on air?
Did you have it?
Oh, you want to hear it?
I want to hear it.
Oh my God. Hey, that was my favorite dunk of my career, I'm not gonna lie. You got some good ones. I couldn't even react because I dislocated my finger. You see it? On your left hand, too. I couldn't react to it. I wish I could react.
So you heard there. So he's talking to one of the Bally Sports guys, the broadcasters. But the funniest part was when he was walking off the court and people wanted to sign his jersey, right? So he dunked over John Collins, and this kid, he's like, hey, Ant, can I get your jersey? He's like, no, I'm going to give this one to John Collins.
Wow.
Ice cold. I'm telling you, this guy's going to be the future face of the NBA.
He is.
I'm so confident in Anthony Edwards being that dude.
Yeah, we were playing a little game on Warriors Pregame Live on Saturday. Who's got next? Kind of playing off of LeBron and Steph and the great individual matchup, the great individual rivalry. Who's got next? And I picked AD and SGA. Now, it could be AD and Luka Doncic. It could be AD, or not AD, excuse me, Anthony Edwards.
Oh, okay.
Anthony, not AD. Forget AD.
But Luka, I don't think Luka resonates, but continue.
And Luka talks a lot of trash, though. And Anthony Edwards and Luka Doncic could be dueling for a long time. It could be SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But somebody's going to duel with Anthony Edwards.
Could Ja come back?
Ja, maybe. But Anthony Edwards wants all the smoke.
Where is Ja?
Like, I could see Anthony Edwards later on in his career saying, move out of the way, I'm guarding Luka Doncic.
I look at young people, because young people are going to create the next wave. They're intoxicated by John Morant. John Morant resonates with the young people.
What about Anthony Edwards?
No, he does too.
Because I think he's leapfrogged John Morant. The shoe game is on point.
Yes.
The movie that he had, he was in that movie with, who was it?
The highlights are where it's going to be.
Adam Sandler,
yeah.
yep.
But
the highlights. And Minnesota has a chance to do some major things in these Western Conference playoffs.
I also think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to be in there somewhere. The Luka Jokic thing, what I've seen with Jokic has not resonated. He's a great all-time player. You might be watching one of the best big men ever, which is crazy because there's been so many great ones. And it feels like no one cares. It just feels like to me. And I look at Luka, and they have similar attributes in that I'm cooler than school. And I do believe that I know people will call it xenophobia or whatever, but there's something about it's very difficult for an American audience to embrace some of these overseas players. There's just, I don't know what it is.
We embrace Hakeem Olajuwon. We embrace Dirk Nowitzki. We embrace Giannis Antetokounmpo. We're embracing Wemby. We're definitely embracing Victor Wembanyama.
Definitely in basketball, though, to your point, because you look at Major League Baseball, Ohtani is the guy.
But no, we've embraced Joel Embiid.
And in hockey, hockey's different.
We've embraced a lot of European and African players. Dikembe Mutombo is one of the great ambassadors of this game. He's from the motherland.
I'm talking face of the league.
Well, face of the league has been Jordan, Kobe, LeBron.
That's what I'm saying.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough. And Jokic doesn't really want that, right?
No, Jokic clearly doesn't.
He's like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, where he's just like, I don't want the limelight. I just want to play basketball and go on about my business.
I mean, watching that All-Star game, the way Luka and Jokic were conducting themselves, it was like they could not care less. It had a Mike Trout feel to it in the sense of like, they don't want that. And that's why I took Luka off that list.
Right, but they all don't want that. The All-Star game's been a joke for 10, 12 years, and they know it's a joke. But Luka, I think, man, the way he subbed Devin Booker a couple years ago, y'all talk when y'all win. Y'all don't talk when y'all lose. And then 2 games later, he's up 30 at the half over Phoenix in Phoenix. I do think the international flair in the NBA is starting to come up now. Face of the league, I think Anthony Edwards does have a great shot at it. I think he has a great shot at it. Whether or not Embiid is going to be that guy, Giannis. I thought Giannis was the face of the league for a couple years. Giannis was right there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's been the captain of the All-Star team for how many years?
He's extremely more charismatic than Luka.
Yeah, Luka doesn't care about that stuff.
Yeah, no.
That's fine.
I do think Giannis, and I think Giannis worked at it. I think Giannis cared about it, don't you? Giannis wanted to be liked.
He wants to be liked, no doubt. Luka doesn't care. And that's why I like Luka, because he doesn't care about that stuff. He doesn't care. He's like, bro, I'm just out here balling. And I'm laughing at these dudes because they can't stop me.
I also think style of play for him, because it's right on the heels of the James Harden style of play, even though I think when it's all said and done, he'll be infinitely more impactful and better than James Harden. There is something to be said of, like, we've kind of rejected that style of play.
Yep. 888-957-9570. What do you think about that dunk by Anthony Edwards? Dunk of the year? That was just nasty.
Best in-game dunk since?
Maybe Malik Monk against the Denver Nuggets this year. Malik Monk on a fast break. Kyle Draper was on the call on that one. Find that dunk. Hey, find that dunk. You'll find it.
Why does he sound like, Batman, I'm going to leave you over this cauldron, hot, boiling water, and walk out. Good luck, Robin.
Find that dunk, Spadone.
He sounds like a villain from the 1960s.
I love Drapes, man. It's actually a great story, too. Mike Brown touched on it, the head coach of the Kings. Great story in The Athletic by our boy Jason Jones about Kyle Draper being 7 years clean and sober.
Oh, fantastic.
No drinks, battling sobriety there. Kyle Draper, I've talked to him off air about it, man. I'm proud of him, man. When you can do that and knowing that there's demons there and you can, keep those demons at bay, I'm proud of Draper, man. He's doing a damn thing up there in Sacramento.
De'Aaron Fox with the steal.
Never.
The other way. Dive. Oh, he brought the house down. Look at this Jazz crowd.
Is that better? But is that better than Kevin Dana doing the radio call with the GP2 putback? Is it?
I know you can't flip Spadone.
Sorry, Spadone. I put you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good.
I didn't know you had the Draper one available so quickly as he pulls it up.
All right. Let's go to Verducci, El Dorado Hills, as Spadone efforts that. Verducci, what's happening? You're on a roast.
What's up, Dooch?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, Shasky, it's the first time I've spoken to you since the passing of Papa Shasky, and I just want to tell you one quick story. I've told you this off air, but to the listeners, I was going through some serious health issues during the pandemic, as you two know, almost lost my life, and Papa Shasky, the amazing part about sports, right? He reached out to me via Facebook, would check up on me, just always found ways to just keep my head up. And I always appreciated that about him. No matter what our sports teams were doing, he was always checking up on me during the pandemic. So, Shasky, I really appreciate that, and that just tells a lot about your father.
Appreciate that.
Now, about the Warriors, man, I mean, it starts with Wiggins, and we know that. And I can't stand, me just being a basketball coach myself, the lollygagging, just, half speed up and down court. And I think it starts with him. When we moved Thompson to the bench, it was really Wiggins had to step up and kind of be that number two. But I think we all realized that was kind of far-fetched. And I think that's going to be the change come next season, is getting rid of Wiggins. But I think the change you can make now is put Trace Jackson in the starting lineup. That guy has shown you, man, he is buckets. He can protect the rim. Look at his plus-minus. I mean, it's been off the charts. And I think you put Pods back to the bench and coming off that bench. And, he might be a little bit more aggressive with not having Steph out there and in Kuminga, et cetera. He might be able to get more buckets. But lastly, it also starts with Kerr. The man, I mean, I love what he's done up to this point. We can't fault him. I mean, he has been incredible with, the championships that we have won, but now it really comes down to his ability of picking a rotation, finding that rotation before we get to the playoffs. So everyone knows their roles. And hey, man, use Moody. I think you can use him for 10 to 12 minutes. That guy, when he's out there, he does great work. He's not the most athletic, but he does the dirty work, and you need more players like that are willing to give effort, unlike someone like a Wiggins. So anyways, fellas, I love you guys, and I'm sending a shout-out to Renelle Brooks. Excuse me. I love her, and I am so sorry about what has happened, but she has been a staple in that ballpark. And you know what? I hope that she picks up another gig, because she is San Francisco. She is the Bay. So I love you all. Let's go, baby.
Good
It's
call.
Tuesday. Let's bring up the energy.
Let's go. Good call, Verducci. Good call, DJ
Great call.
Tucci. Great call there.
Oh! Jonathan Kuminga just murdered Jacoberto!
Come on, bro. Dana's all time.
He is all time. Give me the drapes one more time. Give me the drapes one more time. Both calls are great. Both calls are great. I can see somebody, though, from their living room. You can't use the word murder when you're
De'Aaron Fox with the steal. Swiper. The other way. Dive. Oh! He brought the house down. Look at this Jazz crowd.
Then he says a road crowd. Look at this Jazz crowd. Oh, he brought the house down. Look at this Jazz crowd. And the subtle swiper.
Do you guys know what that reference is to?
What, Swipa? It's his Twitter handle or Instagram handle.
They call him Fox because that's his last name. Swipa is a fox from the Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, but isn't his handle Swipa?
Yeah, probably because he watched Dora.
Okay, yeah. That's. I just thought it was his handle.
But that's what the reference is to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay,
The more you know, guys. Come on.
I didn't know
One
that.
more time. Anthony Edwards. This is why we're talking about this. Anthony Edwards might have had the Duck of the Year.
Warren did not score and only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
Can you just isolate the crowd? Because where Anthony Edwards jumped from, he jumped past the dotted lines. It just fully extended on the John Collins. And poor John Collins will never be able to live that down. But you know a good dunk? You know it's a good dunk when the crowd just pops out of nowhere. Just play it again. One more time, Spinoni.
Warren did not score.
Crowd's dead.
And only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
In slow-mo, Kyle Anderson is looking at John Collins like, oh! Like the still shots of this dunk on the NBA Twitter page or X, whatever it is. The still shots of Kyle Anderson going, oh my God, he's looking dead at John Collins like, holy smoke. It was unbelievable.
Did anyone do a welfare check on Steiny after John Collins got taken out right there? Because how many different trade combinations has Steiny attached John Collins to when it comes to the Warriors? I swear to God, it's the most reoccurring theme on that show.
You tell me. You tell me.
Don't even
it's funny because he can't stand.
I know he can't. That's why I love to just. I mean, I guess we can just take a John Collins contract back.
No one wants that.
Nobody wanted that thing. Nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted
Collins.
it. Anthony Edwards.
It's like the Brook Lopez contract of 7 years ago, where every deadline someone's like, "Hey, I'll give you Brook Lopez."
Can you imagine if the Warriors would have had that number one pick and got Anthony Edwards? Oh, man.
Would have changed everything.
Dave Flemmy coming up at 8:55.
Would they have still taken Wiseman?
Wow. It's a great question. Should have asked Bob that.
Well, he had a workout with them, right? And Steve Kerr told him, right, he had to work on his conditioning.
I have a feeling they would have taken Anthony Edwards if he was available. This is a bona fide number one pick. Bona fide. Lock. Damn.
I would like to play at some point today the Liam Neeson sound that I sent to the group thread yesterday. I had never seen this, and I heard it, and I thought it was incredible. So we'll definitely need a laugh.
What are you talking about?
So there was this thing going on yesterday on X. It was what's the craziest thing you've heard in an interview?
Yes,
I think it was
craziest thing you've heard in an interview.
In the Levitard show, as they do on their Twitter handle, they always retweet funny things. They retweeted a Liam Neeson interview, sit-down interview. It was during the Me Too movement.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
And he had some interesting comments.
Wait.
We're not going to get canceled.
We're not going to get canceled. It's funny as hell. Bonte's very nervous.
I'm very nervous about this.
It's how you presented Bonte. Don't worry.
Keep going.
I will grab it.
Yes.
I will grab it.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
It's basically they're asking him about equal pay and and he's just going on and on about how women need equal rights and all these opportunities, which everyone's nodding their head to, and then the interviewer asks him about, well, would you be willing to take less money? And he scoffs at taking less money, and it's one of the funniest sound bites, and we need to add it to our board.
All right. I am nervous.
Because we all in our position, no one wants to take less money.
Isn't Liam Neeson kind of controversial?
Liam Neeson, he said some controversial things in the past about when he was younger. Yeah. That was kind of just random.
No.
But very famous, obviously, actor.
Yeah.
Star Wars, Schindler's List.
I have a particular set of skills. He was also in Star Wars.
Was he?
Yeah,
Just said
Qui-Gon
that.
Jinn.
Yep. Just said that.
Was he?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I know.
Apology.
I mean,
You rattled like 10 off. I didn't know.
I did.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
What else was he in other than Star Wars?
Schindler's List is probably
Schindler's
the most
List.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Schindler's, yeah, that's my guy.
He was also in Batman, the reboot one with Christian Bale.
Ra's al Ghul. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Was
He's like the guy that like teaches him. He wants to destroy.
Oh yeah,
League of Shadows.
Yeah, League of Thank you. League of Shadows. I was trying to think of.
Was he in the Taken movies?
Yeah, the Taken movies
Yeah.
basically
Yeah, that's
resurrected his career when he did those because like it was
Right.
kind of he's getting up there in age.
yeah.
No one really wanted to hire him anymore. And then he does the Taken movies, and everyone's like, "Wow, Liam Neeson's a total badass." And
he's
completely revolutionized his career and how we view him.
I do like him.
There's a lot of discussion about it and a lot of healthy and necessary discussion about it because the disparity sometimes is disgraceful.
How do you think we can move past that?
We're starting, and it has to start, and it's starting with these extraordinary actresses and brave ladies, and we as men have got to be part of it. We started it, so we have to be part of the solution.
So would you take a pay cut to kind of equal things out?
No, pay cut? No, that's gone too far.
Pay cut? No. Would I take a pay cut? No. Come on, Bonte, that's hilarious.
I don't even know where to go. I don't even know if I should laugh. I'm scared to laugh about that one. I don't even
Liam
know.
Neeson.
I don't even know. I mean, yeah, I don't
We
even
need
know
to
what
make equal pay. Would you be willing to take a pay cut?
You know what? I'm just going to read this.
That's gone too far.
I'm just going to say.
Everyone's been there with something in their
And
life.
that's what I'm saying. Like, no.
Well, during the pandemic, we all took pay cuts.
That's
And
my
that was
favorite.
quick.
When people are like criticizing the volunteer coach who's volunteering, and you're like, hey, you could come out and help us. No. Stoney's smiling because he knows it's true. Oh, that's funny.
I don't even know if I should laugh at that. I don't even. Hey, by the way, you get your some 95.7 game here now at breakingt.com/957. I don't even know what to do with that. I don't.
Here's what you do with that. Give me the Jung Hoo Lee theme song, baby.
No. We got all sorts of cool apparel for you to wear whenever you want. Win or lose, as well as some awesome gear. Repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/957. That's right. Go to breakingt.com/957. Dave Fleming will join us in 5 minutes here on the roast.
Pay cut? No. That's gone too far.
Can you play the whole clip again? I'm just going to listen to it.
There's a lot of discussion about it and a lot of healthy and necessary discussion about it because the disparity sometimes is disgraceful.
How do you think we can move past that?
We're starting, and it has to start, and it's starting with these extraordinary actresses and brave ladies, and we as men have got to be part of it. We started it, so we have to be part of the solution.
So would you take a pay cut to kind of equal things out?
No, pay cut? No. That's gone too far.
Got too far.
I wonder what he said after that because I could see him saying like, no. They should just get being paid the same as us. Like no one should have to take a pay cut. But it's
the way he said it.
It's the way he said it.
It's ridiculous.
No. Pay cut? No. That's gone too far.
That's Bonte and his next deal.
No.
Speak about me.
Pay cut?
You worry about your own damn pockets. Don't worry about your
I'm
own
getting haircuts left and right.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Get out my money, homie. But no.
Blake Snell with Scott Boras.
No. Pay cut? No. That's gone too far.
The fact that we have to wake up at 4 in the morning. No, I'm not taking no pay cuts.
Boras taking
Not
L's
here.
low-key this offseason.
Okay, so Blake Snell was offered over $150 million. Denied it. Matt Chapman was offered over $150 million. Denied it. There is something to be said. Scott Boras.
Did the player deny it or did Boras tell him to deny it?
Well, look, Boras is going to always say that the players, they control their own destiny. But when you're being told by one of the best agents of all time when it comes to maximizing money, I'm going to get you 3 or 4 times that guaranteed.
Yeah.
Most of these guys are going to go down that route. But it seems to me, whether it's a concerted effort or a non-concerted effort by owners, they ice this dude out. And if you look at all the contracts, like Matt Chapman, Boris agent, he's on basically a 1 year +1.
Yep.
You look at Blake Snell, a 1 +1.
Yep.
Who else? I know he had other guys out there. I think Jordan Montgomery currently.
A lot of Boris guys out there, but that's baseball. I blame both. I blame Boris and I blame the organizations. You got to do something better. Like, as a baseball team, and this is why, as much as I love this Blake Snell signing, I do worry about him not being in camp and then trying to ramp up and get ready for the regular season. Same thing's going to happen.
That's a good point, actually.
JD Martinez is going to have to ramp up and get ready for the regular season in a heartbeat after seeing limited at-bats, if not any at-bats. Same thing with Jordan Montgomery. Where are they at? Do they struggle right away? Is there going to be rust? Are their arms going to be stretched out? Now you're waiting until the last minute here. They got their money for 1 year, but what happens if they get injured? By not being stretched out in spring training. That's a concern for me when it comes to Blake, if there's any concern.
No, it's a great point. I mean, the reverse is always told, like, well, World Baseball Classic, these guys ramp up way too soon, and that's how they get hurt.
Exactly.
And I think you're 100% on this one. Like, they are going to have to build up to this. I mean, what's he got, 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
I don't know if I
days.
like that. That's a good, wow.
I
hadn't considered that.
So there's some numbers there, but overall, the rotation looks so much better. The team looks so much better. And, whether or not you want to give Farhan credit, you have to give him credit. He brought in some guys. They made moves.
If I told you get a similar season out of Blake Snell this year that you did Carlos Rodon a couple of years ago.
Oh, it's a home run.
Right?
It's a home run.
Because that was a home run free agent signing. Even though he left after 1 year. That was one of the best power left-handed seasons they've ever had from a starter.
And now you get Soler on the other side. You got some hitting. You got some nice starters. I'm eager to see what Jordan Hicks brings to the table.
I am too.
Jorge Soler, I definitely want to see what and then Jung-Hoo Lee. Who's Jung-Hoo Lee? What is he? Is he a speed guy? Is he going to run the bases? Is he going to lead the league in doubles or triples, outfielder or whatnot? So let's talk about Blake Snell and his new look Giants team with the one and only Dave Fleming, one of the many great voices with the San Francisco Giants. Also has been busy with golf, the college basketball. I hear he's got a son who could really swing it on the diamond, man. Dave, Fleming, what is going on? Long time no talk, man. How you been?
Well, I miss both of you guys, but I've seen each of you around town here in the last few weeks.
Unfortunately for you. Unfortunately for you.
You guys are out and about. Good to hear your voices.
Nah, you too, Flem. And the Giants, we know it was a busy day yesterday with the Giants over the last 24 hours, but it did end with a signing of Blake Snell. And on paper, this team just looks so much better. You bring in an NL Cy Young Award winner. You get the runner-up in Logan Webb. All of a sudden, you put less pressure on Kyle Harrison to produce. In the second half of the season, Robbie Ray, let's start with the rotation here. It looks light years better than it did a season ago, Flip. It looks like a rotation that could eat up some innings this season.
Yeah, it's not just innings, although that is a big part of it. I've heard you guys talking about, the pivot away from what the Giants were doing the last couple of years, but it's also dominant innings. I mean, we already know we have that with Logan Webb, but Blake Snell can be a roller coaster. It's not always a smooth ride with him. But I do think the thing that I love most about Snell is maybe 10 times a year, the way he pitches just wins you the game, period. His highs are, I believe, that if you go back now, maybe Garrett Cole on opening day, Giants had to face Garrett Cole day one of the season. But I think if you looked at every game pitched against the Giants last year, the most dominant stuff, the best stuff we saw all year was a Blake Snell start, where I really thought, I watched him and thought they have no chance. This guy's so nasty right now, there's no chance. And even if you don't get that every single time, there's just there's an excitement level every time he gets the ball of that might be the night where you get that guy. And so it's fun. It can be dominant. He can win a game by himself. You should be really excited about Blake Snell.
Dave, I'm going back in the time machine here, but I remember when they brought in Brad Penny and Randy Johnson to kind of, mentor and show some of the younger staff guys, Lincecum, Kane, Johnny Sanchez, how to be pros. What's it going to be for Kyle Harrison to be alongside someone like Blake Snell, who's a lefty, who's been in some huge high leverage postseason moments. That's got to be great for the young man.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think you are though gonna have to unhandcuff him from Webb, because he and Webb are like they're big buds, and that's his guy. So I think Kyle is in a lot of ways now. Blake Snell is a lot more similar pitcher to Harrison than Webb is, but Kyle has become really close with Logan, and Logan has made Kyle Harrison his project. Like, I'm going to teach this guy how to be a big leaguer. I'm going to teach this guy how to be a winner. And the thing that those two share in common, because Logan is just the thing I love about Webb is he's not just super competitive, but he is so loyal. Like, he loves the Giants. Logan Webb wants the Giants to be great. He cares so much about the team, he knows everything about everybody. He gets to know the minor leaguers. He feels like it's part of his job to be an ambassador in that clubhouse for all the new guys who come in. And he's done that beautifully with Kyle Harrison. So now Kyle has his mentor in Logan Webb, and he's got a guy to really watch closely in Blake Snell to figure out, how he's doing it with similar kind of stuff. And I do think, Kyle Harrison gets kind of lost in the shuffle with all these moves. I think Kyle is poised to have a great year. I mean, you never know, young guys, young pitchers, but gosh, I of all the players in camp, of everything that's happened this spring, his performance has maybe been the most exciting. I think Kyle Harrison could be awesome this year.
Wow, I was just going to ask you, Flynn, what should be the realistic expectations for Kyle Harrison coming out of big league camp with the big league team for the first time in his career? So it sounds like we should be optimistic about him possibly challenging for the NL Rookie of the Year award, from what it sounds like from you, because of the spring that he's produced and obviously the expectations he's had coming up through the farm system.
Set the bar high. It should be. He should have high expectations for himself too. He's that talented, and he's super motivated to be great. I mean, look, the dirty secret in pro sports is, even with all the money on the line, not everybody is the same level of motivated. And Kyle Harrison is he wants to be great. So I think the combo of his aptitude, the stuff, the way he's looked this spring, I have big expectations for Kyle.
Wow, I'm very excited to see him. Local boy, De La Salle. He plays with some fire, too, which I think is great. I'm just looking at the totality of the Giants roster. You re-signed Logan Webb last year, 5 years, $90 million. And then just the offseason that they've had. And I've been critical of Farhan, but you add the best defensive third baseman on the market. You add the best starting left-hander on the market. You go get Jordan Hicks. You add Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. You bring in Nick Ahmed. You bring in a legitimate power bat who can be a DH every day in Jorge Soler. I think they've had a great offseason, Flem.
How could anybody argue that I think it's indisputable they've had a great offseason. I do. And look, Chapman, even just being down there this last weekend, basically Chapman's first full weekend of actually playing games. He's just such a well-respected guy that it does sort of change the look of not just the lineup and what it looks like when they're out in the field, but I think you're walking around that clubhouse and everybody's feeling a little different having Matt Chapman aboard. So yeah, they've had a really good offseason. I think, all of us said at the end of last year, all right, what are the priorities? What do they need to do? Internally, I think they said they needed to get some more power. And even if that wasn't like glaringly obvious last year, I think Soler is the answer to that. They got to get more athletic and better defensively. Chapman, and I think you're going to really like watching Lee in center field. Lee, he is a better defensive player than I thought. You heard sort of mixed reviews of his defense in Korea, but everybody in Giants camp is saying this guy's got instincts, he's got speed, he's going to be a good defensive center fielder. Quietly, Nick Ahmed, I don't know what to expect from him, but as a stopgap, he looks very fluid, like he's healthy again. I think the left side of the infield is going to be good, and then you got to figure out a way to get depth in your starting pitching and more quality, and they've done that too. They checked all the boxes.
You brought up Jung-Hoo Lee, and we're talking to Dave Fleming, one of the many great voices for the San Francisco Giants, also Mr. ESPN with the way he covers college basketball, college football, golf. He does it all here. Jung-Hoo Lee at the plate, because one thing about the Giants last season and the last couple of years, they weren't athletic enough offensively in terms of just running the bases, going first to third, second to home. What is Jung-Hoo Lee going to provide in the batter spots? Because we hear all about his defense, and that's a great sign for the Giants. Outfield defense was an issue. But what about at the plate, leading off and setting the table for this lineup? What can we expect from Jung-Hoo Lee with the bat in his hands?
Well, I talked to Pat Burrell about him this week, and the thing that Pat is most pumped about is he has worked hard on handling velocity. I think the number was last year. And this is kind of hard to believe. I mean, it does tell you the difference in level and style of play. I think last year, his full season, he saw 395-plus mile-an-hour fastballs.
Wow.
You see that 10 times a game in the big leagues. So, that was the big question. Can he handle big velocity? And his home run earlier this spring came on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He's worked really hard, with some machine stuff this winter, primarily on velocity, and I think the Giants feel like he's going to be able to handle it, that he's put in the time to get up to speed as fast as possible. It'll still be something to watch early. Does just the super high velocity stuff take him a little while to get adjusted to? But he's also, you mentioned the base running, he's a really good instinctive. You're going to see more runs from first to home on a double and from second to home on a little bloop single than we've seen in a while with the Giants. He's gonna steal you some runs with how fast and instinctive of a base runner he is.
There's a conversation down the line about the max velocity of America throwing versus the rest of the world and just throwing strikes. That's a very fascinating thing that you told us about the KBO. I want to rat-a-tat-tat some of these young players, though, that either are on the roster or want to make the roster. Pat Bailey, where's he at right now?
Yeah, I talked to Pat the other day. He had a hand setback. He was a little frustrated just because he wants these reps to get ready. I think the one thing to watch about Bailey is last year, he's always been a much better left-handed hitter than right. Last year, that kind of flipped around a little bit in the big leagues, weirdly. And then I think it almost screwed up his left-handed swing. And this year, because they have Tom Murphy, I think Murphy's going to mostly play against left-handers, and that's going to keep Bailey probably a little more grooved with his left-handed swing. That's not to say that in a game a pitching change happens, you flip him around and he bats right-handed. He'll get some right-handed at-bats. But I think that's the thing to watch with him. The defense is going to be good. He says his body feels good, more prepared to hold up over a full season. Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison and Jung-Hoo Lee. To me, forget about all the other additions. The additions are what they are. I think those are the three guys that will tell the story of this season.
Now, Tyler Fitzgerald sounds like a super utility guy, no?
I think he's probably going to make the team. He's not had a lot of great at-bats this spring, but I think, he just fits the profile of somebody who can bounce between infield and outfield, can be a pinch runner late in a game. I think that versatility really helps his cause. I don't think it's an absolute done deal, but I think he's a favorite to win a roster spot.
And what about Luciano and Matos? Matos playing better in spring training. Luciano's been struggling. Are both of them going to be in AAA?
Probably. Matos has impressed everybody. Matos is a listener, man. You remember 2 off seasons ago we were talking about him as a prospect and how he's got to get more patience. Mm-hmm. And then he came back last year and was taking pitches and wasn't hacking and had made big improvements. Right. Then this last off season they said go get stronger. What does he do? He comes back and he's a lot stronger. So to me, I love that. He's a guy with aptitude. He listens. Luciano's had a rough spring, and I think he needs a few more reps. He's always been a slow starter, a guy who gets adjusted to a new level slowly. So let him get into the rhythm of the season, go down there, and see if he can force his way up. I think that's probably the way that it's going to go.
Flynn, before we get you out of here, I got to ask you about Rennell Brooks Boone, but not what happened and the mutual parting with the organization of Rennell. But I just want to ask you, you've been here with the Giants for a long, long time. Obviously, Rennell's been the only public address announcer in the history of Oracle Park, one of the first African-Americans, females to be a public address announcer. What is the thing you're going to miss most about seeing her every day at the yard? Because I know she's going to be back around. She's going to be the public address announcer emeritus, whatever that means. But what is the one thing that we don't know about Rennell that really blew you away about the person that she is and how she's an ambassador for this community?
Well, the thing I'm going to miss most is her voice. I love her voice. Like, I know that sounds obvious, but a lot of PA announcers in sports I do not like. And she just sounds so dang good. Her voice is just so great. I've always thought that was the coolest part about her because, she took a lot of criticism when the Giants hired her. Were they hiring her for diversity reasons or representation reasons or to check a box or to win some PR points? And the answer was absolutely no. Like, she was just great at her job. And I love that about Rennell. And I love how much she cares about the Giants and cares about the Giants players. And, I'm going to miss seeing her. She's been just a massive part for so many people. That's what they think of. You close your eyes and think of the ballpark and you think of her. So she should be super proud of an amazing career. To me, she's on the list of all sports. She's on the list of the all-time greats who've ever done that job.
So, Dave, how about that game yesterday, huh? West Sunset, 1-0.
I thought something else was coming, Flip. I'm not going to lie to you.
How about that game yesterday? Youth game yesterday. Dave's son was playing against one of our teams, and I got there late because we had practice simultaneously, so we split the teams up. It was 0-0. You guys had a no-hitter going into the 7th, and then one of your guys gets on base and a couple of throwing mistakes. That was a hell of a game.
It was a good game. That was a well-played. Your team played clean baseball. It was like a crisp. The game moved. We were all looking at each other like, is this little league ball or whatever we call it when they're that age? Is that I've never seen a game like this. That was fun to watch.
It was. That was. Your son's also like 8 feet taller than me.
He's a big kid. He's moving around like an athlete these days. We'll see.
Well, Flip's no small dude. You see how tall Flip is? Come on, man. Flip's got some athleticism. He's biking all over the city.
Well, I talked his ear off, too. His ears are probably hurting this morning, and I feel bad.
Luckily for Flip, when he saw me, Zaza Pachulia came walking down the block, and there was a couple other people, and then Flip had his class waiting for me. He was like, yes, I'm out of here. I don't have to spend more than 3 minutes with Bonte Hill. Oh, Flip, it's so good to hear your voice, man. Baseball's back. Opening day right around the corner. Giants look so much better on paper. They're at least intriguing, and they should compete for one of these playoff spots in the National League.
Hey, you know what? Can I say one last thing,
Go ahead. Yep.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Like, forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys. Ooh. Like, I don't want to hear this, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team. And that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they sign. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that.
Wow.
I think the Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
I love it. Let's see how it plays out.
We got opening day and the Masters around the corner.
We'll definitely get to the Masters.
Dave.
We'll get to the Masters. Oh, no, Shasky's been down on golf, Flint. Don't let him fool you with this fake excitement. He's been down on golf. I tried to talk to players with him. He didn't want to spend 30 seconds on a player.
Because there's nobody in the field.
Yeah, the Players was a good weekend. That was a good precursor for the Masters. I've been down on golf, too, but the Players was a good sign. I'm hoping that means we're going to get some better golf coming ahead.
I'm with you.
All right, Flint. Thanks for spending some time with us, man. Have a good morning.
And our guy, Will Zalatoris, biggest Giants fan on the planet.
Yeah,
he's back.
He's back.
With a new back.
Yeah. With a new back. All right, Flip. Have a good one,
See
man.
you, Dave.
Always good to hear Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, but it's probably too late for that. Just look at YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrades your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. This is why the film Mike can just text or somebody on the Comcast Business Text Line, hey, Bonte legal, Bonte legal, Bonte legal. Although,
what do you think Spadoni and I are doing in your ear?
Well, we don't really listen to you guys when we're doing the show.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, I'm just glad we got that out on air for Matthew.
Wow, Sam is wound up.
But Spadoni says something. He goes, yes, I just said that. So it's proven that.
I know.
No, listen.
It is the 9 o'clock hour. I get a little squirrely.
Yeah, all right. Let's finish strong here. Let's finish strong with anything you want. 888-957-9570 is the number. Thoughts on Blake Snell? Thoughts on the Golden State Warriors? Open phone lines.
Winning the West?
Time. Winning the West. Well, wow. I don't know if I'm willing to go there.
Going
but hey,
too
you know
far?
what? You know
that
what?
going too far?
Like I said, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see where this goes with the Giants. I'm also intrigued to see where the hell this goes with the Golden State Warriors, man. Oh, my gosh. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Prize Picks. I'm going to be humble in this one.
No.
Wearing his Warrior gear. He went to the game last night. Sat really close
Got my
to the
polo
Knicks
shirt on.
bench.
Got my horsepower. Shout out 2 Chainz. Horsepower. Got so much polo on, I got horsepower. I was on Mercy. Lamborghini Mercy. It's a great line. All my chicks are foreign. All my girls are foreign. That was 2 Chainz. It was a great line.
Right.
I'm saying.
How much pressure is on Bob Melvin to make this work this year?
Well, can't be more pressure than he had last year in San Diego.
I mean, yeah, but
Bob Melvin's playing with house money. There's no pressure on Bob Melvin.
How many more chances is he going to get as a manager?
Bob Melvin, there's no pressure on him.
You don't think?
He's here for at least 3 years.
You think?
Yes.
What did Gabe get? How many years?
2, but we knew that was
2021.
3 years. He got 3 years.
2022. But
Gabe got 3.
He won 100 and
yeah. I mean, wow. Bob Melvin goes to the playoffs this year. Everybody they're going to be. Giants fans will be ready to name him manager of the year.
They'd be ecstatic. I do believe it's a little aggressive to go after the NL West, but why not? I mean, why not set your bar real high? And look, baseball, weird things happen.
Yeah, no, baseball can happen. But the biggest thing I took away from Flynn was that Kyle Harrison, he says, set the bar high for him. Set the bar high.
I'm very reluctant to do so because expecting him to pitch 150 innings this year, that's a tall task. Like, think about this. He's a young arm who you want to have under team control for a long time. So in the first full year, if your team's in contention, do you really want him logging 200 innings in this era of we're very sensitive about our young controlled starting pitching? You see how expensive it is to go free agent shopping when it comes to the pitching. I go back and forth on that, you know?
Well, just keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. They're gonna manage them well. Bob Melvin knows it.
Have you been following what's going on with the Miami Marlins?
No, I have not.
Okay, so they've got 2 guys. Sandy Alcantara, who's going to be out for the year with the Tommy John.
Yeah, he's a former Cy Young Award winner, and did he win the Cy Young? I think
he's been in contention multiple years.
He's been lights out. He stepped back last year in a major way. He struggled
because of the arm injury. He tried to pitch through it. Their other guy, Yuri Perez,
and they sent him back down to the minors late in the year.
Yeah, Yuri Perez is now hurt, and so you got 2 young guys that they thought were going to be, dudes on their team for the foreseeable future.
Alcantara won Cy Young 2022.
There you go. Okay, he did win the. Okay, but point being is that. You just got to be very, very, very careful. And you want your young pitching to coincide with your big league club being good so that those bullets aren't wasted on, a lackluster team. Think young Matt Cain early in his career.
Let's do this for the last, and I'm going to do rapid fire. 888-957-9570. This just triggered me here. Not trigger me in a bad way, but trigger me in a good way.
What's that?
415 Comcast Business Text Line. The Giants will win the World Series this year if they have above average run support. So let's throw it out there to the roasters.
Their defense needs to be better than last year, which it looks like it on paper.
We could intertwine the Warriors and the Giants together.
Give it to me.
What is more likely this season? The Warriors winning a round in the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
Or the Giants finishing in second or above in the NL West.
I'm going to go with the Giants.
Flip says he believes they can challenge the big boys. Why not? He didn't say they can win it, but he said, why not? Why can't they go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers? And I believe that. Why can't they go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers?
So right now, I'm gonna pick the Giants.
Of course you are.
No, because you know why? You know why? I'm going law of averages here. Like, it's a flip of the coin in the 10-9 matchup, and then you'd have to win against whoever lost that 7-8 matchup just to get into the playoffs.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And I've seen the Warriors in this scenario with a different team lose back-to-back games in the play-in, right? So, and they almost lost last year in the first round. So you're going to tell me right now the 10-seed Warriors, who still have to qualify for the playoffs, are going to win back-to-back play-in games just to qualify, and then they're going to beat someone in the first round? Unfortunately, yeah, I'm going to lean with the Giants, and I cannot believe I'm saying that, because if you asked me this 2 weeks ago, I would have said you're foolish.
888-957-9570. We'll do this to end the show. What's more likely to happen in 2024? The Golden State Warriors, who right now are tied for 9th place in the loss column with the LA Lakers. What's more likely to happen? The Warriors winning a series in the first round of the playoffs, or the Giants competing in the NL West, finishing second or above and making the National League playoffs? What is more likely to happen in 2024? 888-957-9570. 2 days ago, we would never ask this question. You would have asked this question coming off the Lakers win, the win over the Lakers Saturday night, and the Giants not having Blake Snell. We never, ever would have even posed that question. Now, a couple days later, Blake Snell's in the rotation. Jorge Soler is a power hitter, no doubt. Jung-Hoo Lee, you heard from Flynn there. He's going to excite people in the outfield. He's going to run the bases. He's going to have the instincts to go first to home, second to home on the bloop single. They look a lot better on paper than the San Francisco Giants. Now, did they get younger? They're young in certain areas. Head catcher,
that's
pitcher,
what I would
but
say,
that's the one thing left to see Luciano or whatnot. But they do have vets here. What's more likely? 888-957-9570. Spinoni, what's more likely to happen? The Warriors advancing past the first round of the playoffs, or the Giants finishing second or better in the National League West? It's like the Giants finishing above the Diamondbacks and the Padres?
Well, Dave Fleming doesn't think it's that crazy.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys.
Ooh.
I don't want to hear this. Yeah, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team, and that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they signed. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that. The Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
That's Dave Fleming. How you feeling about that, Spino? Do you believe? You believe?
I can see where he's coming from, because when I look at the pitching rotation of the Dodgers, it feels like they always find a way, though, because I feel like they have a plethora of resources that always come up every year, whether it's a Bobby Miller, something like that, the Ginger Guard. They're getting Walker Buehler back.
Yes.
We'll see with his.
And they have Yamamoto.
They have Yamamoto now, so
Kershaw.
He's kind of still an unknown at the MLB, but he looks great in spring training. I saw the stuff is there. Their bullpen, though, it always comes down to that bullpen for the Dodgers for me, and that comes in the playoffs, obviously. I still have to give them the edge, though. That offensive firepower, man.
But think about this.
Shohei Ohtani, all those guys, come on.
Forget the Dodgers for a second. Forget the Dodgers, because we know they're going to be in the mix.
But Dave is saying he's going at the Dodgers.
No,
going
at the
Dodgers.
That means the Giants, in Dave Fleming's mind, they're going to leapfrog the Diamondbacks, who advanced to the World Series last season and made moves this offseason, and the San Diego Padres, who just made a big move over the weekend to get a Dylan Cease. They still have Tatis Jr. and Machado as their Bogarts.
But do you remember last year down the stretch, the Giants had a better record than the Padres for the majority of September till the very end, and the bottom fell out on the Giants.
We know the Padres were cooked.
They're a more talented roster on paper. But they've lost some stuff too. They lost Blake Snell.
They did.
You just gained one of their best players.
Right, no doubt.
Right?
There's no doubt.
And so the Diamondbacks too. I look at the Diamondbacks, and they got infinitely hot down the stretch. They were really good. And it was the Giants series against them that galvanized Arizona, because the Arizona and the Giants were battling neck and neck. I mean, I know Lubman and I referenced that multiple times. The Giants ending of the year, the bottom fell out. They were ready to throw out Kapler,
Yeah, but let's not act
Jock.
let's not act like they were not good. Yeah, they were not good all year.
I think it's more an indication of how mediocre the bulk of the NL might be, and some of the matchups that you're going to face this year. Because we're looking at just the West. You play a lot of games against some also-rans in the Central.
No doubt. Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and now you bring in Eduardo Rodriguez, who had a solid bounce back here with the Detroit Tigers. I'm interested to see with him. Lefty, 30 years old. He's been a good player. A bit inconsistent, but had a good run with the Boston Red Sox. Had some good years with the Tigers. They have a good rotation. Of course, Corbin Carroll is the star of the show offensively.
He's ridiculous.
Now, offensively, did they add anything? I'm not in love with Arizona's offense in their lineup. Corbin Carroll, cool.
But they got guys that are clutch. Perdomo and Marte.
Marte's not bad.
Christian Walker.
I do.
They have some guys that
Suarez at third base is not bad, but I'm not in love with their
catcher.
offense.
Also might be the best young catcher in the game.
Well, that's the thing. Gabriel Moreno.
Yeah.
Moreno, right?
Yeah.
24 years old. He's legit.
I mean, they've done a great job. And Alec Thomas in the outfield.
You know who else they've
got players.
They've got Jock, too. They've got Jock.
Well, that's like -2 wins right there.
There you go.
Well, you went from Jock's biggest fan to like his number one nemesis?
Well, yeah, it's because when you see more time of being able to kind of see how he interacts with, certain people in the clubhouse and the influence he has, the truth kind of becomes a little bit more clear.
Funny,
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
That's funny, love me, not to come down your road, but
you're doing it.
No.
I want to see
you're coming down your favorite road.
Yeah, no, I'm coming down. Yeah, no, just say my favorite road. Trust me. I want to veer
Call it
off this
Bonte
lane.
Lane because he's coming down so much.
I want to veer off this lane.
Thanks, Penny.
But midway through the year, we're having an argument. You're telling me that Jock Peterson actually galvanizes his clubhouse.
Hey, because for a time that was true.
Sam, I'll be the arbiter.
No,
Continue.
That's gone too far.
Yeah, you told me that he galvanized his clubhouse and that he was really good for the clubhouse, and it's a much better. It's much better for the culture. And I'm thinking to myself, well, the Tommy Pham situation did happen the year before. I don't know about that.
I believe 5 to 8 million you estimated was part of camaraderie building of his 20 million.
I want the Giants to sign Tommy Pham so bad. He's still out there. Go get him. Come on.
Special assistant.
He was good in the World Series.
Tommy Pham was good Diamondback.
He had like a 12-game hitting streak.
Dude, he was
in
a
the
good
playoffs.
Diamondback. So Jock Peterson, I'll never forget Mark Willard. I keep bringing this up. 20 million for Jock. It's just 20 million.
Sam, your turn.
Yeah, so no, when I do recall saying that. That was one of those things when you say it's like, oh, I'll probably regret that later on. But here's the thing. The reason I said that last year was because in the conversations I've had with players, I would ask, who's the leader in this clubhouse? Jock was a very common answer that popped up. So just because I didn't see it, okay, clearly these guys fall in line behind Jock. Whatever he does works. The games that they were playing at the beginning of the year back when they were winning, it looked like they were having fun doing it, and he was the guy who was setting it all up. So it's like, all right, I may not see it, I may not get it, but for whatever reason, whatever Jock does resonates. And then it was right around that time, something shifted in that clubhouse. I'm not sure what, but that's when the mood started to get a little bit more dour, a little bit more sad, not as much fun before and after games. And that's when, the kind of the surliness in Jock started to go up. And that's really, for me, when I realized this guy's bad for ball.
So having said all that, Kyle Harrison's going to hit him in the butt when we face him? Is that what's going to happen, right in the back, in the meat?
No, don't let Kyle Harrison do that.
That's BS, man.
Don't let him do that. I mean, you could
it's got to be Jordan Hicks, right?
You don't need to. No, you don't need to hit Jock on the butt. You don't.
Here's what I would ask.
Just strike him out. He ain't going to get hit. Just pitch to him and move on with your business.
Because it went so well when we went against Aaron Judge last year.
Why do we need to hit Jock Peterson?
Dude, did I not call that? Did I not call that Aaron Judge thing from a mile away? I was like, that guy should not get the bat off his shoulders. It was as if it was
scripted, basically.
It was unbelievable.
Well, no, but that's not fair. You
just walk him.
No. It's
always fun game.
You served up a home run in the first game.
Well, Logan Webb is your ace. You want him attacking. You want him challenging these big boy hitters.
No, but I think to Shasky's point, just like, I agree, Logan Webb should have attacked him and tried to strike him out.
Because
try to strike him out. That's what I mean by attack him. Yeah, attack him, try to strike him out. But to Shasky's point, like, it just felt like, when we're freaking out about Matt Beattie, it's like the perfect cherry on top of this would be Aaron Judge taking Logan Webb.
And he did. Oh, yeah, and he did.
It
we all knew that was
so
coming.
apropos for just the emotions we were feeling that
I was
day.
just like, why does Aaron Judge deserve to get beat when he just chose to go back to his team that he grew up with, the New York Yankees? That's all. Like, I was just like, no, I'm not with hitting Aaron Judge.
Fans. Yeah, exactly.
No, I can tell.
Sometimes you got to code red somebody.
I could tell after
all
the Matt
four
Beattie
of us
signing.
on the show.
Yeah.
I could tell with the Matt Beattie signing.
Bonte, let me ask you this one.
Or trade or whatever that was.
I'm giving you an opportunity right now to buy the stock of anyone on the Giants 25-man projected opening day roster. Who's the guy you're putting your money on?
Wait.
For this year. It could be anyone. It could be Logan Webb, Snell, Harrison, Cobb, Hicks. It could be Wade, Estrada, Chapman, Ahmed, Bailey, Conforto, Lee, Yaz.
Or just name the whole roster.
That's what I'm saying. Camilo Duvall. Who's the guy? If you were to say, hey, this guy has a monster year this year, this is the guy I'm betting on. Or give me the guy that you're most fascinated to see every day.
I'm more fascinated to see Kyle Harrison.
Really?
Now that Luciano's not going to be with the big league camp, I want to see what Kyle Harrison, because I've been hearing about him for years. Kyle Harrison's a guy. Remember when Shohei was at the A's, so I was like, would you trade Harrison straight up for Ohtani? And a lot of people weren't on board with that because they felt that Kyle Harrison could be a big boy. He could be one of the elite pitchers in this league. So I'm excited, especially after what Flip just said. He said set the bar high for Kyle Harrison. Set it high. So you know what? I'm going to set the bar high too. I'm more intrigued with Kyle Harrison toeing the rubber for the Giants every fifth day. What does this young man from De La Salle High School have in his arsenal? I've been hearing about it for many years.
Yeah.
I'm here to see it now.
I would say one of the most enjoyable games of last season was his start. Was it against San Diego late in the season, Lubby?
Let me pull up. I do remember he had that 5 inning start at the end of the year where he just struck everybody out.
It was electric, and I was like jumping off the couch.
Yep.
It was and he was like screaming and yelling at the dugout. It reminded me of like vintage Bum.
Yep.
In terms of the emotion that he was emoting coming off the mound.
So I want to see that. I want to see Kyle Harrison. I'm more intrigued with him.
Really?
I'm more intrigued with him out of all, especially since Luciano's not here.
Oh, it was against the Dodgers. Wow. Thank you, Loveman.
Luciano is, I mean, that's a disappointing fact. I don't even want to talk about I guess I am.
Just really quick, sorry to cut you off. On that start you're talking about with Harrison last year, was against the Dodgers. He went 5 innings, allowed 0 hits, and struck out 4. So, I mean, that's just a taste of what we're getting. Yeah, that's a very, very good guy to be excited for.
That's a good one. I like that. Love it. What about you? You got $100. Who's the guy you're putting it on?
I mean, I'm always going to ride with Logan Webb, but honestly, the guy who I really kind of want to ride with in the second half, it's going to be later on, it's going to be Robbie Ray, because I feel like he's the guy who's going to be the difference between this rotation being very good versus something very, very special. Because if he can come back at close to full strength, that 1, 2, 3, even 4 punch of Webb, Snell, Harrison, and Ray, if you're another team in a playoff series, you're looking at that and you're just like, I don't want to deal with that at all.
Well, I put Robbie Ray in the bonus category.
Yeah, I'm with you.
If I get anything out of him, I'm good.
Yeah,
because a guy coming off that injury, coming back that late in the season, there's going to be a ramp-up period. There's going to be a rehab assignment. Then he's got to work himself 3-inning pitcher, 4-inning pitcher, 5-inning pitcher, 6-inning pitcher. He might be ready to go 6 innings until mid-August. I have no idea. Now you're playing catch-up. Robbie Ray to me is in the bonus category. If I get anything out of him, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying he's terrible. But if I get anything out of him this season, I'm okay with that. Because the way I look at that deal is I got off of Haniger and I got off of DeSclafani. That's the move. That's the way I looked at that move.
Do you remember? And everyone's different. Everyone comes back at different paces. But do you remember when Cueto came back late in September off the Tommy John? It was just kind of like a work in progress, And maybe he would have got better if there was another couple of months attached to the end of the season. But it didn't look great.
Nope.
And Robbie Ray is absolutely, to me, he's dessert. Right? Anything I get would be great. I'll take a couple of bites, whatever. But the main meal is going to be Logan Webb, Snell, Harrison, Cobb's Hicks. And that's why I think the Cobb thing is so interesting. I didn't think he'd be ready till June.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's throwing simulated games and now he's going to get a little minor league, or not minor league, but a spring training game in, like that's big. That's absolutely big.
That is huge. That is big time for the Giants here. So I'm going to put Robbie Ray in that bonus category. Who are you excited about? Is it Jung-Hoo Lee?
I'm really excited for Jung-Hoo Lee. But I'm going to start with this guy. I personally believe when I'm building a team, and obviously you want to have the starting staff, but the synergy between catcher and starting staff, it's got to be there. And you've got to have an unbelievable arm behind the plate and somebody that keeps guys from running it, because base running is at a premium right now. It is. You look at the top teams in baseball, they're running the bases. Or they're slugging a ton of home runs. But I look like the Braves. They're running the bases. Arizona running the bases. Patrick Bailey negating the run game was huge last year. They didn't have that before that. I mean, you guys remember who was catching for them?
Yeah,
it wasn't good.
It wasn't good at all.
And so I look at Patrick Bailey. Was the hitting an outlier? Because in minor leagues, he didn't hit as well as he did in the bigs. That's very rare for a guy to come into the bigs and hit better than he did in the minor leagues.
Right.
Was that the outlier? And is he going to regress back to the mean? Can he keep up that defensive prowess? Because I saw Buster is one of the greatest catchers ever that we've seen in a Giants uniform. But the athleticism that Bailey displayed on a lot of these pass balls and stuff that would have been wild pitches, he's just a different level of athlete behind the plate. Does adding the bulk take away from the athleticism? I want to see him behind there.
Our boy Carlos Ramirez is going to be doing some is going to be doing some hosting for Giants pre and post. We know he does the Niners or whatnot. He says, great debate. He's really excited about Jung-Hoo Lee.
I am too.
If he's what we think he is, he'll be a gold glove candidate, leadoff nightmare for the opposition, setting the table for the Giants offense. That's what I'm waiting for. He also asked, with this new look roster, will Bonte Hill go back to investing some dough on Giants baseball? Had the Gigantes earned him back? Now, not to make it about myself, but I'm looking at a couple of these comments here. The first
I'm
going to be humble in this one.
Where are these comments?
On his Twitter page or X. The first one is Kate Grizzle. Nah, keep negative Nancy over on the other side. And then Big Kahuna, we don't want or need him.
Wow.
Don't make me sit behind the first baseline with my Bo Jackson jersey on. Giants fans.
Quietly, if I was going to pick one guy who I actually think is a great litmus test for where the Giants are at, it's a guy like Tyro Estrada, because he's a spark plug for this team. I know he's not someone you're going to think about, but his defense and how good his defense got last year when he was out for whatever 5 weeks.
Struggled.
Oh my God, the lineup struggled.
But what about Casey Smith though? Can he play second? Can Casey play a little second? Can Ahmed play a little second?
I'm looking at the numbers. That's why Tyler Fitzgerald's on this team.
Yeah.
I think Tyler Fitzgerald makes his team. I think Wilmer Flores makes his team.
Can Nick Ahmed play a little second?
I think
Estrada's out.
I think it's gonna be Flores and Fitzgerald.
Wow. Where's Casey Smith at?
I think Casey Schmidt's in AAA. I think if you're asking me today, it's Matos, Luciano, and Casey Schmidt all in AAA.
Here's Ernie Chavez on YouTube. Angel Devil, save your money, Bonte. Devil, spin your money, Bonte on the Giants. Listen, here's the dirty little secret. We're now a radio host. If we want to go to a game, we just pick up a credential or we beg somebody for some tickets. And usually somebody will come through. So
that's BS, man.
No, it's not BS. We're all in the Bay Area trying to save $1.
I still have not given up hope that one day Casey Schmidt could be on this team. To think he's an everyday starter feels like a long shot.
Damn.
I know. I was so excited with him.
Well, we know. Oh, we know.
I still love his defense. Like, to me, he's a guy, like, as I watched Kelby Tomlinson go up and down 7,000 times, he's a guy that I think has a place on a big league roster if you didn't have some of these redundant parts. Like, I'm looking at someone like Austin Slater is going to make this team, right? Austin Slater and Wilmer Flores give me very comparable offensive output when it comes to, like, they're kind of like DH guys. I don't think Slater's a center fielder. He's a corner outfielder. I don't want to, even though I know he hits lefties.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. I hear it. Casey Smith, I just can't get over when he did start struggling. The Contos came on the show saying, man, dude, he's swinging at, like, his swing rate is going to catch up to him. What happened to him? I want to see more Casey Smith as well. I do want to see Casey Smith, see some of these youngsters, see if they pop. But no, look, Giants baseball, they've done something here. They've done something.
Well,
they made some moves. So credit, you know what? We crush Farhan all we want to. Whether or not the Giants were the bridesmaid, whether or not these guys are just desperate to be on the big league club, Farhan's done a lot of wrong, and we've crushed him for it. You know what? They sealed the deal on Matt Chapman. They sealed the deal on Soler. They sealed the deal on Jung Hoo Lee. They sealed the deal on Blake Snell. You got to give credit when credit's due. It's a nice bounce back offseason for Farhan. I'm not saying extend him for another 5 years. I'm not saying he's better than Brian Sabia. I still want to see it.
Yeah.
But Farhan deserves credit for bagging some of these guys and making the Giants look a lot more competitive on the field.
They had a lot of money to spend, all right, and they weren't in the top 15 of payrolls last year. So this year in the offseason, of the 25 top free agents in terms of WAR, of what their projected WAR would be, they got the number 3, number 6, number 10, number 21, and number 24 free agents. I know WAR, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for impact, you got 5 of the top 25 guys that were out there. That's pretty good.
It's unbelievable, the dialogue we're having on the show right now. I'm really, like, in just 24 hours to how we were discussing the Giants yesterday. And look, they still got to figure out their public relations department.
That is undeniable.
Oh, what the hell they're doing. But in just terms of the product on the field, and you look at the Golden State Warriors and how down we are on the Warriors, and how things are flipped, there's a lot of confidence that is shaken about the Golden State Warriors and whether or not they can win a playoff series. Right now, we have a poll up on YouTube. What's more likely, the Warriors winning the playoff series or the Giants finishing second or higher in the NOS? 56% of the voters so far are saying the Giants have a better chance of finishing second or better, as opposed to Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, all these guys, Jonathan Kuminga, winning a playoff series.
I can't believe we're here. It does feel like we're in that 2017, 18, 19 Giants zone with the Warriors.
2 years after winning the championship.
I know. Because, like, in 2016, I still felt the Giants had magic.
Oh, I did too.
Right? Like,
I did too.
And they lost that series to the Cubs. I thought it was a
we
winnable
needed a closer.
That's exactly.
And Melanson, Flames,
Yeah,
and,
but I think I felt that they still had that magic, and it ended up being false hope, right? And I look at the Warriors, and they did what the Giants did. They were loyal to a fault, which to me, I can't fault them for being loyal to the guys that got you here.
Right.
But there is a point where you got to pull the Band-Aid off, and it does feel like this is the offseason to do it if you're the Warriors.
What has been the most shocking thing with the Giants, or not the Giants, the Warriors this season? Is it Andrew Wiggins' inconsistency? Is it Clay moving to the bench and playing great alongside Chris Paul? TJD popping? Pajinski popping? What's the one thing we're going to look back at the season saying, boy, if that would have went right, the Warriors would have been... Is it Andrew Wiggins?
No, I think it's denial. I think we're all so close to the Warriors that we're in denial that they're not really in their prime anymore. One guy is in his prime.
Jonathan Kuminga?
Steph Curry.
I
don't even think Kuminga's in his prime yet.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's... One guy's in his prime. All right, now go look it over at the teams that are kicking butt right now. Just look at how many guys they have in their prime.
Yeah.
The Warriors got a bunch of old guys and a bunch of young guys.
Yep.
And so
we're not ready
if this
yet.
were a Venn diagram, there's too many on one bubble, too many on the other bubble, and not enough in the middle.
Right. No, I'm with you.
It's the fact that we're all in denial and we think they're better than they are, and they're just not. And I should have been listening to the haters.
Denial.
That sounds like a me problem.
Yeah, you probably were in denial. Now, with that said, what if they go 12-3 the last 15? Seems far-fetched with the way they're playing. I know. I don't even want to do that. I don't want to be that guy, but hypotheticals.
I think it's at the stage where, like, can we just let them go 12-3 before we talk about them going 12-3?
They went 14-4, and it was like, yeah, here we go. Let's hear from Curry about the Warriors standing right now.
Maybe a week or two ago, 6C was the motivation. Right now, I think I could care less about where you're at. It's just the consistency of how we're playing. That's the most important thing, because honestly, who cares what seed you are? If you play like we did tonight, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You're not going to get very far. So that's the perspective and the focus. It doesn't really matter where the standards are.
Steve Kerr was asked last night, why didn't the starters have it? They were a -20 in 11 minutes together. The starters got off to a ferocious start, as I sound like Lil Neal, an atrocious start last night to the New York Knicks. Down 8-0 before you blinked your eyes, 18-4 before you took your first sip of your beer or your drink or your soda or your nachos, whatever it was. They were down, and they didn't have a lead all game long. Steve Kerr was asked about the starter's slow start.
Yeah, just one of those nights, where we didn't really get anything going, from that starting group. They've been really good, but it just felt like from the very beginning we were swimming upstream. So I think it was 15-4 out of the gate. We didn't once have the lead in the game. We, made a good comeback, but I just didn't think we were disciplined enough throughout the game to earn the win. We were biting on pump fakes on non-shooters. We were getting back cut over and over again, which compromised our defense. They had 14 offensive boards. They just outplayed us, simple as that.
4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever you want, a 10-point lead, that was like a couple possessions for the Warriors. I mean, they would lock you. They would play 4 minutes of highly concentrated basketball and blow you out by 25 after looking lethargic all game.
The Warriors would go down 10, and Bovada would be getting hammered for live bets on the Warriors.
It's very simplistic to me. They can't string together enough stops and string together consistent good looks in the half court to be able to be taken serious.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I hate being so conclusive, but we're all the way at the end of the year. I mean, this isn't like week one.
We can't lie to the fans. It is what it is. What your eyes see. And then what our eyes see is that Andrew Wiggins continues to be inconsistent this season. He's got to be one of your best two-way guys, your elite individual defender. Steve Kerr was asked what went to keeping Andrew Wiggins in the game as he was struggling throughout this game against the New York Knicks. Here's what Kerr had to say.
Well, we were searching for lineups tonight for sure. You know, I liked Moses's minutes in the first half, and then he went out with a knee injury. And with Moses unavailable, we were searching for lineups, whether it was Wiggs or J.K. or Brandon. You know, you make the best decisions that you can, and you have to be able to guard. You know, so we wanted Wiggs on Brunson. And that's why Gary played as many minutes as he did as well, because you know, they spread you out, and Brunson is really tough. And so we were matching up and trying to find lineups that clicked.
That's Kerr's answer about
if
that.
If you're still searching for lineups with like 12 games to go,
yeah, it's not
and
a
it's
good
not
sign.
Because of injuries,
it's not a good sign.
I mean, it's just
not a good sign. It's not.
I just, you know, I just wonder what is going through Joe Lacob's head.
Well, I was looking at him sitting courtside as Bob Myers.
And I wonder.
Bob Myers was there with ESPN. Joe Lacob sitting a few seats down.
And he sees LeBron still doing what LeBron's doing. I just wonder.
Well, LeBron's not.
I mean, if you're him, if I'm going to be in the play-in, I might as well be in the play-in with LeBron.
Unbelievable.
No. That's gone too far.
I do love just how angry the audience gets that I suggest bringing in one of the greatest players of all time, even at the end of his career.
No. I mean,
it just
LeBron,
entices everyone.
It might happen, but you got bigger holes.
Oh, you got
to get size. You got to get size.
Have you ever seen Monty Python?
You got to get rim protector. Who?
Have you ever seen Monty Python?
I heard about it. Which movie is that with? Is that with Sylvester Stallone?
Monty Python?
No,
Monty Python's a group. Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes. Tis me a
I was thinking about, you know what movie I was thinking about with Sylvester Stallone when he was in a big ring and he had the arm wrestling. Remember he was in the arm wrestling competition. You never seen that?
Movie is that?
Sylvester Stallone.
I love
he took
those.
his son with him.
Really?
It was an arm wrestling tournament or whatnot. Yeah, it was an OG movie, OG 80s film.
Really?
Over the Top is what it's called.
Over the Top. You never seen Over the Top?
No. I'm going to go look for it. I'm going to search it out.
It's a sneaky good movie.
I like Sylvester Stallone in Cliffhanger.
Oh, I love him.
One of the classics.
I love him in Tango and Cash.
Oh,
Demolition
Tango
Man.
and Cash.
Demolition Man. I mean,
Demolition Man was so underrated.
Dude, come on, man. Wesley Snipes, they all had a run.
I thought he was really good in Fast Five.
Not one of his greatest.
He's not in it. Doug. That's Vin Diesel and The Rock and Ludacris. They're in the Fast Five. Are you a Fast Five guy?
I love Fast Five. I love Fast
Hitting
and the
that
Furious.
nitrous?
I love Fast
in
and
the
Furious.
Batmobile?
It doesn't matter which movie it is, at what point it is, I will stop and watch. Rest in peace, Paul Walker.
Seriously.
I mean, the one in Miami was really good. Well, Ludacris and Tyrese.
I'm all
all-time
in.
classic.
I'm all in.
All in.
All in.
All in.
I hope it never ends. What? Why are you laughing?
Just the memes of
it's so good.
The family memes from Vin Diesel.
And Vin Diesel,
That's so over the top.
Vin Diesel. I mean, just
he went from being in an Academy Award nominated movie and Saving Private Ryan and be like the top of the cream of the crop to 10 Fast and the Furious.
He really thinks he's Tom Hanks.
Dude, he's made dough off the Fast and the Furious. Are you kidding me?
Sure, made a lot of money
It's a
off
career changer.
Sure.
By the way, R.C. Davis. Shout out to R.C. Davis who's listening to the show. Over the Top, the movie it was.
Yeah,
R.C. knows.
I've never seen. How have I never seen?
Yeah, I know.
I never even heard
Robert
of it.
Loggia's in it. There you go.
Yeah, it's a fun movie.
Shout out Fetch Lamana.
Feach, yeah, who had to go back to prison.
All right, what's my final thought? What a weird 24 hours for Bay Area sports, man. I don't even know how to feel. I'm excited about Blake Snell. I'm sad about Rennell. The Warriors, I mean, they didn't even lead yesterday. They didn't lead for 1 second at home against the New York Knicks, and they're now 17-18 at home. Don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about the Dubs right now. Steiny and Guru do. Spinoni and Lubman, what do you guys have?
I just keep thinking about this Giants pitching staff and just how good it's going to look once the end of the season in October comes around. If this team is in the playoffs, man, you do not want to see this Giants team in the playoffs.
Well, we have not seen playoff Sam Lubman mode activated.
Oh, it's horrible.
We haven't even played a game yet. Now we're talking about you don't want to see us in October. Hey, you played a single game yet.
No. That's
last week. You're throwing your laptop about the spring trading numbers. Now
last week, Blake Snell wasn't a Giant.
Now all of a sudden, we don't want to. Nobody wants to see the Giants in October. This is what I got.
Over under.
Snell's pretty good.
That was the worst of all the puns.
Smells like victory.
Oh my god.
Smells like.
Oh,
Team
just
Spirit.
Snell with all you guys.
I kind of like it. I'm gonna throw you in Snell prison.
Maybe when
Alcatraz.
Snell freezes over. Sorry, I'm dragging this out.
Spinoza, you got a final thought?
Anthony Edwards, future face of the league. There you go.
Let me give you my final thought. If there ever was a time, I'm giving you an extra bonus one. It's like the bonus fry. If there's ever a time to trade for Mike Trout, now's the time to do it. If Luciano's not in the future,
Now you're getting Trout.
do it, baby. Put him in right field. Let's go.
LeBron and Trout coming to the Bay Area this summer.
This will be a very long baseball season for your boy.
Oh, also shout out Joan and payroll. Where's she at? She would have fixed that clerical error.
Seriously.
Oh, shout out Josh Dobbs, your new backup quarterback for the 49ers.
Hey, he'll win you a game. I like Josh Dobbs. You don't?
He's all right.
Better than Brandon Allen.
He's all right. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Guru, Steiny, coming up next here at 95.7 The Game. Have a good day, everybody.
No. Pay cut. No. That's gone too far.
righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Matt Snell, the Guru Johnson with you. Go ahead.
No, ain't no going. Good morning. I missed you. I'm just at a loss of words.
No, why?
Because the Warriors came out like they traveled from Alaska or Russia. What's the furthest trip? Come on, man. At home, and the Knicks come in with no OG Anunoby and Hartenstein was like Frankenstein. I've been working on that. But other than that, man, I don't know what to do, Stoney. The tank is empty, man. I'm just hoping
your tank or the Warriors tank?
Both tanks. It looks like. Yeah, I ain't screaming. I can't muster it up. I'm just in shock. You beat the Lakers Saturday. That you come out and you got the ball being thrown around to start the game by everybody. You don't score into the 6-minute, 8:06 in the first quarter. Curry went to the free throw line. I don't know what's going on with this starting lineup, and what I want to do and try to accomplish is, at this point, Stoney, the Warriors season is a Rubik's Cube. If I come at you and Evan and Spadoni and tell you I think maybe we should try or look at a starting lineup, that's no indictment on who's starting or who would come to the bench, but CP3 is playing, he's hitting everything, and I know he can't last, a long time, but Stoney, I would rather start the game off and worry about my lead evaporating than getting off to these slow, sluggish starts.
Well, you already changed the starting lineup kind of in a big way with Pods in for Klay Thompson and Trace Jackson-Davis in for Looney.
Right.
So, what do you want to do? You want to put Klay back in the starting lineup?
I would look at that, and
so I would Steph. So you want Steph, Chris Paul, and Klay Thompson?
No, I want TJD to be at the 5, Draymond to be at the 4, because Draymond, I feel like, is wearing down, Steiny, battling. And I need what TJD brings immediately, or what he can bring, what he possesses. So that's just me. I was thinking about him in the lineup, and maybe CP3 or Klay Thompson back in there, but maybe it's bigger than that. Yeah, no doubt.
So you got Curry, Green, and TJD.
And
Kuminga. Well, then it's got to be Klay, right?
Yeah.
So Curry, Klay Thompson, Kuminga, Green, Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yeah.
So that would take Podziemski out of the starting
and
lineup.
let him, and I love Pods, but let him, Steiny, they're sagging off of him. They're daring him to shoot, and he's not the problem, but I would like to see him facilitate that second unit like, that's what he perfected for him to even be trusted. But it's not about Pods. It's just, I don't know what that was yesterday, partner, with no OG Anunoby.
Well, I'll tell you what I saw. And
tell us.
And I know you say this all the time. That's age last night.
Wow.
It's age. That's the way they lost that game because they're old. They played on Saturday, and they put a big-time effort into that game. Steve Kerr said he told the team before the game that they needed to treat it like a playoff game or treat it like a very important game, play with more urgency, and they did. Then they had to come back 2 days later and play a game against a very competent, pretty well-coached team, and they got down 18-4. Who got down 18-4? Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, Kuminga, and I don't know, Trace Jackson-Davis. This team just doesn't, and I look at the Knicks, and they're not world beaters, but they're pretty good. Who do they got? They got Brunson in his prime.
Oh, my gosh.
They have DiVincenzo's in his prime. They have, who's the other guy? Josh Hart is 28, 29. And then they got a young guy who started for the first time.
Played the whole game, him and Hart.
When I look at the Warriors on a night like last night, I say, we talk a lot about Steve Kerr, talk a lot about who plays minutes. Last night, I look at the roster and say, this roster is constructed poorly.
Wow.
They have no players right now. Well, they have one, But essentially, right now, they have 0 players in their prime. The one player who's in his prime is Wiggins, and he's the most inconsistent player on the team. So you've got 4 or 5 guys who are getting older, and they need help, and they can't bring it every night anymore. But then you have 4 guys who are still 3 or 4 years from their prime. And so they don't have anybody right now who's at the top of their game as a player. You got half the team getting better to reach that point and half the team declining, trying to get back to that point. And you look at a team like the Knicks, and they come in here and they
play hard.
Well, they can play their guys 40 minutes because they're 27, 28. And the Warriors can't do that. I mean, what more do you need to see than the Warriors getting down 18-4?
It was an eyesore, and like I said, today's not the day for me to scream, and I don't even know what I want to scream at, but the reality is, if you are right, and that was age, Steiny, and I'm looking at Draymond Green just through the prism of my eyesight, who am I to judge? But I'm watching him just run, and it looks like there's a labor. Like it's hard. Like I thought this team was destined and ready for a run that's still on the table, but I don't know what you do, Steiny, and everything that you just explained from a basketball standpoint, they're missing balance. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know how you fix this, but I'll tell you what, I am scared is all outdoors of Bane being back with Memphis, who I thought, and silly me, I put a win in the win column, just like I did last night when we found out OG wasn't playing. But Andrew Wiggins, again, I mean, it just keeps going. I mean, a scoreless half.
Well, the other thing,
if you had 17 shot attempts against the Lakers, and I'm giving you a bouquet of flowers, and then you come back and have a scoreless half.
You know, maybe I'll put it this way. The guys who are getting them beat are the champions. Those were the guys who got him beat last night. Steph was not very good. Steph, the champions. Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Wiggins, they all ranged between poor and below average last night. Those are their 4 champions. They're 4 champions that brought it home 2 years ago, like everybody always likes to bring up. They weren't very good last night. They got beat by a younger team that's more together. And there are going to be some games where the young guys, because they're young, aren't able to get it done. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat 119-112. They got down big early. They never led. I don't think they ever led in that game. They cut it to 4 twice, I think.
Yeah, Draymond had dropped the ball.
You don't want to know.
That was the big play. They're all big. That was the play for me.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
And you don't know what I know you're going to, I know.
No, Steiny, I'm down, man.
That's age. That's age.
I got nothing for you.
It's a play 8 years ago, 6 years ago. It's a no-brainer. He doesn't even have to think about it. He catches it and he dunks it. But the game gets a little fast. You get a little slow. Your timing just a little off.
I still play, I know.
So
I'm not an NBA player. I feel you.
You know,
where do you go from here? If I'm over here.
Well, we said this before. I mean, you go play Memphis and you try to beat Memphis. Get back into 9.
Well, if you're Steve
good,
Kerr,
then try to beat Indiana.
The Rubik's Cube analogy I gave, are you opposed to maybe just trying, like, you can do things and tinker and it not be set in stone, but Stoney, I'm starting to wonder,
Klay Thompson's playing the best basketball of the season for him, overall. I didn't think he was very good last night, but he's been good off the bench. So now do you want to take something that's clicked and move it back into the starting lineup?
Well, I look at value. Everything you just said is correct. But Steiny, I'm tired of watching the Warriors play and the bench look like the starters. It's too hard to climb that hill and come back. It's exhausting for everybody, I believe, and I'd rather get off to a better start than rely on the bench, to come fix, what ails us. Moody got in the game, And I bring him up only because it's like now everybody's becoming a part of it. It's like it's a collective. But right now, Steiny, I got to tell you, if Anthony Davis, like, I'm taking stuff away from the Laker win because now I feel like more now than ever after last night's 48 minutes, Anthony Davis going out gave you the win. Now, some will say that's unfair, but 17 and 18 at home, how can I sit here and muster up or concoct some scenario to where they could go on a run? No team has ever been under 500 at home and caused damage. And last year, they were stellar at home. Like, what's that about?
I think what it's about is at home, you tend to play with more energy because of the home fans. I think they have an energy issue at home. I think it's
there
probably
was none
got to
last night. None.
But how can there be energy when you get down 18-4?
Okay.
I mean, really. I'm not blaming the fans for that.
But you earned that. Your play got you down. Steiny, I got to be careful here. They just traveled from L.A. Are you saying, Goo, when you're older, it don't matter? The L.A. feels like it was Russia. Well, it wasn't like it came from the East Coast.
I think the Warriors are going to struggle. I mentioned this yesterday. They got 9 games in 16 days, starting with that Lakers game. I'll do it again. They played Saturday. They played last night, Monday. They play Wednesday. They play Friday. They play Sunday. They play Tuesday, Wednesday. They play Friday. I think we're going to find out a lot about this team during that stretch because they have so many games. And yes, I believe that they put in a hell of an effort against the Lakers. They put a lot of energy into it. And yeah, I think that it's harder for them to string games together when they're closer together. 888-957-9570 is the number. One of the things when a team's struggling is it's not the same thing every night. It's something different. And I think that's, last night, a game after the Warriors veterans played pretty well. The veterans kind of let them down. And, Podziemski is the one thing I can't stand is when a player takes an outsized share of the blame and quit taking the easy route and saying, Podziemski.
I'm not. He's already a plus. Yeah, he's already a plus on the year.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It ain't about Podziemski.
It's not.
Podziemski shouldn't even be playing as much as he is. He's playing as much as he is because they're not as good as they've been in the past. That's why Podziemski's playing. And now he's playing too much, and so some more warts are starting to show.
Right.
But it ain't about Podziemski.
No doubt. Well said.
It's about Curry, and it's about Clay, and it's about Draymond, and it's about Wiggins. And, we can sit here and talk game after game and month after month about, they're still really good. Okay. There's a difference between being championship, as Leandro Barbosa said, and being on the decline. And we're watching it firsthand.
And to that point, and this is my new reality because I've had my head under the pillow and been in somewhat denial, I've taken energy for granted. If you're telling me now when I sit in and lock in and watch the Dubs, energy is going to be dependent on when they last played, or if we're there now, Steiny, that's scary. That's something the Knicks had it from it was for the 2 guys played 48. Now, I haven't come to terms with what you've been pushing. And if you're right that it's about attrition, how can they win a series with the game every other night?
They can't. They can't right now. Maybe something will change, but this has been, the way I look at it is, they haven't been consistent for 2 years. They were 44 wins a year ago. They beat the Kings in the first round. Great series. Steph was spectacular in Game 7. They've come back. They ran it back. They won a title. They ran it back. They got to the second round. They ran it back again. and now they're worse off than they were last year.
Nobody can come downhill but Curry or Kuminga and put pressure on the defense in a Warrior uniform. Yet everybody they played, McBride, he looked like Hal McBride last night, Stoney.
Yeah. Who is Hal McBride?
The guy from the
I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
Hal McBride, the famous actor, McBride. The brother with the afro from
I'm talking about Bake McBride, the former Philadelphia Philly and Cardinal.
Now that's a good call. I'm familiar.
Danny McBride?
No, where's Dibs when you need him? What's my guy's old school actor?
It'll come up on the text line.
With the afro, McBride.
Somebody saying it was that in Macbeth?
No,
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Boo Radley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I never heard of him.
Yep. Hey, Stoney, you're making me feel a little better just talking it out, but I got to do something with my starting lineup. And it's not just pods related. It's Chris Paul's playing, but like Stoney, he's hitting them little middies, man. Do we get him in early to get off to give our chance a better start than if we're older? Isn't it harder to go uphill than downhill?
So you want to start Chris Paul, Clay, and
no, I got
Curry.
My preference is TJD for sure.
Okay.
TJD.
So he's in.
Yeah, TJD.
He's already in.
And
so we're not changing anything there.
I would look at Clay or CP3
for Pajemski.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, this TJ
rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic,
or just giving it a different look. But Stoney, we have turned into, and it's about winning the game. You'll hate this, Lob City. I mean, what they're doing with TJD is just like, and maybe the league will figure it out, but right now, Chris Paul, and it's not just him, Draymond, but Draymond, man, he's got some turnovers too, Stoney. He threw one. I'm like, come on, Day-Day. People telling me you can't start CP3, Goo, but some saying he was solid.
You know me.
Shy McBride. Yeah.
Who's he?
Oh, my goodness.
Is that the guy from East Down and Down and Out in L.A.?
Shy McBride, Stoney? Come on,
I don't know. Is that who?
Just
help me, Evan.
It sounds like a best supporting actor.
Oh, gotcha.
He's a legend.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I want to just pull my computer out and show you. You'll be like him.
No, I know. I know the guy from. He's a
chief
baseball
of staff
player.
of the IRA from 36.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Played in Boston Public.
Okay.
Played in Roll Bounce with Bow Wow.
You know I never do this. Very rarely do I do this. Where I look at a game and I'd be like, he should have done this. He should have played this. What about? But I'll tell you this: if I'm Chris Paul, I'm pissed off. He was.
Now you said that, and I looked. He was on the floor.
Chris Paul the second. First of all, he put him in the last minute of the game,
and that's when you typed it.
I think he only played like 19 minutes. Other than that,
wow,
he was the best player on the floor,
no doubt about it.
Like by far,
no doubt.
And I don't understand why you wouldn't play him a little more. 888-957-9570 is the number. Moody, I guess, got hurt in the first half, so he didn't return in the second half. He did a nice job against Brunson in New York. All of a sudden, last night, they don't have anybody who can guard him. Went by Steph.
Threw a shoulder into Kuminga and hit him with the fadeaway.
Everybody.
What about the first play of the game? DiVincenzo puts his shoulder into Steph, moves him 10 feet, drops him, and bucket. Now I'm like, that's just one play, but that set the tone.
Yeah.
Memphis is not going to be easy. And I guess when you're the 10th seed.
The one thing I was thinking about was Steph, and I looked up some numbers because as great as he is, something feels different with Steph. And so I look at last year, and he had 17 games out of 56 where from the three-point range, he shot 33% or less.
All right.
So if he's 1 for 3, he's never 1 for 3. He always takes more than that. But 2 for 6, a 3 for 9, 4 for 12, anything worse than that. Last year he had 17 games like that in 56. This year he's had 23 of those games in 61. So he's having more games where he's shooting really poorly from 3-point range. Like 6 games, that matters. And the reality is that if you combine he and Clay, they've never shot the ball worse from 3-point range. They're still both around. By the way, Clay is knocking on the door to catching Steph. He's only like a percentage point behind him now.
Man,
have you noticed?
Man, I did not notice
right,
that.
And I don't know whether that's good or bad.
Yeah, Prize Picks had him at 3.5 threes last night. He banged 4.
Who?
Clay, he hit
2 in garbage time.
It don't. But for the gamblers, it cash.
You know, and that's.
I hear you.
You know, Clay wasn't very good last night. And then he ends up.
They
with
were not
18.
good,
No,
Matt.
Nobody was.
Except Chris Paul. Like he really was. Man, he's even stroking the 3 ball right now.
I know 510. I know, and he's. I can't think of many 36-year-olds who are playing at the level of Steph Curry. The problem is we're used to seeing Steph at 26 and 28 and 30 and 32. That's why it looks a little bit different.
Can I put a rat on the table, Stein?
Yeah.
This is a big one, like the one I sent you from New York. Evan, I kind of told you this already. 2 weeks ago, Matt, you told me on the airwaves, Goo, I don't know if it's enough time. And this is where I'm at right now. The Warriors are 3 games ahead of the Houston Rockets. I believe you have the Houston Rockets schedule in front of you. And the only reason I say that to you all is that is really the nightmare on Elm Street. If somehow the Warriors don't get their act together, Houston's coming. Like before, we thought it was just a lock. Like that's where I'm at. I'm looking now, but I'm running the race looking behind me. And Houston is hot. And technically, they got enough time if the Warriors don't handle their business, Donnie, and keep losing at home.
You know how Steph Curry would answer that? It doesn't matter.
Maybe a week or 2 ago, 6C was the motivation. Right now, I think I could care less about where you're at. It's just the consistency of how we're playing. That's the most important thing because honestly, who cares what seed you are if you play like we did tonight? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You're not going to get very far. So that's the perspective and the focus. It doesn't really matter where the standards are.
Feels like things are kind of hitting home for the Warriors a little bit. That's what last night felt like. And I watched Curry at the podium. There's not a lot to say. 35 and 32, and
lost another one at home.
You lost another one at home, and let me say, of the 4 guys that I point, the champions, Clay was the best of the 4. He was the best of the 4, but I'm not necessarily going to sit here and say Clay played a winning basketball game last night. And that's the thing. I mean, it used to be with the Warriors, and you know what? I hate bringing up the past all the time, but that's what fans do. They're still thinking championship. They're still thinking this team is who it used to be.
That's me.
And they're just not able to sustain anything.
When they get within 4 against any team, I'm like, oh, here they come. Here they come. They ran them. And it stops on a dime. Your boy called 2 timeout Tibbs yesterday, and out of the timeouts to stop a Warrior run, McBride hits 2 threes. Nobody on him, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors drop one to the Knicks last night. Start of that game was exactly the opposite of what happened in New York. I mean, the Warriors just swamped the Knicks in New York, and now last night the Warriors get swamped by New York. All right, 888-957-9570. You know the number. Steiny and Guru with you. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment is sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. the end of a road trip.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I'm Matt Simon, Snell, the Guru Johnson with you. A lot of stuff going on in the Bay. We're going to get to it. Giants.
Got to give them some, man.
Had a big off season.
Good God.
Blake Snell, Chapman, Soler.
Do you
they got more action than the Warriors.
Well, I was about to read the poll they put up in the morning. What's more likely, Stoney?
Okay.
A Warriors win? The Warriors win a playoff series?
Series?
Yep,
okay.
Playoff series, or the Giants finish second or higher in the NL West?
Giants at this point.
Yeah,
because they're 0-0.
Yeah, well.
And the Warriors are in 10th.
See what you're working with.
No, I'm just...
Man.
I don't see this team winning a series. It's going to be too grueling for them, I think.
Today's not the day, but what's hard not to do is to see how this gets fixed moving forward. That's what scares me.
Well, I wouldn't assume
this doesn't
it can get fixed fast. I don't.
Wow, man.
I don't know how it gets fixed fast unless the young guys can take a pill and they're 3 years older in 3 weeks.
Or the older guys are just pacing themselves and resigned to the fact that we might be 9th or 10th, and we'll let it all hang when we get to the. But like I said, Houston's on your bumper, so you can't just, you got to play.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors to start. Let's go to Mojo. Start us off in Castro Valley. What's up, Mojo? How you doing?
Yo, man, what's up, my friends? Hey, man, I called in a few weeks ago. Shout out to Guru Stanley Andro, 24-hour fitness hoop. I called in a few weeks ago when Wiggins was going to be out, and we were discussing, if he was going to be out for a long time and all that. And he came back. Well, you know what? I hate to tell you this, Goo, but buddy, we need to face the reality. Steinbetz is basically right.
Yeah.
The Warriors. They have no chance, man. They couldn't even beat the Knicks last night without their 3 best players, no Randle and Anunoby. Like, this team, I don't know what it is, man. We should be thankful that we've had this great run for all these years, man. Diehard Warrior fan my whole life, man. We should have won 6 out of 8 if Draymond wouldn't have got suspended, if KD and Thompson wouldn't have got hurt, we would have beat Toronto, all that kind of stuff. But man, they're just not good enough. And you're right. I don't even know if they're going to be able to stay in the play-in spot. Houston's probably going to catch them, and it's just like, it's so frustrating. And Wiggins, man, that dude, like, I love Wiggins from before, but you're right, man, that guy is so inconsistent now. I don't know what it is. So really, they're not going to go nowhere. We need to face the reality, man. They are not going anywhere. And I hate to say it as a diehard Warriors fan, man. I love the Warriors, man. I live and die with Warriors, but man, it's so painful to watch. How do you lose last night to a team that doesn't have Randle and Anunoby, their 2 best players? It's unreal, man. And really, you mentioned earlier, Steinbet, that maybe they should go put Draymond back at the 4 and put the kid in because he's a beast. See, that way they can at least go to Looney.
Well,
man,
Mojo,
I like what he was. Yeah, I like what he was. Yeah, Steiny, give me some more tea.
Then you're playing 2 non-scorers, essentially.
Well, aren't you doing that now with Pods?
Oh, you're taking Pods out of the starting lineup. Well, you're going to have to if you play those 2 guys together. But that's. I get Trace Jackson Davis is much more active around the rim, but I don't know that you can play long stretches with Trey. By the way, oh my God,
what you got?
I got an unbelievable stat for you. I think I almost want to say it.
Yeah, I want to hear it now.
You know what? Can I? I'll save it because I got other things to say too. Can I put? This is going to be hard to say, and
you're doing it now,
and I'm a little scared. No, the Nuggets
never get scared.
The Nuggets saved for later. This is something else.
Okay,
and
wow,
this is and I said it to you, and you listened, but the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco, is right now. Jalen Brunson's better than Steph. He's a better player. He's been a better player this year than Steph Curry. He's going to finish much higher in the MVP voting. He's shooting the exact same percentage from 3 as Steph. He's shooting better from 2 than Steph. He averages more assists than Steph. He's a better defensive player than Steph. And he's really good. And he's in his prime. It doesn't mean that Steph won't have a better career. He obviously is going to have a better career than Brunson, but guys are getting better in this league, and the Warriors are not getting. Their best players are no longer getting better. They're trying to stay at a level. They're trying to hang on to a level, but we're seeing more and more players in the league hit their primes and just get better and better and better against the Warriors.
But I'll say this, and I'm the biggest Brunson fan. I'm not ready to go there yet, Stoney, but I will say, you know what? He's having a better season. But what about this caveat?
That's all that matters.
He's not getting guarded, and no excuses. He's not getting – the gravity is still there for Steph when opposing teams double him.
Well, I don't know what that means.
And I think the spacing has been messed up when they moved Clay out of the starting lineup. For guys, no excuses for Kuminga even and Wiggins.
They were
those thoughts go through my mind.
They were 19 and 24 when Clay was starting. They just were. And, I get it. Steph is better than Brunson over the course of his career. But
you're saying
if you say I'll give you Brunson's had a better year than that's kind of all that matters.
But what if he's got more help? And if we could give
now the Knicks have more help. Now the Knicks are playing without
a better team.
They're playing without OG Anunoby and without Julius Randle.
I give you that.
And this kid comes in here.
But what happened 2 weeks ago when they went to New York, Stoney? Brunson didn't have the greatest game. I'm not fighting.
But what are you saying? You can fight me individual games
that
all
I would
you
take
want.
Steph over Brunson.
Well, that's great.
With the game on the line.
Okay, well, and I'm just telling you right now, Brunson's had a better year. And
I can't argue that.
Brunson's been more impactful to the Knicks winning. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar is in Stockton, and he says I'm wrong. What am I wrong about,
You just said one thing about Brunson. Yeah. Brunson has the ball in his hand the whole time. And the way the Warriors run their offense, there's no way in the world Brunson is better than Steph. We just left New York. We just left New York last week. Yeah. And what did Brunson do?
Well, Brunson's playing for Brunson is playing better basketball on a better team.
I doubt that. I doubt that. The year is not even over with. And Steph just came off an injury. Are you serious? Let's see what Brunson do in the East. They're in the East. Let's see what they do in the East. Put it like
that's
that.
Fine.
I mean,
so Rick Brunson. So hold on. Let Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's shooting better from the field. He averages more assists. He's right with Steph at the 3-point percentage. What? Why is that so? Why? What's the big deal? Steph's one of the greatest of all time. He's 36. Brunson's been better this year.
He's been better this year?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Steph just came off an injury, too. And the way
missed 3 games. He's played the whole year. And what about, how did he look Saturday? Steph looked great.
He looked great. But, Stein, let me say one thing. The way the Warriors are being up and down, inconsistent lineups, Steph sacrificed his game to make sure the rest of the guys get into the game. And that's why Brunson's numbers are adequate to Steph's. That's the only reason. Okay. And when it comes down to crunch time, whose number's going to be better? Steph is, because he's going to keep the ball in his hand and he's going to dictate the offense. Right. And that's what he needs to do. Okay. Dictate the offense like Brunson is doing. Now it's time to pick and roll.
You know what?
But you know what? Another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Steph played less time than Brunson.
Okay. Appreciate it, Oscar. Right. He's playing less because he's older than Brunson.
That's a part. Less last night. 35 for Brunson, 33 for Steph.
But he's probably right. Brunson's probably averaging 35. Steph's at 31. But that's all part of it. That's just part of it. Age matters. And the other thing is, yes, Brunson has the ball in his hands a lot. I wouldn't want Steph Curry to play like Brunson. But if he had to play like Brunson, I'm not sure that the Warriors would have very much success because he'd actually draw more attention than he's drawing now because he'd just be pounding the ball and he'd have 5 eyes on him.
Well, Well, it feels that way because, I hate to tell you this, Stoney, and I know what Dub Nation knows. I'm putting it all out there. You're going to go as far as the chef can take you. And I get Jalen Brunson for this conversation. I disagree with you right now, Stoney. I think even the injuries that New York had, Miles McBride could come in here who didn't score a single freaking point against the Kings and comes in here and goes for 29. That's bigger than Steph. That's a team-wide problem. But in no world do I think Brunson's past Steph. And I do think what's around Steph, Stoney, is making it feel like people could have that conversation.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. And who's going to finish higher in the MVP race? Brunson or Curry?
It's Brunson.
Okay. Well, that means he's had a better year Steph.
Now, and again, if you asked me that question, I said, Stoney, let's just put last year on the table. Steph would have been higher. They were 6 seed, but nobody cares.
Yeah, we can talk about last year, and if you want, we can talk about the championships.
No,
and how
I want to talk
they were.
about what's around Steph, Stoney, because that's what the biggest issue is.
Okay, well, I think
it's concerning and it's dark.
Well, I think a big issue with the Warriors is I think there are a lot of issues right now with the Golden State Warriors, but one of the issues is that, again, I've tried to be as honest about this. Steph Curry is one of the greatest players to ever step on a court. And he's still playing at a high level, but he's not the player he was. So where does that decline? How do you measure that decline? You measure it in wins and losses from the team. Like, the bottom line is maybe Steph and Draymond could win that game for you 3 or 4 years ago. Why can't they do it now? I think it's because there's a lot of young teams in the league. There's a lot of athleticism in the league. They're making Steph and the older players work really hard. And I think it matters then down the stretch of games and seasons. And if you want to say Steph's not the problem, he needs more help, I can't argue with you. He's the best player on the team. He's absolutely the best player on the team, and it's not even close. So, yeah, they absolutely need to get better around Steph.
Yeah.
Because Steph ain't getting better.
Right. And no,
he's getting worse.
And this is when but normally that's how it works. We're not asking you to do so much because you carried so much
36.
for so many years.
Okay, well, you doubled down with all the older players.
That you have.
In fact, you got older with Chris Paul. Like, this should not be a major, major surprise.
And this team should not be, you know what? A 10th seed is a surprise to me. But I'm going to give you an analogy. I gave you a few yesterday, Stoney. 45% for the field, that's Steph. When you judge him compared to his all-time ledger, that's like a student getting a 4.0, but they drop down to a 3.8 or 3.7. That's still spectacular.
That means they're not a valedictorian anymore. And it means they're not at a championship level anymore as that number one type of player. That's all I'm saying.
But a 3.7, 3.6, Stoney, is still damn good. That's still stellar.
It's good enough to get you 10th. With this team around him.
My question to you is,
you're not going to be able to surround him with Devin Booker and Doncic.
Well, I would just stop there with Devin. Who does Devin have, as great as he is? Durant and Beal. Curry. Who's Curry's Robin? That's what's eroded. Who is Curry's Stoney, let me tell you, it's on a milk carton. It fluctuates. And as much as I love Kuminga, and he's young, he's not there yet. He's working with less. And it's the owner and general manager's job, because it's apparent to let me just get this out. You cannot turn off the TV yesterday and Stoney, I'm not wearing Curry underwear, and say Steph Curry's the problem. Of course I'm not saying that. I'm not, for people out there, it's imperative that you get something. However, you got to rob the basketball bank. You got to get him a stud.
You can't.
Because if he has to do it all, this is what we're and he's going to be out of here faster than we ever thought. They need something. I don't know who it is, Stoney, but this is not it. And Wiggins, I am done.
No, you're not. You're not done. He's going to get 19 tomorrow against Memphis. You know it. And I know
he got
it.
17 against the Lakers.
Exactly.
I didn't come in here throwing parade.
No, but you said you're talking about
Scotty,
the eye
he
of the
needs
tiger.
a Robin, Steph. I'm telling you, man. He'll never say it.
And what I'm
you
saying,
know what I mean.
And what I'm saying is, depending on who the Robin is, it doesn't get you back into championship contention.
But does it get you out of 10th?
Yeah, 8th. Is that good enough for Joe Laker?
They're in the fight for 10th.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well, man.
Good. Hey, good. I agree with you, Steiny. And I hate to beat a dead horse, but a lot of this stuff has come about. It's all about Steph and Steph's championship window.
Okay.
And this all started. What they did in 2022, I was amazed. I didn't think that they would win it. And Steph had a great series, and that, especially that championship series, and he's incredible. But the last 2 years, if you notice, the Warriors have not moved the basketball like they did in their championship years.
Great
and
point.
it's going in Steph's hands all the time. And, it's in Steph's hands all the time. You look what happened towards the end of the first half. He wouldn't give up that basketball, and he lost it.
Yeah.
And he's done that. He's done that at the end of several games this year. He's done the same thing. It goes into the black hole. They don't move the ball. He gets double teamed, and he turns it over. Now, I'm a big Steph Curry fan, but this all goes to back. I think I hate to beat a dead horse, but this goes the old guys and the young guys and how they're. This is all about the old guys and their championship windows. How do you think that makes those young guys feel? How do you think it makes a guy like Wiggins feel? That punch. I mean, I like Kerr's politics on gun violence, but Kerr didn't come out and say anything against Draymond when he punched Jordan Poole out.
Oh man!
I mean, that was the Warriors. The Warriors that started that. If you notice, that started the downfall. They just came off a championship year, and look what happened after that punch. They started 3-7. It's like there's a problem in the family that nobody talks about. Well, that's the problem in the family that nobody talks about. They blew it. I was surprised on how bad. As much as I love the Warriors, I told you guys years ago, I was a ball boy for them in the '60s. I love the Warriors,
right?
But they handled that poorly, very poorly. And the guy who gets punched gets run out of town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you reward the guy who punched him with the $100 million contract.
I almost have tears in my eyes to that call, Steiny.
Thanks, Dennis.
And I'll tell Dennis and you and anybody that'll listen, because I've been on that page. It's a wound that I thought had healed. I was told it was about
flare up after
connectivity.
he goes 1 for 7. I know that.
But I was told it was about connectivity. But if we really want to put rats on the table, man, maybe you can't come, but you can say that you're trying. And this is from Atco Pest Control, the Atco Pest Control on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Just tell me what you think. They had something Goo and Steiny with Jordan Poole. They traded him. He's a single reason they made the playoffs last year, and they replaced him with a 40-year-old, and you all wonder why with the think emoji. But to that point, had that punch not been thrown, I'll never forget the day you came in here and talked about what Jordan Poole's point. I know the game's more than points, but it was about 21 games worth, 30, 20. Like, they are missing that. A guy that can put some pressure on you, man, and get to the – Kuminga's great too, but he's 21.
Nobody would ever take the 2022 title and give it back. Nobody.
Oh, my gosh. Why?
Nobody.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation is winning that title caused a series of decisions that has put them now where they're at. They won a title. Mm-hmm. They paid Wiggins. They paid Poole.
Yep.
It went sideways last year. Then they moved Poole for a 38-year-old guy. Then they gave Draymond $100 million. So this is the way I truly feel. When Clay got hurt going into that second year and they knew he wasn't coming back, even after they lost to Toronto, I think, and I'll say it, I think Joe Lacob and Bob Myers thought they were done winning titles. And they acted that way with their draft picks, their young, raw draft picks. Then they shocked the world in 2022, and that's when they said, well, now we have to double back and do everything for Curry. or to run this back, which you can't fault, but now we got Wiggins 2 years into a contract and he's not playing well. We got Draymond Green, who right now is under contract longer than any other Warrior player. And, you know, it's nights like last night that make me want to say, oh, you re-signed that guy because you couldn't win without him? You re-signed Draymond, and now, you know,
Right.
I get it. It's one game,
I watched
but he's missed 26, so that means he's played 40-some, and he's been really good in 20-some.
And he's got a hitch in his
Like, that's just not good enough to win a title or to make a run.
And Steiny and Dennis, but what about the ability to not finish around the basket outside of TJD with this team? It is just bananas. Thank God for TJD. Like I'm talking about point blank range. And Draymond got a tip in after the third try, but it's like that's I'm telling you, man, that's the.
Well, I mean, when they were winning, the reason they finished inside was because their spacing was so great. They got a lot of uncontested layups. They don't get a lot of uncontested layups.
So
anymore.
nothing there with the spacing. My thought about this, and I swear I thought about this last night, the spacing with Clay out of the starting lineup is helped Clay, but could I make a case for
Clay's
Wiggins and Kuminga? The spacing hasn't been that great for them without another shooter on there?
Yes, you could. That's fair. I don't have a problem with that.
But it's helped Clay and the team. But, I mean, just a thought I had, Stoney. I don't know what again, the Knicks are not bums, but to have a guy like McBride to come in here and play 48 minutes, so that tells me one, him and Hart, you got nobody on the offense tiring these guys out to where they could play 48. You shouldn't be able to play off 48 and be effective. And I know they made runs, but this is supposed to be go time. And Kerr talked to the team before Saturday's game, and it's like it evaporates after one game.
925 on the Comcast business text line. Let's talk about the family problem nobody wants to talk about. The problem is Steph and the core not being able to get along with young players. And Steve Kerr not developing or getting along with the young players.
Well, all's good in the hood. Pods is playing. Kuminga's taking off. TJD is playing. So that
but there's something to that.
Oh, well, behind the scenes.
No, I think there's absolutely something to the effect that because the Warriors have players with 4 championships, it's been tougher for them to assimilate the young guys, and they've been hard on the young guys. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk about some solutions on the other side, if you think there are some. Warriors lose to the Knicks last night. They're 35-32 right now. I mean, the thing to me that'd be most alarming is you beat Milwaukee, and everything's looking up, and you're 2-4 since then. And we know it's more than just the Steph injury because Steph played the following night against Chicago when they got beat. 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Steiny Guru, 95.7 The Game.
Yes, yes, yes.
You want that nugget? 888-957-9570 is the number.
With some sauce on it. Give me some ranch.
Guru is, so just to be clear, no, it's not like that.
Oh, boy.
So you want to take Wiggins out of the starting line. So do you want Steph, Clay, Kuminga, Draymond, Trace Jackson Davis?
I would like that. That would be my preference. And my number 2 combo would be CP3, Steph, Dre, Kuminga, and TJD.
That's a bad defensive backcourt at this point.
Yeah.
You want a stat?
Give it to me. And then I'm going to tell you who the face of the NBA is after last night.
Don't do that. It's Anthony
It's not right.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Austin Reeves.
No, it's Anthony.
Oh.
Did you see that dunk?
Oh, you were impressed.
That's incredible. Seriously.
But the block a week ago didn't do anything.
I don't know what I was. Maybe I was in the mood.
He hit his head on the.
Go ahead. Give me the nugget. Anthony Ant-Man. Good God. Want to see a dead body? Man.
What good is it? Seriously. I'm being serious here. What good is it? And tell me how it's really helping. If Draymond Green makes 1, maybe 2 3-pointers in the first half when he shoots 10% from 3-point range in the second half of games. Like, in a way...
And that one barely hit the rim for the corner.
Like, he's shooting 40% from 3. He's 3 for 30 in the second half of games this year.
Wow.
3 for 30 in the second half of games from 3-point range.
Wow, man.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
Yeah, he shot that one last night. It barely hit the rim for the corner.
Which one?
The right side.
All right.
I'm just...
Okay, how about this? Draymond's now 2 for his last 14 from 3.
Shocked you talking to me.
Why?
I think he has a back. I think something's going on with his back. He missed a game not too long ago. I'm watching him run. Again, I'm not Bruce Jenner. But no, or it could be something's going on with the back. He's like it's a stroll in the park. It ain't that Superman run. I'm coming for it. It's that I'm older and I'm trying to get through.
So he is older.
But his back is tweaking.
And that happens a little more frequently as you get older.
I got you.
Let's go to Brian in Hayward. Let's go. Let's figure out some solutions here.
Let's go, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I didn't actually watch the game from start to finish last night live, but I was catching little bits of it. I didn't have sound on. I was working. But I just felt like that whole night we had that game. I didn't see the first quarter where I guess we kind of lost the game in the beginning, but I did watch the replay later that night. And funny thing, I was getting my hair braided.
Oh, nice.
And I was getting a headache watching the replay. And
Are you sure they just weren't pulling the braids too tight?
Or it could have been that, guys, but I think it might have been a little bit of both, mostly the game. Another thing I want to say is I made some observations over the last few games or few weeks, and I really think that Kuminga is a special player in the sense that in today's game, he doesn't fit that skill mold of a wing player, but he has so many other tools. And one guy he really reminds me of is Sean Kemp. I know he's a little skinnier, but the skills are there. I think at this point we could say Sean Kemp was more skilled than Kuminga is right now, but that guy just had a tenacity his MO was to dominate the lane. He didn't care. And somebody needs to show Kuminga some vicious videos of Sean Kemp and tell him go out there and do that, because man, if he hits the weights this summer, along with, Clay, because another thing I noticed last night, hey guys, Clay is going to become our new 4. He needs to start using his lower body strength more, because I feel like his mobility is dropping a little bit, especially laterally on the perimeter. And if Clay is a 4 in some run and gun lineups, and Kuminga can beef up at the 5, talk about a stretch 4, guys. Seriously. And Clay's never backed down from post-contact. In fact, I think he kind of enjoys being looked at as a mouse in the house, and then when the big tries to back him down, he doesn't give up as much ground as they think.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm with you on all your points about Clay. I just don't think you can live like that. I think you can play stretches like that, but I don't think you can live like that. Kuminga was not good last night.
I hear you. It's not just all about the box score. Minus 11 on the night.
But here's the fundamental problem right now with Kuminga.
Except Clay.
That he has to, he either has to do this or he will never reach his potential. How many times last night? What do you have, 16? Yeah. Something like that? Okay, whatever. He gets 20 16. Most of the time. Yeah. How did he get those 16?
Not at the free throw line like he'd been doing.
I would say 8 or 10 of those points were kick-aheads where he's going down the court on like a one-on-one-ish, the backflow's coming.
Fast break.
Yeah, well, he also has a tendency, how does he get down there so fast?
Wow.
Because he doesn't rebound.
Wow.
He had 1 rebound last night, Kuminga.
I'm not mad at that. We talked about it.
Now, you want to start talking about James Worthy and Amari Stoudemire, which I did. You've got to figure out, if you're so young and you're so athletic, then you need to both rebound and get out on the break. He does not do both at this point of his career.
Wow.
So you don't have him defensive rebounding, which then makes you susceptible to size and athleticism on the interior, but he does get out on the break. Well, we need you to do both things, Jonathan.
Yeah.
And he's 21. Again, he's 21. I'll bet you he does do both things significantly better in 2 or 3 years. Right now, he's doing one or the other.
And the Knicks are grimy. They got back on D. Hartenstein blocked Kuminga at the rim one time, but they clogged it up. And I know this is not New York radio, but Steiny, you tell me this New York team we saw last night gets their guys back, OG Anunoby and Julius Randle, they can beat anybody in the East. I'll just leave that for another day, but that's how I see that. If they get health, they got a guy that can get his shot off damn near against anybody with Brunson. They got shooters, and they got a bully, and OG Anunoby that can do a lot. But Jonathan Kuminga and Podziemski together, Steiny, they had 2 rebounds between them. So I'll never come at Pods for 25 minutes and only 1 rebound, but it's almost a credit to the Knicks. And they had some lapses on the boards, but all in all, I felt like they read the scouting report on Kuminga, and unlike the game in New York, he was doing whatever he wanted, bringing the ball down the court.
The other thing is, and here's why, when people come down Brandon Podziemski's road, because they're asking him to do way more than he should be asked to do right now. It's like, why is Podziemski playing? Well, I'll tell you one reason why he's playing is because when you play Kuminga with Wiggins, you don't rebound. Neither of them rebound. What is the one thing Podziemski can do?
Board.
And it's not, he's got a knack to get a rebound.
Wiggins had 8 last night, but I get your point.
Wiggins had 3 in 1 possession in garbage time. He missed, rebounded, scored. He did. He got 3 rebounds on 1 possession.
I'm trying.
I don't want to be a jerk, but I hear you. Just like Clay. Hey, Steiny, Clay had 18. He had 2 threes in garbage time. The 1 3 in garbage time was on a fast break where he pulled up, not against the half-court defense. They were down 12. They got out in the break. He stepped in to a three-pointer. He nailed it. Then he made another one late in the game that didn't matter. Those are different types of shots than taking 3s against the half-court defense.
What's going on with Gary Payton II to you? I'm just asking you before you even know where I'm going. What's going on?
Guys like Gary Payton II, they don't look as good when they're not on a team that's as good. Like, they could afford to have Gary Payton II just defend, and then if he gets a 3 to make it. Well, they need him to do more now because they have other guys who aren't doing as much. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are we at with Clay? I mean, Clay is the one player who's now coming off the bench, who's found his role, who's playing probably more to his potential than most of the other guys on the team. It's time to put him back in the starting lineup. I don't think it's a crazy suggestion, but I would say he probably won't play as well going up against the other team's starters as he does right now going up against the other team's subs for a larger percentage.
I'll throw this at you before you grab the calls.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at on Jackson Davis, but I've declared this in my basketball world in year one for him, which is not even complete. Steiny, he'll be a starter in this league, in our league.
He already is.
Okay. And they got that one.
And this is where I need you to help me here and not jump.
No, I keep it real.
Not jump me.
When do I ever do that?
Sometimes.
Don't yeah, go ahead.
So, I like Jackson Davis.
So do I. I hope you know. Yeah,
I do. I like him. And he may be a starter in this league. But a lot of what he's doing is just catching balls at the rim and dunking.
I hope you know
I'm not taking that for granted.
Okay.
Looney can't do that. They've had players who can't do that. But even a guy like Trace Jackson Davis, if the Warriors get better and better, let's say over the next few years, it's going to be up to him to expand more and more of his game.
Right.
And that comes with a price. It just comes with a price. He's not going to be, he's not going to be consistent, but he'll get more and more consistent over the next 3 or 4 years. And that's kind of what frustrates me is it's going to take time for these young guys to become really consistent and positives most of the time, but there's going to be growing pains with that. So I don't know the way around that. You either got to wait a few years for the young guys to really see what they are, or you got to maybe make a move in the offseason where you offload some of your young guys, knowing they're probably going to be a lot better in 3 years.
This is a big, big offseason. If we want to just stop now and say the season ended today, my thing is, as you mentioned, Looney, I respect him to the utmost. We all should, everything he's done. But the one thing Jackson Davis does at a young age, before he's actually went through his NBA puberty, is he could take the ball back up and dunk it. He can block shots. He can tip it. Yeah, you're right, Stoney. So all I'm telling you is I'm excited to see when these youngsters hit their consistency level, then we could give them a full, complete grade. But right now, his rawness is got him like 9 for 9 last night. The blocks on Giannis, 9 total rebounds. I love everything about him. I'm not telling you who he is or trying to give you a comp, but they need him right now.
Well, he's the 56th pick in the draft, and he didn't play the first half of the season. And what he's doing right now has been terrific. Yeah. He's been playing a fair amount in the last. They're 2-4. Let's go to Dave. Dave's in El Cerrito. He's been waiting a while. What's up, Dave? Thanks for hanging in there, buddy.
Hey, guys. I was a ball boy for the Knicks.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Yes. So you got two in 1 hour.
Sweet.
Look.
I was never a ball boy.
Something is so uncontroversial, like Jalen Brunson's better than Steph Curry right now, and you can't agree with that. That's just strange to me. That's emotional. Because he is a better player right now. Sure, when Steph is NBA Jam mode on fire, he's the best player in the league, but he's not that every night. And Jalen Brunson is running through the West right now by himself. That's not a controversial take that people should be upset about. He's young, he's great, he's doing a lot of it alone, he's a really good player, and last night he did whatever he wanted. But I just want to say this. The Warriors need to get real about the future. They spent a lot of money on a building. After last night's 40-footer with a minute and a half left by Steph, who had already quit at that point, I would be an owner of a team waking up this morning and say, Steph, do you want to win another title? And he says, yes. Well, it ain't happening here. Would you want to go somewhere else? Because we need to rebuild. Because that's the only solution. Because no one else is worth anything when Josh Hart is better than Draymond Green.
Wow.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call.
And the numbers are, again, if you want to get into the Brunson, just the numbers, Donnie, it's damn near a tie or wash. But I get it.
Knicks are better.
And Brunson's younger.
Right.
Yeah. So
that's all it is. It's age. Yeah. But I'm not saying Brunson's having a better year than Steph. He might be a better player than him right now. He's 10 years younger. Like, that's life in the NBA.
He said something, Dub Nation, and I'm not even thinking about Stoney about having to win. If he wants to, Curry somewhere else. I'm just looking at the board like, man, what is Joe Lacob thinking? How is this season going to end? Nights that like last night and last Saturday at Norm's party against San Antonio at home, those don't go away. So we'll see. But the scary part to me is I think of Austin and San Jose a lot, Stoney. I like the youngsters that the Warriors have, but I don't know. Are they the top tier youngsters I'm watching in other cities? Like if you say that's what you want to go with,
they're not,
and that's what's scary to me.
That's the price of a dynasty.
Yeah, I get it.
It just is.
But I don't think we're ready to pay up, especially when you see the ghost or the guys that built the dynasty still.
That was a Freudian slip right there. Especially when you see the ghosts.
No, not
past
that.
Warrior
I'm still
champions.
in, Stoney. You know what I mean?
I don't know what still in means.
The guys are still here that built it. They're still in uniform. Steph, Clay, Dre, Loon.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Oh, boy. Patrick Swayze. Was that Ghost?
I think it might have been.
Oh, yeah. What happened to him?
Who's the woman in that? Patrick Swayze?
Yeah.
Passed away.
Oh, it made Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Swayze died?
Dude, that was a long time ago.
Oh,
you guys have got to be kidding, right?
Well, if something happened
Rest
so
in
long
peace.
ago, you just forgot.
Yeah, that was
you did not know.
Swayze?
He was in one of the cult classics, I believe, called Roadhouse.
Dirty Dancing. Hey, Roadhouse was a good flip.
Okay,
Please, Stoney.
I watched the start of it. I watched the first half hour once, and I was just like, yeah, I'm out. What is it about Roadhouse that turns a lot of people on? Seriously, I'm curious.
It's just the ass kicking. It feels like it's the 80s, right? Like I didn't live in that time, so maybe it was just like a cult classic. But Red Dawn is the one for me with Charlie Sheen.
That's a good one, too.
It's classic.
What's it about, Russia?
Yeah, Russia invades the United States. Yeah.
Chuck Sheen.
Oh, you gotta love Russia. Coming knocking. Careful. Oh, no politics.
Oh, boy. We got to get into the Giants, too, Stoney. They got some action.
Yeah. They signed Blake Snell.
Yeah.
2 years, $62 million.
So they got the Cy Young winner and the runner-up. And Young Harrison and who's the other one? Cobb and Ray coming back. And they're I love lineup. We'll get to them. But Stoney, they got some action. That's the Dodgers.
Demi Moore, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah. Remember,
right.
she was on top.
She was.
Just like, I was going to say the Warriors. Everything.
Bruce Willis, then Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
I remember Demi Moore from General Hospital.
That I don't recall.
Jackie Templeton, I believe her name was, and she was, if I'm not mistaken, a reporter.
You got to Google it.
Soaps.
Let's get out there to Steve O in San Francisco. Hey, Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Great show, as always. Love listening to you guys. Just about the whole, are we going to try and, insert Clay back into the starting lineup or even CP3? The reason those guys are doing so well now is because they're playing against second teamers. You said it just a little bit ago, Steiny. And that is a strength, right? I mean, that's part of the way in which the Warriors just might win, is to be able to have that strength in the second team, right? The plus minus for the second team is like off the charts, right?
Yeah.
So the starters got to play like starters, and Wiggins has got to find his groove, and hopefully he gets on a stretch where he sees the hoop, and it happens. And I want to mention also, you guys had asked, what needs to change, and I think what needs to change is these guys got to feel like they're really playing for something.
right now it feels like they're almost playing for survival or just not to get beat. They've got to feel like Kerr was saying a couple games ago in the press conference, all we got to do is get to the playoffs. Anything can happen, and we can go on a run. And that's been the story for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So let's do it. Let's not fade away to the Rockets. I don't want to be a lottery pick. Let's go. Let's get in there.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
Look at him.
Steve-O.
Boy, bringing the fire.
Not quite a guru pep talk, but understated.
Yeah. Well, they created where they're at, Steve-O. They are in survival mode, and the Rockets are coming.
I don't want to break anybody's balloon. I heard this on the telecast last night. Brought up, I don't know, it was brought up maybe 2 or 17.
Women did a great job last night.
17 times.
Did you guys watch any of the ESPN with Bob Myers also on the call?
I did
I
not.
recorded that, watched it the second time.
I enjoy Bob. I know he's done a lot of
good.
Warriors games, but I wouldn't be mad if they paired him with Doris Burke for like a finals.
He's good. Spadoni, this ain't because we know him and he's good to it. He's good.
Well, he just gives a different perspective.
On the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I think he's better in studio. That's just me. Because he's really good when he has a minute or two
He
to
gets
talk.
swallowed up by like Perkins and
that's
Stephen
fair.
A. Like,
That is
that last night when they were like dead body. Richard Jefferson.
Oh boy.
I was like, I'd love to have fun, but that was Spadoni, I'm with you. I like Bob on the telecast. You got to give him another chance.
He's good.
Yeah,
I like him
he's
better in the
witty.
studio.
He's got that.
He's not that witty.
Nah.
You're just saying that because he's nice.
No,
He's nice to you.
It means
he has a good rapport with Breen. They work well.
What if I told you
But announcers have never been your thing, like mine and Spadoni. We judge.
You can judge. I think most of them are indistinguishable.
It's his first time, Jim. Oh, that's my wrong.
By the way, everybody doing jumping jacks. Oh, the bench scoring. Oh, the bench scoring. The bench. We got a bench. Bench is great. Let me tell you the list of teams. You ready for this? Here are the top 7 teams in bench scoring. Indiana. Okay. Utah. The Warriors. Washington.
Yikes.
San Antonio. And the Pistons.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Warriors are in that group. They have a great
that's
bench.
not what you want at the expense of your starters not getting
I left out Orlando.
Oh, boy. Oh, well, they're a playoff team. 2 of
Everybody's a playoff team in the NBA except the Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We watched that game last night, and there are 2 schools of thought, and one is this team can play. This team is better than that. They're better. This team is better than that. How do they get better? Is it internal? Is there a tinkering of the lineup that can be done? Is it a collective where they need more guys to play well on the same night? Here's my question to Warrior fans. On a night like last night, who played well? I'm going to take Trace Jackson Davis off the table. He's off the table. Who played well for the Warriors last night? 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Rayo's homemade pasta sauce is made with tomatoes grown for 874 hours under the Italian sun, then slow simmered in open kettles.
See ya.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my bracket's starting to take shape.
Not your camera.
Oh.
How many are you in? I'm in 4.
I'm just in 1 so far.
All right.
But I may use my same bracket in multiple.
It actually starts tonight. I know you don't like those games, but
well, I'm actually thinking of taking a play-in team to win tonight and their first play-in game. Colorado State.
What? Wow. The Rams?
Somebody said something about them 3 months ago that they're pretty good.
The Rams, if they were pretty good, they wouldn't be in that game, you'd think. I'm just saying. Anything can happen.
I'm just saying. Anything could happen. I mean, the Warriors could make a run.
Well, Houston's hot. That's scaring me.
They just got beat by 40.
Oh, no, I meant the Rockets.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, boy.
Just the wake-up call the Houston Cougars needed.
Yeah, those tournaments, they're really meaningful to a lot of teams. Those conference tournaments. Warriors got beat last night, 119-112. How do you explain them being 2-4 since they beat the Bucks?
I can't call it. That was the game. And I came in here after that win thinking, okay, this is what we've been waiting on. And it's gone left. And Steve Kerr looks tiny. Can anybody really fault him? Now, you asked the question before you went to break. I want to give you my answer. CP3 was awesome. He has been playing his ass off. Now, I mean that. I would have liked to seen him out there more.
He had every right to be upset last night because, I mean, he played better than anybody other than Trace Jackson.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Curry was subpar. Clay was subpar. Draymond was really not very good.
Clay had some assists now.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
But that's not what he gets paid to do, right?
Well, he's got to make shots. Yeah. He's got to make shots, and he didn't make shots last night. I know the numbers say he was okay, but I mean, he had 12 points up until the last 2 minutes.
Do you understand?
But we can do this with it. Like we can do this with every player. I mean, it's amazing what can kind of happen, and I'm just going to say it is, yeah. You know what I said, boy, Clay wasn't great last night. Clay wasn't great last night, and it's almost like we just let Wiggins off the hook now. Like this is like,
well, we're conditioned.
Well, then get him out. Then get him out. Then he shouldn't be playing.
Wow.
Like
it's getting there for me, Steiny. It's coming down there. It's for me.
Getting there.
I mean, you got it.
I'm there.
Well, he's back in the starting lineup.
Right. Why?
Because you're not good enough to go and not see what's behind door number 22.
Well, this is where...
Like, you know what I'm saying? You're just not that good enough to say, you know what? Deal with whatever you're dealing with. We can't afford to have you up and down. Dude went scoreless in the first half. Like, come on, man.
Of all the things that I need to see, to see what we got. I don't need to see any more Wiggins.
Damn.
I mean, to me, he's the most definable player on the team.
Enigma.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hey, Austin, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? Great conversation. By the way, man, I just want to say the ladies last night hit it out of the park.
Yeah, they did.
I love seriously. I mean, I'm not patronizing, man. The commentary during the game, the woman that did the play-by-play was really smooth, man. Though you didn't even know she was doing the game, she was so smooth. And then just the commentary, they stayed out of the way, but they commentated. I mean, I'm just saying. Then afterwards, the post-game show was incredible with Karras and the other lady from Yale.
Zena.
I mean, he's going to.
Zena. Yeah.
She knows what she's doing. I mean, she is sharp as a tack. And the thing that they said to hit me, guys, they were right down the middle direct with what they thought was going on. There was no BS about trying to make excuses for guys like Clay. And, Guru, my thing is, we're awful patronizing. We go through a lot of effort to try to keep guys up that aren't up anymore. I mean, every day we talk about Clay and he has a good game and everybody wants to say Clay is back. He's not back. I mean, He's not coming back. He's going to be what he is. And then the Wiggins thing is tired. And the lady said, look, you got 3 guys starting. They can't score.
Oh,
said,
man.
it's just that
I heard
simple.
it.
I mean, we could talk all day, Guru, about this guy and that guy. I mean, GP2. I mean, we're still talking about GP2. The guy is one-dimensional. I mean, Stani's right. On a good team, you can afford to have a guy like that. But on a team that's not very good, a guy like that, you can't use him. And then Moody. People go on about Moody. We've been hearing this for 3 years now. Moody's just the guy. I hate to say it, but he's just a guy. He's not good enough to tank to be around next year.
Wow.
So we got to restructure the roster, guys. My thing is, I think Steiny's right. We got to move past where we're at, and we got to say, hey, if we got to take a step back to get better with whoever the young guys are, and you guys know where I'm at. I'm not sold on all the young guys.
Right, I hear you.
Kuminga,
Not even.
but I'm not sold on even Podziemski. I mean, the guy, is he good for this year? Yeah, but is he a guy that you can really say is part of a winning team going forward? I don't know, man. So that's kind of my thoughts today, guys. Thanks for a few minutes.
No, appreciate it. Appreciate it, Austin.
And if we want to go there, I know that's for another day, Steiny, but we've done it before. I've never felt more nervous or scared about the next chapter, with or without Steph.
Well,
like,
that's what
I'm
happens
looking
at the
at
end
the
of a
board
dynasty.
now, like, what could Lacob, I want to buy a Rolex. Okay, that's fine. But are you going to? Like, I don't know what they have to flip without it being what you don't want to do without, be without.
Exactly. There's no quick fix here.
That is, boy.
But that's not, like, to me, that's just the way it is. When you have a dynasty, you don't get to keep the exact same 3-man core for 12 years and think you're going to be as good 10 or 12 years later. They have the same team they had in 14 with the same players.
Incredible.
And so I can take either side of it. Well, the big 3 and Wiggins ain't good enough anymore. You're right. I'm right. But you know what? Because they're not as good as they were in the past, they need more help, but they don't have more help. Why don't they have more help? Because they sold their soul, which every team and every organization would do for a dynasty. Like, what we're seeing now is kind of the price of the dynasty. We don't have young players who are quite ready, and we've got older players on the decline. And because we didn't nail the Wiseman pick, or unfortunately had the second pick in a draft that wasn't very good, we weren't able to maintain that level with the young guys coming up.
And it was the draft that had Anthony Edwards, even though he was off the board. But imagine that.
The other thing is,
man.
For me, again, I think Moody's okay, but
shooting needs to improve.
Here's one thing I would do. I'm not playing Wiggins over Moody. I'm just not.
Well, the more
like, why? What's the short-term gain and the long-term gain? The long-term gain is a lose. The short-term gain is, well, maybe we can make a run. I'm out.
Well, there's a possibility on that, Steiny, on that front, that both of them might be in different jerseys. But my point is, Moody is just struggling from the 3. And I know there's more. I'm a Moody guy. But when it comes to you telling me just give it to him.
Would you rather have a guy struggling from the 3 or a guy who doesn't care?
Well,
I'm sorry, Moody cares.
Well, that's
what it comes down to for me. Yeah. At this point, like, we're not.
I'll never say Wiggins doesn't care. It looks like it's Steiny. I don't know what the hell is going on, but it's not the right thing. But I guess I would take a guy that could be above average, maybe 2 out of 5 games.
Well, he's not even
a guy that could be average 2 out of the 5 games with Moody. You know what I mean?
I want a guy who 5 out of 5 games gives me effort.
Yeah.
Period.
Had 17 shot attempts against the Lakers. I'm in here telling you and Evan and Spadoni, throw a party. And then last night's just it's not that you didn't score in the first half. It's that you're missing bunnies. And now that they're letting these guys get away with anything, I'm watching him like, oh, he thinks he's going to get a call, and they ain't calling it, and then you're just looking around like they got to fix a lot of things, Donnie. Last night was another bad loss at home to a Knick team that was without, and I feel like it's fair to say, Anunoby and Julius Randle. I thought they were going to get their ass kicked, especially after the Warriors that just went up and beat LA on Saturday night. 18-4.
But
they don't score until 8 minutes in the first quarter. The 3 turnovers, one by Kuminga, Curry stepping out of bounds. Who else threw one away? Pods? Like, come on, what are we doing in the locker room?
But we didn't put one thing into the equation last night. That the Knicks had the best player on the floor. They had the best player on the floor. Start to finish last night. Jalen Brunson.
No, he's a bad dude.
He's the best player on the floor.
Hartenstein. Who was active?
Here's the other thing that really stuck out to me about the Knicks and the Warriors. And that is, we're talking about Gary Payton II, and he needs to do more. Well, first of all, he can't. He's just...
But the stuff he used to do, he would have an input.
That's not enough anymore. It's not enough. But here's what I saw last night. I saw a guy for the Knicks who couldn't make a shot. Josh Hart.
Oh, my gosh.
He was 5 for 18. I don't think he made a 3. But he was damn good.
Yeah.
He was a positive, even though he was 5 for 18. Why? Because he had 11 rebounds. And did he have a triple-double? He had a triple-double.
Ice Cube.
And he's playing as hard or harder than most of the guys on the court.
Oh, he didn't have a 3.
Who do the Warriors have who can honestly say if they go 5 for 18, they helped us win the game? I don't know that they have anybody like that at this point. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing, fellas?
Hey.
Gorgeous day. Hey, come on, man. We all know what time it is. This is over. They just lost to the Knicks at home at full strength without their second and third best player. This is who they are. They are barely above a 500 team. They have zero chance of doing. If they won a round, it would be a miracle. I don't think they're going to get out of the play-in. Okay, so what are you going to do? They have 4 young players who aren't paid that much, who could be part of the rotation next year. The reason you play Moody over Wiggins, there's 21 million reasons why? Because Moody makes $20 million less than Wiggins. The guy tries all the time. My question is this. If Lacob really wants to maximize the Curry lever, how in Curry last year, how is he going to get below the salary cap next year?
I don't know.
And get another great player?
I don't know.
That is an impossibility. But come on, man, it's over. Even Curry, you're right. Brunson was better than Curry. He's great, but he's not who he used to be. Clay's fine where he is if you can get him for cheap, but you got to get rid of Wiggins. You got to let Paul go. Take Clay at less money if he'll do it off the bench. He's great there. And then aside from the 4 youngsters, who do you really want to keep around? I don't know, man. Looney, not Wiggins. Looney, GP2. Yeah.
Chris Paul II.
Yeah. TJD's a key. Yeah, I'm with you. But if you give me a bad boy, Stoney, a big boy, I'll say Body Kuminga and TJD. But, that's easier said than done.
And
there shouldn't be a Warrior player.
I need a name. I can't just, because if you just say a big boy, I ain't getting it done.
Oh, we got a super chat, Stoney, $9.99. Draymond's burner. I'm still trying to figure out why Goo still has a problem watching old players get old. Hats off to Stoney for being the only truth teller on this station. This is a 10th. Did you write this? This is a 10th place team, Goo. BFF.
What's BFF?
BFF? He gave you love.
Is BFF suitable for radio?
Best friends for life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't sign off on a text like that, so that's not me.
Yeah. I don't have a problem. I'm not there where.
What do you think your issue is?
Everything
with
around Steph Curry has eroded faster than Steph not being Steph. I mean, damn, 27 is 27. 40% from the three is still 40%. Is it what he used to do? No. So I'm going to start there. How can I get stuff better around the chef? And if Joe Lacob feels like, you know what, that's not the course of action he wants to take and go a different direction, I get it. But we had a caller talking about that. That is the rat on the table. I don't want to talk about the offseason because this season's not over, but that's what we're really facing. And I know, Steiny, you want a name, and I can't give you a name now. I like TJD, but I'm just like, I'm watching this game like, man, if Curry was on New York and had the guys playing like that, I mean, his job would be easier. I mean, what did Draymond do last night?
Well, I guess
he was the junkyard dog. Come on now.
I guess what bothers me about that, and I'm not arguing with anything. Steph stayed at a higher level than anybody else. I get that, but this idea that I can't stand this. Well, we can make a run because we won a title less than 2 years ago, but now he doesn't have enough help. Like, what happened? Really? It's just that Steph doesn't have enough help? That's where I have to, but that's where we've got to acknowledge that Steph's not the same player either. Maybe it might be possible that you can't get Steph enough help anymore if he's your number one. Wow. You can't. It's unrealistic. Maybe we're there. I'm not saying we are, but we also, we can come to terms with that Steph's supporting cast is not very good this year. And we can also say that Steph's probably having his worst year since his second or third year in the league.
And this would have been a hell of a year for Wiggins to have shown up.
Of course. And, so would last year have been, and so would 3 years ago for his whole career. That's where, when I tell you, this is the other thing. When I tell you that Steph's had more under 33% games from three-point range this year than in any of the last two ever. 23 of 60 games this year, he shot below 33% from three-point range.
I was going to say something when you brought it up.
Who do you blame for that? Because I know we don't blame Steph. So whose fault is that other than Steph?
Come on now.
Well, I'm just being honest. When we quit, we've got to acknowledge the guy is 36 now.
And he's playing the hardest basketball of his life, and we didn't acknowledge, you didn't when you brought that up. I'm not taking those. I'm not here to say attrition is not catching up with Steph, but he's still phenomenal. We did not talk about the hardest basketball he had to play when Dre was out. And that has, I believe, a lot to do with those numbers that you pull up.
Okay, and I believe that one of the reasons he's playing the hardest basketball of his life is because he's 36. Last night, it takes a toll on Steph and a 35-year-old
coming off
if they have to go to the.
His first game was Saturday when he came back off of injury. I'm not making excuses. I'm just
and that's what we do. Okay.
What do you call it?
He missed 3 games, Goo. He golfed on a day off before he missed a couple games. At least that's what Steve Kerr said. I mean, okay, it's injury. Well,
I'm not saying it like that.
Well, guys get injured more now.
I understand what you're trying to hammer home is part of it. But it ain't this dude.
But it ain't what?
He ain't lost his fastball. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and that's where I'll say, keep saying that, and we're going to get worse and worse and worse. Because the first thing you got to acknowledge is that, no, he is starting to play more on guile. He is starting to play more, use his curveball a little more because his arm's been throwing fastballs for 16 years.
So what do you do, Stoney? Honestly, I
told you what I would do. You got to play out the rest of the year. There's nothing else to do there. I'm playing the young guys. The old guys have shown you, and I forget old guys, the champions. The champions have shown you kind of what they are right now. And they're not good enough.
How would that go over in the? I'm asking in the locker room if you were to tell a
this
champion,
is another hard
hey,
thing.
You know what?
I don't care.
All right,
you're not good enough anymore
but
to dictate.
I don't care. It's not reality. No. I'm saying that would probably cause a upheaval.
Okay, fine. Then
talk
keep
to me about that
bending over backwards for Wiggins. That's fine. Then keep doing that. Yeah. Then keep thinking that Draymond Green is having a hell of a year.
Well, it's year 1 of 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
But according to you, he's having a real good year.
I know everything.
Even though he's missed 2 out of every 3 games.
Right.
And he plays well in 2 out of 4 games.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about him lately.
It's not good enough.
I've been questioning.
I don't know, man. We gotta look at things realistically.
No, and we are in one Andrew Wiggins. He needs to go. But that's going to be
you're not getting anything.
That's my whole point. Okay. That's a problem in itself.
Right.
You've identified a guy. You know what? It's time to move. But you got to make that happen. You're going to be a magician just to make that happen.
Why can't we just acknowledge they're a 500 team essentially?
Oh man.
This is where again
They control
what happened
it,
to as long as we have Steph, we have action.
Now
apparently
on the table.
No, it isn't, because apparently you need more than Steph. That's what we're finding out. You need more, just like the Bulls needed more than Jordan early in his career. You're right. Steph needs more help.
And why Lacob called LA?
How do you get it?
All right. I hear you. But as much as we want to throw bouquets at the feet, and rightfully so, of LeBron James, you know who he's got? A 7-footer named Anthony Davis that can do a lot on a good day.
And they're in the same spot the Warriors are in. That's the other thing.
I got you. But they went to Western Conference Finals last year. When healthy.
Yeah, you know what? And you can talk about the Warriors 2 years ago and the Lakers last year, and it doesn't mean a damn thing right now. Guys get old.
A lot of people agreeing with you,
and they can get older. They get older faster than you think.
But the solution part of it is, that's what I want to and I'm not expecting you're supposed to know.
I told you what my solution is.
But then are you waving the white flag when you do that? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Okay. If you tell champions, you know what? Get ready for a little. This is where I'm different than you.
Yeah. This is where I'm different than you. The definition of insanity is to run Wiggins and Draymond and Steph and Clay out there and think they're going to play 33, 34 minutes a night and go on some unbelievable 2-month run in the biggest grind of the playoffs.
That's where I'm at. Right. I get it.
Well, isn't
that all you have? Well, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Play the young guys. But
Trace Jackson Davis, play him. Moody, play him. Kuminga, play him. Podziemski, play him. There's no option better than that. Wiggins? You want Wiggins?
Well, you're talking to Kerr too, and Lacob and Dunleavy, because he's in the starting lineup, and they're trying to. Even though they may know or feel it, they're still rolling the dice, Donnie. They would tell you right now, we're going with this portfolio and hope to God we can get hot or shock the world. That's how we're going out.
And here's the other thing. I want to Warrior fans is I guess my thing is I told you what I think they should do, and that you got to play out the rest of the season, and you got to go with. I would continue to shoehorn the young players into the game. Well, then I guess the next question is, what about Steph? Well, I think if Steph is a smart player, which he is, I think he knows that neither one's a good solution.
So what if it costs you 10th? You're 10th ain't a championship. Got to go.
I don't care. 10th, 11th, 9th?
I mean, like Steph.
We got to get out of here. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, where do you go from here? Are you with me? Are you with me? You got to play the young guys more. Or at least do not reduce their time going down the stretch. That segment was brought to you by The Inn at the Tides.
Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Enjoy a walk on Doran Beach and take a
if I were Kamudi, what's funny?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, let me set it up.
All right.
So we've learned now in this new era of social media, when you post something, a picture, or you do what Klay Thompson did with the Tupac Me Against the World, you're sharing with people something's on your mind or how you feel about a certain something. So the great Joe Spadoni, my guy, Mr. Tagliano, shares with me that Brandon Ayuk tweeted at head coach Mike Tomlin of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Omar Epps lookalike, they saying we twins, what you think, with eye emoji. So Ayuk knows the world can see this.
Right.
And I'm just saying there's been smoke. Ayuk's brother, his girlfriend, about his status here as a Niner. Russell Wilson's now a Steeler. Brandon Ayuk. Steiny, I just me. That must mean, like, come get me, or what's happening? That's not, he wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Knowing guys like me and gals know what this really is subliminally saying with the eye emoji.
All right. I have a serious question because I'm closing my eyes. Do they resemble each other at all in appearance? Could he have meant that? I'm just asking.
They're both black. Yeah. Dark skin. But come on, Steiny, it's bigger than that.
I think you might have something.
Could you imagine a scenario to where Brandon Ayuk is not a 49er?
Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
But this fast, not saying it's going to happen, but for you to tweet another coach saying about nothing, but it's something Buffalo Springfield, something's happening here. And if I'm Coach Shanahan, Brandon might be privy to
cut him.
No, they could have tried to shop him already to see, because reports are out there. They were trying to see what they could get for him. And maybe Brandon is like, F this, man. Chris M saying Guru's got a lot of time on his hands. It's on Twitter. If my receiver that I coveted, my guy, was tweeting at another coach, I would think that was a little weird when you could text him if it was really real.
Isn't this wide receiver behavior?
Wow.
Pretty much.
Or diva, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
But it's something, you heard it here first. From Spadoni to me to you to Evan.
All right, I got a couple numbers for you.
Yeah.
That maybe good numbers. Because you've mentioned this at times, and I brush it off.
All right.
But I won't brush it off now. Because you've said this. All right, so Draymond Green. He's missed 25 games.
Man.
Because of either injury or suspension. In those games that he's missed, they're 11-14. When Draymond Green plays, they're 24-18. 24-18 is about a 46 win pace.
Wow.
47 win pace. Right now, they're on like a 43 win pace. Does that make a difference?
I would tell you it does.
My gosh. Listen, honestly, if you're saying when Draymond plays, we got a better shot to win, we still got, maybe there's something to that. Well, if Draymond just wouldn't have,
you might be looking at
maybe they're 38-28.
Yeah, no doubt. Or maybe you got 41.
If you and I'm being complete, if you truly believe that, well then there shouldn't be any desperation.
Okay. And Steiny, inside that locker room, you might be right. But I think we're going to find out when the season is all said and done. If it doesn't culminate with a playoff series, we've already got the general manager placing a call to Los Angeles. We got him on record as saying there's going to be big changes. What we don't know, but there is a scenario. They're looking at those 23 games and who and what they are when Trey plays. And maybe that's why we won't see what you were like. If you were at the helm, I would just, see the youngsters, and if we hit the 10 seed, we hit the 10 seed, but, it's nothing to celebrate. So that is interesting.
The other thing is I'm not against just reducing the big boys' minutes. Get Steph down to 30, 32 tops. Clay seems to have found a really good rhythm at about 28 to 30 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Draymond, maybe you lower his minutes. And that's a way to more fully incorporate the younger players. I'm never saying, well, just go with the youngsters and bench. No, I'm saying make sure that the youngsters are every bit I think the youngsters should be as much of a priority right now as the champions. So Steph's in a different category, but Steph
I appreciate that.
Steph's not, I mean, whatever. Steph's here. He's going to be Steph. He's going to play. Like, he's not, you're right. He's not the issue other than his age. But I am for more fully integrating the younger guys because I do not think the older guys can play as much as people want them to play and still be anything resembling a contender.
So let's say it's the eve of the play-in game. They're playing the Lakers, the Warriors. There is no doubt in my mind, Steiny, I feel like we're going to see 35 minutes from Curry, probably 35 from Dre.
It's fine in a play-in. I don't care.
And then what about the series moving forward if they were to get past that?
Well, they're going nowhere if they're going to rely on their starters' heavy minutes. Okay, and then you shock the world and win a series.
Oh, man.
You're going to have to win you're going to have to play really good for 8 to 10 weeks. The young guys got to play. Like, the young guys got to play. The veterans are too old to play the 34 minutes we want them to play right now. Tony's in Oakland. What's up, Tony? How you doing, my man? By the way, we'll talk some baseball at 12:30. I want to get into the Giants. Yeah. Hey, Tony.
All right, man. So I just want to real quick. Hey, Simes, I agree with you. I believe that they should decrease, especially Curry's minutes, because I know especially that guy's going to be a catalyst for the Olympic team coming up. If I could make a side comment on that, those guys should dominate the Olympics. This should be the Dream Team 2.0. This should be the Dream Team 2.0, in my opinion. I mean, the world has caught up to us, man. Don't get it wrong. But we still, as a country, as a lot of the best players in the league still right now, they need to prove the fact that that basketball is still dominant in America. They need to come out and beat countries by at least 20 to 25 points. There should be no reason why these guys come in and just purely dominate the country in the Olympics. So for that reason, in fact, is why I agree with you that Curry's minutes should be decreased, and they should be playing a lot of the young guys. You can see it in Coach Kerr's face that he doesn't want to go through the growing pains with these young guys, but he's going to have to. He needs to prove to Joe Lacob that a lot of these young guys are good, but if we want to make a good contending run again, we need to get their stock up and maybe trade a couple of them for a good wing that's going to play every day. I still love Wiggins, but if something goes on again next year coming up, then we're going to be wasting another year of Curry's career to get that 5th ring, because that championship is still open. I can't guarantee it, but I can't guarantee it will happen. But with a healthy team, like you were stating, and Draymond Green not getting suspended, we still would be a contending team. We would be fighting for like that 5th or 6th seed right now, which, in my opinion, if we were to get there next season, we would be a huge threat. People wouldn't be scared of us as much until we got to the playoffs, because as of right now, we're kind of on cruise control, which I think is okay. But like you're saying, like you were saying, that Curry's minutes do need to be decreased, because he's going to go to the Olympics and they got to win that gold medal. There shouldn't be a reason why the USA doesn't win the gold medal in the Olympics in 2024 this year, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Basically, Tony's saying Kerr needs to prioritize the Olympics.
Oh, my God. I love our country, but, man, if Curry missed the Olympics, I would not be mad.
We ain't a lock.
Jalen Brunson might start.
Look at Evan.
We ain't a lock in the Olympics.
I got some bad news.
We're putting together an all-star team.
Anthony Edwards.
Those other countries have teams.
Jalen Brunson, Curry, Clay,
For what is it? What do you I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you just naming random players?
I threw Clay in because I'm full with him.
Oh, the Olympic team.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah. So ESPN has a site, ESPN Bet. It's like their casino thing and the odds. Right. Get this. The Warriors are now minus 200 to not make the playoffs, not the play-in. So they're saying the Warriors will get to the play-in and won't succeed and make it to a playoff series, and they're plus 110 to make the playoffs. So Vegas is telling you, ESPN Bet is telling you that they don't have confidence in the Warriors to get past the play-in to qualify for the playoffs.
Well, that's because right now they got to play 2 road games.
Man.
I think I would have to make that bet.
Well,
right
if
now.
you wanted to pose that to me, I would take it.
So you would bet $100 that the Warriors will make the playoffs, and then how much would you win?
200.
And then if I bet 100, the Warriors won't make the playoffs.
You got to bet 200 to win 100. Yeah, because it's minus 200.
Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying.
But I'm ready. Forget all that. I'm almost ready to bet you to. See how the Kings and the Warrior bet pans out and see.
But I might make that bet for the Warriors to make the playoffs,
right?
Just because
it's at plus 160, so you'd bet 100, get 160 back.
Yeah. Philmo,
Michael,
what's going on, Philmo? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate y'all.
Sure.
Ooh, you sounding good.
I appreciate it. Real. We don't feel good, Mike. I don't.
You don't feel good? Why not?
The Warriors, I'm in my feelings, man.
Well, the dynamic and the rat on the table brought to you by APCO Pest Control. The roles are changing, man. Like what the roles are changing. We gotta we gotta understand. Steph is awesome. You feel me? He's a great watch. He's probably still the best watch in basketball. But like Steiny said, other people, other teams is coming. People don't care about Steph's legacy. You got people like Anthony Edwards. He's trying to create his own legacy. You heard what he said. He said the N-word last night to a white boy on TV. That was crazy.
Oh, I missed that.
You know what I'm saying?
Boy.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he was reviewing the Duck. But we need someone ultimately a little bit more dynamic than Steph. Now, Steph could be our scorer, but we need someone that's more dynamic than Steph. Everybody's role is changing. Everybody may have to go down upon the pecking orders. Draymond may go down. He may become more of a different type of leader, a different type of player going forward. My last point is the agendas is wrong. It's too many agendas. I said at the beginning of the year. These agendas, who cares about Steph's greatness? We're lasting Steph years. Man, put a great team on the floor. Coach your ass off. You know what I'm saying? Put a great team on the floor. So stop looking at, oh, this is the Steph we don't know. Joe Lacob care about, what did he say? I want to be relevant every year. So when Steph is gone, he wants to be relevant. So you got to start that now. You may have to get someone better than Curry. Curry may have to come off the bench, like Steiny said 2-3 years ago.
Hold on. Thanks, Phil Mo.
That wasn't Phil Mo. That I know. We're not. See, he's placing the package at the doorstep of Curry. It is so, like, I understand getting him help, and if you got somebody like KD or Giannis, we're all for it. But right now, Steiny, he is by far your best player. He's still rolling. So, I would love more help. I'm not saying
he's rolling, and you're 35 and 32. And you're 79 and 70 the last 2 years.
And again, the owner called Jeannie Buss to see what was up with LeBron.
Right, so he must not think Steph's rolling. If Steph were rolling, he never calls the Lakers.
Right, or he exactly. I'm not running from the chef. My point is, 2 is better than 1, and that's what the league has right now.
This is an interesting one from the YouTube chat. It's from the best ever new YouTube chatter. We like our new ones. Steph's stats are fine, but his impact and his joy for the game aren't there anymore.
Now, that would be a first, right? Because we hadn't heard that. His joy for the game.
I don't think he's,
Well, I hear you. He's had the towel over the head. Yeah. I'm just not, I'm not no fan. You know I'm not a fanboy. This is hard. And it's not over. That's why I'm like, the Rocky, Mick cut me.
I guess
it's not over.
I don't want to put this. So we talked about something yesterday, and we're not going to get into it. I swear to God. I just want to use it as an example.
If you wanted to.
No, I don't want to. We'll get into the Giants on the other side.
Gigantes.
But it's so we talked about Rennell Brooks-Moon, who was going to be replaced. And I went home and I thought about a lot of things. And the one thing that hit me was what surprised me most about the conversation. And what surprised me most about the conversation was there seemed to be a lot of people who were just incredulous that this would happen to Rennell Brooks-Moon. And maybe it's, you're so cynical, you're this. I couldn't get it because I've been here 59 years and I feel like it's what corporations can do. They make decisions. They can do whatever they want. Sometimes people get screwed. Sometimes they go in a different direction than nobody else wants. But it's like, that's just kind of the way it is. Now translate this to the Warriors. What is really puzzling to me is, like, dynasties are impossible to keep alive. Like, they've had 10 to 12 dynastic years. They've had a dynastic run. Like, what is happening right now is not unusual. It's what happens when 3 or 4 of your core pieces win 4 titles in 10 years, grow old together, and now we've got a lot of really tough stuff to deal with. Like, I just don't look at the Warriors as a team that what's happening here is just indescribable. We don't know why. And it's so puzzling because they should be 45-20. This is what happens after a dynasty because guys get older and you don't have the young players to replenish because you spent the last 10 years trying to win a title, which nobody begrudges you. But what we all must accept is this is going to be hard. Or it just is.
I don't want to interrupt, Stoney, or over as far as winning championships. That I think I'm speaking for myself and a lot of Dub Nation.
But here's, okay, go ahead.
Like it's over. And you're right. Shasky put a great tweet last night. Real quick, I'll paraphrase just about how disappointing the loss was in the season. You think they take 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. I come over the top. I'll say it feels like the girl that cheated on you and you take her back. She keeps cheating on you. And somebody goes, Goo, we've won 4 titles.
Right.
And I was like, you know what? You're right. But this conversation in response to Shasky's text was about the now. It was about this season. And that day will come where we sit back, and maybe it's going to be sooner than later, to where it was a great run. But when I'm watching Curry, even though there's slippage, average 27 and 40 from 3, and I'm watching every other good NBA team give their superstar, even wherever round you think he's in his career, help. Nobody saw Wiseman being missed. And I think, and maybe that's my problem. I'm holding on to the past. What Wiseman could have been. Wiggins, MIA mentally. And Clay going through these, like, you can't look me in the face, Donnie, and tell me if woulda, coulda. If Clay doesn't get hurt, where are the Warriors? But, I mean, we could all put it in.
They're not a championship team.
But they wish. I think we'd feel a lot better about Curry having help.
Okay. I mean.
That's all.
Sure. And if Draymond doesn't punch Poole.
And if
Draymond. Okay. Well, then keep it going. Then
you can't, because it's over. Like that caller said.
No, but you've
there's some sins that this team is committed, and maybe it ain't. I'm not calling it karma, but if you want to say that's what it is, maybe that's what it could have.
Karma. It's called Father Time.
Right. But an 18 to 20 point scorer that you groomed is in another locale, regardless if you agree with it or not, because his teammate hit him. Like,
And again, I think...
And got rewarded with the contract. Stoney, you talk about corporations, that stinks if it were Xerox. I still love this team. That was the wrong thing to do. And you're suffering now because you don't have a Poole coming off the bench that could possibly give you 18 or 35 on any given night. You can't just say night-night to that and think that it's going to be all good in the hood, because now it's not. And now you're asking Pajemski to do more, and he's already been a plus. TJD. Now you're asking, and I'm talking to myself, Wiggins. And maybe this is a byproduct of Poole being up out of here. I know that's Kenny Garden, but still.
I don't know.
His mentals haven't been right since.
Well, the one thing I would say is Jordan Poole, here or not here, ain't changing this. Now, you'd be sitting with a younger player, but I can only go on what Jordan Poole was last year and this year. Again, this is the other thing. Two years ago, they won a title that everybody and
nobody saw coming.
Right. They started 18-2 that year.
It's incredible.
They won 53 games. They went in as a third seed. Why would you think after 2 years, now you've gone 79-70? Why would anybody think that it's realistic that you're going to run the table and contend for a championship? Oh, Steiny, because we did it 2 years ago. That was a 53-win team coming from a third seed. And they needed some good fortune. They're a 10th seed right now, and everybody's 2 years older. So we've got to figure out a way forward, with or without Steph, where it's not all or nothing. Title is a success. No title is a failure. We got to get out of that. We have to get out of that. They're a 10th seed.
So you're saying that's where the despair is coming from?
What do you mean?
From the fans and myself, because we're looking at the Warriors through that prism of a chip.
I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a big part of it. This idea that, championship or bust, I get that they put those standards on themselves, but you're not the team that was 53-29 2 years ago. 888-957-9570. We can talk more Warriors on the other side. We get into the Giants.
Yeah.
They made a lot of noise this offseason. Time to flush those stereotypes right down the toilet. Xfinity or Go? You want to go to Goo? Oh, you Goo. Do it.
Steiny, I'm excited. I got my Prize Picks app open. You know, it's America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100% time your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with pro basketball, hockey, college hoop entries as soon as today. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from hoops to hockey to League of Legends and everything in between on the same entry. Get this. They even offer injury insurance so that your entries stay in play. So even if one of your players gets injured, mainly for hoop, if you have a player who exits the game and it's in the first half and does not return in the second, Steiny, they have your back, and that does not count as a loss. It is incredible. And right now I'm looking at tonight's game, and I have yours truly with more than 3.5 3-pointers, Paul George, and hopefully that'll come in. So download the app today and use promo code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. I got your back. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Pick app. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more info.
Want more?
Chris Paul II.
I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru, 95.7 The Game. Talked a lot about the Warriors.
Yeah.
Trying to think if I have anything to wrap up on the Warriors in my notes. Not happy. No, I think we hit a lot of the. We hit a little.
What about your Twitter?
What about it?
Evan and I, your Twitter's down, but your name pops up. I think you've created a burner, and that's why you're not trying to get your password or get in on Steinmetz NBA. Come on, bro. I need you to get your original Twitter back because I think you've created a burner and you're tricking us by like, I'm out. I ain't on it no more.
What would be the point of me telling you the truth because you're not going to believe me?
I would never call you a liar.
You've already said you don't believe me when I say that I'm not doing Twitter very much, if at all. Well, not at all now.
But what happened, do you think?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I had
So you're at home and you don't look at it. Twitter to see what's going on.
I told you I look every 2 or 3 days.
All right.
So
I'll let you be.
I woke up Sunday morning and I went to check on Twitter like I always do, and it made me go through the login process.
Which is simple.
At that point, I was like, okay, I'm not going to look at Twitter.
Oh, my God.
Because it was Sunday morning and I didn't really care. So then what happened is yesterday, I tried to get on Twitter and I saw I couldn't. And it said, do you have an account? Log in.
Yeah.
So I tried to log in under my account and it said, no, you can't. So night-night.
Wow.
It's really that simple. It's night-night.
Well, I hope you're telling us the truth. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Because if I start getting some heavy tweets,
what do you mean?
What
do you mean you hope I'm telling you the truth? What would I have just lied about there?
That you tried to get in the second time and you could get in.
Steinmetz NBA.
Yeah. But you just want to let that one breathe for a minute.
It would not let me get back
I believe you. You know what I'm looking? The way you're up, they can't see your eyes. I'm looking at you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's go, Giants. You got to give them credit, man.
That's a playoff team.
Dude, I can't believe you said that. That's where I was going.
Got the best pitching staff in baseball.
Also, before you dig in, guys, want to update you that we will be talking to Brett Boone, of course, former second baseman and Odyssey MLB insider at 1 o'clock.
Oh, nice.
At 1 o'clock.
All right.
Nice. Giants just shed all the perception about him.
Wow.
I mean, they got 3 big boys.
Yeah, they do.
I don't want to bring Evan in here, but I always want to bring Evan in here. Evan says they had as good offseason as the Dodgers.
I'm here to second that, but yes, Evan. No, I'm here. No, Evan said it already. Evan, I agree, man.
Dude, how excited are you about the Giants?
No, seriously, I went from a 3.5 to a 8.5. I mean, man, you got Kyle Harrison, your young gunner. We'll see what he does. You got the reigning Cy Young winner and the guy that was the runner-up in Logan Webb. You got Cobb coming back. He should be back by April. And then you got Robbie Ray, who should be back somewhere by the All-Star break. And then you got Soler that you went out and got, Matt Chapman, Jung-Ho Lee. Like, Evan, I really believe the beauty of baseball is not, okay, the Dodgers went out and spent all this money. I hate it, but I'm looking at the Giants, and we saw what the Diamondbacks did last year. Man, this Giant team can compete. It's Operation Playoff to me. It's not wild card. Because I think the Dodgers are that good.
I think it's Operation Second Place.
Huh?
And baseball's becoming, you just want to get in.
Bo Mill has to feel good. Just think about a month ago.
He's on the hot. Hey, he all of a sudden's got a little pressure on him.
No, he can handle it.
I think he might actually have the most job security of anyone there.
Bob Melvin?
Man.
You think they get Blake Snell? Bob Melvin's not the manager?
And the Yankees blew that, by the way, Snell. They said they were going on the cheap. Sunday morning they had action.
Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat wants to know that when I was telling you what happened with Twitter, you said you were looking into my eyes. Was it similar to what you saw in Andrew Wiggins' eyes
Let's hope not. That means I was wrong. Good God.
By the way, I got a stat for you.
Yeah.
You're not going to like it.
I'm in a good mood. Give it to me.
It was a 2-week anniversary of Guru saying that the Warriors were going to go 18-4. to finish the season, and they're
who puts this together?
They're 3-4.
Oh, Jesus.
Since you made that,
we still got action.
650 Stein. It's dangerous for you not to recover your Twitter because if someone else has access.
Because Evan showed
your account, they can direct message your friends and family and do other malicious activities. I believe in the good in people.
Well,
I think I was
not on social media.
I think I was hacked for a good reason.
Yeah. So Bo Mill, Steiny, he's got to be excited. I was like, man, you left all those hitters in San Diego and Blake Snell. I mean the Giants they're fun again, man.
Listen, I would like nothing more than to hear from Giants fans because yesterday we spent 3 hours saying that they can't read the room, that they made a big mistake, that the PR hit that they're going to take from replacing Rennell Brooks-Moon is something that might not be able to be measured, but it's very tangible.
And they both come out on the same day.
I just feel like if this team wins, that's all that matters. If the Giants are competitive and the San Francisco Giants are at the top half of the NL West and fighting for a playoff spot, and Chapman's doing nice, and Solaire's hitting home runs, and Snell's pitching like he pitched last year, I just don't think. I don't mean this. I don't think anything else matters. I don't think it'll matter that they, got rid of Kapler.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to matter that Brandon Crawford's in St. Louis. I don't think it's going to matter about the PA announcer. A lot of front offices do wrong things, but you put a winner out on the floor or out on the field, I mean, that's all that matters. And the Giants, I think, for the first time in, since 16 or 17, I think this is the most optimistic we felt about the Giants. And that includes the 107-win team because nobody thought that team was going to win 107 games.
Yeah.
But now they're going into this season with a little, with momentum from an offseason where they were more successful and got more guys than they ever had in their history. I mean, this is the best offseason ever for the Giants on paper, right?
No, I like it. I'm excited, but I'll tell you this, Donnie, the last thing about Rennell is I disagree. I think this goes in the file for the fans, and when they want to utilize it, they'll choose to do that. But the Brandon Crawford thing, if you're there, but you are right, as far as a baseball standpoint on what's on the field, this is a big deal. But still, too, to me, I think some people might stay home, and you might call me crazy, Stoney, because of the way they handled it. And I don't like that it came out yesterday that you got Snell after earlier in the day you let go of Rennell. So we'll see how that goes. But I can differentiate from a baseball standpoint, and that's what we're talking about. The Giants got some major action, I believe, and that's all you can ask for. And I believe they're going to make, like you said, second place.
Snell for Rennell?
Well, I'll give you a 4. They didn't want that, but still.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, Brett Boone, Odyssey MLB insider, 15-year MLB veteran, all-star, gold glover, and don't forget he won the Silver Slugger Award. Brett Boone. He's coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll talk some more Giants baseball on 95.7 The Game, but I think the one thing we do in the media, and I'm guilty of it, it's me, we make a bigger deal out of ourselves than people care about. I truly believe that. I think while it's unfortunate about Rennell Brooks-Moon, the reality of the situation is if the Giants start winning, I find it hard to believe that people will stay away from the ballpark because of that kind of thing, or because of. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Forget Rennell for a second. Right. Let's go to Brandon Crawford. I mean, is there anybody out there that's like, you know what? I'm kind of done with the Giants. I don't like the way they treated Brandon Crawford, or you know what? I don't like the way the Giants have done business lately. I mean, did you see what they did with J.D. Davis? And then, okay, throw the PA announcer, Rennell, in there. I'm just not sure that's a big register for a lot of fans if the first 3 weeks of the season, the Giants are 15-8.
Yeah, but I guess, and Stoney, I hear you, and I appreciate you saying that, but at the end of the day, it depends on who you are and what you care about.
Right, and what I'm saying is I think it is a real low number of people who would actually stay away from the Giants if they're doing well because of their approach the last, let's just say, 3 to 4 years.
Well, I would say this to that. Isn't one too many if you have one person disappointed? But as far as staying away, I get that. But the bottom line, and this is what I went to bed with before the Snell news broke, Steiny, what do we know about Rennell? She was a strong black woman. She spoke out. She was an activist. And you got the Giant owner, Mr. Johnson, affiliated with whatever party, and that just stinks to me. And you just wonder, am I wrong or am I that bad of a person to try to make a correlation to like, okay, maybe that's why they didn't want to keep her after 24 years. Who knows? I'll never know, but it's up to the individual in regard to the residual damage.
And what I'm telling you is 99% of fans out there, if Blake Snell is throwing darts and Logan Webb is a Cy Young candidate, and Jorge Soler is hitting 40 home runs, it's water under the bridge. Nobody's going to remember. That's the nature of fans.
Yeah. And Farhan had nothing to do with Rennell, by all accounts, and I got to tip my cap to him, Stoney. I mean, man.
Let's go to Edward. Edward's in Chula Vista. What's up, Edward? How you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Edward.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
All you.
I'm good, just getting ready for work. I was just listening, or I listen every day, and I'm first time calling. The having Snell just sets it up. I've been watching since I was 7, and pitching has always been my favorite. I like hitting, but pitching wins regardless of what team you're playing. And it's just keeping it to our division. So we start off the season with the Padres, Dodgers, Padres. So we're going to know right away just what Snell, Webb, and Harrison, how we're going to do. And then once we get Cobb and Ray back, then it's on. And then the biggest thing that I keep on looking at, because I just a schedule circular, we stop playing the Dodgers at the end of July. So August, September, no more Dodgers. We played them 13 times already, and it's time to roll from there. And that's when I think we make our push.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, he's got the schedule mapped out. Chula Vista in the house. Where's that? Down by San Diego?
I want to say.
I bet he saw Snell pitch a lot.
Yeah. Evan, I got a quick question for you. You okay?
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, go do it.
No,
do your thing.
Nope.
So I'm not set tripping here.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the Cy Young winner, Blake Snell, last year, who had an ERA of 3.61. Logan Webb had an ERA of 3.44.
I think Snell had a 2.5.
Uh-oh.
He was
showing me 3.61.
Bring the music back, please.
And then the strikeouts, he had more strikeouts, Snell did, than Webb, 168 to 199. But I'm like, how the hell did he win the Cy Young if my boy Logan Webb had a lower ERA, but you're saying that you think it's lower than 3.61?
No, his ERA was 2.25 last year. So that would be the reason why.
Now, I need you to walk over here. Thank you, Evan. He's fast.
You're probably looking at 2 years ago or something.
It says 2024
I mean, if you can keep talking, I'll walk over there right now.
Oh, yeah. I got it.
What you're looking at could be the projected ERA if it says 2024.
And that's what it is, projected 2024 starters.
What a bad signing.
Logan Webb was not, his ERA wasn't even 3.44. They're just projecting it to be. I bet it wasn't that even.
No, but Blake Snell did lead the league in walks last year as well.
Wow, 2.2 1/4, Steiny?
Tell you what, how about this little analogy?
Walked 5 a game.
How about this little, oh boy. Well, it's a new era in baseball. Those don't matter.
Go ahead.
Hey, what do you think about this analogy? Here's the reason that, like, Logan Webb, he's good. He's a good pitcher.
Yeah. Dominant.
Not a number one. This pushes everybody down into their right pecking order. Snell's now a bona fide 1. Webb now becomes a great 2. Like
or
a
1A.
great.
You got 2.
I'm going to call him a 2.
All right, I'm going to call him 1A.
Great 2. You got Harrison or Ray. Could be a really good three.
Cobb.
It's kind of like maybe what the Warriors need to do. And that's get somebody in here who's the best player.
Hello.
Push Steph down to number
Whatever you want to
2.
do. Yeah, 1A.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem is,
well, they did that
Warriors
already.
don't have.
Yeah, but they did that with Kevin Durant. Remember, that was just, who cares? They were winning. Dude, Farhan. He's been in his bag. No, dude was on the mat. Oh, what you said? You guys want to read something?
No. What?
No, I was saying he put this team together. They look like they got some action.
Who gets the ball opening day? It's a good question. Are they at home or on the road? On the road? Snell. If it were at home
against his former team.
If it were at home, I'd let Webb.
Yeah,
because he's
Stewart. Yeah. And we got Boone coming up. We'll ask him. Young Kyle Harrison, who better to learn from? And I know he's got rapport with Webb already. But and Blake Snell and Bo Mail.
I mean, Giants fans have to. I mean, again, and I mean this in one fell swoop, they completely changed the narrative on free agents. I mean, they just have. And
we didn't even mention the shortstop, Nick Ahmed. Like, that's a big deal. He can field. You got Jung Ho.
He's a shortstop. Should. I mean, would you rather have a great fielding shortstop or a lousy fielding shortstop who can hit? I know what Guru's going to say.
Oh, yeah.
He just wants a hitter. He'd play with
talking
7.
About Chapman?
No, talking about any shortstop. Just any shortstop.
Well, you'd like one that can field.
I know. What I'm saying is, at that position, because I think that's a very important fielding position, would you, I'd be less likely to take a bad fielding shortstop and a good hitter as opposed to
I'm with you there.
A good fielding shortstop and a bad hitter. That's the position I'd be most likely to live with.
Who would you rather have playing shortstop, Marco Luciano or Casey Schmidt?
I need to see him. I need to see them both over the course of 162.
That's basically the question you're asking.
Well, it looks and how are the Giants going to answer that? They're going neither.
Nick Ahmed.
But your boy only had 17 homers last year.
Who?
Chapman. I know he hurt his finger. He got off to a hot start. 17. That's kind of low, but still got a good glove still. No, that's a fact. 17. He hurt his finger. Remember we had FP on doing the
20-something.
Oh, no, hell no.
That was the year before.
Yep.
Gotcha. So, Guru, this one he's not looking at the projection.
Right. Dude,
look at all the projections.
How you win the Cy Young with 3 and a but Evan 2 1/4 filthy? Dude, how many games you going to?
Who?
Like
going to the Warriors game tomorrow?
No, I'm talking about the Giants. Like I'm back. Like I went to what? About 7 last year?
No, you didn't.
Oh, dude, I got the picture.
You're lying.
What's our guy? Mike,
Liar.
Right field. What do they call it? Help
Mike
me.
in Fremont.
Yeah, but what's his name? Where did he take us?
To the Gotham Club.
Yeah, to the Gotham Club.
That doesn't count. It's actually outside the stadium.
It's a restaurant inside the stadium. So
you don't get credit for
No,
it.
it's not. It's like the Battery at the Giant game. But anyway, they got some action. We'll see.
They sure look like they should have some action.
It's like, damn, where was all that when I was managing?
They didn't come because of you. And if you think
I'm Kapler, I'm mad.
If you think that I'm joking altogether, you're wrong. Nobody wants to play for Kapler. The way they were doing things. Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, Evan's right. There's no doubt Bob Melvin had to have something to do with Snell being here.
Oh, man.
He had to.
Yeah. I don't doubt that one.
So,
but you think your boy was
Probably
not a
Chapman,
phony?
too.
Man.
He might have gotten 2 free agents because the manager
no
decided.
doubt.
I mean, hell, he can have a terrible year managing. He's already earned his money.
Like, I just knew Snell was going to end up on the Dodgers. Like, I was just waiting for that domino to fall, and the Giants get him.
Yeah, listen, the Giants just got interesting in the last month or two. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
And, I mean, the thing that I always try to get my finger on the pulse of the fans is I was at the historic Sam's Bar and Grill about a week or two ago, and I was talking to Paul, the bartender there, and he said that he's got a lot of friends who live down near the ballpark, and that This is about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think. Saying there's just no excitement about the Giants.
Go in there today.
Just none.
Yeah, we went in there today, Steiny. Like, I wish we could tell the excitement
tickets. Like down near the ballpark.
Oh.
Those bars and restaurants and those the bars and restaurants down there. I mean,
all that might be changing.
I mean, what do you think about the reputation that the Giants let's not hone in on the one piece of news yesterday. Let's hone in on the news that the Giants. Let's go with the big picture that I heard all day yesterday, that the Giants front office can't read the room, that they can't get out of their own way.
Let's say they're
treating their employees poorly, morale's low in the building, not just the team, but like, how do you reconcile all that with what's happened over the last 3 or 4 weeks and now the outlook of that team?
I'll tell you what, as a fan, if I'm a Giant fan right now, I'm feeling like what's off the table is, Steiny, the fact that they could go 81-81. Okay, that's not what you wanted. But I know the FO went out and got things to bring them in to replenish and make us, set us up. How can you not be excited with what they've done? And now this Snell signing is just over the top to where, okay, let's just say 81-81 is now what we signed up for, but you're feeling good about the front office now. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like the movie Major League. Like, they've went and got you some groceries. Let's see if Bo Mail can make the stew or the goulash.
Why can't this team be the second best team in the NFL?
Oh, they totally can.
Okay, well, then they should be.
Right, but if they're not, I guess from a, ownership or Farhan, he's helped himself in regard. I went out and got some stuff.
Yes,
now, I don't field or throw it. I'm just
81-81 is not good enough.
No doubt about it. And he don't want that.
Well, if they're 81-81, I don't think people are going to be feeling good about it. They're going to be saying, well, either we can't get free agents, or we finally got some free agents, but they must have been the wrong ones if we're still a 500 team.
See, I think a lot of things can go into players' underperformance, Donnie, but I believe that would be a little bit on the I know it's not fair, on the unfair side. Like, I went and got you guys that can ball. Make it happen.
If they go 81-81, Farhan still could get fired at the end of this year. 888, no, on the other side.
Boom.
We got Brett Boone on the other side. Odyssey MLB Insider, 15-year MLB veteran, only an All-Star, only a Gold Glover, only a Silver Slugger Award winner. He's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. That segment is sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts can help.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you, and the San Francisco Giants have certainly made some noise this offseason, and we're joined right now by Brett Boone. He's the host of the Brett Boone Podcast. That's an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in Major League Baseball and all around sports every week. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
You got it, guys.
Hey, let me just start with this. Over the last few years, the Giants have had a reputation of not being able to land a big boy in free agency. Can one-off season like this change that reputation and perception around the league with fans and maybe more importantly with players?
I think so, but they've got a pretty good reputation winning those 3 World Series not too long ago, 10 years ago. But I think the Snell obviously is big news today coming out. But to be honest with you, I started looking at the Giants in this offseason, and you've been paying attention. A lot of people have been paying attention to the Dodgers because of the big signings they've made. The Giants have just very sneakily had a great offseason. I'm just going over their roster now, and you have the constant Webb at the top of that rotation. You had a Snell, you had a Robbie Ray, who a few years ago won a Cy Young coming off Tommy John. Jordan Hicks. Chapman really shores up that defense. Lee coming over, the biggest signing ever from Korea, and Soler, who's coming off 36 homers. Bob Melvin's coming from San Diego to the Bay Area. I think San Francisco Giants fans have a lot to be excited about, and it's going to be really. They've made that division really interesting now.
Brett, I agree with you. And the one thing I've learned, and I tell my partner this all the time, is I know how to apologize. And I went in on Farhan because he couldn't land a big free agent. But I'm excited. It sounds like you are. Let me ask you this: with all these moves, can the Giants be the second best team or compete with the Dodgers to be the best team in the NL West?
Well, I think if you look at the Dodgers on paper, obviously they're a super team. With the Ohtani signing, they got Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman. You got Muncy, who's going to hit 35 homers. A great underrated catcher in Will Smith. The young kid Lux and Taylor and Kiki Hernandez are their extra players who are really good. The key for the Dodgers, though, and that's not even getting into the starting rotation. The key for me to the Dodgers is Walker Buehler going to be healthy and the pitcher we're used to Walker Buehler being? If he is, I think the Dodgers are the best team in the division. Kershaw at the bottom of the rotation. Who thought you'd ever say that? But this Yamamoto kid, he's still got to prove himself. I'm sure they don't just give $300 million to people they're not sure of, but he hasn't done it at the big league level. Glass now, in my opinion, definitely a number 1 top of the rotation type guy. But he's been injury prone. So these guys got to be healthy. I think the Giants, if everything goes perfect and they stay healthy with the talent they have, they can contend for the division. I think the Dodgers have so much pressure on them with all the money they're spending, all the big free agents. Like I said, in camp right now, it's probably like it's like a super team walking around. There's a lot of pressure, and it's anything but win the division handily and win the World Series. Sometimes when you put a group of players in that category, it's not as easy as you'd think it would be. So I think the Giants, with this roster that I'm talking about right now, can definitely contend for that division. They don't win the division, definitely have a chance to be a playoff team.
Brett Boone joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an Odyssey MLB insider, played 15 years in the majors, and we're talking Giants baseball. The Giants moved on from Gabe Kapler, and he had a way of managing under Farhan Zaidi that some say may not have been overly attractive to a free agent who might want to play every day. Do you look at Matt Chapman, who played for Bob Melvin in Oakland, and Blake Snell, who played for him in San Diego, and say, you know what, he might have been a big reason why they got each of those guys?
Without a doubt. I played for Bob back in the day. I was Bob Melvin's rookie year was 2003 with the Mariners, and I was with the Mariners at the time. So I played under Bob. I know the type of guy he is, the calming presence that he brings to a locker room. I think without a doubt, them being able to land a Chapman and a Blake Snell at the last minute, I think definitely Bob Melvin had a lot to do with that. So kudos to them for having that to attract what they have. I think without a doubt, Bob has that reputation. He's had a ton of success, and he's definitely an easy guy to play for that really does have a calming presence about him that really resonates in that clubhouse.
Brett, I kind of want to piggyback off of that comment right there, because when you look at the NBA and the NFL, that they don't play 162 games. And Gabe Kapler, at his heights as a Giant manager, the team won 107. He's no longer here. It didn't work out. My question to you is, you played this game, you've been around it. How hard is it to be a major league manager, to manage these personalities over 162 games? And what makes Bob Melvin, like you talked about, the guy to do it, to change the narrative here?
Well, I think the best manager, we look I think the manager versus the head coach in the NFL versus the head coach in the NBA. I think the manager in baseball, from an X's and O's standpoint, is the least important out of the three major sports. I think what big league managers do, and the great ones do, is they manage personalities. No different than being a CEO. It's how can I get one player with a certain personality and a certain ego, and another player with a completely different personality and maybe a different ego. I might have to kick one in the butt and give the other guy a hug to get the same result. I think it's the best people, the best managing of people, managers that I've played for are the best. And obviously there's other things come into the fold when it comes to being a great manager. The great managers I played for had a great gut, didn't necessarily just follow the data point by point. When it was crunch time and it was a really big time in a game, they make a gut decision. Usually the great ones have a great gut. So I just think Melvin has that personality that guys like to come to the ballpark and play for. It's not going to be a high profile. There's not going to be a lot of things with Bob Melvin's personality that people can't get along with. I haven't met too many people that have played or hung out with Bob Melvin that don't like him. So that was definitely a positive thing for the Giants. But I think when it comes down to it, as a player, I never went to a certain place because of a manager. At the end of my career, Lou Piniella was in Chicago, and we tried to get back together one more time. It didn't work out. But when I was in my heyday, in my free agent, I didn't think, I want to go play for this manager. I thought, I want to go play on this particular team, or what's my best offer at that time. So, yeah, managers are important, but let's not overvalue them.
Brett Boone joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's an Odyssey MLB insider for us. At this time of year, as we're getting ready for the start of the season, every team's made a lot of moves, and sometimes, fans don't know exactly, who's going to be playing where, the lineups, the starting rotation. So I like to always ask this kind of question leading into a season. For a team like the Giants, if you said they can contend, give me the number one reason why they should contend, and then if something gets them beat or something doesn't happen where it goes all right, where are they vulnerable?
Well, I think if health is at a premium. If you guys are healthy, are you getting Blake Snell of 2023, 2017, where he's a Cy Young Award winner and by far the best left-handed pitcher, or last year the best pitcher in the National League? Are you getting that Blake Snell, or are you getting the Blake Snell of 2022, 2021? The knock on Snell, and it has been for a long time, is his innings. Last year he had 180 innings, but the two previous, he only pitched 128 innings in both of those years. The strikeout totals are high when he has a great year, but his walks are high. He led the league in walks a year ago. And also, he's known for going 5 innings, 6 innings. As an ace of a staff, you need a guy that's going to go long, push it, like a Verlander, like a Scherzer in his day, that go out there and take the ball for 7, 8 innings. That's what they expect from a number one. But I do think the positives about this Giants, and the reason they're going to be successful, is Snell, Webb at the top of that rotation. That's as good a 1-2 as there is, not only in that division, but I think in the game. So that's going to be crucial. It'll be interesting to see what Jordan Hicks does, and Robbie Ray coming off Tommy John surgery. But I think as far as the position players, they've really shored it up. Chapman's really going to shore up that defense for them. It's going to be really interesting to see how this Lee kid plays, getting over $100 million. Nobody from Korea has ever got that much money, so I haven't seen him play yet. I think from what I hear and see, I think he's having a pretty good spring. That can be interesting. And you're going to bring a Soler into the game who's going to hit you 30-plus homers. All of them have to be healthy, but I think it's going to be a great division with all the emphasis on the Dodgers and that super team. The Giants can kind of just play their game and survive up there in the Bay Area. I always have thought about that ballpark in San Francisco. It's definitely a home field advantage. Hitters especially don't really like playing there, and left-handed hitters. You got a huge right field, a huge right center field. I personally, it's a different climate up there. As you guys know, it can get windy, and the summers aren't like Southern California summers. So I think it can really be a home field advantage being up there in the Bay Area. I look for nothing but great. I think it's going to be a great division. We haven't even got to the Padres yet. I think the Padres had all the expectations a year ago. They bettered themselves. They just got Cease in the fold in their rotation. I think they're going to be better than they were a year ago, so they're going to be in the mix too. It's going to be a great division, maybe the best division in baseball.
Yeah, Brett, and we hadn't even mentioned the Diamondbacks who are in the World Series. Go figures.
Exactly. They're getting better too. They're getting better too.
Hey, Brett, I'm curious. So young Kyle Harrison, this will be his first opening day. Came up last year, was under the tutelage of Logan Webb. How big of a deal is it for a pitcher to now be able to listen and learn from another stud like a Blake Snell?
Right. I mean, that's what, when I came to the big leagues and your hair's on fire and you've done everything you got to do in the minor leagues. You've proven yourself there. You come to the big leagues and that's all you want to do is prove that you belong. Sometimes you got to get knocked down a little bit before it really takes to where you can really sit back, breathe, slow down that heartbeat, and just play the game. The game's no different in the minor leagues than it is in the big leagues. They just have a couple more decks. I think Snell's going to be a great influence on him.
Hey, Brett, thank you so much for joining us. It feels like Giants fans have a lot to be excited about, and it feels like it's happened relatively quickly.
It has, and I think they definitely do. I'm not saying that. I was just going over all this today, and I thought, wow, Giants have had a really good offseason, maybe the best offseason in baseball.
Interesting.
With the Snell edition.
Interesting. Hey, Brett, thank you so much. I'll look forward to talking to you this year if we can, and have a great opening day.
Got it, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast. That's an Odyssey original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app, or you can subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
He likes the Giants.
The Giants might have the best offseason of any team in baseball.
Yeah, I wonder who else said that.
Elo.
Willard.
Oh, wow.
Willard had that before the Snell signing.
Yeah, that's right.
Did he say it on air?
No,
I know messing with that.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just teasing.
I hate when grown men use that word. I'm teasing.
Gary Radnich used to use it a lot.
The man, you've been bringing him up. That's my guy.
Oh, I won't. I'm
on radio with Gary. Have you in studio?
Hang Evan out to dry.
You can. It's all right.
Please tell.
There were two of them.
Yeah, both big boys.
I forget who the other one was.
Pete Franklin.
Well, I'm sure that.
It was the guy you brought up yesterday, the Razor.
Oh yeah, Barbieri. Hey, Evan.
Evan's young.
Yeah, I got you. I hate it.
He said he didn't know who Gary Radich was.
I didn't grow up on sports talk radio the way you guys did.
It's fine.
Wow.
You had a life.
But if he could just hear 2 hours of Gary riding to his next play-by-play game, I wonder what he'd come back and tell us. Evan, he was the man. He was the one and only, man.
I listened to the games. I didn't listen to the commentary, though.
Gotcha. Well, I gotcha.
Dude, Giants.
You were in, like, visiting the studio on a tour and you bumped into Radich?
Just real quick here. I called him from Las Vegas.
Why?
Because I was doing my thing in Vegas and I was bragging. So he said, you know what? You could co-host with me for an hour if you bring two beautiful women with you. So at that time, my jawline was thin. I was ready.
Said only two?
So I brought my friend Maya and my other friend Courtney. One ran track for Cal Berkeley and the other was a singer. So I called, said I got the quota.
Hey.
And I came in dressed like I was going to a nightclub. I still got the VHS, but it was great. And then Gary hated. He was like, which one are you or dating? Is he dating? It's like, hey, come on, G. I said it. Come on, G. You can't do all that. You told me to show up. Anyway, I was in there, and then my car got towed. Yep, coming back down. Head big as Jack in the Box. Had Acura Legend, and I was going to be late, so we had to double park. Dude, I got the worst luck. And the car got towed in the city.
So you said you double parked, but you have the worst luck. That's like Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole, the season going south, and saying, what happened?
Yeah, I kind of bit the news to Norman. Yeah, I told Norman.
You know what, though?
Story.
I bet it was worth it.
Yeah, oh, there's no doubt. One of the best days ever.
How much did it cost you? You remember?
Oh, about $5 something.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Norman had to help me. Pam Moore was there, the great Pam Moore.
Sure.
Married to Frankie Beverly.
This was at the TV station.
No, this was at the, it was like a little shindig going on for him. So they had some of the Sharks there. Yeah, it was tight. Yeah.
And you got mad at me because Sal didn't invite you to his party.
You were new here. I don't know. This was a while back, Evan. Might not even been around.
Hey, by the way, do you see the morning roast?
What happened?
An ode to Pete Franklin?
Now, I hope this.
I should have this in front of me.
They didn't tell me.
We have a new sponsor, and Evan will get the name for me. And they have a flush.
No,
they're going to flush callers. Apparently,
no way.
Yes,
on the morning roast.
Yes, that's you.
So that's why Bonte was flushed that bum. I heard.
Correct. Correct. And because I'm a team player, I will get the actual company that is sponsoring this. But yes, the apparently Spadoni has vetted. My understanding is close to 8 to 10 toilet flushing sound bites has come up with the best one.
Yep, Pete Franklin. Flush this bum.
We must acknowledge, though, that he was the original.
Yeah, no doubt. From Cleveland, Ohio. Says he invented the
via New York, then. Cleveland, then he went to New York.
Well,
I shouldn't.
But Pete.
I shouldn't say this, but, well, it doesn't matter. So.
The company, by the way, is Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain Flush.
That's right.
Who came up? Who in sales sold that?
Oh, we can get a name for you. I'm sure.
Give them a raise.
GS.
That's great. They're going to flush.
GS.
You're slow.
Well, I know. The salespeople also don't.
You know
talk
these
to
people
me.
better than I do.
Right.
Yes.
You're like, you know him. Wait a minute.
Kenny. It's not.
GS.
It's not Ethan. It's not Mary.
Oh, it's just
First name is same as Kapler.
Oh,
come on.
Okay. I see you, G.
Yeah.
All right. Mm-hmm. No, that's it's good stuff. Good stuff. Giants fans,
for real, man. This has been metamorphosis or what?
Doesn't it make you feel foolish for
I'm pointing. You're talking to yourself now.
Doesn't it make you feel foolish? Giants can't. They never do. They can't. They never will.
Now I feel like you're talking to 8 different people.
They just did
on that one.
They just
name them. It's not about us.
No, it is.
No, it's about the fans.
That's
I'm a
right.
Giant fan right now.
The fans
and this will be
are galvanized around this
about
team.
The Padres, Evan. He was saying they made some. Well, they lost Bo.
Well, they upgraded at the manager position.
What if Bo Mills? Bo Mills listening. He seen me throw a pitch.
Who the Padres hire?
Mike Schilt.
Oh, I'll tell you what. He can manage. He can manage.
Bo Mill.
Bob Melvin's a good manager.
Yeah, he is.
There's no doubt about it.
Good dude, too.
To me, he seems like a complete 180 from Gabe Kapler.
Well, he ain't built like Tarzan, for one, showing off his pipes.
Like, Gabe Kapler was the kind of manager who, to me,
could take your girl.
No.
Why do
you always go there?
Because it's real.
No, what's real is Kapler wouldn't take your girl.
Okay.
Your girl would end up taking Kapler instead of you.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
You know, Gabe Kapler's the kind of manager to me. I've always thought this, that you come into work, okay, and you're ambivalent. You're not gung-ho, all right, but you're not moping either. You're not coming in with a bad attitude, but you're not going rah, rah, rah team.
Yeah.
And you walk in and you're ready to do your job and you say, you know, I hope he doesn't talk to me today. But you know what? He always talks to you today. Hey, Goo, you got a minute? Oh, man. What this time, Gabe? Hey, we noticed your stance in the box when you get down 2-0 in the count. Your left back foot, it replants in a way that I think is hurting you going to the opposite field. Okay. That's why Melvin is going to be a better manager. Because he won't say something to a player unless he sees a little bit of a trend. Not all over you after every game.
So is the
that's my impression.
Is the Pasoy problem over? I gotta believe they won't even.
Wait, they still got Peterson, right?
Hey, is it over?
I
guess when everything.
I don't know. Melvin's big on these rules.
Yeah.
So maybe there'll be no card. You can't say no cards in a Major League Baseball clubhouse.
Well, Kapler obviously didn't.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
You can't.
Oh, boy. I can't wait. Baseball
was built on card playing.
Yeah.
A lot of downtime.
And yeah, exactly.
162. He said like a CEO. Imagine that. NFL, it's long. The jobs, but you're on 162 games.
This from the 510. Comcast Business Text Line is a curveball I'm giving Guru here, but he deserves it.
I can hit it.
He deserves this because it's true and it's important. 510. Guru is by far one of the funniest one-liner dudes I've ever heard of. He throws an expletive in there. Expletive, hilarious.
Well,
congrats.
If I was a comedian, though, that would mean a lot. But I don't think
you couldn't do stand-up. I don't think. Although, you know what I said?
I tried to
you
get
said a hell of a prayer at Norm's.
No, that was the worst prayer. See, Evan wasn't there. I said, Steiny's here.
Not one stutter.
I got to give my... But it wasn't about... Yeah, I left.
You blessed the food?
Yeah. Norm told me to bless it. I said, my boy here, Steiny, and I
thought you were good.
Yeah. I appreciate that. It was one of my worst.
I was uncomfortable as hell, but that was because of the grace, not because of you.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's because of the food.
The food was terrific.
Yeah.
Although I didn't take any.
I
can't do
I got in trouble for that.
I know you did. I know you did.
Don't bring that up. Dude, they're flushing people in the morning.
They are flushing people in the morning.
That is dope.
God. All right. There were a couple callers. You can call back if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Give me a number on your games attended real quick. No, seriously, mine had gone up by 10, Giant games.
Giant games, I'll go to a half a dozen.
Oh, damn.
This year. I'll absolutely go to a half a dozen.
So that'll be 3.
Hey, it's time for the call of the game, brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Blob Jackson Davis with a catch, and they slam inside. Chris Paul just put it on a string right to the rim.
He's the one that can go get that. Wiggins can too, but from a big guy's perspective, it's TJD.
What a pass.
All right, that was the call of the game, presented by Xfinity. Coming up on the other side, it's the Too Short segment, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Are you facing eviction or homelessness in San
Hey, John, you like Bubacek in Chicago?
I like him. I'll give you a 3. Shout out Dolly Parton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what. Don't.
Call the short dog.
I'm borrowing from Evan. I tell you what. Don't let Joshua Dobbs get a hold of that starting quarterback position in San Francisco. Don't you dare get hurt, Brock Purdy.
It went from Zach Wilson to Dobbs. Wow. Dobbs got him a gig.
Dobby, QB2.
Boy.
He's already saved 2 franchises. Why not make it a 3rd?
Man.
I also want to know who committed the clerical error that cost the 49ers 2 draft picks.
What? My fault. All that love they had with the
till I hear
the comp picks for the minority hires, and then this happens. Somebody's in trouble.
Until I hear it was somebody different, that's on Parag Marate's ledger. Till I hear different. In case you haven't heard, the 49ers committed a clerical error and they misreported their salary information, and so they lost a 2025 draft pick, and then they were bumped down 4 spots for another draft pick. I guess they lost the 3rd or 4th round.
Is that Joan in payroll?
No, not anymore. That's a good one, though. God. That's a great one.
Oh, boy.
Freaking Joan.
Man.
What's she doing? And then, of course, Brandon Ayuk wants to go play in Pittsburgh. Let's put the rat on the table.
I don't know what the tweet meant. He could have texted Tomlin.
Go ahead and say it again, and then I'll tell people.
So Brandon Ayuk allegedly tweeted, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin, they say we look alike. What say you? With the eye emoji. And it's kind of weird with everything we've been hearing about Ayuk not wanting to be here. And this could be Debo scrubbing his thing, but Steiny, to me, that's telling the masses, hey, what y'all got going on in Pittsburgh? I want up out of here if they not gonna pay me. Now, don't kill the messenger. I just thought it was weird. I can't wait to ask Dibbs and Willard.
I mean,
that's weird, right?
Well, it's less and less weird. I mean, it's happening more and more, that kind of thing. I don't know what it means. Maybe he's just trying to create some leverage.
What do the eye emojis mean at the end?
You know what they mean.
Come get me. I bet Purdy's upset.
No,
I'm playing.
Well, Purdy needs to get off the golf course and into the weight room.
Shasky, come on. The dude held up.
I know, but he needs to get stronger. Wore down at the end of the year.
Donnie, I love you.
It's like Curry and Draymond.
Dude, hey, we were saying his arm was too strong to start, remember? Because he'd worked it back. But I'll tell you what, they need not to let him get away, Snotty. He's the one, if I had to pick between him and Debo. And again, I said it before, I'm not set tripping, but if I had to pick
What does that mean again?
Like when you're on the same team and you're bickering.
But what's the set? Like a TV set?
Normally, in the streets, it's a gang, the set, like my team. So Poole and Draymond were set tripping because they're on the same team and they had beef.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like you and I set trip every day. Oh, boy.
Not
the other day. I waited for an apology, never came.
For what?
Yeah, I got
something today?
Nah,
didn't do anything today.
No, you been
good.
On
best behavior.
Yeah, which one?
A couple days ago. Some said it was me. I thought, nah.
Monday, Tuesday.
Hey, Evan. If we could hear Evan, if we were just a fly on the wall about his experience working with us, boy.
Well, I'm all alone back here, so I'm pretty quiet.
Giants, we got so much, man. Niners, really Steve Kerr joining the boys today at 5.
Warriors the worst team in the Bay right now?
No, the A's.
They don't count.
No, they're here. I'm going to A's game.
What's the
City of Oakland's going to have nothing when they leave?
Okay. You're not even going to be they don't even let people into that stadium, even if they want to go. What's the Sharks record this year, Grandy? Or Evan?
Oh, boy. It's not great.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
They're about 10 under 500.
Not great.
A lot of ties.
I've been riding the puck line.
All right.
That's a 4.
16 wins and 44 losses.
But good Lord!
Yeah, they've been pucking around.
16 and 4.
That's what the Warriors are going to be next year.
16 and
I'm kidding.
And then add in 7 overtime losses.
Well, that's been the killer. That's been the killer. Hey, good news for Warrior fans. None of Steph Curry's clutch statistics were affected last night.
Hey, Grandy, bring back DeBoer.
That's important. Doesn't matter that you're down 9 and you might need to cut it to 6.
Actually, I think they might have gone up because remember the 2 baskets he did make were under 5 minutes when the game was essentially over.
He shot a couple air balls last night. Steph did.
But I thought it has to be within 5 points.
Give or take.
Well, if it's Steph and he makes anything in the last 5, it goes in the good column.
Exactly.
He stepped out of bounds on the first possession. DiVincenzo throws his shoulder into him. He goes falling, gets a bucket. I don't know who Kuminga was passing the ball to. Dude, that was an ugly start, man. And then I said, it's my Warriors. Here they come. And Draymond goes bye-bye with he just dropped the ball on the most important possession. Yeah. And then I text Grandy. Sometimes I get tired of you guys. I need another voice.
Yeah, I go to Spadoni.
I go to Grandy.
Solo.
It sounded like Baby Steiny. It's who they are, Guru. I was like, I'm out.
When are you going to start? So,
no, it's
you can start believing everybody.
No, some of the stuff you've been pushing out there.
Some.
It ain't done yet. But man.
Hey, Grandy, I haven't heard this already. Guru was livid. He just couldn't stand it that I said this. I said, well, obviously, Steph Curry, you can be one of the greatest players in history, which he is, right? One of the greatest players we've ever seen in our league. But right now, Jalen Brunson might be a better player.
I'm not there, Randy.
I know you're not. But I'm just saying, here's one thing that I did notice about Steph. See, career low in assists this year.
Well, oh my gosh! I think I can help you
blame everybody else. Well,
dude, one of the worst field goal. Come on, man! This is one of the worst shooting Warrior teams since he's been here.
That's not the only reason. Chris Paul II. That's a reason. I'm saying
Steiny, he's 40% from 3.
Right, which is the worst, second worst of his career.
But it's still a standard that a lot of guys would give their right hand for.
It is, but it's not a championship standard anymore.
All right, I'm going to keep it real because I know we're up against it. You didn't give me a love on my analogy of the 4.0 student slipping to 3.67. That's still stellar.
But it's not valedictorian.
Well,
it's not.
Some colleges is. But you know what I mean. You're still a damn good student.
That's right, but you're not good enough to be
when you compare me to my greatest. I'm slipping.
Well, I gotta compare you to Jokic.
But you can't.
I gotta compare you to Doncic.
But don't tell me Brunson has surpassed me.
He's had a better year.
When the numbers are pretty much a wash. Well,
he's on a better team.
And there we go. That's all I was saying.
They have more wins than the Warriors.
I'll give you that, but he's got more around him.
Does he?
We got guys MIA.
Would you have said that before the year?
In the first half.
Listen. That's what you need to understand. Before the year, you would have been like, oh, Wiggins is way better than Anunoby.
Oh.
Well, guess what? He's not. In fact, he's not even close.
Well, that's a problem for the team and Lakers moving forward.
Well, Clay is 20 times better than DiVincenzo. Not 20.
Man.
Not 20.
And Josh Hart, I'll give you that comp. He couldn't shoot worth a nickel, and he still played his ass off yesterday. Yeah. He still was valuable.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, quit shooting. And what about Alec Burke? That was the guy that hit 1-3. He couldn't throw it in the ocean.
888. Never mind, because we got the crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs. Willard's got to be on cloud 9. This thing turned around in a day with Blake Snell. What do you mean?
He didn't like yesterday.
Okay, but I'll bet you he likes today. You know why? Because today's about the game. The game. And that's always what's most important. The game itself on 95.7, The Game.
But everybody's happy. I'm not.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of
I want them to send a message. That ain't cool. That was embarrassing. I'm good now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What was that one about?
Don't yell it for me today, Willard. They didn't get me today, Dibs. I'm seeing clearly now.
Stein and Goo, joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover. Hey, gents.
Hi, boys. Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? It's like when you wash your hair, it's wash, rinse, repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat. That's this Warrior team. They get you excited, then they break your heart, and then they get you excited, and then they break your heart. And I'm done with the spin cycle. They are who we thought they were.
Oh, Dan.
Wow.
You didn't mean to do that.
I did, actually. Denny Green. And I had to hit it hard for effect. Sorry, Tim Jordan. In case I broke something. But normally it's Steiny's bit breaking mics and mic stands. But although, quietly, knock on wood, I don't think you've broken anything in the new studio.
No, or spilled.
Well, actually, yeah. Well,
no, I haven't spilled yet in the new studio. I don't think.
I think you spilled once, but there was an email about cups left in the studio that was directly aimed at you. So let's not make this an exoneration sensation.
Let me tell you something.
It's not.
Shasky and Bonte ain't merry maids. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, wow.
All right?
Let me tell you this. When I leave the studio, I spend at least 90 seconds on a scoop and score mission of paper, of foodstuffs, of broken pens, chewed pen caps.
Oh,
that's not me. I used to do that. I broke that habit.
Good. Yeah, and you also broke the habit of 21 sugars in your coffee.
That's
and I'm
right.
proud of that.
12.
Look how Willard's staring at Steiny.
I'm taking it all in.
Like I'm watching you watch him.
Because people are interesting. I think it's the secret to life, man. You got to be interested by people. If you're not interested by people, you end up like the Unabomber. You're just like in the forest, sending out letters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I tell them that all the people.
I've already bought 7 acres in Wyoming.
You're definitely headed that way.
Yeah, you be careful.
You're interested by all things that are not people. That's why you know about bees and ACLs.
I've got an update on the bees.
Oh,
too,
do you? I bet you do.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys heard about Beegate yesterday. We had a swarm of bees in the backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And so it turns out not one but 2 of my neighbors are beekeepers. So at 6:45 last night, my beekeeping neighbors all came in our backyard in their bee suits.
Oh, my goodness.
Clipping branches, shaking bees into bee boxes, and they took what they estimated was 15,000 honeybees. 15,000 honeybees.
Can they have them in their backyard?
Yeah, you put them in a box. What's in the box? The honeybees are in the box, and they make honey, and then you pull out the honey shelf, and then you have the best honey you could possibly find. I'm not into it. My neighbors are. So this morning we went back to find out, what's going on with the bee situation.
Yeah, how many were left? I bet none.
New, probably about 2,000.
Oh, still 2,000 left.
There were 2 small.
They're going to move on, though, in the next 48 hours.
You would think.
I do think.
Well,
that's my prediction.
Unless there's a queen or somebody who wants to be the queen who is afoot. And there were 2 solid groups in a tennis ball formation. And they were locked in, we're not going anywhere. Right. There was another 1,000 who were just what do we do? Like Warrior fans right now.
That's dangerous for Miss Little Mila when she gets older.
It's Mila, but that's okay. Little Miss Mila.
Mila's my niece in Sac. Yeah,
Mila is the stove we got, and don't miss Grandy and Evan at Friedman's this Saturday with a live broadcast.
If she turns out to be a very selfish young lady, then she'll be Mila.
Okay.
Dude, no
which
doubt.
is my niece in Sac. All
right. So my mind will be a front yard baby today. There'll be no backyard. Wow. It's a no-fly zone except for the bees.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
You guys got a hard interview coming up, huh?
I don't think so.
Interview.
We always hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah.
That's what
you had him on after he signed his new deal, so that was great. But man, where do you go from here?
Maybe it's hard for him. I don't.
Hey Steve, why do you guys suck?
Yeah.
At home.
Bad?
Under 500.
I can give you that answer. Well, if we knew that, it wouldn't be a problem. If we knew what the issue was, it wouldn't be a problem.
No, we already asked him the whole home court thing last time, and he's don't know.
It's like people say, I lost my keys. Where are they at? If I knew that, they wouldn't be lost.
Totally. Where'd you have them last?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude.
Last year.
Worst.
Mike Williams to the Jets. Okay, cool. There you go. Anyway, sorry. That just Adam Schefter. But anyway, what were we talking about?
Steve. Or I used tweet to Tom.
Steve last year. Steve last year said about the road thing. Well, God, can't figure it out. Who knows? But don't you guys feel like last year you could at least formulate a story in your brain as to why you played so poorly on the road?
Gotcha.
Because it seemed like maybe it's possible that y'all hated each other. This year, it's a total head scratcher. It's a total head scratcher. Other than to say maybe it doesn't matter what arena they're in, they're going to be uninspired and inconsistent.
Oh man!
No matter where they play, and for me, that's kind of today's takeaway. Is not even about the final score of any games or what arena they're in. My takeaway for the Warriors is that it feels to me like you guys are disinterested with your options. That's what it feels like to me. When I start hearing Draymond and be like, the 10 seed, like, what are we doing here?
Curry was saying
Curry said it a little differently. He's like, why would I worry about the seed? It doesn't. We could be the 1 seed, and
but you could be to 11. You get to 11. Here come the Rockets.
You could. But the bottom. I think his point is, if we're going to play basketball like that, sure, go ahead and be the 11 seed because the 10 seed's not going to work either. Neither's the 9, the 7, the 8, the 6, the 5, or the 4. We're not very good, and he's right. But that's it. Just we as fans take our cues from them, and they look either mentally defeated or disinterested.
Or both.
And that's why I think today, because those are two very different days. Yesterday was a horrible PR day for the Giants, and I still think
it got better late.
It got better late, but they're still two very different things. And both of them still play in my mind. But today might be the first day in 2.5 to 3 years where the Giants kind of feel like the game in town. I can't think of another day where it felt that way over the last 2 full seasons.
Since 107 wins.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That day against the Dodgers, playoff game, right? And that was the year the Warriors.
But the one thing, and you're right.
We're on their way to the chip.
The one thing I was thinking
wrote that thing about there were 14 Giants articles in the Chronicle alone today. Or something like that. Anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, even the 107-win season, they're going to have more positivity and optimism heading into this year than they did heading into that year.
For sure.
Because nobody saw that coming, and now they got some dudes.
They got action, as you like to say. And you wake up this morning and you think about what happened over the last 24 hours, and the Rennell thing is a PR disaster, and the Blake Snell, so typical of the Giants. Hey, let's release this at 6 whatever.
Wow.
6:20, we all were getting in our cars across town, and it comes out then. It's like, oh, good for you. How about you flip these? You release the Blake Snell at 7 a.m., and then you bury the Rennell bombshell at night.
Well, or how about do what they really, really should have done? See, I think it was very concocted, and this has come out from a number of different sources. The Giants knew this Rennell news the entire offseason.
Wow, man.
They knew this Rennell news the entire offseason, and they chose to not only wait till 2 weeks before the season, they chose to wait for Rennell Brooks Moon Day.
Right.
And they chose to do it when, let's be honest, they knew they had Blake Snell.
Oh, wow.
They knew when they woke up yesterday that they had Blake Snell. So they chose to do those two things on the same day. That is doing a beloved employee dirty.
Right.
And on a day that is a tremendous day for Giants baseball on the field, you marred it a little bit.
More than a little bit.
No question.
And I think about the Players' Championship, which was this past weekend, one of the fifth major in golf. They've got the Island Green on 17. And the Giants hit 2 straight balls in the water, and then they finally got it on the green, and they made a triple bogey, or maybe a quadruple with the Rennell news, and then you get to 18, also a very tough hole, and you made a birdie. Good. A nice birdie on 18, not an easy hole.
Yeah.
Water all along the left, Steiny, as you know, from Sawgrass, but we all are fixated on what they did on 17, which is Rennell, which was ka-splash, and then we don't even know who the PA person's going to be, but hey, we got out of the hole with a triple bogey.
Sunday and I talked about it real quick, Willard. He, tell me what you think. Depending on who you are and what she meant to you, with this Snell news, like I said, would anybody stay home because they're so mad about the Snell news, the Rennell news? And he was like, paraphrasing, if they get off to a great start, people are going to come to the yard.
I agree completely. I wasn't even there yesterday. Like, I can be completely upset with who they are, how they operate, and what happened to a beloved employee.
Management. Yeah.
And I still, like, I wouldn't have put a stake in the ground yesterday and said, I'm not going. No, we're still going. I mean, it's like, come on, man. These are our teams. Like, and they've got warts and problems just like your family members do. And you still wake up the next day and love them. But you can also be upset at them. And that's how I look at yesterday. This was easily Farhan Zaidi's best offseason. Rennell has nothing to do with baseball operations anyway. So I do hope everyone really takes the time to separate that. This was a great offseason for Farhan Zaidi.
Facts, man.
For the Giants as a whole, good offseason. Also some weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff happened in there too. Some of that's baseball ops. Some of it's not. Yesterday was absolutely not. That goes all the way to the top. And I got my own names for those people. So, and that didn't, yesterday's Snell news didn't change that at all. But no one was going to stay home. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't like something to protest over.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We can get right back into the Giants, but you guys were talking about the Warriors, and I was thinking, everybody, we talk about them in terms of a run. I'm looking at it from the other side. Let me ask you guys this. Is there a difference? I'm going to give you three choices. Is there a difference among you fall to 11 and miss the playoffs completely, you stay at 10 or 9 but lose in the play-in, and then your third choice is you're in the play-in, you get to the playoffs, and you lose in the first round? Or is there a difference among those three?
Yeah.
Or are they all the same amount of a loss?
I think all three of them are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think when you wind up at 11, not only is it egg on face, it's a 3-egg omelet on your face with cheese, sausage, and bell pepper. If you're the 9-10 and you make the play-in and you lose, there's egg on your face because guess what, Mr. Lacob? You are a lottery team. And you said we will never be a lottery team. Our goal is to never be a lottery team. Well, you lose the 9-10, you're a lottery team. That's egg on your face. Maybe one egg over easy. Okay. Maybe it's 2 egg whites, whatever it is. If you make the playoffs and lose, you know what? That's probably where the bar is right now. That's not embarrassing to me.
What about the play-in and losing?
Yeah, that's egg on your face.
That's also egg on your face.
Right. If you don't make it to the
3-egg
playoffs,
omelet.
Okay.
One egg.
Or 1 egg.
Or 2 egg whites, depending on how you like to roll.
That's healthy.
And yeah, much healthier than 3-egg omelet.
But how much of a difference is there really among those three things?
Here's how I'd answer
Would it impact the offseason?
It's a question of eggs.
It could.
No. I think the offseason is going to be a complete upturn anyway.
So
No
to
matter
me,
what.
to me
It has to be.
there's a lot of value, even if for no one else, there's a lot of value in a 5, 6, or 7 game series for Jonathan.
I agree.
Oh my gosh, that'd be huge.
That's a fact.
That would be great. The play-in, if they make the play-in and lose, I don't know. At least we had a fun night. You know what I mean? Sometimes we had a sick night. Okay, so and then whether you want to call it embarrassing or just like what the hell happened. If you end up as the 11, I mean, if you get caught from 4 or 5 games behind by the Houston Rockets,
this is a colossal failure.
But the other thing is this. Here's a different way to answer it. Now you just said, Dibs, it's a flip, right? The bucket, flip it out on the floor.
Yep.
We're redoing this no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't know. You are much more intensely doing that if you ended up as the 11. If you ended up as the 10 and lost a play-in, probable, but you might be like, well, there's circumstances and Draymond missed 23 games. If you make the playoffs and shake the Nuggets trees or something for 6 games, I don't know. Maybe they're like, just tweak it. tighten it?
Yeah,
Because you won a series last year.
So that's the other. I mean, I know that's not the goal.
And Curry not in the playoffs just from an NBA like that. That's where I'm like, oh boy,
Well,
if that's what we're getting ready for.
You got some big names that are going to miss the playoffs.
Well, just look at these last 10 days.
You got 4 teams with huge
and I don't
names.
like any of it. You're right.
They've all got champions on their team, and 2 of them aren't gone.
Well, I need to catch myself, Dibs, real quick, because if I did that and it was old school, the Warriors and Lakers would be out right now.
Right.
Yeah, LeBron and
I miss
Curry
the
would be
old school.
done.
Ain't nothing like the old school. Shout out Tupac.
Yeah.
Underrated track.
Dude, look at my
of course,
guy.
and that's how we do it here. But I think that no matter what, you're looking at a complete upturn. And, the biggest name maybe isn't Clay, although Clay's a big name. It's Andrew Wiggins. What can you get? And you know what, Steiny? And I heard
Scoreless in the first half.
I heard you earlier, and you said something akin to you're not getting anything for Wiggins. That's fine. I'll take 5 second-round picks for Andrew Wiggins.
Addition by subtraction.
I'll take 2 seconds and a conditional bag of basketballs for Andrew Wiggins. You have to get rid of his salary. And Chris Paul's gone, and Clay at 42. If Clay wants to come back for 20, fine. I mean, even that seems a little bit rich. He turned down 2 and 48 reportedly. You know what, Clay? Go to Charlotte. Go be a Charlotte Hornets.
I'm looking at him now thinking he might get more than 24.
Not here.
I'd give it to him if I was somewhere else.
If you give it to him here, then you are resigning yourself to being a 41-win team.
See that, and that is the issue. It's not that It's not that I want Clay gone, because he's doing, I think, better than expected.
Yeah,
or as well as we can expect as a 6th man, and he's impacting more now than he did when he started.
True.
But the better he plays, the more it's going to constrain you down the line. And he's turning into a really tricky one, kind of the better he plays. I know you want him to obviously play better.
Right.
But, in a way, God, if he just stunk, it'd be an easy decision. But he hasn't.
Premium.
He hasn't.
My thesis today was, and you guys could disagree, Steiny was like, I don't know, Goo, you got to change the starting lineup. And that's not an indictment on who's in the Willard, what are we to do? We can,
who's your 5?
The one, TJD.
Okay.
Draymond. Chris Paul, Steph, and JK. That's my preference.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I just don't like the team
Chris
fighting
Paul
up
and Steph.
No, Chris. I say Chris Paul for Pod.
Yep.
And then TJD.
So Chris and Steph.
Yeah.
But then TJD and Draymond.
Yeah.
Can we at least try it, Will?
You can try it.
Can we try
That's
it?
kind of my reaction is I feel
Steve
like
Kerr, yeah.
I feel like I feel like so much has been tried.
Right?
Wow.
Are we past the tinker stage? I don't know.
Shout out the toys.
And are we asking Pods to do too much? Steiny brought that up, to his credit. Is he God, dog it.
Probably.
I'm already a plus, but
he's a rookie.
No doubt.
He's a rookie. He's going to be inconsistent at a minimum. I don't know. The whole tweak it and tinker it and everything sort of, to me, there's a, you're presupposing that the answer is in there.
Yeah.
Damn.
Nah, maybe the answer is just not in there.
Yeah.
Which seems
and Moody got to play
likely.
last night. I'm not blaming. It's we're getting everything. It ain't too much you can say didn't happen.
I didn't realize he got hurt in the first half.
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't play in the second half, or one of the reasons why he didn't play in the second half.
But boy, man.
I mean, he's run out of combinations. He's running out of answers at the end of it. And this is something that I have kind of learned from your partner Steiny, and I have stolen it, and I've credited you, and you haven't been listening, and that's fine, and I'll steal it again. But ultimately, these teams will ride or die with their vets. So if the vets aren't getting it done,
I get it.
We can tinker with a TJD here and a Moses there, pods in, pods out. If your top line guys aren't getting it done, then you're going to lose. And that's the way it works in the association.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have a 2.
I thought you'd be with me with
the reality show of who's the 2 kind of continues.
And there it is. That's the theme of the year, man.
Right? Clay can't be it anymore. Andrew just isn't it. And JK is probably not ready to be it. And you have to also predict whether or not he will ever be ready for it.
I love this analogy I gave to Steiny 8 times. It's like Steph Curry. Okay, he's aging, but he's still shooting 40%, damn near 50 from the field, 45, what have you, 27 a game. It's like a 4.0 student getting a 3.7 grade. Yeah, there's slippage, but it's still stellar. Right. What's happening, if you look at all these other teams, and even Brunson, other teams got other stars. Curry has that. I would go there before I say, oh, my guy looks like he's lost his fastball. I'm not saying Steph is what he was 10 years ago, but look at the Clippers, the Lakers, A.D. Brown. He has no help. That's what this is.
Can I apologize? Do you know why everyone just started laughing? Well, you were putting together a point.
Oh, yeah, I know. I thought
because you said Steph Curry is aging, and it sounded like you said he was Asian.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, it took me 5 seconds to circle back to what you were saying. Because I'm like, Steph Curry is Asian? I never knew that.
I turned and looked at Grandy. Grandy looked at me, and Grandy had his hand going towards the
Yeah, you rolled over a little bit.
Hartenstein is black, though. I didn't know if you know he's mixed. Yeah.
But as I told Guru,
he's got some, his dad is black.
3.7, you ain't the valedictorian anymore. You're not even the salutatorium.
But you're doing good in school.
Yeah.
You are, but you're not a champion.
As he gets older, he needs some help. And that goes to your number 2 theory.
Here, listen, but this is what I'm saying. Like, Jalen Brunson has had a better year than Steph.
Because he's in a better situation, too.
But you know what? I'm fighting that, too. Because, now all of a sudden, Julius Randle's great and OG Anunoby's great? Come on.
Neither one played last night.
And his guys have been out.
Who was that guy last night they couldn't guard?
McBride.
Thank you, McBride.
Didn't score and get sacked a couple days ago. He comes out here after 2 timeouts, Willard. They called 2 timeouts and the dude's wide open for 2 threes.
I'm hearing Jenny Kavnar calling McBride over and over. They were fantastic.
They were good. They may know something we don't. I could have sworn one of the women, it must have been Kavnar, was calling him Hartenstein.
With a st?
With a st.
Oh, boy.
And I wonder,
I'm into it.
Maybe she's right.
Yeah.
Maybe she's right. I got to go to basketball.
He looked like Frankenstein.
We were all calling him Dario Saric for at least a month and a half before we were like, it's not Saric.
Oh, that's right.
Saric.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, you got to do different things with your tongue in order to get this thing done. But anyway.
I can't wait to hear Coach.
Before your bag on the shoulder, cut that up, Randy. That one I did on purpose. Yeah.
Just keep that one close.
Before you put the bag on your shoulder, you guys said something, and I'm going to just...
Value?
No, it's about the Giants now.
No.
And I am fully aware of who I am and how I sound in moments like
here
this.
Here we go.
Okay?
Here we go. Giants wins the parade. October what?
Let him go.
Sorry.
Would be in November. Why are we already accepting that the Dodgers have won the division?
Oh, I'm not. Not after talking to Brett Boone.
Yeah. Just because, so I was listening to you before Brett Boone.
Double B's.
And it sounded like you wanted the motto for the Giants to be the race for second place.
Willard.
Yeah, well,
and I was like,
Brett
that's
Boone's like,
gross.
Brett Boone is to me as Willard is to Guru. He swayed me.
Okay.
You know how when you say something, Guru goes, well, now it resonates.
Now's where I need to qualify it and go, no, I'm not telling you that I would predict the Giants over the Dodgers.
Right.
But hope springs eternal is the whole point.
And the Dodgers are perennial chokers.
But
a stick for me.
And it's sports. It's sport. You don't get the trophy because...
Dave Roberts might blow this. But that's what I think of him.
Or Shohei doesn't pitch and could turn an ankle, or there's a billion things that could happen.
Mookie is shortstop.
I was so turned off by the quote race for second place.
Well, it's not just.
I don't think I used that.
God,
that was a Guru.
My God,
that was
sounds like Guru.
Great. You said the race for.
I'm more of a anything can happen.
The Giants have what legitimately could be,
no doubt,
an elite pitching staff, and if you have that, why can't you be? Why can't you wear the crown?
Arizona went to the World Series last year. I'm just saying.
Right.
As they pummel. Hey,
well, I'm not giving the Dodgers a damn thing.
You came up with the second place, though. Own it, Steiny. I said, that's profound.
No, the name of the game in baseball is to get into the postseason.
It is.
Arizona Cardinals.
And they have a lot better chance now than they did 3 months ago.
For sure.
It's incredible, man.
That's a.
And we'll worry about the Dodgers as the season progresses.
It's a different offseason, man.
Yes, sir. Steve Kerr.
Think of all the narratives that got busted. Nobody will come here.
And the worst part of what happened yesterday with Ronell is Farhan had nothing to do with it. That is, we also that wasn't on him.
I mean,
I'm serious though.
That's still on his resume.
Well,
it's still on his resume. But anyway, I know Steiny was about to do the big build-up and leave, and then I jumped on him.
No, that's okay.
All right.
I'm in a good space on 95.7, the game.
Got to do different things with your tongue in order to get this thing done.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Narrative buster. Just a big, huge bullet from the sky narrative buster. Now,
kind of.
Not kind of. How
it's
so?
A 1+1. He didn't sign him to 7 years.
Not the point. In fact,
that was part of the narrative, though.
But which part?
The part that he would not sign people to a long-term deal.
Right, but people don't want pitchers to sign to a long-term deal.
Right.
Like, it usually blows up in your face. You want Carlos Rodon? Remember all the re-sign Rodon?
Yeah.
Where'd those people go?
Disappeared.
Yeah. Kevin Gausman is hurt right now. I would argue that when it comes to pitchers, 3 years sounds about right to me. 3 years. You want more than that? That's going to be a no from me, dog. And by the way, the whole market said the same thing. Jordan Montgomery remains available.
Yeah.
Because he's demanding a long-term deal. And all the teams are like, yeah, not into it. Sorry, just not into it. So the opt-out is wonky because I get it. Everybody, they're all doing the same thing. You know, you can have Michael Conforto, and that means you get him for 2 years. If he's not what you want him to be, or if he is what you want him to be, you lose him. But there is zero chance that this contract becomes a really bad contract. There's zero chance. So to me, it is relatively risk-free, but it absolutely represents narrative busting. And I'm not over yesterday yet, by the way, because there's new information.
No?
And we will share it with you.
Okay.
And so I am going to make it a complete separation sensation.
Okay.
Because there are two different things going on here. The Giants easily had there you go. They had their best baseball offseason in the Farhan Zaidi era, and I think that is unarguable. However, they still did something awful yesterday, and it turns out they did something awful the entire offseason and actually did something awful the entire time that she was there speaking her mind, as it turns out. And so I'm not over that yet, but I can compartmentalize with the best of them, and the Giants had a hell of a narrative-busting offseason. No one ever wants to come here. Check. The Giants are cheap. Check. They never get the big name. They always fall in second place. Check. What else do you want? What other narratives are now gone because the Giants did Blake Snell, Mac Chapman, Jorge Soler, Jung-Hoo Lee, and others, Jordan Hicks. That's all in one off season. They did not get Shohei Ohtani or Yamamoto, and outside of that, I don't think there's a negative thing you could say about their offseason from a baseball perspective. They also did all of it relatively risk-free.
And it's exciting. It's exciting that they did these things and they brought in some big names. And finally, you get the pitcher that you have so coveted for about 6 weeks now, and you get Blake Snell to come in, and your rotation looks to be top 5 in MLB, and maybe it'll be top 3 once you get Robbie Ray back. And yeah, you've got a high-price center fielder. You got a third baseman who can hit, and your offseason was amazing. So congrats to Farhan. Now go out there and make the playoffs, Giants.
Yeah.
Now you have to go out there and win games.
Yeah.
But they should. They should be able to, based on the names on the scorecard. They should be all dialed in and ready to go.
Yeah, you would think. I mean, you know, like sports and expectations. I mean, What's the story?
That's what we do.
Well, right. And that's
why we're sitting on this Warrior story the way we are.
The roster's a playoff roster.
Right.
And then there's the separate part, which is what's the journey look like?
Well, go be a playoff team.
Well, but who
if
got
you have a
hurt?
playoff roster.
But who got hurt? You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that to the New York Jets. Let's do the New York Jets. That was a playoff team. Oh, it's a playoff team. And then 4 plays later, you're like, not a playoff team anymore.
Yeah.
So
different story with the quarterback as opposed to a baseball team.
For sure. But if Blake Snell and Logan Webb are both hurt a month into the season, you're not going to feel like it's a playoff team anymore.
Right.
Is my point.
Right.
So,
and that's with any sport at any time.
Sure.
And you can look at any soccer team or basketball team, and, if something happens to Steph Curry, as it did so many years ago, and Draymond begged out of the year because he was hurt, then the year was over. And that's just the way it goes. Injury is totally different from expectations.
Right, but even like to say go be a playoff team, that's on a bunch of different people. You've constructed the team. Now you find out, was it constructed well? It feels like it was, but that feels that way coming out of the offseason a lot. But now the players have to go perform. Will they? Who will underperform? Who will overperform? I mean, when it comes to baseball, that often ends up being the story, right? Like, you need to have some players overperform. And the Giants, even with this pitching staff now, are no different. They need some people to overperform. Sure, Soler had 36 home runs last year, and Matt Chapman had a broken finger and all of that. But, like, you're going to – it's not ending there. You need Yaz or Tyro or Patrick Bailey. I mean, you still have what is traditionally the biggest bopper on the team plays what position? For most teams, and traditionally, that's your first baseman. And who do the Giants have? Well, a plucky platoon of Lamont Wade and Wilmer Flores.
Right.
All right, so, right, it's not like you're just loaded offensively. You do now have a middle of the order, but you're going to need some people to overperform if this is going to be a special season. But I agree with you. Like, that's the main takeaway. It's a playoff roster.
Yeah.
It's a playoff roster.
It should be, especially in the National League where you've got 4 teams at least that aren't going to be trying. So now you're talking about 11 teams for 6 spots, and you've got a rotation that's better than most, certainly in your own division. And you've got a guy in Blake Snell who's been dominant against the Dodgers, and he pitched for the Padres. He did well against Arizona. He's a guy who should, against the NL West, do very well.
He takes care of them, yep.
You've got the top 2 Cy Young Award votees from last year on your team. You're 1 and you're 2. We're 1 and 2 in the Cy Young last year. So you've got no excuse. Your defense is better. Your pitching is elite. Go out there and win games 2-1.
Yep. Well, in that ballpark, they always will. Their bullpen, it sets
good,
up.
yeah.
It sets up to be. It sets up to be. Like I always, I don't know. We'll see. It looks good, you'd think, on paper, but baseball players, it is, in my opinion, the second most psychological sport out there. And maybe our favorite, at least as far as what we do with our own personal time,
golf
is clearly number 1. Because it's the you and a stick, and you're just like, all right,
yeah,
I got this. But baseball,
and the ball's not moving,
right? But baseball is really odd, and it's something that when it really stuck out to me is when I was on the bus leagues as a broadcaster in my early 20s, when I was broadcasting for the Boise Hawks in the Angels organization. No, I knew it was coming. Thank you. You could look up and down the bus, and you're just like, man, baseball's weird. You see the 49ers come out of the tunnel, and there's Debo and Trent and the boom box. And you're like, okay, most of these dudes are all kind of cut from the same cloth. They're big. They're maniacs.
Right.
They're crazy people. They're big personalities. And here they come out on the field together. Baseball's got 47 different types of people all on the bus. All on the bus. Because pitchers are weird. Lefties are really weird.
Right.
You know what I mean? Catchers are sides of beef. And then you've got like prancy-dancy people who play up the middle, right? And then you got boppers on the corner. You're from all corners of the country, all walks of life. It's just totally different and very psychological. Therefore, that's why I think you get wild swings in terms of your production. You have guys that just, you're like, what the hell happened? Why were you great this year and then you were awful the next? Look at Cody Bellinger. What the hell kind of a career is this?
What his career arc is crazy.
I'm the MVP. Now I can't hit 200.
For 2 years.
For 2 years.
Yeah.
And then I go to the Cubs and I'm in the MVP race again.
Right.
But because of that, they're like, let's do a 1-year deal. Because I don't know which Cody I'm getting. So I feel that way about this too with these Giants. Like, I don't know.
But these Giants are interesting in that very vein because Jorge Soler has been all over the board. He's been an unbelievable slugger. He's been hurt. He's struggled. He's coming off a good year. So which one are you going to get?
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee has never played Major League Baseball. He was good in Korea, but what does that even mean for a hitter coming over here? Matt Chapman looked like he had a good start last year, and then he kind of slowed down. The defense is good.
It was horrible.
Right.
But he had a broken finger.
He did. So which one are you going to get? Wilmer Flores has been steady. Tyro was good before he got hurt, and he came back, and he slowed down a little bit. Baseball is really weird because you get 4 cracks a day, and all eyes are on you. And the pitcher may be better than you in that at-bat, and it may be the case like 3 or 4 days in a row. It's not that you're slumping. Maybe the pitcher you're facing is just better. His stuff is better. You might get squeezed on a call. You might have a negative count that you're facing, and you might be in a bad spot. Baseball is so fickle based on the nature of it. If you're a football player and you're Trent Williams, for example, and you've got 68 snaps and you've got 35 run and 33 pass, you'll probably be able to do your job 80 to 90% of the time and do it well enough to where no one's going to notice. But in baseball, you're in the batter's box, and unless you time it right, square it up, drive it, and even if you do, you might still get out.
Completely.
I mean, baseball
Probably.
is, or you can fist one over the second baseman's head with a flutter job and get a base hit.
You're doing the Bull Durham speech at,
Exactly.
at the pool hall right now.
But that's baseball. And like basketball, you're going to at least get your chance to, all right, I went 3 of 15, but I got my 15 shots and I'll get them next time in 2 days. And in baseball, or basketball rather, you control what's going on a lot more than in baseball. Baseball, you're standing there with a piece of wood against a guy who's throwing low to mid 90s, and you're supposed to be consistently elite. It's brutal.
Optimism rating 1 to 10 today.
For the Giants?
Right now.
It's like a 7.
A 7.
Oh, yeah.
Grandy and Lucas, what would you say to that? Optimism rating 1 to 10. Optimism rating today.
I think Gibbs is spot on. 7.5. Yeah.
Okay. Lucas, he's talking to somebody.
Yeah.
He can't even hear me.
Yeah.
I'm a little higher than that. I'm more toward an 8.
And for me, when you talk about optimism ratings, it's, are you optimistic that they're going to be playing baseball in October?
Right. But I mean,
forget the title, forget the division. Are you going to be playing playoff baseball in October? I think I'm in a 7. They should be.
We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. Wonder where all of you are on that. 888-957-9570, because I think I could probably argue that in terms of just the vibe in your belly today as a Giants fan, optimism, it's probably the best day of the last 3 years, I would argue. We'll take your calls next. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley Sleep Mattresses start.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that we're on Twitch and YouTube?
Oh, yeah. Looking at it right now.
Do you all know how good looking Dan Dibley is?
Getting better.
And for those of you who would like to know what the T stands for, that's Tam High.
T High?
That's Tam.
You know?
Tamalpais High School.
Yeah.
Your middle name is Tamalpais High School?
No, my Mark _T_ Willard. No, this is me repping for my guys who went out there and put the fear of God into De La Salle at Silverado yesterday, coming in third place. So just repping, giving a little love. If you want to watch us on Twitch and YouTube, you should. That's it. Like, you should do what you want in life.
And get there and vote. We got some interesting content on that poll.
Okay.
I just voted.
You did? Let's bring that up.
And I saw the results. And I was like,
that's crazy. Crazy.
That was crazy.
Thank you, Kelly Stafford. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You too can be in on the fun. Watch us live. Subscribe to the channel. All our shows all day. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button because we love it. If you do, we love you long time. And it's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah. Did you write this poll question, Luke? Who did?
No.
Lubman? Was that Lubman?
Correct.
Yes. It's a Lubby special.
Okay. It's a fun question. However, to me, there is a very clear, obvious answer. Except for many don't agree with me. And I think you agree with me.
I voted with you. You and I both.
Here's the question.
Ask it.
What is
You won't.
What is more likely? The Warriors win a playoff series or the Giants finish second or higher in the NL West? What?
Now, if you would have asked this 2 weeks ago, I think that it's a very, very compelling question.
Agreed.
Because at the time, the Warriors had won, I don't even know what it is, 14 of 18. And Steve Kerr coming up today at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
We can ask him.
We think Hunter Pence in the 3 o'clock hour. But anyway,
awesome.
go ahead.
But, the Warriors at that time were much more of a viable win a series kind of a team. Mm-hmm. Right now, they feel like a team that is going to be hard-pressed to even make it out of the play-in tournament.
Very hard-pressed.
Let alone go in and win a series against the likes of Denver or OKC.
I mean, I know that we go, well, Steph in the playoffs. You know what I mean? I'm never going to bet against it. And that's
what about Steph in the play-in?
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
But pessimism, very, very high right now. Just imagine what it would look like, okay? The likelihood. You're going to have to beat the Lakers in a one-game playoff. And then if you do, then you're going to have to go on the road to defeat either the Kings, Mavericks, or Suns. I mean, do you feel like right now that the Warriors are likely to pull that off to even get into the playoffs? And then you're suggesting that even if they do that, then they go take down the Thunder or the T-Wolves or the Nuggets.
Right. Take them down, Mark.
Now, you're going to match that up against the idea of the Giants just finishing in second?
Just second.
They don't even need to beat the Dodgers.
Beat the Padres.
This is a runaway answer. It is not even close. And the way that it's tracking on our YouTube page is that the Giants' answer is at 51%. The Warriors winning a playoff series is at 49%. All of those of you who voted for the Warriors, give me a big old puff of whatever you got.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
And I looked at the results and I thought two different things because it's either Warrior fans who are so pie in the sky and looking through, those myopic rose-colored glasses, or it is just good old-fashioned Giant haterade. And even though they signed Blake Snell, you're still looking at this Giants team and Farhan Zaidi and the rest of them, and you're thinking, you're looking at this team and you're thinking, you're still not better than third in your own division.
Oh, that's fine. You can like that can be an opinion. I'm speaking at this like an odds maker.
Totally.
An odds maker would favor the Giants in this answer over the Warriors at an incredibly high clip. Like a very, very high clip. The idea right now, today, of the Warriors winning a first-round playoff series, do you have any idea of how hard that's going to be. And the answer, my main reason for why that's going to be so hard might be different than some of your answers. Your answers might be, well, those opponents are going to be really good. And the Warriors, are not consistent, and they're just not that good of a team. Those are all fair answers. Here's mine. I don't know if they care. And I know that may come across as offensive. I don't think Steve Kerr is going to want me to ask him that. Hey, do you care? He's not going to want me to ask him that today at 5 o'clock.
Steve, did we lose you?
Exactly. But I'm just going by what I hear. I'm going by what I hear them say.
Well, just look at the odds right now, Mark. Yeah. And I pulled up FanDuel.
Okay.
Odds to make the playoffs. And that means you're one of the last 8 teams in each conference. The Warriors right now are minus 205 to the no. And they are plus 164 to the yes. That is to make it. That's to make it.
So they're a major underdog to even make it to the playoffs.
2-1 odds against them even making it.
And then this question is asking that they would follow that up by defeating one of the top seeds.
Denver.
Probably Denver in a 7-game series.
Which they would probably be minus, they'd be probably plus 400 to win that best of 7.
Oh, at least.
Yeah,
at least.
Well, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, championship pedigree.
Sure.
And they would have won 2 play-in games to get there. And, they've done well against Denver in the past. So even if it's 2-1 and then 4-1, those odds would imply that it's 8-1 against that they would be able to make it out of the play-in and then beat Denver. And the Giants' odds to come in second.
I mean,
it's almost probably even money.
What are the Giants' odds right now? Just give me the 5 NL West teams, and where do they sit? Because the Padres, Diamondbacks, and Giants now to me feel like a big old pot of stew as far as separating who are the better teams there. The Padres have lost a lot. The Diamondbacks feel like they're a little overvalued because they went on a playoff run, but they're all good teams. Giants, too. Dodgers, obviously, the clear favorite.
Yeah.
What is it?
Odds to make the playoffs for the Giants, plus 115. So God. Even money.
Right.
Basically even money.
And what's Padres and Diamondbacks?
I'd have to, I'll punch that up. I just went straight to the Giants page, but, if the Giants come in second, they'll make the playoffs.
You'd think. That's not guaranteed, but you'd think.
Right.
The division is going to be good. I think it's going to be a good division. Second place in the NL West feels like a team that's going to win 90 baseball games.
You would figure.
Probable. Yeah, at least.
Yeah, the odds to just make the playoffs, National League, Padres are minus 430.
Minus 430? To make the playoffs?
Yeah, let me make sure I have this right. And that was last year. Sorry.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I'm racing through
My God, I was about to be like, do the rest of the segment. I got some bets to go lay. If you're getting me that kind of number for the Padres to not make the playoffs, and they lost some people. I don't know if anybody here in San Francisco heard. The Padres lost their best starter.
Padres are plus 120. Giants are plus 115. So
the Giants are more they are
barely more likely to be second.
They are favored over the Padres.
What about Arizona plus 125?
So the Giants are supposed to be in second place.
Yeah, by a whisker.
On that. By a whisker.
But more likely to be second place than the Warriors are to win a playoff series. And it's not even close.
By like a blowout.
Exactly.
A blowout. See, I think this is going to take people a minute. I really do. And I get it. You've been conditioned. And that's fair. That is totally fair. But Giants fans, you have been conditioned.
NL West odds, Dodgers minus 600.
Okay.
San Diego and Arizona are 11-1 to win the division. The Giants are 12-1.
It's interesting that the Giants are more likely to make the playoffs, but are supposed to be behind the. That's weird.
It's all fractionally different.
It's fractionally different. Like I said,
close.
Those 3 teams are in a pot of stew.
Right.
Right now, as far as who they're supposed to be, I bet if you pulled up their win totals, they'd all be pretty similar. Although I bet the Giants, who were only a game behind the Diamondbacks before Snell, I bet they're ahead of them now as far as the win totals. So we could do this 100 different ways.
83.5.
Yeah, that went
Padres, 83.5.
And Diamondbacks are what, 82?
83.5.
Oh, so there you go.
Yep.
There you go.
So
that's who Vegas thinks this team is now.
They're a second place coin flip kind of team.
But the fan base, I guarantee you, doesn't think that yet. The fan base is still going to be like, okay, that's good, but you're still not as good as the Padres and the D-backs. And I think it's because a lot of you have been negatively conditioned.
Yeah.
And I get it. There are scars from the last 2 years. Ineffective free agent pitches, boring baseball, and 500 finishes, and a manager who wants to tell you that even though it's not working, we're doing it right. All right. I get it. So we're scarred. So it's up to each and every person to figure out how you can sort of access your optimism out of this, or even if you want to. But Vegas will sit here and tell you right now that the Giants have had a fantastic offseason. I don't think there's a team in baseball not named the Dodgers that's had a better one. Can you?
No.
I think that's a slam dunk. If you want to tell me the Dodgers had a better offseason, I'm pretty sure you're right. The Dodgers offseason has been historic.
Yeah.
But nobody else, the Giants that's answer number 2, isn't it? I mean, who's had a better one? Give me a team that's had a better offseason than the Giants and Dodgers.
You'd be hard-pressed.
Yeah.
Dodgers' win total is 103.5. So Vegas is telling you that the estimated win spread in the West is 20 games. 20 games.
I'll take the under.
Yeah.
I will.
No, you should.
Somebody is going to. Can you do that? Can I bet on that somehow?
I doubt it. I
want to bet on the gap between the Dodgers and whoever finishes second. And I will take the under 20.
It's probably going to be closer to 15. But you mentioned earlier that it's not the Dodgers' birthright to just win the NL West.
Hello?
But they're going to win the NL West.
Probably. But use that word. Probably. It's not done.
No, but
it's not over.
It's more than probably.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's most assuredly. I would put
it's not.
I would put it near the same percentage chance that a 1 seed beats a 16 seed. All 4 of them, all 4 ones beat all 4 16s.
I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with that. You're in a very...
It's almost as certain.
They're so good on paper, and they have been already in the past.
Who is?
The Dodgers.
Are what?
They have been...
I want you to say it.
The division champ.
See if we can tweet that out. Mark praising the Dodgers.
No, the Dodgers, they're so good. They're so high. They're so good.
Yeah.
They've been fantastic. They win the division almost every year. If they don't win the division, someone has to win 107 games. I get it. I get all of those things, but they're in a really hard division. No matter what you think, there are 3 quality teams that are going to be chasing them. It's baseball. Injuries happen. Our brains still think Shohei Ohtani is the player we've known him to be the last couple of years. He's not. He's not. He doesn't pitch. He's not pitching this year. He's just a really good power hitter. Most teams have one of those. He's phenomenal. Don't get me wrong, but he's not the guy that captured our imagination the last couple of years with the Angels. They were already really good. They've got Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and all of these things, and they made that trade with Tampa. Like, they're so good. But it's baseball. It's baseball.
It's more like a 2 seed losing to a 15. I'd like to retract
I'm glad that I moved you.
Well, because I did the math, and the Dodgers have won 10 of the last 11.
Yes.
Which is 91%.
Yes.
And historically, the 2 seed beats the 15 seed in the first round 93% of the time.
Okay.
So it's much more like a 15 seed beating a 2 that someone could knock the Dodgers off.
I'd like to move you a little bit further.
Sure, you can try.
For a couple reasons. First of all, 93% and 91% are not the same number. And secondly...
It's the closest comp I could come up with.
Right, but you're going back 11 years, and today the Dodgers will come out and play, and they will have maybe one of the players who was on the team 11 years ago that's still on the team now, and he's not even nearly as good anymore. So,
but the Dodgers' approach has been the same.
Yes, they have the best roster. No question.
And they have, at least for the last 11 years.
Yes.
And so that, to me, is
very
the
good.
comp.
Very likely.
They have spent and overspent and brought in the most talent year in and year out.
Yep.
And the only year they didn't win the division, they won 106 games. And then the next year they backed it up with 111.
How often does the 13 beat the 4?
The 13 beats the 4.
Tell me about that.
It's 79%. The 4 beats the 13.
70. And what about the 3 and the 14?
86%.
Now we're getting closer. I think it's more like that.
The 3 and the 14.
Maybe we're splitting hairs.
We are.
The Dodgers are very likely, but I feel very comfortable with the word probably. Even if you do that, like, okay, when Johnny Cueto came to the plate and he had a bat in his hands, half the time he was like, I'm just going to stand here and then actually I'm going to get out of the way. But other times he would swing. And I think when Johnny Cueto comes to the plate and the bases were loaded and there were 2 outs, you could effectively say, they're probably not going to score here. That's how I look at it. The Dodgers are probably going to win the division, but I feel very comfortable with that word. It's not done. It's not over. Everybody's 0-0. And like, I just, you know me. I cannot get my brain to look at sports that way. I can't get my brain to just eliminate the imagination. Sister Jean, brother, like I can't get my brain. San Diego State in the final game, I can't.
Not a 15 seed though.
No, but
and
like
Sister Jean, I think they were a 9 or a 10 that year.
I feel like they were higher, but anyway,
Maybe.
point is the same, which is that the reason we show up for this is because magic happens. That's why we're here. We're only here because the unexpected happens. And it happens annually.
Johnny Cueto, better hitter than you would think. He was lifetime
He's a good athlete.
101 hitter.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
He hit a $101. Wasn't as bad as you thought.
He was more than half a Mendoza.
Struggled late, but early in his career, he could rake.
He's a good athlete. Very good athlete. But anyway,
he was good.
Yeah.
An athlete.
He's a great player.
One homer. Oh, no homers. Johnny Cueto.
Yeah, no.
I was thinking of Bartolo Colon, who had the 1 homer.
It's like this show. No homers.
Like this show. Bartolo Colon, 1 homer. 1 homer. That really brought it home.
No, I just I'm listening to that on the way in, and I'm like, oh, I'm not doing this. We're not doing. The Giants have been saddled with 3 labels that stand out to me in the last 2 years. 1, you're cheap. 2, you can't close. 3, players don't want to come here. San Francisco's dirty and messy.
It's a dump. Look outside the window.
How we doing? Does anybody want to talk about this today? Or do you all just want to be like, oh, they got Snell, but they only got him for a year? He walks a lot of people. I mean, are you really going to do this?
He'll walk around the city and realize, I got to get out of here. I'm opting out. He might opt out in May.
We've spent 3 years. They're cheap. They can't close. And no one wants to be here to join that city and that roster. And now the Giants sat there. They watched the calendar turn from 2023 to 2024. And all of us, rightfully, went, really? Really? Your rivals just got Ohtani and Yamamoto. You're just going to sit there? You're going to sit there and do nothing? And they're like, we got it. Jung-Hoo Lee. And everyone went,
who?
Okay, that's fun, but we have no clue how to even quantify or qualify that. And then the Giants sat in the weeds. And they went, here's Jordan Hicks. And we went, he's not even a starter.
He throws 99, though, Mark. Oh, boy. Fangraphs.
I think he throws a lot harder than that, to be honest with you.
A lot harder. 107.
And then in 5 weeks, Soler, Chapman, Snell, all 3 in the top 25 of the free agents available this offseason. They did it for not a lot of money. They did it for not a lot of a commitment. Are we really just going, we're just going to be like, well, okay. Is that really what we're going to do after 2.5 years of saying you're cheap, you can't close, and no one wants to come here? Nobody's got anything to say about that, to address that today?
Well, look at the phone lines.
Looks
like nobody's got anything to say.
What do you have to say about it?
He's done it. By George, Farhan, you've done it.
Do you owe me donuts twice? Because 2 of the 4 people on the list are now on the team.
No, it was one of the 4. Was
correct.
The bet.
That was the bet. I was just asking. I didn't know.
Asking for a friend.
I didn't read the fine print on the iTunes agreement.
And it was probably a foolish bet because you've got sources deep inside 3rd and King, and I get that, but I put it out there for conversation, and I will make good on my bet. Unlike,
of course you will.
Unlike some who've lost bets, who have not made good. By the way, diapers are only getting messier in case you want to punch
this
that time
This ain't
clock.
happening in March just because you're going to Vegas for the next 4 days.
Babysit.
Not happening. I told you, we'll do it in the summer.
I love it.
I'll come see Mila.
Yeah, you should see her new swimsuit. My God.
You should see what's going to happen to her when you get her back.
She's in this 2-piece now.
You think she's dressed funny now. Wait till you see her when you get her back.
You think I got a cute belly.
We going shopping.
Shop it up.
Taking your daughter shopping.
Dude, shop it up. Shop it up. It was one of the 4. You landed it. You won. And so what I have to say to Farhan is, by God, you've done it.
You did it.
You did it. Because in all of those narratives, they were well earned. You hadn't closed. And you hadn't signed long term, and you yourself, Farhan, said, "Well, I don't think that people want to come here. I don't know if you've looked around. This city's kind of filthy."
No,
but
you're right. I mean, it started with him.
Those narratives were all earned, and one by one, he checked those boxes, and now, for the first time in years, you're right.
That's fair.
This is an offseason that we can get excited about.
I'm not saying that the narratives were wrong at the time.
I'm not saying you are.
They are now. They are now. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your call's next. We're expecting Hunter Pence here at some point in the next hour or so. Steve Kerr at 5. Willard and Dibs.
On 95.7 The Game. And I'm Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank, Mark, with a family-owned feel. They are deeply committed to contributing to my goals. And I do have goals when it comes to everything, including my banking. Fremont Bank, 60 years in business. They just celebrated their 60th anniversary, and they are building not just a bank, but a local ecosystem that's built on relationships. And when you walk in to a Fremont Bank branch, you feel like you matter. And those relationships also matter. They support local nonprofits. They are a top local corporate philanthropist, and they reinvest our money into the local businesses and activities that make the Bay Area better. My dollars stay local, and they support family-owned businesses and home ownership right here in the Bay Area. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants to make the Bay Area communities better. That's why we always say, it's all about Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months.
Say hello and learn more.
BMO.
Accounts are subject to approval and provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the... Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Right? Woo!
Man.
Yeah, man. It's getting good. Glad you're with us. Dave Fleming was on the roast. I always find Dave to be a voice of reason is too cliched. It's deeper than that.
Right.
Yeah. I like listening to Dave because I find Dave to just be a calming influence on whoever's listening to him.
Yeah.
No matter what. And I don't know if that's what I even hesitate to say it that way because I'm like, I don't think Dave's like when he wakes up in the morning, he's like, let's get some breakfast and start calming people down. I don't think that's his goal. I just find it to be smart. I find it to be reasoned. Entertaining, and I use the word calming because for the last 3 years, that is what everybody needed.
Yes, and the thing I like about Dave is that he keeps it real. You don't get the sense listening to Dave that he is towing the company line.
Yeah.
It's not pom-pom radio. He's going to give you an honest assessment. But part of me, when I hear Dave, I can't stand it. Because it reminds me how old I am. Because when Dave talks, and he talks about, and I think he has twins, and I think they're now teenagers. And when I think about that, I remember talking to Dave for the first time when they were either just being born or not yet born. And so when I think about that and I hear Dave talk about how old he is.
I love the young people.
Exactly, Grandy. It makes me realize that if he's that old, then I'm this old, and I'm Dave plus like 15 or whatever.
Dave has mastered more than anyone I've ever met. He has mastered the ability to have been broadcasting for the Giants longer than he is alive. Dave
is that a fact?
Yes. Dave has been broadcasting with the Giants for 43 years now, and I think that means he started when he was 2 or something like that.
Right.
Which is very impressive.
Now, to your point, I think he has maybe broadcasted the team for more years, like more than half his life. It's close.
I'd take the under on that.
It's close, though.
But if we're being real, but if we go back to joking, that's what it feels like.
But he's got to be 45.
Yeah, like he not old.
He started at 11.
Right. He's not old, but it feels like he's been here forever. Forever.
Yeah.
You're like, how are you Vin Scully, but you're 42?
And he's always been Vin Scully. And then I met his brother when his brother was doing minor league at the same time I was doing some games with Joe Rizzo down in San Jose. And it's like, oh my God, there's another one of you? And now his brother's doing Major League Baseball broadcasting as well, totally.
Fleming is 47, and 47. He began with the Giants in 2003.
Okay, so
47 and he's 21 years. So
21
not
years.
quite half.
Yeah.
Not quite
he's
half.
47? See, that's what I'm talking about. The fact that he's 47, it means I'm 77.
But it feels like he's 77 because he's been doing it for that long.
If he's 77, then I'm 107 is the problem.
So wait, 21 years? So
21.
So I was 28? 28.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that predates... For me, that predates kids.
Yeah.
Like, it's a completely different life. That's 8 lifetimes ago.
Totally.
Anyway, I bring him up because he was on the roast and he said some cool stuff.
Love it that he's on the roast.
And we'll play it for in a second. But first, let's go to Ron in Hayward, who's going to make all of us mad. Hi, Ron. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, Ron.
What are you doing, Ron?
Can you hear me?
Yep, can now.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah. You guys really don't know me because I normally call in to Bonte in the morning, but he knows this. I'm you guys' #1 Dodger fan to call in. You've been begging for Giant fans to call in. See, that's what's wrong with you Giant fans. Y'all leery. You've had a pretty good offseason. You begging them to call, and they still won't call in. So,
Ron, can I stop you right there? Because you've offended me already, and you haven't even said anything about the Giants and Dodgers. Let me tell you something about this radio show right here. Okay, ain't nobody ever begging anybody to call in. I'm not begging for callers. Ask anybody who's ever met me. One thing I can do, I can freaking talk. I do not need anybody to call this show. I do think that there are some things that a lot of us have said through the last 3 years that need to be addressed because it is one of those days, Ron, and I know this isn't you if you're a Dodger fan, but there's a lot of things that have been said about the Giants for the last 3 years that today aren't true. And so it is a little bit of a mea culpa day. That's all I'm saying, Ron, but go ahead with your Dodger trash.
Okay, you going to let me finish?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Don't make me beg to let you finish, Ron. Go ahead.
So hey, I was dormant. I was listening to you guys. I was dormant. But when you made the statement about you're not going to get a Dodgers anything for us automatically being a first place win and you guys come second, we're not asking you to give us a damn thing. We're going to come in and take it like we always do. I just want you to know that. And the way you guys did, the way the Giants did Rennell yesterday, that was tore up, man. I've been a Rennell fan since her KMEL days.
Ron, you did a good job of getting us back on your side because your preseason Dodger trash talk. I like all due respect. I find that to be a yawn.
He's going to take it like they took the NLDS last year.
You're a guy. You work for a living. Dibs and I, we're guys. We work for a living. We have absolutely no effect on what the Giants and Dodgers are going to do this year. I think they're both good baseball teams. That's cool. You want to talk about Rennell? Let's talk about Rennell. The San Francisco Giants as an organization, at least publicly, that's the worst thing that I've ever watched them do to a beloved employee. It has now at least come across my knowledge base that the Giants, have not been treating Rennell nicely for quite some time and knew damn well they were moving on from her at the very beginning of the offseason. And they handled that by taking everybody on a ride all offseason, waiting until right before the season, and then tucking it in on her day on a Monday morning right beneath the Blake Snell news. And I find that to be about as distasteful as anything I've ever watched them do.
Yeah, that was garbage. That was straight up garbage.
Okay, Ron, good stuff. Ron can stay for his Rennell takes.
Yeah. And his Dodger take, which is, you don't give anything to us, we take it. Well, you do take it, and then you go into October, and then you give it back. And if you look at their run over the last 11, where they've won 10 National League West titles, they've made the World Series 3 times. They lost 2 of them, and the one that they did win was a bubble chip. So as much as you have been dominant in the West, you're not a dynasty, and quite frankly, you should be a dynasty. And the reason why I use the word dynasty,
don't even use that word,
is they should be, Mark. You win 106, 106, 111, and 100 in 4 consecutive years, outside the bubble year where you had a 717 winning percentage, you won the chip that year, that 5-year run, you should have 3 World Series.
And I know this. I know this bothers people sometimes when I say it, and they're going to say that this is like sour grapes because of who I root for. That's not the same as all the other rings. It just isn't. That is my very firm, unmovable opinion that when you play a 60-game season, that is not the same as winning a different ring. It is a ring. That's fine. But on Clayton Kershaw's Hall of Fame plaque, it's going to be sorta champion.
I don't think it'll say that.
Yes. Here's Clayton Kershaw. He won 1/3 of a championship. Cool. Great. That's awesome. It is absolutely an achievement.
I wonder what you would have said if your team would have won that chip. You probably wouldn't have said the same thing.
There's no way for me to really know, but I don't
think that you would have said the same thing.
There's zero chance I would process it the same as other rings. Like, for instance, if you're talking about the Giants or the Warriors, I know what it feels like to win the championship. And if you're asking me if a bubble ring would have felt the same as all the other ones, no chance.
Well, if you're a Dodger fan and you are anything around 40 years of age. You don't remember 88, so this was your only championship.
Which is why people campaign for it being the same as a championship.
That's why Dodger fans think, a championship is a championship.
Yeah,
if you're a Dodger fan.
So, Ron, if you want to know what a title feels like, call back and we'll tell you.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores, and we got more calls to get to. Oh, Trucker George wants to get in on the Giants, and a few others. Stay right where you are. We're coming to you next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's anniversary sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley Sleep mattresses start at $250. Plus, receive a free adjustable base with select.
Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's not true, is it?
That ain't true.
Can you say that on the radio?
I can say it. I'm not afraid to say it. DoorDash. It's a Dash Pass. They had a special. And
they had a special.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you made it sound like you could just do this.
You can do it when it pops up.
You spend $90 on DoorDash, and then everything is free for the year?
Dash Pass, yeah. Yeah.
Well, for $90? That's like one order.
Wow.
That's the greatest deal I've ever heard of in my life.
You still have
since stealing Taylor Swift tickets the night before the event.
Okay. Let's dial that back.
I'm just saying. It's a great deal.
And
show me where I can get that.
I asked my son.
Show me what you're working
last week, and I saw him over the weekend, and I said, "Hey, did you go to Nicki Minaj?" And he said, "No, I saw some last-minute tickets that were like really, really cheap, but I didn't have anyone to go with."
They were in the second row.
Kid smart, kid savvy.
I didn't say.
Yeah.
By the way, I never said it was a bad thing.
You called his friend a criminal.
She is.
You were asking for a
She's running an illegal ticket ring. I mean, I'm sorry. That's
just because he got last-minute Taylor Swift tickets at face value.
Just because
they were obstructed view.
Just because he's your son does not mean it's legal. I'm sorry.
Just because he's my son doesn't mean that it's nefarious.
Please send me the coupon code for the Dash Pass.
Yeah, I'll do it right away.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Doubting Thomas over here. Call you Frank.
Streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can watch the show. You watch the damn thing. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up button because that makes us feel good about ourselves. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay. So remember when those other two gentlemen were in here earlier?
Yeah. Steiny and Goo.
Steiny and Goo. And I said, what is this motto that you're coming up with? The race for second place. It's the most defeatist thing I've ever heard in my life. What are we doing here? It's the start of the year. The Dodgers didn't win the division yet. Probably going to win it. Very, very good. It's kind of like when you look at the Nuggets right now. Will the Nuggets get the 1 seed? Probably. I'm done. You have to go play. So Flem was on the roast. Here's what he said about the National League West race.
Forget this talk about the wild card only. Like, forget that. Go take a shot at the big boys. Ooh. Like, I don't want to hear this. Yeah, they can sneak in, or that's BS, man. The attitude of this franchise should always be to take down that team, and that's what the rivalry means. I don't care who they signed. I don't care how much money they paid. You line up those two teams on the field next to one another, and I dare you to tell me that they're a whole lot better than the Giants are. I don't believe that. The Giants can go toe-to-toe with that team. They can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Flem says it, then I believe it.
There you go.
It's BS, he said. I've never heard him use such strong initials before.
After you've worked for a company for 20 years, you let yourself go. You're like, what are you going to do? Fire me? So you just start cussing all over the radio and you say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, he's not wrong as far as where we are, and both teams are 0-0.
And of course he's not wrong. Like nobody's got a middle of the order like the Dodgers. Nobody. But how many times do we need to learn that sports teams aren't about one thing? Like, nobody's going to battle Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani. No one's got that. The Braves don't even have that. So the Giants don't have that either. I'm just glad the Giants actually do finally have a middle of the order. They've been hanging around with 9-7 hitters for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So now they've actually got a middle of the order. But who's got the better rotation? Now, that's actually a more fair question, isn't it?
The Giants have the better rotation.
Who's got the better bullpen?
Probably the Giants.
Okay, who's got the better manager?
Well, that's to be determined.
Okay. Again, I'm not even suggesting I know the answer, but I'm asking questions where it's not that easy to just spit out Dodgers. Well, Dodgers. Like, when Blake Snell puts his foot on the rubber, you're going to tell me that day, the Dodgers are clearly better than the Giants. Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm not. Blake Snell has owned that team.
He has.
So, I don't know, man. Like I said before, I cannot get my brain to watch sports that way where we already know what happened before it happened. I got better things to do if that's the way you want to approach it.
Yeah, I approach it the same way I do every sport, which is we'll see. But when you get in this business and you talk about what you think might happen and predictions and all the rest, that's where you look at the division and you think, if you were to make a prediction of the NL West, for me, I would predict that the Dodgers would win.
Me too.
So does it mean that I'm going to turn off every game and just hope that the Giants go out there and find a way to have a plucky 85-win campaign and make it into the wild card? No, I don't watch sports that way either. I watch sports because I like to watch great athletes do great things.
Yeah.
That's why I watch sports.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, you set out with a goal for the offseason, right? I feel like if you really think about what the Giants were trying to do at the start of the offseason, you would have said, look, please do something about the rotation and preferably do something in a rather emphatic way, right? Let's get somebody right alongside Logan Webb who could start a playoff game. Check. Okay. Make your defense way better, especially in the infield, because that got messy. Check. Actually, while you're at it, make your defense in the outfield better too.
Yeah.
Stop putting Jock Peterson out there. Check. All right. Now, you've been looking for right-handed power for I don't know how long. It feels like Farhan Zaidi's been asking for that for years. Check. Like, the only things that you could have said that you wanted on the Giants roster are now on the Giants roster. So I think Dave's right. You can't come out of that and be like, cool, now we might win 85.
You went from fourth to maybe second is the way people look at it.
Which is, again, I'm willing to acknowledge is probably the way that this would play out. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think the point of what Dave is saying is like, why would you process it that way as a Giants fan? As a Giants fan, I process this as, let's go. We are here to play. We're like your team is saying we are going for it, which is all fans have been asking for this team to do every single year. So now there are players. Oh, we need someone whose jersey I want. And maybe you still don't because you're like, I don't know, I'd like a jersey that says opt out on the back of it.
Right.
That's what I'm going to buy because it's the only thing I know is going to be true every single winter. But there are names now. There's some names on this team. Oh, who do I want to see play? Well, I can answer that question now. Like, there's a legitimate lineup. There's a starting pitcher every day. No more openers. I mean, we haven't talked about that.
Yeah.
Look at what this does.
That's a big thing.
Well, they've essentially signed up now for too many starters. Like, there are guys who probably got looked in the eye and went, you're a starter, who today are like, am I? Or am I going, am I getting Sean Manaea here?
Well, those guys are mostly guys from the organization. With,
mostly.
You know, the exception of Hicks.
I wonder, I wonder how Jordan Hicks looked at yesterday's news. I wonder.
I'm sure there was some disappointment, but you have a chance to go out there and show it in the short term if you get a chance to be one of the five.
Actually, I don't think disappointment would be the word, but I wonder if he's like, okay, right? But you're going to have to, you're going to have to wear it. You have to go, right. You got to wear it. You got to earn your spot. You got to show that you can stretch your arm out, all of those things, because Farhan has been saying for months now, we really want to create a path for these young starting pitchers. Well, did you? I mean, Harrison gets to stay, but what about Keaton Wynn and Mason Black and Landon Raup and when Tristan Beck comes back? Like, is there still a spot? Because what happens when Robbie Ray is ready to go and Alex Cobb is ready to go?
They jump ahead of those guys.
So there you go. I mean, outside of Harrison, the young guys are totally blocked if everyone's healthy, and quite frankly, maybe Hicks too.
Right, but you're assuming that everyone's going to be healthy, and we know that over 162,
they never are.
Right, there's going to be an oblique. There might be a tired arm or a shoulder or an elbow. There's going to be something that happens to a lot of these guys, and I also wonder how ready Blake Snell will be at the start of the year. I know he's played some simulation games. He's done some throwing in. It's been a simulation sensation, Mark, is what it's been. Does that mean you're ready to come out now and start firing bullets in live games?
Well,
or might he need a couple of weeks?
Maybe. I mean, he threw 4 innings in that little test run a week ago. You're still 2 weeks from the start of the season. But I don't know. It's a good question. Is Doc today? Doc's today, right? All right, so we should ask Doc that in a half hour.
Yeah, and he's got a physical that he's got to clear, and I think the introductory presser would be tomorrow, which would mean that he probably, assuming he passes the physical, right?
Haven't heard anything yet.
Yeah, but, they're too busy trying to find a PA announcer, I would imagine. Maybe they have Rennell introduce him at the press conference. She is the emeritus PA announcer, after all.
I just got the Giants roster moves email for the day, and the Giants have optioned infielder Otto Lopez, and they have reassigned to minor league camp outfielder Chase Pinder. There is no mention of signing Blake Snell.
Any relation to Chad Pinder?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I think so.
Chad's brother, I'm sure. Chad's younger brother.
I hope it's not his son. That would be weird.
Hope it's not his dad either.
Also weird.
Yeah. He'd probably be in his early to mid-50s. But no mention of Blake Snell.
Let's say everything goes perfect, health-wise. Snell.
Past the physical.
Snell, Webb, Harrison. That's locked. And then it's July, and Cobb has well been back and is pitching well again. And now Robbie Ray is ready. Okay. Jordan Hicks is like,
you're the long man. Come in there and be the reliever.
I don't think that's what he wants to be. I think he signed with the Giants to actually be a starter.
Right.
And you're right. Someone is always hurt. Someone's always hurt. But, if you're Keaton Wynn, how'd you feel about yesterday?
You're probably a little bit bummed because it looked like, and, Tristan Beck the same, looked like you were going to be fighting for the 5, and you still are, but back, without this news, you were fighting for the 5, maybe you were fighting for the 4, and when Robbie Ray comes back, it was either Tristan or Keaton who would have won that spot, and now you bump down to the 5 because Cobb is back and Robbie Ray is back, and now you're the 5, but, maybe you've got still a chance to pitch, and now it feels like when Robbie Ray comes back and Cobb, and you got Snell and Webb and Harrison, if Harrison pitches like we all expect him to pitch, well, now you've got a lot of these guys who are going to be stuck in AAA. And that doesn't do a lot when you're pitching in Sacramento in the summer for your numbers and your upside. That's a tough place to be as a pitcher.
There's a big-time hitters league.
Right.
Yeah. Ball travels, all of that stuff. No, it's fun to daydream and certainly getting way ahead of ourselves. So as long as you just pitch it as that, I think it's okay to daydream. But it is fun to daydream about a playoff series and think about the pitching options that the Giants now have to start a playoff game. You've got Webb and you've got Snell and you've got an experienced playoff performer even like Robbie Ray potentially toward the end of the year. Alex Cobb, experienced pitcher, all-star last year. Fireballer young guy, Kyle Harrison. I really do think he's going to be an absolute stud. I think he's going to be a star. And then all of that, and you're not even bringing up the stuff that you don't know yet, which is, does Keaton Wynn come up? And he's balling. Does Mason Black come up and he's pitching his butt off? Does Jordan Hicks actually work as a starter and is devastating because he can throw 102 miles an hour? There are a ton of options now, which is why this, to me, it's very rare in baseball, I feel like, that one player can come in and go, oh, that just changes everything. There are great players, but for example, let's say, because a lot of people said this, what if Aaron Judge had joined the team last year? Their lineup would be what? Still kind of
Yeah.
You're just like, it's a bunch of guys, and then Aaron Judge is in the middle.
Big flash in the middle of it,
just walk him or whatever. One player, but this is different because everybody starts sliding around into different spots now in the rotation,
And you can have 1 or 2 or 3 things even go wrong and still have a totally viable rotation, and it changes something else. It is a signal that the philosophy that the Giants have been using in their starting rotation for the last 3 years is now officially ding dong. The witch is dead. You will not see an opener, and you will not be seeing guys get pulled in the 3rd inning because they just feel like something bad's about to happen, Alex Wood.
Yeah.
Like, that's done. These are legit dudes now who can be expected most nights to get you into the 6th or 7th inning.
Right, and part of that is reflected, I think, by the new manager, a guy who's from the old school where you have your starting pitcher and then you ride your starting pitcher until your starting pitcher isn't effective anymore. Then you go to the bullpen. You don't have a preconceived plan of an opener, or we're going to give this guy, 1 trip through the lineup. We can't give him 2 trips through because that's when things go really haywire. You got Logan Webb and Blake Snell, top 2 in the Cy Young, guys who are going to expect to have a chance to go out there and give you 6 or 7 or more. And then maybe Harrison being younger, he'll be on a little bit of a shorter leash, but when Robbie Ray comes back, he's a guy when healthy. And Cobb, they're going to be expecting to be able to throw deep and go deep. And if you have guys go 6 or 7, it's going to help your bullpen that's good become truly elite.
Farhan has used this phrase twice this offseason, and he was lying both times, but now it's finally true. When he said the offseason is now over. He did it twice. Said it after Soler, and then he signed Chapman. And then he said it after Chapman, and he went and acquired Blake Snell. But now the offseason is truly over. And it's time to get ready for baseball. And I wonder, now that we can look at the offseason as a whole and you can look at every single part of it, you can look at the signings, you can look at the trades, you can look at things like Brandon Crawford, J.D. Davis, and Rennell Brooks-Moon. But this November to March experience we've just had has changed or not changed your perception of the Giants how?
It's made me more excited about the on-field product. And that is something that I haven't been able to say in previous off seasons. The team on paper, and I know we don't play the game on paper, but when you look at the lineup and the rotation and even the personalities, who they have, they look to be better and they look to be more exciting. And the Brandon Crawford thing, sure, you would have liked for him to just ride off into the sunset and not go to St. Louis and intimate that he was no longer wanted. And the J.D. Davis okey doke was a Farhan special, and you can put the blame on the Giants, but for me, the blame lies as much with J.D. Davis and his agent for not understanding the way that worked or overplaying their hand.
Yeah, I largely
and you
agree.
got.
Yep.
You got JD, and I hated to see it happen, but when you look at the rules and they know the rules and they rolled the dice to try to beat them in arbitration and you won, but then you lost. So that was a bad look for the Giants, but ultimately I don't think that they catch as much heat as they do for the Rennell thing, certainly.
No, I agree with you on that. That did
It was a bad look.
But it didn't strike people emotionally like Rennell at all. Part of it is J.D. Davis. It's a player who played with the Giants for a season
and you got
a half.
Matt Chapman in place, so you got better at the position anyway.
You upgraded, no doubt. You know what, one thing that they kept talking about, and I truly don't know. Like, I don't know this. I've never been in negotiations for multi-million-dollar contracts, and I've never been a professional baseball player or a professional baseball agent. I've never been any of these things. But there's one thing they kept saying about the way they did not like the Giants handling it that's confusing to me. And I wonder what you think about this. You know how they kept saying, God, I've never been a part of a situation where a team would come to us with a final offer 45 minutes before the hearing. And I'm like, how long do you need to say the word yes? Why is that a thing? Only 45 minutes. All right. Hey, JD, you want 6.5? Yeah. Okay, Giants, we're good. There, that took 7 seconds.
Right.
What's the problem with the 45-minute thing?
You had to know where the offer was coming in. It's not like the Giants came in and said, we're going to give you $1.8 million. You know, you had the offer come in a spot where you probably estimated what it would be, knowing what the arbitration figure would have been. So it's not like you had to go through that much wrangling unless the contract was really layered with incentives and other minutia, which it probably wasn't.
Well, and this is I shouldn't say this on into this microphone because the employers here at Odyssey might be listening, but I'm a terrible negotiator when it comes to this stuff.
Don't say that.
Because if you're gonna write it down on a piece of paper. This is what I want, right? And put it in your pocket. This is what I want. If somebody gets really close to that, I'm like, fine. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? J.D. Davis, I want 6.8. All right, well, we're going to offer you 6.5. Especially if, as you're saying, I get it, 400,000, 300,000, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But not for a roll of the dice. That's a terrible idea if there's a roll of the dice involved. Hunter Pence is going to join us here in mere seconds.
Yeah.
But that makes no sense to me. If you knew, you're like, I want that $400,000, and your agent's like, I get it.
Just know.
It could cost you $4 million.
Yeah. Would you do it?
No.
Would you do it?
No. It's like I told you, whenever you get the blackjack and the dealer's got the ace showing. You want even money? Yeah.
No chance.
I want even money. I want to win.
I want that time and a half is what I want. I'm going in about 30 hours.
I love it when someone does that. They got a $5 bet on the table. Like, no, I'm holding out for $7.50.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Cash me out one time.
Speaking of one time. No, actually, this guy comes on multiple times.
Yeah, he does.
Last time we had him on, he was America's biggest 49er fan. I bet he's going back to being America's biggest Giants fan now. Hunter Pence joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hunter, thank you so much for coming on. We love doing it. What is your reaction to yet another free agency edition for the Giants?
I mean, this is a huge moment for Giants fans, and what an amazing opportunity for us to bring in the reigning NL Cy Young winner, backed up with the runner-up in Logan Webb. I mean, you got to tip your cap to Farhan to really committing to this season, and the NL West just got even more dangerous, so it's pretty exciting.
How hard would it be as a teammate to have to sit there and wait and hope that Farhan's going to get it done, and now you wait until March 18th and finally they're able to pull the trigger? Does that affect the teammates at all when you're kind of hoping for an upgrade and then you finally get one late into spring?
Well, I think the work that's been going in, these guys were ready to go, whether you add or not. You just, these guys, the camaraderie, the work that they've been putting in, and we've had a lot of arms step up. You come out here and you hear the narrative before I got to spring training, and then I get out here and we got some arms that are looking really strong. So our depth just got even better, because you look at kind of what Spencer Howard has done this spring. He looks really, really sharp. And then obviously Dalton Jeffries has pitched like he did back in 21 for Bob Melvin and the A's. I mean, we got some depth now, and we got some really just an elite sign for San Francisco, and one of the biggest we've had in the history since I've been a part of the franchise. So this is a huge deal to bring in the reigning Cy Young winner, and these guys are ready, and I'm sure it's just a jolt. You can just feel kind of a buzz walking around camp. Everyone's excited to have him. All the staff, it's just a lift up more than anything.
Hunter, thanks. Hunter Pence with us here, Willard and Dibs. One of the things I really wanted to ask you here is because of what you represented when you were here, which is someone who came in and the fans could really put their arms around you and you'd hang out for a number of years. What's your perspective on these big names coming in, but coming in with these opt-outs to where they may only be here for 1 year?
Well, to be fair, both of these guys you would have expected to get long-term deals, and I'm not the master economist, and also I'm not the one writing the checks for $30 million for a year. That's a big risk, and that's a lot of money. And to be fair, you're looking at with Snell potentially looking probably long-term, $200 million or something, wanting probably 7 years at that rate. And so, unfortunately, the market didn't find a fit for him, and we're able to grab him and get the opportunity to have him this year. And at the end of the day, every single year having an opportunity, we bring him in. We're now World Series contenders, and you can, we backed it up. The Giants organization, the ownership, you got to tip your cap to them. They've been going for it. We tried to get Judge, we tried to get Correa, and it was kind of the monkey on the back is like, we can't seal the deal with a big sign. And this, obviously, like you said, we have the opt-outs, but this year we get to ride it, and hopefully he goes out and proves, and maybe we sign him long-term and get him to stay, and he enjoys his time in San Francisco as much as a lot of us did, and create some history that this organization is known for greatness.
How nasty is this rotation now that you've got Logan and Blake up top, and you got Kyle Harrison behind it, and then a whole variety of other arms, and we don't really know how it's going to all shape up yet?
Well, I mean, we're looking at, as we get into the thick of it, hopefully we get Snell Cobbs coming back really quick, looking really good out here. He's recovering faster than they anticipated. But you're looking at also grabbing Robbie Ray, who is another Cy Young. I believe I'm not as certain, but either won it or runner up a couple years ago. And when he gets healthy, what he's capable of, he's mastered the craft as well. So it is a ridiculous when you come to San Francisco. And by the way, yeah, we have the 1 and 2 reigning Cy Young winners of the National League. But we upgraded the defense with a Matt Chapman, you got a Nick Ahmed fresh, feeling healthy as well, who's won 2 Gold Gloves, and then you had Jung-Hoo Lee, who's 5 straight Gold Gloves in center field. So pitching and defense, if you ask anyone who's been in this game for a long time, that is the blueprint to win championships. And you don't slug your way into a World Series champion. You pitch. Every single one of the championship teams has that caliber. You have that 1 and 2. But by the way, we go to 3 and 4 when you see a Alex Cobb, you see a Robbie Ray. Then don't forget, we got Jordan Hicks who blows you 102. So we'll see if he, how the starting gig works. But then we have 4 guys that you can count on reliable as well in the bullpen. I think all of them are going to get better with the upgraded defense. So there's some major compounding interest right here. Defense brings teams together. It builds chemistry because these pitchers are fighting their tails off for every out. And if you can scoop up all of the routine ones, which these guys are tried and true, have done that, and you can make some excellent ones. We've already seen Chapman changing games here in spring training just with balls that you don't think he even gets to, and he makes it look easy. So, man, there's a lot to be excited about. And wake up, San Francisco, the Giants are coming.
Hunter, we can hear the cage behind you. Who's hitting the ball right now?
I think I saw VR walk in there. I'm not sure. They just got out of their meetings. I've been out here in the cage watching the early work, and man, the depth now that we have is just, not only pitching and bullpen that this adds, because it just makes us way deeper when we get him back in the rotation. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get Snell up, back in there, but we have a lot of guys that are hitting good as well. So we have a lot of veteran guys, and we have a couple dudes. You see what Munguia has done. That are really knocking on the door, which is exactly what you want. You want pressure, you want tough decisions, and you want to have that for the long haul.
Hunter, you mentioned Nick Ahmed over at short, and I feel like this is kind of the underbelly of the offseason. We left last year with Farhan Zaidi saying Marco Luciano is going to get every chance to be the starting shortstop, and then it just got quiet all offseason, and now all I'm hearing is Nick Ahmed. What's going on with Luciano? What do you see?
Well, Luciano, he's one of those guys that he kind of has a load that's a timing load that takes a little time to get that load. And a lot of times, guys like that, you don't see them. And by the way, spring training to the regular season, things shift. And there's a lot of guys that kind of, have those quirky loads that take a little bit. So I think we're going to see him, they're going to want him getting every day at bats. I think we're going to see him potentially having an impact at some point. And he's gonna go off because the talent is there. The comparison of like the swing path and very similar moves to kind of an A-Rod, but he just has a little bit more in his load that he's got to crispen out, and that's kind of been his MO throughout his whole season. Is it takes him a little bit, and then once he finds that timing, he goes off and that talent shines through. But it's one of those moves that is a little bit more difficult to put together.
What have you seen from Jung-Hoo Lee in his time in camp, and whether or not you see him as a guy who can make a really big impact this year in his debut in MLB?
Yeah, I really think that this was one of the sneaky moves of the offseason, and I think it was really under the radar. And when you watch him work, everything is very smooth, everything is very calculated. You can understand why he's won 5 Gold Gloves. The way he runs, the way he moves, everything is very professional. His swing is very short to the ball. It's extremely smooth, extremely quick. And you can just tell he's going to be putting a lot of balls in play, good contact, and he's just got that speed as well. But the other thing the sneaky thing is he's he's magnetic. He's got that charisma. He's sneaky funny. I got to do a little interview with him, and he's one of those guys that everyone likes to be around. And I remember asking him, about his nickname, the grandson of the wind. He's like, well, the team gave me a new one. And he's like, I kind of like the new one. And a lot of the Latin guys and stuff are calling him Jung Hu Linya because he just hits line drives. And line drives are hit. So get ready for Jung Hu Linya to be turning and burning, baby.
Hunter Pence is with us here on Willard and Diz 95.7 The Game. Hunter, in your opinion and description, the biggest difference between a Gabe Kapler clubhouse and a Bob Melvin clubhouse is what?
There's just different theories altogether. And, Kapler was one of those guys who wanted to get a staff of the greatest minds in each field and then really trust them. I think you get like a Bob Melvin, you get a Pat Burrell, you get a Brian Price. These are guys who have been in the game for a very long time. And we now we take the science of baseball and we use that as one tool is kind of the analogy I like to use. You don't just use one tool to build a house. You can't just hammer the whole house down. You got to have wrenches and screwdrivers and saws. And so you use that tool, and they use that very well, and it's important. You need your hammer, but we also are bringing back a lot of the baseball thinking. You see them working on executing up to bat every day in batting practice. They're bringing that back, just having more people around. So it's just some things that are traditional in baseball that helps you relax and be comfortable and be together. And Bob Melvin is one of the greatest minds in baseball. He's done it for a long time, and he's had a lot of success, and you can see why. A lot of accountability is coming in, and a lot of, you can just feel the history of the calm, the confidence radiating from a Pat Burrell, the knowledge. Pat Burrell to me is a hitting genius, and it's been awesome to be in the cage and watch him work and to hear his thoughts and to see the guys really cooking with him.
What are the challenges for the veterans right now as you sit 9 days away from the season opener? I know young players are still grinding to try to make the club, but what do vets do to try to stay sharp here in the final week before the real games begin?
Yeah, I mean, the veterans are and the ones we have here are extraordinarily professional. And, you start off with, Wilmer Flores, and he's kind of the guy that, you're going to see the same thing day in and day out. He's been absolutely torching it this spring. You look at Tyro Estrada, who's primed to break out. Keep him healthy and look out, all-star game. This dude is playing. He's booking. He's tough. But you got Jorge Soler, who knows what he needs to do. This is kind of the time where you turn the key. It's time to rev up, sharpen up, and you start playing everything you got. You were tuning the body, you're building the momentum, and these guys, they're locked, man. Everyone, the camaraderie of this team is tight. It's a fun group to watch. It reminds me a lot of some of the teams we had where, they no one else out there believes it, but we know it. We're coming, we're locked in together, and you feel that like, everyone on the same page. And, Bosch would always be 25 guys, one common goal, win today. And you feel them, one common goal, find a way to win. And when we don't win, we learn about it, we talk about it, we stick around. And those are the kind of things that build great teams that write the course of history.
Hunter, you're such a positive guy, and you're talking about positive vibes right now. But I do want to ask, just if you, do you notice anything amongst players? We've heard whispers, whether it's Brandon Crawford's departure, the J.D. Davis arbitration thing, even Rennell yesterday. Is there any discussion about that? And is that in any way sort of, bringing things down in the clubhouse at all?
Well, I think that the most recent one, the Rennell one, is definitely a big hit because that's a part of the spirit of San Francisco. She grew up in the Bay Area. She is the Bay Area. She, ever since I've ever come to the Giant Stadium, 24 years, she brings a different kind of spirit and vibe to an enthusiasm to the game, to the ballpark. So that one is a really tough one to swallow. And, they're professionals. They're going to go and get about their business. And obviously JD was a close one with them and Brandon Crawford, but this game, it continues to move on and it continues to go. So I think the Rennell one, it definitely is tough to swallow. Hopefully we can, find out what's going on and what happened. And, I still don't know if I believe that one yet, but I think fans in the city are really feeling that because they're going about, hitting sliders and changeups and throwing sliders and changeups and fastballs and locked into the work right now.
Hunter, great stuff, man. We appreciate you finding time for us while you're out there in Arizona. Thank you. We'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an exciting time. I'm very thrilled and excited to watch these guys go out there and get after it. We got a lot to be excited about in San Francisco. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yep, and go Niners also, right?
Believe it. Go Niners, go Doves, baby.
Let's go.
Let's
go. Thanks, Hunter.
All right, take care.
Yeah, there he is, man. You want to talk about, we said about 100 times yesterday that Renell Brooks-Moon is just like one of these shining light personalities, and if you're in the same room with her, you're like, man, well, I don't know, my day just got better. Hunter Pence, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Yeah, there's another one.
But the way he spoke about Renell makes you realize that the impact that she had goes beyond just those of us who are fans, but throughout the clubhouse. And, Hunter's still trying to process it.
Thank you for saying that, because I think what you just said is really freaking important. I've heard this from a number of listeners, tweeters, even radio talkers. Don't diminish Renell. Do not go, the PA announcer?
Right.
Because what you're doing, tell me you don't understand Giants baseball without telling me that you don't understand Giants baseball.
Exactly. And when you hear him speak like that and he's all but stammering, the eloquent reverend who can't even put words together to process the loss of a PA announcer, tells you she's more than just that for them. And she's more than just that for us.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Doc Pandia is around the corner. Draymond Green and Moses Moody are questionable. How quickly can Blake Snell get out there and start a game in the regular season? Alex Cobb is on the fast track. All of that with Doc Pandia around the corner. Steve Kerr an hour away. Your phone calls throughout. This is Willard and Dibs.
Want more speed? Then you're in luck, because Xfinity
First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Doc Pandy's going to jump in here in a sec. People have bad backs, and they're coming back from long layoffs, and they're ahead of schedule, and we're going to get through all of that. But my God, I tell you what, when you want to talk about celebrity sightings,
yeah,
you know, when I lived in L.A., this crap happened all the time. You just like run into people, and because you know Hollywood was close by. But there are celebrity sightings, and then there are celebrity sightings where you can plan them. Like, like, my God.
Yeah.
You know, like Hunter Pence is signing shoes at Foot Locker. Let's go.
I'm showing up. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
My mom did that for me when I was a little kid with Dwight Hicks of the San Francisco 49ers.
And the Hot Licks?
He was like at the mall and signing things.
Ceremony?
I didn't know. And we just went. I thought I was following my mom around while she tried stuff on like usual. And then all of a sudden, Dwight Hicks is sitting there next to the jackets. And I'm like, Mom, that's Dwight Hicks. And she's like, damn right it is. You better go over there and say hi. Anyway, you've all got that chance this weekend because, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Grandy is going to be out and about along with Evan Giddings this weekend. And you'll all have the opportunity to say hi. Mark, where are you going to be?
Yeah, so we're going to be at the Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill Saturday from noon to 3. It's their once yearly red tag clearance sale, so a bunch of great deals on appliances. There'll also be great food and music, bunch of people out there, and you can stop by and say what's up to Evan and I. Again, it's this Saturday, 12 to 3. Yeah, there will be food.
What food?
All kinds of food.
What kinds of food?
From what I've heard, there's like a bunch of different varieties, but it's like those samples, and you can just like fill up on a bunch of samples.
Dude, oh my God.
It's going to be delicious.
Oh my God.
12 to 3, we're on the air.
You come for the food and drink, but you stay for Grandy and Giddings. G&G.
We're going to have to hurry. I think Jude's got a baseball game that ends at like 1:30.
You better pray for rain.
Also out there.
There is supposed to be some rain, isn't there?
Yeah. You know, it would be great if it was cancellation sensation because you could show up. I've actually showed up to this event many, many times, and it is awesome.
Okay.
And not just if you need a new stove, which we do.
Yeah, so Saturday, noon to 3, we'll be on the air at the Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their annual yearly red tag clearance sale.
Okay. And then my only other question is, why does it say Evan and Grandy as opposed to Grandy and Evan?
Because
I'm just asking.
I'm nice.
Just asking the tough questions.
And why can't it be Grandy and Giddings, the two G's, the two OGs,
Another
triple
question.
OG?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a great question.
Thank you.
And Grandy actually was very respectful while you were out about, he was saying Dibs and Grandy. And I was thinking, it's okay if it's Grandy and Dibs. It kind of sounds better.
Right.
I don't mind being second fiddle.
I mean, no matter who hosts it, it's still Willard and Dibs.
And he made great point of making it Willard and Dibs.
Except for the next 3 days where it will be Willard and FP.
See, and that's my pet peeve, and I will be listening on the Odyssey app.
No, you won't, you wasted Vegas traveler. You're going to be bombed and inside of a book. Book.
Now to talk about liver saturation, we bring in our next guest.
Yeah. Once upon a time, he said, that's a great question. Let's see if he does it again. It's Doc Pandy. Yeah, it's cleared to play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. Here he is, everybody, Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, did you have a birthday this week, you devil?
I did. I turned 45 yesterday. I did have a birthday yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. You're younger than Dave Fleming. That's crazy. Happy birthday. What'd you do?
I had a regular work day and then watched the Warriors game with the family at home and had a nice little dinner. Got some churros for dessert. That's a big favorite of mine. So, yeah, just a little low-key day. Going to do something bigger hopefully over the weekend.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. Watch the Dubs lose to the Knicks. I can't think of anything more fun.
Boy.
Yeah. The Anthony Edwards dunk was a little bit more exciting last night.
That thing was nuts.
Seriously.
Was nuts.
I thought it was Photoshopped, the way he elevated again.
Well, I'm like, dude, your chin is above the rim. What is happening?
Right.
Anyway, hey, Draymond Green in this back issue. He's been listed as questionable again for tomorrow night. You know, a bulky back. My God, there's nothing worse. So what do you think here?
Yeah, I think in his podcast he was saying this is kind of similar to some of the stuff he's dealt with in the past. And, he had that season where he was out, with the disc issue and with having leg pain. So I think anytime a player has this injury at his age, there's always that possibility that it's going to come back and re-flare up, particularly when you're playing heavy minutes at the 4 or the 5. And I think one of the things that everyone's noticed is Draymond's playing a lot of time at the center position, and that does definitely put a lot more stress on the back, particularly at his size. So would not be surprised if you see him being deployed a little bit differently to take strain off that back. But it is one of those things where it's going to be off and on. He's going to be dealing with it. Doesn't seem overly concerning, but you want to do is nip this in before a potential playing game or playoff run, because you don't want it to then have a period of time where you can't take 4 or 5 days off. You want to nip it in the bud now, and hopefully it'll get better.
Yeah, playoff run feels a little bit far-fetched right now, but we're holding out hope that they can turn things around. We had a Moses Moody situation last night where he had to miss the second half due to knee soreness. This is something that he's dealt with before. What's your take on Moses having to miss the second half with his knee?
Yeah, I think whenever they use the term soreness, typically that usually means this could be like a little bit of patellar tendonitis. It could be just a little bit of, kind of generalized kind of just, kind of swelling in the knee. This is one of the things, everyone wants to see Moody play more. But even if you are a young player and you're not playing for a period of time, you go back and you play, and it's kind of not, very consistent in terms of how you're playing, you're more prone to get these issues, particularly if you have a pre-existing knee soreness issue that he's dealt with in the past. So I think if he gets more consistency in terms of minutes, you'd probably avoid this. This seems to be more of a thing of, look, you didn't play for several games, now you're going in, and the body just wasn't ready to respond to that impact.
Doc Pandia with us, cleared to play. When do you think Blake Snell can start an actual regular season game?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think in general for a athlete coming off of, depending on how much you did off on the off season, you typically see return to kind of playing baseball pitching. It'll be usually about 3 to 4 weeks. Now, if he was working a lot in the off season, he was getting some live pitching in whatever setting he was, and that could be a little bit quicker. But he has had a decent number of injuries, kind of nothing major, but he had a toe injury, he had some adductor issues, he did have elbow surgery a couple of years ago. So all those things means that you probably want to be a little bit more cautious in terms of bringing him in. So I would not be surprised if it's more of a 3 to 4 week ramp up, get him some minor league pitching, make sure he's feeling well before he plays.
Alex Cobb looks to be ahead of schedule. What does that mean for his potential return to play earlier as opposed to later in the season?
I think absolutely. It looks like he's on track to be earlier. And I think what he's doing right now in terms of actually throwing in kind of a live setting really means the hip is not the issue right now. Obviously, you're looking for soreness. You're looking for little things to pop up. But it seems like he's more in the position of, is his arm ready to kind of get, ready to throw it and do the same thing just like Snell was? Is the arm going to be able to take that impact for a season? So I think he's probably on track to come back a lot sooner than the initial prediction, which was around the All-Star break. Would not be surprised if we see him in late April, early May, pitching on the mound again.
Doc, Keaton Wynn was back on the mound, too. He's dealing with elbow stuff all spring, but now they're saying opening day is probably good to go. Are there any concerns there?
No, typically not. Everyone's very cautious with elbows, particularly major league pitchers. So if they're already predicting that he's going to be ready to go, that's a good sign that there aren't, any elbow pain issues. There's not any secondary soreness in the shoulder. So the fact that you're generally very cautious with pitchers, and even the least amount of soreness anywhere in the body, you're going to hold someone back. Very positive sign that he'll be ready that part of the season.
Doc, great stuff as always. We appreciate you, and happy another trip around the sun.
Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is. That's Doc Pandia, everybody. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right, pretty good stuff all the way around except for the Draymond thing. And that's, again, when you listen, and if you listen to Draymond's podcast, the bottom line is you're going to be entertained, but like once a month as a Warrior fan, you're going to come away mad. To me, that's just that's the cost of doing business, because Draymond Green is such a talker. He's so almost vulnerable. He will just tell you everything that's on his mind, even if it's not something you want to hear. He'll say it anyway. And when the Warriors look bound for the 9-10 game, and Draymond is saying things like, who really gives a rat's you-know-what about the 9-10 game, and my back is hurt, I just look for the rest of the year with him and wonder if he's going to pick the bench more often than the court, because he's not that engaged in what they're even able to do with the rest of this year.
And if this continues to go as it has, with losses to Chicago and San Antonio and just a dud against the New York Knicks last night, a game that they never led, Steve Kerr and his thoughts coming up at the top of the hour. But if you have more of those games and it looks like you're going to be secure to earn the 10 seed, maybe he ends up shutting it down for a week or two just to be ready for the play-in.
Captain Clay Report brought to you by City Cruises. Book your one-of-a-kind experience today at citycruises.com. Last night, Warriors fell to the Knicks, 119-112. 18 points for Clay, 5 of 10 from 3, dished out 8 assists. Is this the right player?
Right.
Clay Thompson, including a few of them to TJD. Clay was a team best plus 11 in his 31 minutes last night. He looks pretty good. You know who else looks good right now? Wagner.
Franz Wagner.
No, just Wagner.
It's Wagner, yeah. Yeah, and I released it to my my in-house March Madness group.
Did you pick Wagner?
Yeah, absolutely.
You did?
Yeah.
Don't take a victory lap yet.
No, it's early.
It's early.
We teased it up to, I believe, 7.5, 5-point teaser.
I'm surprised you didn't get up and run a circle around the room. The tournament has started.
It's underway. And I've been kind of itchy.
Underway.
I'm itchy that I haven't changed the channel yet because we've got NIT games going on in here. So I saw the NIT tip, and I thought, ooh, that playing game must be underway. The second game tonight, Virginia, Colorado State.
Yep.
We're taking Virginia in the points, but we love the under. If you ever want to watch paint dry, the Virginia Cavaliers, they play basketball as if there was no shot clock.
Beautiful.
It's a tough watch.
I can't wait. No, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock, and we're looking forward to hearing more from you. 888-957-9570. How would you now characterize the offseason that has been for the San Francisco Giants? We'll keep chatting it out as we get ready for Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question. Yeah, it's a great question.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated.
back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Willard and Dibs, sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. Hunter Pence was a whole lot of fun. Odyssey app, YouTube, if you want to check that out. Dude, that was way wide right.
Yeah, way
that
wide.
Was way. Did you shoot that left-handed?
Lefty, yeah.
Like you were Kyrie. What the hell are you doing over
I'm
there?
a lefty. I shoot it lefty, yeah.
You shoot it lefty?
Shoot it lefty, yeah.
You do a lot of things righty.
I switched in 6th grade because of a guy who I admired named Chris Mullen.
You just switched.
I was awful as a right-handed basketball player. Awful.
This is not like a political party. You can't just be like, I'm lefty now.
I actually switched political parties, too, a little bit later in life. I went from the right also to the left. To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left.
Yeah. All right.
I went from being awful to just being bad as a lefty.
Oh, I thought you meant politically.
Well, I mean, politically, I'm nowhere, my brother.
Anyway,
I mean,
whatever.
Don't even get me started about the left.
I won't.
The party of losers.
You should stop talking now.
It's my party, Mark. It's my team.
That's right. It's my party, and I'll vote if I want to.
It's kind of like being a Detroit Lions fan. Even when you win, you lose.
Mm-hmm.
The left. Anyway.
Steve Kerr is coming up in 40 minutes.
My man.
The tournament is underway. It always takes me like 3 possessions to remember why watching college basketball is so frustrating.
You think?
Oh, my God. Because you fill these stupid pieces of paper out, and then these
My
kids...
bracket's still perfect right now.
Yeah, so is mine. I haven't even thought about it yet.
Yeah.
I got time. Anyway, these kids, just bless their little hearts. They're just running around out there, and they can't, make shots. They can't do... Like, you're just... If you're like me, I'll just be straight honest with you, and I think a lot of you are like me. We've been watching Warrior games. I haven't watched a whole lot of college basketball. I'm not going to tell you that I know, watch out for Grand Canyon. They can play.
Actually,
I know
watch
they can.
out for Grand Canyon, Mark. They're really good.
They're really good, but I couldn't tell you why or what color they even wear. I have no clue. But
St. Mary's got their hands full.
They do. I know this, but I also don't know this. I couldn't tell you who plays for Grand Canyon.
I couldn't name a Grand Canyon.
Exactly.
I don't even know their nickname.
I'm like, that's a tourist attraction. It's not a basketball team. So
go Lopes.
Anyway.
That's right, the Lopes.
These dudes are not Steph Curry. So when someone penetrates and kicks out to a guy who's wide open for 3, you're like, yeah. Oh, he missed everything. Good God.
And then the guy underneath gets the rebound and misses back-to-back layups.
Right, because he's actually only 6'5", yet he's the tallest player on the team. So you're just watching. It's a completely different brand, and they might score 55 points, and then that's it. That's the end of the game. They scored 55 points. And they might even do that and win. San Diego State did that and went all the way to the final game last year.
Yeah, they were good.
They play defense.
These teams aren't very good.
Right.
These are the 2 lowest ranked teams. Ken Pom, and I'm going to miss Ken Pom and you all throughout the rest of the week. Ranked 276 and 293 respectively.
You should call in from Vegas and Ken Pom.
Okay.
One time.
Yeah.
One time.
Afternoons, though, gets a little bit... If we were doing a morning show, it'd be a little safer for me.
No. I want you to be drunk. You should call in drunk.
Take a playoff, FP.
From inside the sports book.
Okay.
And let's see if the security will come take your phone, because you're not allowed to do that.
They don't really care anymore.
Well,
let's go to
like
they used
after
to.
the bag? Yeah, not like they used to.
Because now everyone's on their phones.
Right.
It's just when you're up at the betting window, they don't want you on your phone.
So stand at the betting window and call us drunk and tell us what you're betting on.
All right.
That's my Lucas. I just booked us a guest for either Thursday or Friday. All right, yeah.
Me in Vegas too?
Are you in Vegas too?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll do a tandem
Why
call.
you tell me these things?
I literally just did.
I mean, for crying out loud.
Oh, there's a missed layup.
Yep. Are you guys going together? Are you going to see each other at all?
No, and perhaps there might be a meetup.
I mean, I knew you weren't flying together.
Yeah, it's two separate trips, but we have already talked about a possible meetup.
Are you, Lucas, are you also going at Dark 30 on Thursday?
I am going tomorrow night.
You're in tomorrow night. Where are you staying?
Mandalay Bay.
Classy.
And MGM Grand, I think, at some point.
Oh, you don't. What?
Different reservation the first night because it's pretty much free.
Yeah. Wednesday's way more affordable than Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
You know what that is, don't you?
Go on.
Yeah. It's a reservation sensation.
Go on. Go on, he says.
All right, you guys are going to have a great time. So, yeah, Lucas, just forget everything I said to you. I'll book the show from here on out, just like normal. Anyway, so both of you should call the show drunk whenever you want. Open invitation.
Done. All right.
Okay. Or sober. That's fine, too.
Yeah.
Less fun. I mean,
less likely. Again, if you were doing morning show, it would.
Right.
You know what? I'll call Spadoni at 5 a.m. and we'll see how I'm doing.
Do they still have that break at I feel like it's like 3:30. On Thursday and Friday, it's just like 9 a.m. and then it's games all the way till 9 at night. But they used to have that break that they cooked in for TV for about an hour. And then I feel like they did away with it because March Madness started being on 78 different TV channels at once. All of the channels that start with the letter T all have games all the time. So I think they did away with it.
Not much of a break.
There's no break, right?
You got 9:15, 9:40, 10:30, 11, 11:45, 12:10, 1, 1:30, 3:50. So that might be where the break is.
Yeah.
If the 1:30 game ends at 3:30.
So from 3 to 3:30, you got nothing.
Then you get 3:50, 4:10, 4:25, 4:35, 6:20, 6:40, 6:55, 7:05.
Call us at the 3:05 break.
Yeah.
Call us. Call us at 3. Let's see what you have to say.
Gonzaga and McNeese at 4:25. Just spoiler alert, we like McNeese in that game.
Who's we?
We, the system, the math.
We, the world. I think everyone's on McNeese.
We are.
A 12-5 matchup.
Okay.
Yeah. It's classic 12-5.
What's the spread?
6.5.
And you like with the spread?
McNeese on the money line.
Oh, you
it's
like
a money
them to
line.
win the game.
Yeah.
Outright.
I'm thinking about making money line plays on all 12s, all 13s, and all 14s.
Why?
Because at least 2 of the 12s will win. And if just one of the 13s or 14s wins, you turn a profit.
Is McNeese the 12 you like the best?
I would say so. I'd have to glance back at the bracket here. I like James Madison. They're a 12 a lot. And the 12s are juicy. UAB, San Diego State, I'm probably taking the Aztecs. Grand Canyon over St. Mary's. I love Grand Canyon.
All right, so let's take Grand Canyon.
They're a 12.
McNeese.
A 12.
UAB.
A 12.
And then what was the other one you mentioned?
Madison.
James Madison. Okay. I'll give you $5 if you can name 2 players on any of those 4 teams.
All right.
No, you're looking
James
at
Madison plays for James Madison. Scoreboard.
No, he doesn't.
And Billy McNeese plays for McNeese State. Mm-hmm.
Was Drake one of these teams?
No.
I know someone on Drake.
Yeah, Drake. I know that
I know
guy.
someone on Drake. Drake is a 11. I got to find him.
Yeah.
They're a 10. They're a 10-7. Anyway.
How many college basketball players do you think you can name right now?
Probably 1.
That's it?
1 or 2.
Is his last name James?
No. 3. Forgot about Bronny.
So
Zach Edey, the big stiff
Yes,
from Purdue.
for Purdue, yes.
And the big bet is when does
the big stiff?
He's a nice little player.
Yeah, he
but
scores a lot of points.
if it was 1981, he'd be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. But
but it's not.
well, and now the question is, when does Purdue choke? That's really an actual prop bet.
Wow.
Not if they win it all, but when do they gag it away? Bronny James, and then there's the Marshallonis kid from St. Mary's.
Do you know anyone on San Diego State?
Augustus, I believe. Augustus Marshallonis.
Do you know anyone on San Diego State?
I should, because there's a kid from Marin City on San Diego State.
Well, yeah, he was there last year.
Thank
Trammell,
you.
yeah,
Thank you,
He was there
Lucas.
last year. He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
He's a little guy
Trammell.
out there. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucas. Well played.
You know who their best player is? San Diego State?
A guy named Diego?
No.
Bill Diego?
I do this every year because I just think it's funny. Because at some point this weekend, you will be inebriated, and you know what that is.
It's an inebriation sensation.
You'll be inebriated, and you'll be in Vegas, and you'll be talking to somebody who you just struck up a conversation with, and you're going to tell them all about what you know.
Of course.
And you can't even name one player
Not a one.
In the whole bracket.
And the other beauty is I just named three, and I got help with a fourth.
So every time you say, like, here's what's about to happen, I like Grand Canyon, I should just be like, why? You can't tell me one thing about any of the people.
I don't need to know about the human beings.
I know. You're doing like your
it's
algorithm.
Mathematics.
Yeah.
And what the math will tell you is there are certain stats and numbers, and it's a computation sensation.
I'm not being critical at all.
I get it.
Yeah. It's just funny to me.
Historically,
and it's kind of
math. What? It's not really that sad.
It is if you're our age and you're like, dude, this used to be like. You start describing to people as if we're sitting at the corner on a chair with a White Claw.
Right.
Let me tell you about the Fab Five. Let
me tell you about Christian Leighton.
Right. There used to be actual people that played college basketball.
There still are, but
nope.
NCAA has done a lot to make this so it's more difficult to follow.
Yeah, for sure.
The portal has made it so, you got guys bouncing all over the place like that. Connect. There's another guy I can name, Dalton Connect from Tennessee, Steiny's man crush.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he played for NOCO last year, Northern Colorado, and now he's in Tennessee. And he'll be in the NBA next year, but the portal has made it harder to keep track of guys, plus the one and done, and also what they've done to the damn basketball court itself. You look at this, and if you didn't know it was the first four, and if you didn't know that the first four is always in Dayton, you don't know where this game's being played. They make the court faceless, and therefore most of the players become faceless and nameless as well.
I think you have a point on everything you just said, but it is also bigger than that.
It is. Hit that.
Right, which is, and he did not.
Of course,
so
open three.
Halftime, and Wagner leads Howard 38-27. Yeah, it's also just college basketball.
Right.
Like that's college basketball now. It is not. It's not the same for all of the reasons that you just said, but it's also sort of fallen away from our consciousness until we get this piece of paper in our hand.
Oh, it's so great.
Which is in many ways what makes it unique. I don't think this is going to offend some people, or not offend them, but like you'll roll your eyes. College basketball is not that far off of horse racing.
Which I also love.
What is this without the betting? What is this? Would we even do it?
We wouldn't watch it with the same intensity.
There you go.
Although the counterpoint would be the women's NCAA tournament, which has never been more popular.
Correct.
And I don't know if any of us, Grandy, Lucas, you, myself, are in any bracket pool.
No, but I could name more women's players than men.
Exactly.
The most famous college basketball player in America right now is a woman.
Right, and the second most famous one might also be a woman, Angel Reese.
Yep, that's never been the case before in our history.
It's because of the personalities and the sport doing a better job. The women's game does a better job of promoting their players and their stars than the men's does.
Well, and that's basketball. David Stern is the one who started that, and we had that conversation with Steiny a few weeks ago. He hates that. He wants team. Well, that's just not. It's not the way most basketball fans operate anymore. Ever since Michael Jordan and David Stern and Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and it was Magic versus Bird, and then it was LeBron versus Kobe, and it was never about the Christmas Day matchup between the Lakers and the Celtics.
Right.
No, it's about the individuals, and college basketball is completely missing that. College basketball feels like the Giants lineup the last 2 years.
Mostly faceless.
Wow, someone's up.
Yeah.
Someone's up.
And that's, even looking at this team right here, Wagner has an average of 1.17 years experience on their team, which means they're either JUCO transfers who've been there for a year, or they're freshmen, or they're guys in the portal, and they're not last in the country.
Well,
so many of these teams and players, it's just a temporary stopover.
Right, and you also don't have the blue blood teams where you're like, okay, that's a 1 seed, and I'm going to follow what they're doing all year long. Everybody's beatable now because the big schools have these one-and-done kids because they've got the big-time talent, but the other schools are going to come with players who've been playing together for 3 or 4 years, so there's continuity there, and that's why you're going to see more upsets than ever, except for you can't call them upsets anymore. What's that 11-6 game with Clemson?
Yeah.
Clemson's the 6, and who are they playing?
New Mexico, Mark.
Mexico.
I've got New Mexico going quite deep.
New Mexico's favored.
Yeah.
The 11 is favored over the 6.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? But that's college basketball now. So that's why, that to me, if you're in one of those, and I know you don't like this, you don't like standard scoring, but...
It's boring.
But multiply seed is like, you can trick that out now because it's like, why on earth would you take Clemson to win, even if you thought they were? Why would you do that?
Because 6 is greater than 0.
Right, but 11 is greater than 6 significantly, and they're favored. So, just go to your spreads and play it that way.
That's why I like the math of that format, because you look at the 11s who are more likely to win over the 6, and then you try to cash that out one time.
Yeah.
And, the 12-5 is always a vulnerable spot. The 5 doesn't win as often as you would think. And historically, it's a 65% winning percentage for the 5 against the 12. So you got a 35% chance if you take the 12, and the 12 points is worth it to just take all 4 of the 12s.
Steve Kerr joining us in 25 minutes. There's a funny, odd little Brandon Ayuk story that we can play with a little bit. I did also want to get to this. We had more from Fleming on the Morning Roast. If you want to hear the whole thing, Odyssey app, YouTube, you can always go back, check the whole thing out. Bonte and Joe did a great job having Flem on, and this is how he characterized the Giants' offseason.
I think it's indisputable they've had a great offseason. I do. And look, Chapman, even just being down there this last weekend, basically Chapman's first full weekend of actually playing games, he's just such a well-respected guy that it does sort of change the look of not just the lineup and what it looks like when they're out in the field, but I think you're walking around that clubhouse and everybody's feeling a little different having Matt Chapman aboard. So, yeah, they've had a really good offseason.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's kind of a different even way of looking at it. I think most fans are doing what fans should do, and they're thinking about players and stats and the vibe and the feel and the standings. And what Dave is talking about is the clubhouse. And one thing that is also indisputable, not just whether or not the Giants have had a successful offseason, it is indisputable that the clubhouse has been flipped upside down, dumped out onto the floor, and then put back together in a very organized fashion. And in fact, organization was one of the strengths of Gabe Kapler. But what maybe wasn't was what I would call traditional professionalism.
Yeah, Pusoidos.
Yeah, traditional professionalism is back for the Giants clubhouse. And maybe that doesn't even resonate with you, but when you got Bob Melvin and Matt Williams walking around, and Matt Chapman and Blake Snell, and Logan Webb was already one of those guys, I think it makes it a lot easier for these younger players who everyone's excited to see. It's going to make it a lot easier for those guys to actually go about doing their business. Kyle Harrison has had a great offseason. He really has. Because Kyle Harrison now has another lefty stud and then Logan Webb to help him become a big leaguer. But you know what else he has? Got a manager that's going to let him go out there and throw 6 2/3.
Right.
How are you feeling if you're Kyle? I wouldn't even trust that Gabe Kapler wasn't going to come to me halfway through the year and be like, so we're going to need you to be the closer next week.
Right.
Maybe I don't know. Now, a little bit more tradition, a little bit more professionalism. I think that's good for these young guys.
I think it's good for everybody, and you got to tighten it up. And when you get word last year, reports of card games and Jock Peterson running games of Pusoi Dose, and guys are more interested in how they're doing in the card game than they are in the actual baseball game, and Gabe Kapler not really being somebody who's presiding over the locker room and the clubhouse, and you get your clubhouse to start to get away from you, and the young players are learning bad habits, and the veterans are looking at what's going on and kind of throwing their hands up because there's no leadership from anyone, and you let that thing go on, and then the year ends the way it ends with kind of a bit of a fizzle and a dud. Then you get to this offseason. Yeah, what do? You bring in an old school manager, and you bring in And I don't know how much of a, quote, red ass Matt Williams is, but he's from the old school.
A little bit of red ass.
And if you're in the clubhouse and it's after a game that you lose 12-2, and you as a defense make 3 errors, and you're in there towel snapping and yucking it up,
yeah,
he's going to put a stop to that.
Matt Williams, I had such a moment one time with Matt Williams, and no one in the world other than me would ever remember it, but it was like I was just starting out, like one of my first broadcasting jobs, and I wore Matt Williams' number in high school. Like, I played third base, and he went from number 10 to number 9, and I wore number 9 like purposely because of Matt Williams. I was a huge, huge Matt Williams fan. And as a fan, you sort of sometimes, like, the reality of life doesn't really click into your head. So Matt Williams was so familiar to me, and it's not that I would expect that to be reciprocated, but it was just odd. I got this job, and I was down at spring training covering the Rockies and the Diamondbacks, and Matt Williams was on the Diamondbacks. And they sent me down there, and I was there like way before any of the other media. So I'm like standing awkwardly in their clubhouse by myself. And there's Matt Williams late in his career with a big Barca lounger in front of his locker. And I'm like, oh my God. I mean, this just is me and Matt Williams. Here's my chance. And I walk over there, and I'm like, hey, Matt, can I talk to you for a sec? He turns around and kind of gives this little like it wasn't mean or rude, but it was kind of just like, what do you want to talk about? And I cratered. I mean, like, I did it. I talked to him. Probably was the worst interview ever. But I was just like, oh, I wanted you to just like be warm and fluffy and like, right? This was.
Come here, young cub.
For me, like, wow, I wore your number in high school. But I didn't want to like lead with that. I didn't want to sound like a loser. So I just never forgot it. He didn't do anything wrong. But I never, ever forgot it. I don't know. Maybe this year I can go yuck it up with him about the whole thing. But to answer your question, yeah, you got a little snip to him sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what you need when you're coming off of a year like last year where, and it wasn't just the clubhouse, but it was the sense that players weren't on board completely with Gabe Kapler and his staff and their approach to how you're going to use personnel. And so now you get an old school guy, and you get the feeling that if you're in the lineup as a hitter, you're going to probably get 4 at-bats.
Yeah.
Unless it's a late game situation and, if you're Yaz and they bring in a lefty, then maybe you'll go to a righty in that spot, but it won't be a 4th inning. The spreadsheet tells us you need to come out.
Just for fun, Bomel, I think Giants fans would get this. First game of the year, okay? First game of the year. First inning, the other team is pitching a lefty. You announce Jung-Hoo Lee and then pinch hit.
Come on.
Just for fun. It would be like we need a little levity just for the laugh. Come on, send Austin Slater up there.
Well, who announces that?
That's very good.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Too soon. Thank you.
Way too soon. Plus, it's
too soon.
It's also on the road, so it'd be weird.
Good point.
Maybe she will. Maybe she'll be in San Diego. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 and 18 minutes away from Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibbs. Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
Get a first look at spring savings during our...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We didn't get a chance to ask Doc Pandia, mainly because he didn't even know this. I didn't know that Jung-Hoo Lee had hamstring soreness. Did you know that?
No.
You do now.
Oh, boy.
But he's going to run the bases today, like a kid after the game, on a lazy Sunday afternoon. And if all goes well, he'll be back tomorrow for the Gigantes, the second favorite in the National League West.
Right. Among the second favorites. The odds makers would tell you it's almost a three-way flat-footed tie.
Don't mess with a good line. Don't mess with a good line.
It was an all right line.
I mean,
you're playing off of Steiny and Goo, mainly Steiny.
Well,
because we're playing for second.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I know.
That one doesn't make sense to me at all. Steve Kerr coming up in 10 minutes. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can check out Dave Fleming, as we've been talking about on the Morning Roast from earlier today. You can also check in on Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence joining us earlier today and was really good on the Blake Snell signing and so much more for the Giants. Okay, Steve Kerr in 10 minutes. Try this on for size. This one comes from the Mind the Game podcast. It is J.J. Redick and LeBron James. Listen to what he has to say.
Since I've been watching the game, the most influence on the game, and obviously we know what Mike did for the game. Sure. Steph and Allen Iverson are the two biggest influential guys in our game since I've been watching and covering it. One, they're 6'3", 6'4", if you want to. Steph's not 6'4". If you want to look on the back of a basketball card, you're always a lot taller on the back of the basketball card. Allen Iverson and Steph, they were just so relatable, and kids felt like they could be them. They were guys that was not always counted on. They were small in stature, and they just define the odds. So you got AI, who's like unbelievable crossover, cornrows, arm sleeve. We wear arm sleeve. Everyone wears an arm sleeve now because of Allen Iverson. Mm-hmm. And he's going in the trenches, laying it up over bigs, whatever the case may be. And now you have Steph, who's shooting over the Empire State Building. It's like those two are the two most influential when you say the game, how they changed the game, and the kids, and like, those are two guys that you just wanted to watch every single night.
Allen Iverson and Steph Curry, the biggest influence on the game since LeBron James has been watching it and playing it. Now, I want to right away admit two cavernous possible biases in this conversation, but it's hard not to agree with him. I just can't tell if Steph Curry being a warrior, one, shades my opinion, and two, because I had kids when I did and they became huge basketball fans, that was at the point in my life where I was able to watch the way a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kid would react to Steph Curry along with his or her friends, pick kids up from school. You see him out on the schoolyard and you're like, oh my God. And this is not just in the Bay Area. When my kids started and were that age, I was down in Los Angeles where Kobe Bryant was still playing and Steph Curry was a rival. And these kids could not imagine themselves as any other player than Steph Curry, any other player. And you think about the way the game is played now around the three-point shot and the way he has made that so popular. And LeBron uses the word relatable. He puts Steph and AI on the same plane. I don't even know if I would do that. I fully get the Allen Iverson experience, but I have never seen, outside, I guess, of Michael Jordan, although that was different. That was like a pedestal. I've never seen an NBA player in my lifetime get on the level and into the consciousness of the fan like Steph Curry. I've never seen it before.
I think Iverson is a great comp because if you are a shorter player, and Iverson isn't 6'3" or 6'4", and LeBron was talking about Steph, Allen was probably 6 foot, 6'1", maybe 5'11", whatever he was. his ability to be so fearless gave many younger, smaller people hope that they could do the same thing. And to a lesser extent, guys like Spud Webb and Muggsy Bogues, players who are so small, yet they were able to make big impact in the association. It was inspirational, but Iverson for sure. And I also think that there's part of that too with his hard scrabble upbringing.
No doubt.
That you could make something of yourself. But the Steph Curry effect is one that I have seen over the course of the last, 15 years since I've gone back to full-time youth basketball officiating. And I can tell you that meaningless behind-the-back dribbles are up each and every year.
And three-pointers by people who can't throw a ball that far.
Right, and every single halftime, so you have a 3.5-minute halftime, and the kids, whatever, they're running around doing their thing, and each and every halftime, they're all looking at the clock with 3, with 2, with 1, and they all get, 25 or 30 feet away, and they just huck it. If you're lucky to have a ball at the end of halftime, you're just going to huck one to try to hit one from the logo like Steph.
Did I hear you say a week or two ago that in your CYO games when you ref, no threes?
4th and 5th grade, no, they don't count the threes. They don't count them.
Like that's a league rule?
Yeah.
Why?
Good question. I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't count it.
That's a great question.
Oh, it's a great question, Mark.
Yeah, it's a great question.
Yeah. Well, it's a great question, Fitz.
Yeah, why don't they? I got to admit, like when we arrived for our playoff game last week, we're watching the game that's before us.
Yeah.
And it's a 3-point game. And it's exciting.
Yeah.
And then some kid came down and he let that thing fly, and you could tell the minute he let it go, I'm like, oh God, it's going in. Swish. And that 20-17 game became 20-19. And I'm like, well, that stinks.
Yeah.
Come on.
I wonder
he hit a 3.
If it's because some of the gyms that they use don't have a 3-point line. And that might have changed this year.
Yeah.
They used to use some smaller gyms, and I don't want to name drop because people out there could care less, but some of the gyms that they used to use for the smaller kids, they didn't always have a 3-point line.
I wondered if it was like a conceptual, emotional type thing. Like we're trying to teach you guys. Are you trying to teach Steph Curry out of the game, in other words?
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
Like, don't shoot a 3. You're 10, and you can't get the ball there.
I'll ask the commish.
Yeah,
I'll text him and ask him.
I wonder, because he has had such an influence.
Yeah.
I bet that, kids are shooting 3s when they can't.
And this year, I probably, in the 4th and 5th grade games I probably saw 2 or maybe 3 threes go in, and I saw a whole lot more of them taken. But I don't know what the point would be to not count them at this level.
Yeah, and my kids' coaches, and it's probably because of this, told the team, you shoot a 3, you come sitting with me.
Oh,
yeah.
It's a rhyme right there. That's bars.
I just made that up, actually. But that was the rule. Do not shoot a 3 unless, essentially, you have to. Like you just said. If it's a buzzer beater, and that's where you are on the court, let that thing fly. But do not shoot a 3 at this level. It's just a flat-out bad shot. And now that I know that it only counts for 2, I agree. Yeah. It's a terrible shot. Let's go to Alex in Oakland. And, again, Steve Kerr in just a couple minutes. Hey, Alex, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys, I just want to pump the brakes. It's not over yet. If you look at the West, they're all bunched up together, so they've had the most clutch games, in the league this year. So, if it was a lucky bounce here and there, I think we'd be right there in the thick of things. What do you guys think?
Well, first off, when you say pump the brakes, who are you talking to? Because I don't, we barely even been talking about it. No. Did you hear us say that?
Well, a lot of the callers, I've been listening, periodically throughout the day as my work day has gone on. And a lot of the fans are saying it's over and, just it's Tiny and Guru, I've been hearing, so.
I would say this, though, Alex. I kind of refute your thought that they're all bunched up because they're not. The Warriors and Lakers are 12.
They're like 7-8 games out of the Clippers. I mean, it's not like, they're head and shoulders like they're 10 or 15 games out.
No, I see. You don't mean they could catch them. You just mean that there's not that much difference between the two teams?
Yes. It's not like, there's usually by this time, they clinch. There's like 3 or 4 teams they clinch, right before selection, of the, college basketball tournament. But this year, it's weird. No teams have clinched.
Alex, with all due respect, I think that when you're 7, 8, 9, 10 games at this point in the year, absolutely shows a difference, a sizable difference between the basketball teams. I know what you're saying. A bounce here, a bounce there, all the clutch games, the games where you were up by 15 and lost. But there are two ways to look at that. You could say, oh my gosh, we're a breath away from being 6 games better than we are.
Right.
Or the teams that lose a lot of games are defined by that. That's what makes you not a very good team, is that you can't hold on to leads and you don't win enough close games. And the teams that right now have 43 or 44 or 47 wins, those are the teams that succeed in those situations, and you haven't been able to do that.
Right, and those teams also are not teams that lose games to Chicago, New York, and San Antonio on the heels of the best win of the year over Milwaukee. And then you have another great win over LA, and that's where you come back and have a performance like last night where you just never got it going as you come down the stretch.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are locked and loaded, ready to go. He's here. Steve Kerr is brought to you by Xfinity, at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. And presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. And so is our conversation, because it always is. We welcome in the coach, Steve Kerr. Hey, Coach, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, but I'm sure you feel it. It looked like it was, that way on your face in the press conference last night. That was a little bit of a deflating performance, and I think that people are looking at the inconsistency of the performances and wondering why. Why do you feel like this team kind of looks a little bit different each time we see it?
Well, I think it's kind of the nature of where the group is. We're mixing a lot of younger players with older players. The older guys are still playing at a really high level, but maybe not quite as capable as they were 5 years ago of kind of willing us to a win on a night like last night where shots aren't going in. And the young guys are still learning how to win a game like that, how to compete, how to rev up the defense, without fouling, how to just kind of manufacture a win on a night when things aren't going your way. So I think the bottom line is our team is good enough to beat anybody, and anybody can beat us too. I mean, it's also, it's kind of the nature of the league right now. I mean, I just think the league is more stacked than it's ever been. There's more good teams than I've ever seen. So from one night to the next, it's really difficult.
Yeah, it's challenging. And you look at last night and you roll out your starting 5 that look to be the 5 that is the most reliable and the best, and you come out and have a really kind of dreadful opening to the ball game. What did you look at in the opening 4 to 6 minutes that really troubled you in the fact that you guys fell behind by so much so early?
Well, I thought New York set the tone defensively right away with their physicality, and they kind of knocked us off of our lanes, and they clogged the paint, and they let us know they were going to be there all night in those first 5 minutes, and so we didn't really get any clean looks. We had 3 turnovers, I think, trying to force the issue a little bit, but it was the exact opposite of our game in New York a couple of weeks ago when we got off to the 14-0 start and controlled the game from there. I thought that game was really won by New York in the first quarter, and give them credit. They were fantastic.
Steve, Memphis in town tomorrow night. We saw a report of questionable for Draymond Green. What can you tell us about his status?
Well, he was a little banged up last night. His back was bothering him a little bit, and so he was getting some treatment at halftime. I think he's feeling a lot better today. I saw him at practice. So we'll mark him as questionable, but he's played a lot of minutes lately, and the back kept him out of the game in Dallas last week. So we're just trying to stay ahead of it and not allow this to become a problem. But I'll just lean on Rick and the training staff, and they'll figure it out.
Does playing him less at center help to lessen the burden on his back, or is the back not at all related to the position that he plays when he's out there?
I don't think it's related, really. When we do put him at the 4 with Trace at the 5, it's really more to lighten the emotional burden of having to carry the defense. It's kind of nice for Draymond to have a shot blocker behind him. He loves playing center field, loves trying to muck things up for the offense and helping all over the map. When he's doing that as a 5, occasionally it leaves the rim unprotected, and he can get frustrated when that happens. But with Trace back there, it lets Draymond play a little different role and take some of the rim protection burden off of him.
Coach Steve Kerr with us, as always, weekly here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, with all the lineups that you've played with throughout the year, do you feel like you're still tinkering and searching a bit, or do you have the group in mind that you want to go with the rest of the way?
No, I feel good about where we are right now. I like the starting lineup. I know last night it wasn't great, but it's been really good for a long stretch here, and so I have total faith in that starting group. And then, it's so great to have Chris Paul back. He's an amazing player, and to have him and Clay, anchoring that second unit, I think we've got a really good foundation, to have 48 minutes of really good basketball. The tough part for us as a staff is just figuring out who's going to close games, because we don't have a definite 5, and it's going to be night to night who's playing well, and at times as a coach, that's a difficult position to be in, because sometimes a lot of people are playing well, or sometimes nobody's playing well, and so you're gonna have to make some guesses, and you'd much rather be in a situation like we were 5 years ago, where you who your finishing 5 are if you're healthy, and you just put those guys out there every night regardless.
Pods with a quiet night, didn't score in 25 minutes. Are you seeing him hit a bit of a rookie wall? And if so, how can you find ways to get him back to being more impactful, especially in the offensive end?
Yeah, he had a tough night, but that's to be expected, especially as a rookie. And as you mentioned, down the stretch of the season, I mean, he's played a lot of minutes this year, but he still plays with a lot of energy. I think the biggest thing is just continuing to show him tape of things he can improve upon, and remind him of the details that are really important for him. But I'm not worried about him at all. He's a really good young player and plays with a lot of energy and force, and he's been a big help for us this year.
Coach, this one might be tough for you to give a real, true, honest answer, but your team is filled with guys who have such resumes, and so to be battling it out for play-in positioning, I got to wonder if there's motivational issues for them. And Draymond Green seemed to speak to that recently, kind of having a hard time getting up for battling for the 9 and the 10 seed. Is that an issue for you guys?
I don't think so. Draymond hasn't said that to me. I just think that, my guess is that after a decade of this, playing into June, so many playoff games, there's just fatigue involved at times, and I think that's probably what Draymond was referring to. I can tell you this: if we're in the play-in situation, and we've got to win a game or 2 games, we will be incredibly motivated. And if we end up in that spot, I will remind the guys: Miami made the finals from that spot a year ago. The Lakers made the conference finals from that spot. So we have everything in front of us. We have our goals in front of us, and even though it's been an uneven season and we're a lot of ups and downs, I will believe until the season is 100% finished, I will believe in our ability to beat anybody, and as long as we have that, we got a shot.
How do you get that level of consistency back to where it was even a couple of weeks ago when you went on that run, when you won 13 of 17? It feels of late it's been one step forward, one step back, and not being able to play at that consistent level.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always mistakes that you see on film that you can correct. There's always things that teams are learning as they go through the season. All of that stuff matters. But with that said, we are a team that's really doesn't have a great margin for error, and so. While I said, we're capable of beating anybody, and I believe that anybody's capable of coming in and beating us. And because most of the games are going to be really close, I think it's probably true. We've played more clutch games than any team in the league this year. That's going to continue. And some nights it's just as simple as, making shots versus, the other team not making them or vice versa. And so we got to just try to take care of all the margins, everything that we can handle ourselves. We got to handle, and then we got to perform. We got to put the ball in the hole.
Coach, will you take us through the sideline process of replay? And you've been very outspoken in not loving it in a lot of situations. But I'll spotlight an example last night where it looked like Trace Jackson-Davis got called for a foul where there was actually zero contact, and there was no challenge. What was the process there for you on the sideline?
So we have a monitor behind the bench, and we have two coaches, Seth Cooper and Jacob Rubin, who are monitoring the monitor. So they look at the replay. And I turn around and I give them, they give me the thumb up or the thumb down. The problem is the monitor doesn't always have a good view. And, so sometimes they'll just, they'll give me the thumbs down because they don't have a good view. That's what happened last night. They didn't have a good view. We only had, at the time, I think we only had 2 timeouts left. And I did not, or it might have been 3, but I did not want to risk it on a play that they don't see. And, in a situation where we feel it's likely to be not to be overturned. Now, after the fact, I did see the replay after the game from a different angle that our guys didn't have, and it was clear that Trace didn't touch him. So, yeah, we'd like to have that one back, but you have a process, you follow it, and you always have to factor in your timeout situation and the challenge situation itself, because if you lose it and you don't have one at the end and something happens and you're not able to challenge a play, then you kind of rue that one as well.
Yeah, and you kind of rue the system in general, Steve. I know you and I are kind of in lockstep on the system because you get the one challenge, and yet later in the game you had the GP2 flagrant that's automatically reviewed to see if it's a flagrant, so that's not a challenge, and then you determine that because he landed underneath the shooter, that's now a flagrant, and yet you can't challenge that in any sort of way. Is that kind of leading to additional frustration about this overall challenge system?
Personally, I think the flow of the game is much more important than this impossible quest to get everything right. There's so much unintended consequence of replay, but one consequence that we clearly have felt over the years is just these stoppages in play that are terrible for everybody. The Laker game on Sunday was just insane. Now that was more because of the shot clock, but what fed into that was the multiple challenges just before that. But that what I don't like with replay is that there are times where the game is taken out of the officials' hands. And a good example is what happened Sunday against the Lakers. Wiggs has inside position. Lakers kind of go over his back, knock it out of bounds. It's our ball. A good ref doesn't call a foul and just gives possession to the team that had inside position. That's exactly what the ref did. I thought that was the right call. But if you really want to go to the replay and microscopic, camera angle and see that the ball actually hit Wiggins' fingernail potentially on the way out, but you can't quite tell, then you overturn it. Well, then I'm going to say, well, he actually got fouled. But you can't go back and call the foul. right? And so you just get into these situations where it's like all these unintended consequences. You take the matter out of a good official's hands who can ref based on what's the right outcome, and then all of a sudden the crowd is just sitting there. The momentum is gone from the game, and the viewing experience is bad. So in my mind, I would eliminate, if I were in charge of everything, which I'm not, I would eliminate all replay other than buzzer beaters. Just did a guy get a shot off at the end of the game and at the end of every quarter, and that's it.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. This is kind of a fun one, Coach. LeBron James on the Mind the Game podcast recently said that in his lifetime of watching basketball, Allen Iverson and Steph Curry are the two most influential players. What's your reaction to that?
I think that's really, really accurate. I would agree without really giving it a ton of thought. Because the way everybody handles the ball these days is a direct result of what Iverson did, and the purists can argue that it's a carry or whatever, but, he literally created a move that every player in the league now is using, which is kind of the crossover, the semi-carry in one direction, the crossover the other. The entire league uses it, and that came directly from him. And then what Steph has done is he's just made it normal to shoot 1 million threes and to shoot 32 footers. And nobody else did that before him.
Yeah,
so I agree with LeBron.
It's so fun to watch. I was telling Mark that I referee a lot of youth basketball, CYO, and all these kids now are trying to go behind the back and hoisting 25 footers because your guy has made that de rigueur. It's made it very normal. And Steve, I want to highlight Klay Thompson last night and just get your thoughts on the transition he's made to the bench. A season-high 8 assists for Klay in a game where he's starting to look really, really comfortable coming off the bench. How impressed are you by how he's assimilated to that new role?
Klay's been great. And the best part for me as his coach is just seeing him really comfortable and at peace with his role now. And I think he was fighting that a little bit early in the season. He wanted so desperately to be the same Klay from 5 years ago, and he just couldn't get past the injuries and what the injuries did to his career and to him, and it was bothering him, and he was trying too hard out there on the floor. And I think over the All-Star break, he really got his thoughts together, realized that maybe coming off the bench could be a good thing, and he's embraced it, and he has been fantastic. Not only his play, but his attitude, his approach, his leadership. Klay's been great, and it's been really fun to see.
Coach, what about this? It was on January 5th that Shams had a story that Jonathan Kuminga had lost faith in your ability to develop him as a young player. Last week, pretty much about 2+ months later, he said he wants to be a Warrior for the rest of his life. Take us through what happened.
I think, JK came to this team while, all of his counterparts around the league who were drafted, near him, they all went to lottery teams and immediately got 30 minutes a game. And he came to a team that had championship aspirations and, in fact, won the championship, his rookie year. And so it's been a difficult road for him, and I have coached him hard, and I have held him accountable for, some of the youthful mistakes he's made. But, I think we've really found common ground. I think in a weird way, maybe it was good, for him, for that story to come out, because it forced us to really have in-depth conversations about expectations. And, I definitely gave him more of an opportunity that he seized, and I think he's really come into his own, and it's great to see, because he's a really, really good young guy, and handles himself well, and he's earned everything he's gotten.
And by and large, he's kind of become the 2 ostensibly on your team behind Steph in many ways. And one player that fans continue to voice frustration over is Andrew Wiggins. 24 minutes last night, didn't seem to have a huge impact on the offensive end. What can you do, and what are the conversations like in terms of trying to get Andrew more forceful and more consistent here down the stretch.
Yeah, we want Andrew to be more aggressive. He had a great game in L.A. on Sunday. I think the more aggressive he is looking for his shot, the better. There are times with our team where he gets lost in the shuffle a little bit. You know, we run our offense through Steph and Draymond, obviously. Chris Paul comes onto the floor, and he's going to have the ball in his hands. And, you know, Clay's going to get a lot of shots up. And I think sometimes Andrew gets lost, and he's not the kind of guy to demand the ball, you know, demand shots. So I think I've got to do a better job of keeping him engaged and really getting him in positions to attack and to be successful.
Coach, you guys scoreboard watching?
Of course, every night.
All right, so where's your mind on that front right now? Like, because you guys had said and shared with the public a few weeks ago that a stated goal was the 6th seed. Yeah. What about now? Has that evolved at all?
Well, it's definitely going to be more difficult than I would have anticipated. I thought we were in a really good place, and I think Steph's injury knocked us off course a little bit. And now we're on the outside looking in on the race for 6. But we don't really control, anything other than ourselves, and so the only thing we can do is, get better, keep plugging away, and just keep pushing forward and end up with the best possible seed, whatever that is. And as I just said, Miami and the Lakers, great examples last year coming out of the play-in and making great playoff runs. So I know we can do this, but we've just got to keep plugging away.
Yeah, Dallas leading the Spurs right now by 6, early first. We're all Team Popovich over here, suddenly rooting for San Antonio. March Madness, Steve, it's a big week, and I know you remember your days at Arizona. How many brackets will you fill out, and how far do you have your Wildcats advancing in this year's tournament?
I'll just do one bracket. We have a team bracket every year that David Fatoki in our front office runs, and I'll get in on that, and I will pick Arizona to win the whole thing because that's what you do.
Well, except for in the coaching community, I thought for sure you'd be rooting for a guy like Dan Monson after what's taken place at Long Beach State. Fired and then ends up in the tournament. So I thought you'd say one and done for the Cats.
No, I rooted hard for him to win the conference tournament, and that happened. So my rooting is done.
All right.
Sorry.
And the draw is what the draw is. Yeah, you got to go with those Cats.
That's the end of that. All right.
That's right.
All right. Well, Coach, good luck. Good luck. We'll be watching, obviously, tomorrow night against Memphis. Thank you, as always.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Okay. You too. There it is. Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah. Arizona to win the whole kit and caboodle.
Well, what else was he going to say?
Yeah. And
Elite Eight, and then they're going to. That bracket is banana, by the way. That
portion?
Yes. Is that the West?
It's the West.
The West is banana. Okay? That whole thing, I don't know that I've ever felt something so wide open. You could convince me, you could sit down and be like,
wide open.
There you go. Thank you, Creed. I like, you could convince me of no less than 11 teams where you're like, that team's going to the Final Four. And, and let me tell you why. And I'd be like, okay, I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Carolina was there last year. They're still good. Michigan State with Izzo, always dangerous.
Although so is their first-round opponent. Mississippi State, I think, is a talented group. We already talked about St. Mary's and Grand Canyon. New Mexico is really good. Nevada can play. That's the 10 seed that Arizona may play in the second game, assuming they get there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot going on.
4 of the 12 regular season champs who also won their tournament. There were 12 teams that did that. And I always give special credence to those teams because no matter your competition, that's not easy to do. 4 of those 12 are in that bracket. St. Mary's and Grand Canyon, Charleston, a dangerous 13 seed against Alabama. And then Colgate.
Oh, let me tell you.
Colgate also regular season and tournament champs. And they could give Baylor a little bit of a scare. So you're right about the West. I thought the East was the most top-heavy with the best of the best teams.
Yeah.
But the West is wide open.
UConn should do UConn things out of the East, I would
But
think.
a possible matchup with Florida Atlantic, last year's darling in the second round.
On a possible championship rematch in their third game in the Sweet 16, should San Diego State continue to play well, which, I love them because they play defense, and I think that travels. That travels really well this time of year. Not all these teams do it. They do it really, really well. It's a big part of their program. So, yeah, here we go, man. But that Arizona bracket, I feel like if there's one of the four where you want to be like, all right, I'm going to get crazy and put an 11 seed in the Final Four, that just my stupid, uneducated suggestion, do it in the West. Do it in the West.
For me, it's the Midwest because it's just a question of not if, but when Purdue gags. So if you think that the top seed Purdue is vulnerable, and I do, you start to look at who could maybe pick them apart. So
that's probably Tennessee's bracket.
Yeah.
I like Tennessee. Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know about Tennessee. For me, that's Creighton's bracket.
Okay.
Creighton, a good, sturdy, the Blue Jays.
Always a good tournament team.
Rock solid. Anyway, I didn't mean to hijack the post-Kerr with some March Madness.
We absolutely can do that. It is when in Rome time for the brackets.
Steve with interesting comments about Andrew Wiggins, and I think he echoes what every fan says, which is we want Andrew to play with more force.
Here's the problem with that.
How do you do it?
It's not anymore for me, how do you do it? It's that, I'm sorry, we've run out of time. Like, we can't still be asking the same question, right? I mean...
Well, what the real question is, how soon after the end of the season do you trade him?
Well, that may be where this goes.
I mean, you can't ask him that, though.
Well, of course
Steve,
not.
did we lose you?
And he's not even the general manager,
Correct.
so he would be like, well, hey, my gig, I'm coaching people who are here.
Yeah.
And we love Andrew, and we think we're going to go win basketball games in April and May and even June, potentially. Like, that's the way he's going to answer anything like that. I just look at it and say this, and I think this is super relatable. I can certainly share that this has been a question that gets asked in my life even recently. It's like when you're doing something over and over and it's not working and you're asking the same questions or having the same battle, at a certain point, you have got to get to the place where you go, let's try something different.
Yep.
And if we're still, like, to me, that almost felt triggering when you asked him about Andrew Wiggins, and the first thing he said is, well, we want Andrew to be more aggressive. Oh, my God. How many years is that going to be the first sentence people say about Andrew Wiggins before you realize it's time to do something different? He's not going to be more aggressive. He's not going to be more aggressive unless for 2 months he decides to be more aggressive. But I think right now you're chasing daisies, man. This is you can't still have that assessment after all of this time. I am usually the last person in the room to give up on anything. Certainly people, and especially talented people who have done what you want them to do before. They've done it. That's what's even worse.
Yeah.
We've reached the point where 2 years ago is now worse for the Andrew Wiggins resume. Because it's like, we know you can do it.
You can do it.
You can do it. You just won't. So it's not can't. It's won't.
That's the thing.
And that is brutal.
That's why I use the analogy about having your kid who you want them to clean your room, and then they have a clean room for a week, and then the next week it's back to being an absolute S-hole.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah.
You're good.
Making sure Grandy's with us. Grandy's getting ready for his best of. That won't be in there. But it's like, what happened to that 1 week where you kept it spick and span? It's frustrating. It's maddening. And that's why I guess my question could have been worded differently.
No, it's fine. I mean,
but Steve, what do you do, Steve? I mean, what are you trying? What would you try? I'm not going to get into the specifics of what we do, but we tap him on the shoulder and ask him nicely, hey, Andrew, would you play hard tonight? Because you played hard against the Lakers, and he played well. And then you come out against the Knicks last night, and It's just another K-Wig game.
That's the thing, man. He's a good basketball player. He can do this. And by the way, Steve's sitting here answering this question. Steve has a basketball team that has Draymond Green on the roster. Draymond Green does not hesitate to undress people. So if Draymond is a teammate and Andrew still isn't doing it, I think we've arrived at a spot where you're pretty irrational to think that at some point he will.
But he does at times. And that's the thing that drives you crazy.
Right, but
Saturday against the Lakers, 7 of 17, aggressive, 16 points. He had 6 rebounds. He played with force. He played with energy. He played with interest. He played downhill. And then Monday, what?
Right, but so the point is are we irrational to even see the game against the Lakers and come back the next day and go, okay, all right, we got an engaged Andrew, as opposed to you should expect that the next time you see him, lollygagger, you should expect it because, of course, that's how that's
the pattern.
That's how it is. And so, you know this, I'm a fan of the guy. Like, I really am. He's a good basketball player. I enjoy watching him play when he's at his best. But it is very difficult as a Warrior fan to hear Steve Kerr on March 19th, 2024, come out and you ask him about Andrew Wiggins, and his first sentence is, well, we'd like Andrew to be more aggressive. What? Of course we'd like. Yes, Steve, I bet you do. I bet you would like that. So would we.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those situations where you ask yourself, what can you do? And Steiny and Goo had a great conversation earlier, and Steiny was talking about this team being comprised of players who are young, or maybe it was the morning roast. I was in the car a lot today, and they talked about players who are either not yet at their peak or past their peak. And the one guy who actually should be at his peak is Andrew Wiggins. He's not yet 30. I know he's been in the league a long time, but he should still be in his peak years, yet he plays with such a lack of enthusiasm so often that it drives you crazy. And I think about the end game for this season when you go into the off season, and I would much rather have them bring back Chris Paul than keep Andrew Wiggins.
Well,
I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I get what you mean from
it's not a good fit.
No, and
but you watch Chris Paul play,
right? But it would be so stupid financially.
Correct.
It would be, but I totally get what you mean.
When you look at them playing basketball, I watch Chris Paul play on the Warriors, and I enjoy it. He gets to that spot, 13 to 17 feet, and he pulls that little baby fade, and it goes in. And he plays with edge, and he plays with enthusiasm, and he plays hard when he's on the floor. And I can't believe that I'm enjoying watching CP3 more than I'm enjoying watching Andrew.
But Wiggins. I get, and even crazier is that I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
and you know what you're going to get.
Yeah,
you know what you're going to get every night, and that's the mark of a professional.
Yeah.
Big Smooth in Oakland wants to weigh in. What's up, Big Smooth? What you doing?
Baby. Hey, listen, man. I'm gonna talk about dunking, but I'm gonna talk about it for two different people for two different reasons. Andrew Wiggins. You know what Steve Kerr's talking about? When you get close, you have vertical. Dunk the ball in somebody's face because you did that a couple of years ago. The Luka dunk would not have happened with this Andrew Wiggins. It would have been a floaty finger roll that would have missed. Now, one other thing. I'm hearing nobody say this, but I'm going to say it, doggone it. Pods, dunk the ball. You're missing too many layups. You're hearing footsteps. Pods is 6'4"? Is he 6'4", 6'5"?
Yeah.
Pods. They're Pods.
At 4 or 5.
With or without the hair.
Listen, man, try to dunk the ball because all they're going to do is foul you. You're doing this under the basket loop. You're missing layups. Just yesterday, you missed an open layup because you're hearing footsteps. That's got to stop. Go. I like Pods, but you got to dunk the ball. You're missing too many layups for me. I've seen it last 3 games. You're missing layups because you're trying to do something else. Dunk the ball. Force them to foul you. but for two different reasons. I love Pod's aggressive, but you got to be aggressive when you get close to the cup. You're missing layups.
Well,
and Andrew Wiggins, dunk the ball, Andrew, or we move on. That's just it. We got to stop. We got to stop toying around with this. We move on. I'm sorry.
Well, but Big Smooth, I think it's thank you. Ultimatum time is over.
Yeah.
It's over. Hey, do this or we got to move on. It's over. You're not going to do it.
This offseason brought to you by Beacons. Pack your things.
He's not going to do it. And by the way, Podziemski is listed at 6'4", which means he's 5'8", as it turns out. So that's why he doesn't dunk the ball. And also, whatever frustrates you, and I'm going to give this is across the board. I know TJD right now is just the damn bee's knees because he's so fantastic with the dynamic that he brings to this. So now he's the flavor of the week in terms of Warrior rookies or young players. Whatever Brandon Podziemski frustrations you may have, and yes, not a good game for him last night, but I'm going to give those guys consistently a pass over and over right now. Why? He's 21. He's a freaking rookie. He's beyond salvageable when you see the bad sides of him. In other words, he's still growing. And secondly, I'm just uncomfortable with those two names coming up in the same call. Because what I know about Brandon Podziemski already, in 2/3 of one season of his career, I am never going to have to worry about him trying.
Right.
I will bet, remember, new egg on the face bet, because I won the first one. Remember, that was about Belichick joining the Niners.
Yeah,
that I would do a show with egg on my face.
Yeah, man, that would have been cool.
Belichick was the Niners defensive coordinator. I'll do a new one, and this one may unfortunately have to last 13 years before it plays out. But here it is. If you ever hear Steve Kerr do any radio show and say, yeah, we would love for Brandon to be more aggressive, I'd do the next show with the egg on my face.
Okay. That's a bet. Hopefully you and I are around in 14 years.
He has to be referring to Podziemski, though. There can't be some
other Brandon.
New flop Brandon come out here with a lounge chair. That doesn't count.
Yeah. Podziemski.
We're looking for Brandon Podziemski to be a little bit more aggressive. Oh, you're never going to have to worry about that.
No.
Kid.
Yeah.
Or him.
I think what they're looking for from Brandon is to get him to the offseason in one piece, because I see a player who has hit the rookie wall.
Yeah.
He is not as explosive. He is looking a little bit tired. And I think about that upcoming 5-game road trip and Moses Moody with knee soreness, and you start to look around at what options they have. So you've got an Andrew Wiggins problem because he's not really trying, and you've already shortened your bench, and now you want the Poughkeepsie kid to play more minutes. 25 minutes last night. Goose egg coming off 35 minutes Saturday where he scored just 5 points. He's losing steam.
Yep.
And I don't blame him, because the rookie last year at Santa Clara didn't have to play some 58 games that he's played.
He mentioned scoreboard watching, said he's doing it every night. 2 games right now that matter for the Warriors. One of them, you know who they're rooting for tonight? You know what player they'd love to see start filling it up?
You don't root for Jordan Poole.
No, Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Jordan Poole, back in the starting lineup tonight.
Uh-oh.
And Jordan is messing around and has 11 points on 4 for 12 shooting.
Okay.
33%.
All right.
Okay. Shooting 40% from triple land. Got himself 3 rebounds, a couple of assists, and hasn't turned the ball over yet. Very, very impressive. Washington Wizards trail the Houston Rockets by 2 in the third quarter.
The Rockets, who have won 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
And they sit 3 back in the loss column, 3 back overall, and a win tonight for Houston. And you may start hearing some footsteps for the 10. And we all have said, oh, no way they fall out of the 10, right?
Right.
No way they fall out of the 10.
Boy. Jesus. Spurs hosting the Mavericks. Mavericks up by 6 with 4 ticks left to go in the first quarter.
Okay.
So those are the games that you're watching if you are a Warriors fan tonight.
Oh, he's watching.
And then, of course, tomorrow night, the Warriors will host Memphis. And if they lose, I'm done.
That's it?
I mean, no.
Of course not.
But
Captain Positive will come in. Well, hey, I'll tell you what, if they were 12 in a row, 6 is still in play. That's,
Wait a minute. That was like if Farhan was commenting on the Warriors
and had 7 cups of coffee.
And was really on one.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
I'm here. Yeah, there you go. Joe in San Jose. What are you doing, Joe?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen to you guys. Can you hear me?
Yep. We got you.
Yeah, it's not all on Wiggins. Trust me. The big three played really bad last night. Curry was shot really bad. Draymond Green, 1 of 7. We don't expect him to score, but he did take some shots. And Curry is, to be honest, Curry is a one-way player. His defense is horrible, and other players have to step in and help and double team. That's what's weakening. But Steve Kerr's not going to say nothing bad about Curry, so I don't think it's all on Wiggins. I think Wiggins never came in to be the big guy. He was always. They didn't bring Wiggins in to be the big guy. They brought him in as to be a side piece for Curry and Clay. So Wiggins was never meant to be the big shooter. And that when Kerr say he needs him to be more aggressive, that's because the other 3 is not playing good. That's why he's saying that.
Joe, I respectfully disagree because, A, you're talking solely about last night, and our Andrew conversation is a much bigger thing than just last night. And secondarily, the idea, he's not asking Andrew to be more aggressive, meaning, dude, you need to go take over games. The Warriors need Andrew to be Andrew, like the same way they need every player to play up to their capabilities. And that's always been the issue with Andrew Wiggins. What you cannot have is players who are underperforming. That means something different for every player. For every player.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins does not play his hardest, his most engaged. It doesn't matter what your role is on the team. You can't do that. That's why Jonathan Kuminga got benched in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Because he was lollygagging instead of rebounding.
And that's why Andrew Wiggins got 24 minutes last night for a team that lost Moses Moody at halftime and had Draymond Green playing with a sore back.
Yep. All right. More time coming up. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
Ever since we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, even in my hiding spots.
Ha! Found ya.
How?
Hey, cut it out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got all messed up with something Lucas said during the Kerr interview. By the way, it's Willard and Dibs brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. But at a certain point, and Lucas will do this throughout, to bring you behind the curtain, he'll do this throughout the interview sometimes. He'll be like, hey, throw this at Steve. Or hey, do you want to ask about this?
Yeah.
Sometimes we do. Sometimes I look at Lucas and I'm like, get out of here with that. But he goes, hey, you could ask him about his cats. And like there was no, like I was knee deep in like either he's talking about Wiggins or something like that. And I'm just listening. He goes, hey, you could ask him about his cats. And I'm like, cats? He doesn't have cats. He got a dog. Remember
Sorry
the dog?
about my dog.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
Been barking on our show. And he gave me, cut it out. Cut it out. And then the dog just did. And I was like, oh my God, he's like a dog whisperer.
Totally.
And then Luke is over here asking about his cats. And then I'm like, oh, you mean Arizona Wildcats. And I'm like, Dibs has got that covered. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
We weren't getting out of that interview without you asking him about a little March Madness action.
Yeah, I wanted to see how many brackets because I'm traditionally a 1, maybe 2 bracket guy, but I've gotten so many invitations.
I mean, I'm going to end up doing brackets because I don't want to offend people.
Yeah.
I got so many brackets, offers. You got, and by the way, do you have these where people are like, oh, for my kid's team, we're doing a bracket, and then like half the money goes to the gamblers and the other half.
No. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
That's a no for me.
If you want my money, ask me for my money. I will give you my money if you're a charitable cause or if it's a kid's team or whatever.
Or a family member.
Right.
Sign up for our March Madness bracket.
No. Hey, sis, what do you need? $50 for little Johnny's team? I'll Venmo you. Don't try to dupe me into a pool where if I win and I only get half of what I have coming to me.
Well, no, what if it's not duping you? It's right out front.
Yeah, it's a hard pass.
Well, but you could donate, which would be a donation sensation.
Cha-ching.
And then also make money in the process. How about that? It's like playing the lottery.
Yeah, I don't like
donate to the schools and become a billionaire.
Yeah, I'm not really a billionaire probably. You'd be a half a billionaire because the other half would go to the schools. I don't like to conflate my charity with my gambling.
Okay.
If I'm going to gamble,
I get it.
I want to either win money or win a coffee mug with a picture of a coworker on it.
Are we giving that away? Are we doing that here, Lucas?
Did you not get invited to Grandy's pool?
Apparently I didn't.
I believe it's called Mark Madness.
It is.
Did I invite you,
iconic
Dibs?
tournament.
Oh, I'm in.
Wow,
I'm going to sign up, Grandy.
That changes everything.
I don't think I sent it to either of you guys yet.
How do I know about Mark Madness then?
I imagine
saw
Evan
it on
or Lucas
Twitter.
told you?
No, I saw it on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
I think you posted it on Twitter.
Okay, so now
Mark Madness, no money.
His cheeks are all red. Why? Like
He's flummoxed.
Well, right. So
I give away every year a mug with my face photoshopped onto an Oregon men's basketball player's body.
Okay, but the obvious question that all of our listeners want to know right now is why?
It's a really long story.
No. You're not.
Tradition.
We got
You're
time.
not understanding my why. Why would you not invite us?
I'm going to, and I was planning on it.
Well, now I don't know if I should believe you.
This has
it's
gotten more
freaking
awkward.
Tuesday night. The tournament starts Thursday morning.
That sounds like an awful lot of time to me.
Oh, it's an awful lot of time. But am I to truly believe that you were going to do this?
You can believe whatever you want.
Yeah. Who else is invited? Like, who gets invited?
Oh, a bunch of friends and family. Me.
Oh, all right. All the coworkers or no?
I don't think I have physically said it to everybody.
Okay.
Including not you guys until now.
Yeah.
But
Lucas, do
I
you
made the
have it
list.
already?
Yeah. I'm special.
And you already have it?
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, when
Oh,
you...
the mug?
No.
No, I've not won.
The invite.
Yeah.
You already have the invite.
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't you send it, if you were going to do it, Mark, why wouldn't you send it all out at once?
It's an exclusive club that I thought I was lucky enough to get the invite to.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good point. I sent it out on Sunday, and it was before you were back, Willard. I didn't want to bother you, so
Right.
That's the reason.
I was going to come to Friedman's Appliance on Saturday.
Oh.
I was.
Oh, please. Your son has a baseball game.
It's going to get rained out. Fancy pants with your mug.
It's fine. Don't eat the great food at Friedman's in Pleasant Hill. Saturday, noon to 3.
Noon to 3, March 23rd. Friedman's Appliance, Pleasant Hill, Saturday, noon to 3. Be there. unless you didn't get invited.
Oh, man.
You know. Hey, this is super rando, but I wanted to do it, especially before you leave for the rest of your life, because I don't really ever know if you're going to come back when you do this March Madness thing. Like, you know, the whole, like, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas thing. All right, yeah, Wagner has defeated Howard. And it got close.
For the Dibber.
It got close.
These two yahoos in the back, they were on Howard. They didn't ride with a Dibber.
I told San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube, I said, I picked Wagner. I waited until they were up by 15 points, but I did. I
had to hold on for dear life.
Yep,
Good take.
Told you. Told you. All right. Anyway, before you leave and potentially never come back,
okay.
How did this Brandon Ayuk thing grab everybody? Grandy, I'd love to know what you think on this too, especially since you are a 49ers post-game performer. Is this a thing or is it not? So, and I don't know which came first. Did the Steelers poking around about Brandon Ayuk come first, or did the tweet come first? But Brandon tweeted at Mike Tomlin, directly at him, and wrote, "They're saying we're twins. What you think?" And then he's got the eyes emoji and a picture of both men right next to one another. Is that a thing or is that not a thing?
It's not a thing. To me, it's just a guy having fun in the offseason. I don't think it's really a thing. Now, if it is a thing, you're telling me that he's got eyes for Pittsburgh. Hint, hint, trade for me, Mike, so you and I can be mistaken for each other all around town? Because you got a new quarterback that I would rather have Russ Wilson throw me the pill than Brock Purdy. I
don't think it's about that.
You think it's about just creating the allure of maybe he wants to be elsewhere?
Well, here's what I find interesting. This is the second rumored team that wants Brandon Ayuk this week. And let me say, you're not allowed to be interested in Brandon Ayuk. He's not available. You're not allowed now, unless the 49ers have told him.
Right.
The idea that Brandon and his agent are talking directly to teams, there is a word for that. It is called tampering. Brandon is under contract. He's not a free agent. Now, if the 49ers have given him and his agent permission to seek a trade, then that's different. That would surprise me. I think Brandon is playing the instrument. That's what I think. And I don't think he's got eyes for Jacksonville. I don't think he's got eyes for Pittsburgh. I don't think he's got eyes for San Francisco. I think he's got eyes for money. And this is a way to create the narrative, hey, 49ers, if you don't want to pay me $26 million per year, I got a line of teams who do. And so you're either going to pay me or I'll be gone. Now, the Niners can quickly turn around and go, but you're not allowed to go anywhere this year. And quite frankly, if we don't want you to leave next year, you can't do that either because we can just franchise tag you. So that's what I think this game is. I think he is lightly and politely just sending the message, I am very wanted around this league.
Right. And I don't think that message needs to be sent. I think the 49ers know that. And if this is his way of going about it, then add it to the list of passive-aggressive uses of social media that, to me, equate to being a big nothing burger. This is just a guy who is, like you said, maybe trying to cultivate some interest, be it real or be it fake, in March. Nothing's going to happen with an Ayuk extension until June or July at the earliest.
At least.
Based on the 49ers track record.
Yeah.
So whatever he wants to do between now and then, for me, is greeted with a big yawn.
Warriors Roundtable is coming up next. No big yawn there. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean talking all Dubs. Coming up next, we hope you stick around for that into your evening and your drive home or whatever you're doing. Thank you for being with us tonight. Dibs, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah, not really.
Day after that?
Nah, I'm busy.
How about Friday?
Oh, I'll be half in the bag.
Next week?
I think I'll be back Monday.
See you then.
In theory.
Maybe.
Yeah. See how this bracket goes.
Good point.
Boy gets hot, you may never see me again.
FP will be in for Dibs for the rest of the week. Have a wonderful night. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Spring deals are starting now during our Spring Fest Sneak Peek event.